Chapter 1. Galactic Nucleosynthesis. The Soul Temple, a sacred sanctuary of the illustrious Juma Empire, has always been accessible to only one individual, a supreme sovereign, Emperor Duran, the architect of the great Juma Empire, who led it to ascend to a level 10 civilization at this very moment. Emperor Duran gazes intently at the cosmic well situated at the center of the Soul Temple, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Founded over 12 centuries ago, the Juma Empire has flourished under the guidance of Emperor Duran, who single-handedly transformed this once modest level 3 civilization into a formidable level 10 empire. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the Juma Empire has emerged as the most dominant force within the Polar galaxy, instilling fear even in the hearts of traditional level 10 civilizations. The root of this ascendancy lies solely in the presence of Emperor Duran. The Juma Empire has reached an apex of development, a pinnacle so profound that even the great founder, Emperor Duran, finds it impossible to elevate further. It has remained stagnant at the level 10 civilization for 300 years, a phenomenon Duran perceives as an evolutionary bottleneck. Had time been on his side, Emperor Duran would not have been troubled by this 3-century stagnation. However, at the venerable age of 1,230 years, this stagnation has become the greatest concern of his existence. In the Juma Empire, the average life expectancy is an impressive 600 years, yet Duran, as the foremost powerhouse and emperor, has surpassed this limit, reaching a staggering age of 1,230. Nevertheless, time is relentless, and even the formidable Emperor Duran senses the approach of his mortal end. What will become of the Juma Empire in my absence? Can it sustain its strength with my unworthy sons? Fixating on the cosmic well, renowned as the most enigmatic entity in the Polar galaxy, filled with antimatter energy cores, Duran muses, I may have but a century left perhaps. Only this cosmic well can aid me in attaining the fabled immortality. After a moment of hesitation, Emperor Duran appears to make a momentous decision, slowly retrieving a small crescent-shaped object, no larger than a fingernail. Judging solely by its appearance, it resembles a pendant. The eternal star, this diminutive pendant, harbors Duran's greatest secret and serves as the driving force behind the formidable Juma Empire he has forged. Duran understands all too well that without the eternal star, he would have remained merely the son of a farmer, forever disconnected from the legacy of an emperor. As he extends his hand to lay the eternal star upon the cosmic well, the hand of this unparalleled powerhouse trembles slightly, a rare flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Not even during the fateful confrontation against the neutron battle star did Duran falter, yet now his brow is furrowed like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. According to ancient records left by the 12-level civilization, the cosmic well serves as a conduit connecting countless parallel dimensions. With sufficient power, one can unlock this passage, traversing into realms distinct from the original space. Once one successfully navigates between these disparate spaces, they transcend the laws of the universe, escaping the cycle of life and death, thus attaining immortality. This invaluable information, painstakingly gathered over 150 years, represents Duran's last hope for realizing his aspiration for eternal life. The might of the strongest in a 12-level civilization barely meets the threshold for opening the cosmic. Well, even I cannot achieve this in my current state. Yet with the power of the eternal star, all becomes possible. The worst outcome would be the destruction of the eternal star, but I have already achieved everything. If I can attain immortality, then so be it. With a swift motion, Emperor Duran relinquishes the eternal star, allowing it to plunge into the cosmic well, akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating mesmerizing ripples across the surface of the energy-laden well. There's a reaction. I was right. Emperor Duran's anxious heart finds solace, replaced by eager anticipation. Based on his extensive previous tests of the cosmic well, he is acutely aware that the eternal star is indeed functioning. Prior to this moment, even with the 10 most powerful individuals of the Empire summoned to strike the cosmic well with their combined strength, it had remained utterly unresponsive. For centuries, the cosmic well had shown no signs of disturbance until the arrival of the eternal star, which catalyzed a transformation. Waves of overwhelming energy radiated from the cosmic well, forcing even the extraordinary Emperor Duran to exert 80% of his strength to maintain his footing amidst the surging energy. As the energy waves intensified, their reach expanded, first enveloping the Soul Temple, then the Imperial Palace, and ultimately cascading over the entire imperial capital, even encompassing the planet Duran. Not all possessed the formidable strength of Emperor Duran in mere moments. The vast expanse of Duran was laid waste beneath the annihilating energy waves, leaving only Duran himself, half kneeling before the cosmic well, his eyes clouded with despair. Why? Why is this happening? A cataclysmic release of destructive energy erupted from the cosmic well, akin to a white dwarf collapsing into a black hole. The legendary Emperor Duran was granted no opportunity to utter a single question before he, along with the planet Duran, was reduced to cosmic dust. This was not the end. On that fateful day, every celestial body within a 5 million light-year radius of Duran was obliterated, marking the extinction of the Juma Empire, the mightiest force in the Polar galaxy. Driven by an insatiable desire for immortality, Emperor Duran ventured into a domain beyond the reach of his civilization's current understanding. Indeed, the Eternal Star, possessing extraordinary power, was capable of activating the cosmic well. However, at the moment the two parallel dimensions linked, the Eternal Star shattered under the immense backlash of traversing space, scattering into over a dozen fragments across another universe. With the balance provided by the Eternal Star suddenly lost, the cosmic well became inundated with opposing matter and antimatter energies from the two dimensions. Unable to withstand the cataclysmic collision, a horrific interstellar explosion ensued, annihilating billions of celestial bodies, all occurring within the space that housed the cosmic well. Chapter 2. The Tomb of Blades. In the winter of 2877, having just received his final report card, Fonkin hurried home, which was merely 2 kilometers from school. As the grand finale of the Tomb of Blades' 6th Realm tournament was set to commence in half an hour. As a devoted aficionado of Tomb of Blades, he could not possibly miss the extraordinary championship. To speak of Tomb of Blades, a highly realistic combat game sweeping through the Federation, one must mention the existence of the Skynet. Created over 130 years ago, Skynet was heralded as the most significant invention of the millennium. Designed to elevate the collective quality of life, the antiquated internet was entirely abandoned by the Federation government in favor of Skynet, a groundbreaking invention that allowed humanity to accomplish virtually anything from the comfort of their homes. Indeed, anything imaginable could be realized through Skynet. Similar to a modern-day identification document, every citizen of the Federation is provided with a Skynet receiver at birth, a device resembling a bracelet, yet boasting a performance 1,000-fold superior to ancient terminals. Should a survey be conducted on what modern humanity cannot live without, it is certain that Skynet would emerge as the unequivocal choice. Upon returning home, Fonkin dashed into his room and activated the Skynet receiver on his wrist. 3 seconds later, he found himself in his own personal Skynet space. The design of Fonkin's personal space reflected his obsession with Tomb of Blades. It was an expansive area of over 100 square meters, filled with an array of ancient weapons, from swords and spears to axes and whips, all artifacts one would typically only encounter in a museum. With just 2 minutes until the event began, Fonkin swiftly connected to Tomb of Blades. After entering his personal ID, his avatar appeared in the audience of the tournament arena. Just for the privilege of accessing the ordinary spectator seats in this game, Fonkin had spent 2 months of his allowance. While this might not seem remarkable at first glance, it is essential to note that Fonkin's father is the president of the Star Interstellar Mining Company, the second largest interstellar mining enterprise, only surpassed by the government-owned Eagle Mining Company. His mother is the vice president of the Federation's first research institute, the only woman to hold such a position to date, with a salary amounting to billions in Federation currency. Once one becomes aware of these details, it becomes evident that Fonkin's allowance is indeed a staggering figure. As a cross-galaxy simulation game boasting 2 billion registered users and 30 billion concurrent players, Tomb of Blades possesses an irresistible allure. The game offers 2 major factions to choose from: the ancient martial arts domain and the mech domain. Once a domain is selected, it cannot be altered. These 2 factions represent diverging paths of human evolution, with both conflicts and commonalities. Fonkin chose the ancient martial arts domain, a passion he has nurtured since childhood. In this interstellar era, the Federation has established 6 colonized planets, including Earth, totaling 7 habitable worlds. As technology has advanced, humanity has recognized the necessity of self-enhancement, with the strengthening of ancient martial arts and the development of mechs becoming national policies. When discussing ancient martial arts, one must mention the Federation's predecessor, the Huaxia Kingdom, an ancient nation with a rich history that has produced countless talents and created thousands of unique training methodologies, collectively classified as ancient martial techniques. These techniques vary widely in form and effect, primarily aimed at unlocking human potential and enhancing frail bodies to extraordinary levels. 300 years after the establishment of the Federation, ancient martial arts became a skill embraced by all citizens. Within a mere century, the miraculous strengthening effects of ancient martial arts allowed billions of citizens to elevate their capabilities significantly, leading the Earth Federation to gain recognition as the highest civilization in the galaxy, acknowledged by the Caesar Empire as a Level 9 civilization. While there are thousands of Level 5 civilizations scattered throughout the vast galaxy, Earth Federation is perceived as a slightly more advanced, yet still profoundly backward planet by the standards of high civilization realms. However, being recognized as a Level 5 civilization allows the Earth Federation to access advanced developmental technologies from the Caesar Empire. Even if these technologies are merely remnants of ancient research from hundreds of thousands of years ago, they are sufficient to propel the Earth Federation's development at an astonishing pace. In less than 2 centuries, the Earth Federation successfully developed its own interstellar fleet and created various powerful mechs. However, with the advent of mechs, people gradually began to undervalue the efficacy of ancient martial arts, favoring the cutting-edge technological marvels of mechs. Nevertheless, there remains a significant number of individuals who hold ancient martial arts in high esteem. Thus, a dual strategy of national policy emerged as an unavoidable compromise. The game Tomb of Blades, which has captivated all 7 planets, has become an absolute beneficiary of this parallel national policy. In Tomb of Blades, whether you support ancient martial arts or lean towards mechs, or even choose to practice both, you can experience the intense clash of these 2 different enhancement methods. The question of which is superior, ancient martial arts or mechs, can be explored within the game. The decisive arena of the 6th Realm God of War tournament remains unchanged from previous years, with the strongest contenders from both the ancient martial arts and mech domains battling it out. As Fong Can and the audience witnessed the first-ranked warrior of the ancient martial arts domain, the Winter Demon, adorned in white armor, step into the finals. He erupted in a fervent cheer, only to be swiftly drowned out by the frenzied admiration of numerous girls infatuated with this legendary figure. "Look," he glanced at me from the corner of his eye. "I am so happy. My Prince Charming, I would willingly die for you. My Winter, I await your victory to come and marry me on a rainbow cloud." Fong Can felt a chill from the girl beside him, who claimed she would be wed by the Winter Demon on a rainbow cloud. Just then, a series of resonant clashes of metal echoed, signaling the entrance of the mech domain's champion. A towering 5-meter-tall black humanoid mech stepped onto the field, the Beta 3 model, a widely used mech in Tomb of Blades. Known for its stability and accessibility, classified as a bronze-level mech, it pales in comparison to the elite platinum mechs, achieving only a tenth of their mobility, armor, firepower, and maneuverability. However, knowing that the pilot of this seemingly outdated bronze-level Beta 3 is the first-ranked warrior of the mech domain, Gale, even an elite player piloting a platinum mech would likely retreat. Gale has swept through the mech domain using this model, entering the finals with an undefeated record. And in the eyes of mech domain players, he is almost a godlike figure. When the Winter Demon and Gale both stepped onto the final arena, the cacophony subsided, and the system referee activated the arena switch, revealing a desolate desert battlefield. This Golden Desert combat map was designated by the system as a fair arena after assessing the strengths of the 2 competitors, serving as the venue where the title of the singular God of War in Tomb of Blades would soon be decided. The audience surrounding the arena had long since held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the fierce clash between the formidable demon of winter and the swift wind within the Golden Desert. At the moment the system's announcement resonated, both combatants sprang into action. 2 figures crossed each other in the air at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the arena. The uranium sword wielded by the Demon of Winter, deemed the most potent weapon of the ancient martial realm, struck fiercely against the laser energy blade of the Beta Type 3, which was slashed downward at an angle. Despite the Demon of Winter's prowess as an ancient martial expert, it was impossible for him to contend with the sheer force of a mech boasting 50,000 horsepower. However, his martial skills compensated for this shortcoming. At the moment their weapons collided, he deftly spun away, effortlessly dissipating the immense force applied by the laser energy blade. A masterful demonstration of using lightness to counter heaviness. If memory serves, this technique is a fundamental skill of the Taiji sect, which I too had once studied. In the audience, Fong Can's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, only to reveal a wry smile shortly thereafter. Truly, the foremost figure in the ancient martial domain, even basic techniques can yield such astonishing results. Had it been me, I would have surely been defeated in an instant. It is worth mentioning that Fong can had begun playing Knife Tomb during its public testing phase. Generally speaking, even with average talent, 6 years of gameplay should suffice for a player to attain the title of a faction leader. Yet, to this day, Fong can remain merely a high-level disciple in the ancient martial domain, just a notch above a novice. As the battle in the Golden Desert intensified, Fong Can's exclamations became increasingly fervent: sword sex break army style, wind roll style, riding the wind style, dragon soaring style, Wudong's cloud ladder technique, Shaolin's bone shrinking skill, Kunlun's arm through harmony technique, and the heavenly demon sect's shadow shift. Incredible, what a true idol. The fierce nature of the battle rendered the audience oblivious to Fong Can's exuberance. Had anyone been paying attention, they would have been astonished by the names of the ancient martial techniques he called out. For every move executed by the Demon of Winter, Fong Can accurately named a corresponding ancient martial skill, as if he were engaged in a spar with the Beta-type 3 mech. It is essential to note that within the ancient martial faction of Knife Tomb, players have thousands of sects from which to choose. A single player may join multiple sects, provided they complete the ultimate test of their original sect. However, this ultimate test is rather peculiar. It does not evaluate a player's combat strength, but rather assesses their comprehension through a verbal examination conducted by the system. Once the system acknowledges that a player has grasped all techniques of their sect, they may then choose to join a new faction. Over the past 6 years, Fong Can's journey in Knife Tomb had been less than satisfactory, bordering on dismal. Yet he managed to pass the ultimate tests of 87 sections. He had kept this seemingly flawed system designed to himself, never disclosing it to others. In the blink of an eye, the battle approached its conclusion, with the once dominant Demon of Winter gradually retreating, while the wind controlling the Beta-type 3 launched wave after wave of ferocious assaults. The Iron Wall Sword Screen, the most potent defensive technique of the sword sect. As the Demon of Winter leaped, his uranium sword executed a swift upward slash, conjuring a myriad of sword shadows to suppress the relentless attacks from the Beta-type 3. However, Fong Can furrowed his brow, noting that the idol did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Could it be that his idol was fatigued? I wonder what kind of heart method he practices. If it were a top-tier SS-level heart method, he should be able to withstand the onslaught of a platinum-level mech for over 10 hours. Although Fong Can possessed profound knowledge of ancient martial theory, having been recognized by the system as proficient in the techniques of 87 sects, his practical experience was nearly non-existent, leaving him unaware of many crucial factors. Indeed, the heart method practiced by the Demon of Winter was of the highest SS level, yet he now teetered on the brink of physical exhaustion. The terrain of the Golden Desert forced him to expend 5 times the usual effort while moving. The high energy consumption of the uranium sword compelled him to channel over 40% of his energy into it. The defensive strategy employed by the wind at the onset of the battle caused the Demon of Winter to waste considerable stamina. The culmination of these factors ultimately led the Demon of Winter to the shadow of defeat. With a thunderous clash, the wind controlling the Beta-type 3 executed a dazzling Thomas spin slash, breaking through the aging Iron Wall sword screen. Following this, a rapid assault saw the laser energy blade seemingly find its mark, colliding with the Demon of Winter's uranium sword. Depleted of energy, the Demon of Winter could no longer perform the miraculous technique of using lightness to counter heaviness. The uranium sword was knocked from his grasp, and he was struck fiercely by the left fist of the Beta-type 3, hurtling 30 meters away like a cannonball. The white battle armor of the Demon of Winter was riddled with cracks. After a few struggles, he managed to rise, raising his hand slightly in a gesture of surrender, not out of unwillingness to fight, but because he barely had the strength to take a step. When the system's referee announced that the title of champion in the Divine Warrior tournament had been awarded to the foremost mech warrior, the Wind, Fong Can instinctively rubbed his nose, grunted softly, and logged off without a second thought. Chapter 3. Shopping. Having exited the realm of the digital web, Fong Can had been sitting alone in his room for an agonizing 2 hours. The defeat of the Demon Winter had inflicted a considerable psychological blow upon him. As a fervent admirer of ancient martial arts, Fong Can found it utterly unacceptable that the Six Realms Sword Tomb Warrior competition ended in dismal failure for the ancient martial arts domain. Could it truly be that ancient martial arts had fallen into decline, completely overshadowed, and replaced by the mechas born of high technology? This somewhat obsessive thought lingered in Fong Can's mind. Perhaps due to the nature of the game, reality might yield different outcomes. After a while, Fong Can shook his head and stood up, finding a semblance of solace in a rationale for his confusion. Although even he found it hard to believe, he knew he couldn't remain despondent about this matter indefinitely. This self-soothing method, allowing oneself an escape from negative emotions, was indeed the fundamental reason he had spent most of his 18 years in a state of cheerful contentment. Ordinary individuals ought to engage in ordinary pursuits. Oh, he almost forgot. Tomorrow was his mother's birthday, and he hadn't even purchased a gift yet. Snatching his wallet from the table, Fong Can dashed out of his room. The Chinmay Commercial Shopping Center, the largest department store in the city, stood as a towering edifice, rising 388 stories into the sky. What kind of gift should he buy? Ambling into the shopping center, Fong Can did not linger on the ground floor. Instead, he made his way directly to the observation elevator and pressed the button for the 300th floor. In less than 20 seconds, the elevator arrived at its destination. And as the doors opened, Fong Can remained preoccupied with thoughts of the perfect birthday gift for his mother, completely oblivious to a middle-aged man in a black uniform blocking his path. Sir, the shopping area above the 300th floor is exclusively reserved for VIP customers. Please present your VIP shopping card. Zhou Xuabin, the shopping guide manager for the VIP area at the Chinmay Commercial Shopping Center, regarded Fong Can with a hint of confusion. With his extensive experience in assessing clientele, he sensed that Fong Can did not fit the profile of a VIP customer. It is important to note that the shopping area below the 300th floor is open to the public, while access to the area above requires an annual expenditure of 1 million federal coins, equivalent to the living expenses of an average three-person family for a decade, along with a one-time payment of 100,000 coins for VIP certification. It was no wonder that Fong Can's unkempt student appearance raised suspicions. However, Zhou Xuabin, seasoned in his profession, refrained from immediately dismissing Fong Can. Instead, he requested to see the VIP card, recalling an ancient Chinese proverb that cautions against judging a person by their appearance. Fong Can reached into his pocket and extracted his wallet, rummaging through a collection of cards until he produced a gold card emblazoned with the Chinmay logo. I heard there are personal shopping advisors available here. I wonder if that is true, he said with a smile. The Crown Level Limited VIP Gold Card was one of only 300 issued across the 7 planets. It allowed the holder to withdraw 2 million federal coins at any Chinmay shopping center, and when shopping at Chinmay, one could purchase items worth up to 10 million federal coins. In that moment, Zhou Xuabin felt gratified by his prudent decision, approaching Fong Can with utmost respect. I am Zhou Xuabin, the shopping guide manager for the VIP area at the Chinmay Commercial Shopping Center. It would be my honor to serve you. Fong Can was taken aback by the way his gold card commanded respect, yet he was never one for pretentiousness. Nodding, he replied, my mother's birthday is tomorrow, and I'd like to buy her a gift. I would appreciate any assistance in choosing something. He chuckled. I'm Fong Can. Zhou Xuabin's professional smile widened as he gestured for Fong Can to proceed. It is my privilege, Mr. Fong. Please, come this way. With Zhou Xuabin, a seasoned shopping guide, leading the way, Fong Can was relieved of much of the burden. After briefly describing his mother's preferences, Zhou Xuabin promptly provided a list of potential gifts. Based on your requirements, I believe any of the following 3 items would delight your mother. The GFF Magnetic Levitation Company's limited edition B56 magnetic sports car. A limited edition blue and gold necklace from Dong Dafeng Jewelry, adorned with 3 exceptionally rare blue king diamonds, or a nano ring imported from a Level 7 civilization. Though it occupies merely 0.1 square meters, this ultra-advanced technology product is beyond the manufacturing capabilities of a Level 5 civilization, making it a treasure that money alone may not procure. Since my mother spends all her time at the First Research Institute, she wouldn't need a sports car. And throughout my life, I've only seen her wear her wedding ring. Never any other jewelry. Fong Can swiftly eliminated the first 2 options through process of elimination and confidently declared to Zhou Xuabin, I'll take the nano ring. Upon receiving Fong Can's decision, Zhou Xuabin felt a surge of joy. He understood that his earnings as a shopping guide manager depended heavily on the purchasing power of his clientele, and the price of the nano ring far exceeded that of the other 2 items, thereby increasing his commission. Please hold on for a moment while I fetch the item. Since the nano ring was categorized as a rare product, it was not displayed openly, even in the VIP area. Once he saw Fong Can nod in agreement, Zhou Xuabin hurried off to retrieve it. Fong Can positioned himself before the large floor-to-ceiling glass window, gazing out at the brilliant sunlight. He couldn't help but stretch languidly, when suddenly a dazzling glimmer caught his eye. In less than half a second, a small metallic shard, no larger than 1/3 of a fingernail, pierced through the thick titanium steel glass, striking Fong Can squarely in the forehead. He did not even have time to utter a cry of pain before his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. The resounding crash of the titanium steel window shattering startled everyone in the VIP shopping area, including Zhou Xuabin, who had just returned with the nano ring. "Mr. Fong, what has happened? Quickly, get him to the hospital. My heavens. He is a customer holding a crown-level VIP gold card." Chapter 4. Fong Can's parents. In light of this grave incident, the Qinmei shopping center exhibited remarkable expedience, swiftly transporting the unconscious Fong Lin to the Zhejiang Federal Hospital, renowned for its exceptional facilities and medical expertise. Within the operating room, the most skilled surgeons of Zhejiang Hospital were urgently attending to Fong Can, while the number of anxious individuals waiting outside the surgical suite steadily increased. Initially, only a few executives from the Qinmei shopping center were present. But upon learning of Fong Can's identity, Zhou Xuabin promptly notified his parents and school. Although the circumstances were indeed unfortunate, the fact that Fong Can was injured at the Qinmei shopping center left the establishment with no choice but to assume full responsibility. Had Fong Can been an ordinary citizen of the Federation, the matter might have been more manageable, potentially resulting in merely covering the costs of medication and rehabilitation. However, once Zhou Xuabin contacted his parents using the information from Fong Can's ID card, his heart sank, and he hastily escalated the situation to the current CEO of Qinmei headquarters. Generally speaking, such an act of bypassing hierarchy is frowned upon, yet this time, the CEO of Qinmei promptly endorsed Zhou Xuabin's actions and personally arrived at Zhejiang Federal Hospital, issuing a directive via the Tianwang communication system. All medical expenses for Fong Can would be borne by Qinmei Company, and the best physicians in the city, if not the entire nation, were to be enlisted for his treatment, with no room for negligence. Until her arrival, no one was permitted to act without her consent. From the demeanor of the CEO, it was evident that Fong Can's identity was one of considerable concern. When Fong Can's father, Fong Kunlun, arrived at the hospital, Zhou Xuabin immediately approached him with utmost respect, recounting the entire sequence of events surrounding Fong Can's injury and expressing profound apologies on behalf of Qinmei Company. Fong Kunlun remained silent for a moment before connecting to the Tianwang system. 10 minutes later, he concluded his call, his gaze fixed on the communication light outside the operating room. Aware that this middle-aged man was the president of the top 10 enterprises in the Federation, Tianqing Mining Company, Zhou Xuabin refrained from further intruding upon his silence. Another half hour passed, and the signal light outside the operating room turned green. The doors swung open, and Fong Kunlun rushed forward, inquiring of the lead surgeon, "What is my son's current condition?" The physician wore a peculiar expression as he responded, "The surgery can be deemed a success overall. Once the effects of the anesthesia wear off, he should awaken. However, are there any after effects?" Fong Kunlun furrowed his brow. Young Master Fong sustained an injury to the forehead from a metal fragment's violent impact, which has embedded itself within his skull. Typically, such injuries can be resolved by employing a gamma laser to remove the metal. However, during the procedure, we discovered that the metal fragment in young Master Fong's skull completely resisted the gamma laser's powerful dissolving properties and, in a short time, transformed into over 100 microparticles that merged into his cerebral blood vessels. To be frank, this phenomenon is unprecedented. Fong Kunlun's expression darkened. "Over 100 metal microparticles have infiltrated my son's cerebral blood vessels, and you dare to claim the surgery was a success?" The physician, somewhat helpless, spread his hands. According to the postoperative analyses conducted by various instruments on young Master Fong's cerebral condition, the surgery was indeed successful. Everything appeared normal. Although over 100 unknown metal microparticles have entered his blood vessels, remarkably, these particles exhibit an extraordinary compatibility and do not conflict with his physiological processes. I have explained everything clearly. If you believe there are further issues, I fully agree to your request for a second opinion from a fellow physician. Fong Kunlun took a deep breath, managing to compose himself before stating, "Concerning my son's injury and the possibility of recovery post-surgery, verification will soon arrive. My friend, Dr. Peter Chun, the director of the Imperial Federation Hospital, is en route from City X via a hypersonic hover vehicle." The lead surgeon, who had already turned to leave, paused in astonishment upon hearing the name Peter Chun. "You mean the #1 surgeon in the Federation, Dr. Peter Chun?" It was no surprise that he was astonished. In the medical field, not knowing who Peter Chun was would mean one had no place in the profession. He had been a leading figure in the Federation's medical field for 2 decades and was revered by countless surgeons. A decade ago, Dr. Chun had ceased performing surgeries. Prior to that, his surgical fees were typically in the tens of millions of Federation coins, contingent upon his willingness to operate. The fact that Fong Kunlun could summon Dr. Chen from afar to diagnose Fong Can was already a cause for considerable awe. Ignoring the physician's astonishment, Fong Kunlun hastily entered the operating room. Seeing his son lying unconscious, he clenched his fists, resolute that if anything were to happen to him, Qinmei Company would face dire consequences. In the VIP ward of Zujin Federal Hospital, an elderly man with silver hair stepped out of the room, a hint of doubt etched across his features. "Brother, what is the current state of Xiao Kan?" Clearly, Fong Kunlun was well acquainted with this silver-haired elder, who approached with a sense of urgency. "Kunlun, you need not worry. Xiao Kan will surely awaken within 24 hours. The elder patted Fong Kunlun's shoulder, offering a calm smile. And the alien metal microparticles in his blood vessels, the elder pondered for a moment. "If I told you that there are no anomalies in Xiao Kan's brain, would you believe me?" "I would. If Dr. Peter Chin's diagnosis is unreliable, I cannot fathom who else in the Federation could provide a trustworthy assessment." "Exactly. Once Xiao Kan awakens, you can take him home to recuperate." Dr. Chin nodded. "As for the alien metal microparticles in his cerebral blood vessels, they likely do not exist, or rather, it would be more accurate to say they have completely vanished. As to why such a transformation occurred, I cannot provide an answer without the appropriate instruments for testing. However, the critical point is that Xiao Kan has not suffered any aftereffects from this incident, and I can assure you of that." Upon hearing this, Fong Kunlun finally exhaled in relief. After conversing for a while with his old friend, he personally escorted Dr. Chun to his private, hypersonic hover vehicle. Returning to the ward, Fong Kunlun sat beside Fong Kan's bed for a while before connecting to the Tianwang system. Through the communication system, he established contact with his wife, Zhao Qingyun. Their virtual images appeared simultaneously on the screen. "Thank goodness Xiao Kan is all right." Zhao Qingyun, now in her 30s yet still beautiful, bore a slightly fatigued expression. "The research institute is currently engrossed in developing gene nucleic acid enhancers, and I simply cannot spare the time. Kunlun, I appreciate your efforts. Focus on completing your research. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Kan. He'll be fine." Fong Kunlun understood his wife well. Although Zhao Qingyun had not rushed back upon hearing of Fong Kan's injury, she was undoubtedly more anxious than he was. However, as the deputy director of the foremost research institute in the Earth Federation, she could not simply abandon her pivotal project. "Xiaoyan, it seems our plans to celebrate your birthday tomorrow will have to be scrapped," Fong Kunlun remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "I'll be busy for at least another 6 months. Once the gene nucleic acid enhancer is developed and tested, I'll resign and stay home to support you and raise our children, striving to be a devoted wife and mother," Zhao Qingyun said with a gentle smile. Fong Kunlun shook his head with a chuckle and said, "If you truly resign from your position at the Research Institute, then I shall grant myself a long vacation as well. Our family of 3 will embark on an interstellar journey, visiting all 7 planets. It is settled then. I have already contributed enough to the Federation. If the Research Institute refuses to release me, I shall not let this matter rest." Zhao Qingyun replied with a smile, "No more of that. I still have a mountain of tasks to attend to. By the way, please extend my regards to Xiao Kan, and remind that young lad to study diligently. If my memory serves me correctly, he has only 2 months left before he must submit his college applications. After all, he is our son, and he must not perform poorly." Before Fong Kunlun could respond, Zhao Qingyun's virtual image had vanished from the network. He could only respond with a wry smile, thinking to himself that his wife was likely busier than the president of the Federation. Chapter 5. The Indestructible Legend. As Fong Kan gradually regained consciousness, he was greeted by the breathtaking sight of an extraordinarily beautiful young girl. Her long sapphire blue hair cascaded like silk, contrasting with her porcelain-like skin and deep ocean blue eyes. She wore a uniform reminiscent of a maid's outfit, made of a scant fabric that left little to the imagination. Struggling to recover from the allure of the girl's striking visage, Fong Kan swallowed hard and scanned his surroundings. He pinched the soft flesh at his waist, the sudden pain affirming that this was no dream. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert, dust swirling for miles, with hundreds of tornadoes dancing unpredictably across the landscape, the nearest merely a few thousand meters away. As Fong Kan's bewildered gaze settled on the blue-eyed beauty, she brought her delicate hands together in front of her and bowed deeply, the dangerously short skirt nearly revealing too much. Her sweet voice chimed, "The indestructible program has been activated. Please, Master, enter the Death Desert to begin your trial." "Who are you? Where's this place? What is the indestructible program? Why do you refer to me as Master?" Compared to a typical response, Fong Kan was remarkably calm. Yet his mind was flooded with questions. His last memory was of being struck by a falling metal shard at the Qinmei Commercial Center, after which he should have either been in a hospital or at home, certainly not in such a peculiar location. The girl's melodious voice rang out again. "I am Lan Si, the intelligent system component of the indestructible program within the divine forging trial instrument. This is the first trial scene following the activation of the indestructible program, an independent space created by separating your consciousness after the program integrated with your mind. Due to the impact of an antimatter energy core explosion while traversing two different parallel universes, the divine forging trial instrument autonomously initiated a decomposition program. The indestructible program, as a critical component, recognizes you as its master irreversibly. Please enter the trial scene immediately. Failure to do so within 3 minutes will result in punitive measures. What on earth is going on? The explanation from this self-proclaimed intelligent system was shrouded in mystery, filled with concepts that eluded Fong Can's understanding. Since I am your master, can I command you? He asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. If she agreed, perhaps he could slowly unravel the mysteries that surrounded him. Yes, Lan Si replied, bowing expressionlessly. Then I command you to immediately take me away from this chaotic space. I want to return to the real world. Fong Can spoke directly, a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. Lan Si maintained her steady tone, unable to fulfill Master S' request. Once the indestructible program is initiated, it is irreversible. You may only leave after achieving over 70 task completion in the 3 primary trial scenes. Then explain to me what the indestructible program is and what the trial scenes entail. Lan Si responded respectfully. Due to damage to the components of the indestructible program, certain data cannot be restored. I am unable to provide the information you request. Frustrated, Fong Can exclaimed, you don't know this. You don't know that. What if I command you to strip off all your clothes? Can you do that? Lan Si's sweet smile remained intact as she replied. That can be accomplished. In less than 10 seconds, she had completely disrobed, revealing a flawless body akin to white jade, every detail visible to Fong Can caught off guard. He had not anticipated her compliance. Having lived 18 years without such an intimate encounter with a girl of his age, he inhaled deeply and turned his head away, overwhelmed by temptation. All right, I believe you now. Quickly put your clothes back on. However, another wicked thought lingered in his mind, tempted by her youthful charm. That can be done, Lan Si responded, dressing rapidly. Just as Fong Can, driven by his mischievous thoughts, turned back to sneak a glance. She had already resumed her previous attire and stance. Still wearing that enchanting smile, Lan Si gently informed him. There is 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining until forced entry into the first trial scene of the indestructible program. For your safety, please enter the first trial scene promptly. What happens if I don't? Fong Can asked, his gaze wandering over the harsh desert landscape, shrugging nonchalantly. The system will employ electric shocks, fire, lasers, ion explosions, gravitational impacts, and other stimuli to compel you to enter, Lan Si replied with unwavering precision, causing Fong Can to gasp in shock at the brutality of the system's design. 56 seconds remain until forced entry into the first trial scene. As the countdown continued, Fong Can glanced around, feeling the chill of Lan Si's reminder. You must tell me what kind of trial this is. Due to insufficient time, I cannot provide a clear explanation. You will receive answers from the system upon entering the first trial scene. 37 seconds remaining. Will you accompany me into the trial scene? Fong Can hoped for a companion in this perilous unknown, especially one as obedient as an intelligent life form that recognized him as master. No. Lan Si categorically denied his assumption, following up with a bombshell that nearly sent Fong Can fleeing. I can only enter the trial space to resurrect you after your death, unless you achieve over 70 task completion in the 3 primary trial scenes. I'm going to die. Fong Can exclaimed in panic. Didn't you say this space was based on my consciousness? How could I die in my own mind? You may have misunderstood. This space, in a certain sense, is infinitely close to the existence of parallel universes. It is a newly created space by a 12th level civilization, initiated by the indestructible program, not merely your consciousness. She continued, it is essential to inform you that the purpose of the indestructible program is to extract the ultimate potential of beings through harsh environments and formidable opponents. And the most effective means to achieve this is through death. Before Fong Can could respond, a barrage of electric bolts descended from above, striking him precisely. The searing pain coursed through him, leaving his hair singed and skin cracked. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, only to be thrust into the first trial scene of the Death Desert by the overwhelming force. Chapter 6. The Deathly Desert. The trial mode has been fully activated. Trial task completion, 0. The first trial scene is a complete simulation of the Alpha Galaxy's biological forbidden zone, the Deathly Desert. The purpose of the trial is physical evolution and mental fortification. The mechanical system voice echoed in Fong Can's ears as he gradually awakened from the torment of electric shocks, struggling to rise. He found his leg ensnared in knee-deep gray-black sand. After a thorough self-assessment, he was astounded to discover that the scars from the intense electric current had vanished, leaving only a haunting memory of excruciating pain. This was all too real. Fong Can finally recognized his dire predicament. Extracting his leg from the sand proved a Herculean effort, leaving him breathless. He realized the gravity in this desolate realm far exceeded Earth's normal gravitational force, while he could not ascertain the precise value. He estimated it to be at least twice that of Earth's gravity. Sinking back onto the ground, Fong Can could not suppress his fury, cursing the heavens. You brought me to this hellhole without explaining how to escape. Blue Silk, show yourself. Blue Silk. His cries were met only with the bitter taste of black sand. At that moment, a sandstorm vortex, mere kilometers away, swept toward him with alarming speed. If he remained motionless, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by the oncoming tempest within half a minute. Just then, the mechanical voice returned to his ears, informing him that the deathly desert was perpetually ravaged by sandstorms. Based on the analysis of his physical strength and limits, the trial scene's gravity had been adjusted to 2.5 times that of Earth's normal gravity, equivalent to approximately 30 of the deathly desert's original gravitational force. The desert harbored hundreds of ancient, bloodthirsty beasts, all incredibly ferocious and equipped with formidable killing capabilities. Among them, the mutated Red Stallion King was the most notorious, having reached the 10th level of biological mutation. The only means of escaping the first trial scene was to obtain the crimson venomous stinger from the tail of the Red Stallion King. Additionally, for every beast Fong Can slayed, the system would grant a certain degree of task completion based on the beast's biological level. Damn it, if you want me to die, just say it outright. Fong Can seethed, but the instinct for survival compelled him to muster all his strength and sprint to the left, hoping to reach a safe zone before the sandstorm engulfed him. As he became increasingly aware of the physical and psychological agony he experienced in this space, Fong Can gradually began to believe the words spoken by Blue Silk and the system voice. He truly might perish here. What did death feel like? Fong Can had never contemplated it, yet at this moment, the specter of death loomed ominously close. In less than 30 seconds, under the 2.5-fold gravity, he miraculously traversed a distance of 150 meters, a feat impossible for someone like him, who lacked athletic prowess. Exhausted, he stumbled and collapsed onto a small sand dune, his gaze narrowly avoiding the approaching sandstorm. He sighed in relief, but then calamity struck. The small dune he sat upon suddenly sank, revealing a massive scorpion, nearly 3 meters in length, emerging from the subsiding sand. Almost simultaneously, Fong Can received a message from the system. Desert Giant Scorpion, Level 2 biological entity. The stinger's venom can be fatal within 3 seconds. Attack power, D. Defense power, E. Mobility, D. Before he could fully comprehend the information, the scorpion lunged, its tail whipping around with blinding speed, piercing Fong Can's body with its venomous stinger. In his weakened state, Fong Can was no match for the scorpion's raw physical strength. It deemed the use of venom unnecessary, relishing in the torment of its prey. The sensation of being impaled was excruciating, and as blood bubbled from his mouth, Fong Can's limbs grew limp. For a fleeting moment, he clung to life. As the scorpion's tail swung, he experienced a torment that felt worse than death itself. He longed to scream, to curse, but found himself devoid of energy for such extravagant expressions. For 6 interminable minutes, he languished in agony, his eyes reflecting a blend of despair and fear, gradually fading into acceptance. Death seemed to be the best outcome for him. As the sun rose and set, life and death intertwined. Fong Can had spent over 60 days in the deathly desert. The Immortal program simulated the trial scene's time to correspond with Earth's 24-hour cycle. To anyone familiar with Fong Can, the figure before them, devouring the Level 1 biological entity known as the burrowing rat, would seem unrecognizable. Recalling the scene of his starvation just over 10 days prior, Fong Can now feasted upon the rat with the fervor of one consuming fresh seafood. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, a chilling glint shimmered in his eyes, an expression reminiscent of a beast on the hunt. A murderous gleam rarely seen in human countenance. Having endured over 60 days in the deathly desert, Fong Can's death toll had reached 324. With 270 of those deaths at the hands of various ferocious beasts, 34 due to the brutal environment, and the remaining 20 occurring in the initial week of his despair-driven suicides. In that first week, after suffering countless agonizing deaths, Fong Can's mental state neared collapse. leading him to believe that suicide was his only recourse. However, after 20 consecutive attempts, he realized that no matter how many times he ended his life, he would always be resurrected. Unless he fulfilled the Immortal program's designated tasks for the trial scene, he would eternally be trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth. At that time, the Immortal program, having scanned Fong Can's mental state, recognized his extreme distress. The system, which he had cursed countless times, finally exhibited a semblance of mercy, bestowing upon him a dagger forged from eternal gold. It was this very dagger that enabled Fong Can to survive his first encounter with the savage beasts of the desert. Though he did not slay the attacking thorn triceratops and suffered the devastating loss of his left arm, the exhilaration of repelling a level 3 beast after countless deaths rejuvenated his spirit. "I will live, and I will thrive," he proclaimed with unwavering determination just before being swallowed by a level 5 golden-scaled python. Chapter 7. The eruption of potential. The higher the species, the lesser their ability for regeneration and immortality. Conversely, the more primitive species possess remarkable regenerative and immortal capabilities. For instance, a gecko can regenerate its tail, while mammals and birds cannot. Even more primitive creatures like the amoeba can perpetually divide as long as the environment permits. The divine endowment of such regenerative and immortal abilities is ultimately bestowed upon them to facilitate their rapid evolution. Humanity has already entered a stage of evolution as a superior species, encountering a significant bottleneck, a hindrance in their evolutionary process. As a result of attaining a higher species status, humans cannot acquire the inexhaustible regenerative abilities akin to those of amoebas, which has inevitably led to a deceleration in the pace of human evolution to a near standstill. Without death, there can be no evolution. According to the current technological standards of the Earth Federation, it has been scientifically validated that humans can trigger their internal potential while teetering on the brink of life and death. This phenomenon is a mere trick within the laws of species evolution. However, this method is not something everyone can attempt. What does it mean to be on the verge of life and death? Perhaps interpreting it as a 50-50 chance of survival would be more comprehensible. Who would willingly risk a 50% chance of death for a slight possibility of evolution? Moreover, whether one can indeed awaken their potential in such a state remains uncertain. Thus, various methods have emerged from different perspectives, compelling humanity's potential to evolve both physically and mentally, such as ancient martial arts, pharmaceuticals, and genetic modifications. Nonetheless, one thing is certain: these compromise solutions come with many unpredictable side effects and contradict the natural evolutionary process of species. However, this conundrum found its optimal resolution within the Immortality Program, a crucial control mechanism within the Divine Forging device, which is the pinnacle of technology from a Level 12 civilization. The original purpose of the Divine Forging device was to elevate the Level 12 civilization to a legendary state of coexistence with the universe, achieving immortality and invulnerability. For reasons unknown, this treasure, revered by the Level 12 civilization, fell into the hands of Emperor Duran of the Bordeaux Galaxy, thereby enabling him to unify the galaxy under his dominion. The Immortality Program played a pivotal role in his growth and intensification. What is the apex of evolution for advanced species? No one knows, not even a tyrant as formidable as Emperor Duran. Even the Level 12 civilization that created the Divine Forging device remains oblivious, as the device was crafted precisely for the ultimate goal sought by all species. In the throes of death, the evolution of advanced species became a potential coefficient, albeit an exceedingly minute 1/10th, 100th, 1000th. Yet, as long as one is subjected to the training of the Immortality Program, achieving the final goal of evolution remains possible. If one death is insufficient, then let it be 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. If suicide fails, one can compel sufficiently formidable creatures or perilous environments to threaten their life, thereby fostering constant growth and reaching the pinnacle of species evolution. Of course, this pinnacle, for Fong Can, is an entirely impractical topic. It is worth noting that the first individual to enter the Immortality Program and eventually emerge from the 5 great trial scenarios, Emperor Duran, had perished a staggering 23,000 times to attain his unparalleled strength. Half a year has passed since then, and Fong Can has transformed from the frail and despondent figure who first entered the death-black desert. He now possesses the ability to combat level 4 or lower creatures, and even level 5 or 6 beasts may not easily gain the upper hand against him. However, the extent of Fong Can's abilities has not satisfied the Immortality Program. Since his last battle with a level 4 creature, the armored thousand-legged sandworm, he had not recorded a single death for nearly 10 days. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the formidable beasts seeking trouble with him were becoming increasingly tenacious. Cursed be the immortality program. That wretched blue-haired little girl altered the system's process, driving high-level beasts to attack him, even in the face of a life-and-death confrontation with a level 7 creature, the saber-toothed tiger. Fonkin maintained an exceptionally clear mind, cursing vehemently just before being torn apart by the tiger. 679 times. The image of being ripped asunder by the saber-toothed tiger remains vivid in his memory, yet Fonkin stood once again, perfectly restored, amidst the desolation. This time, his demise was not in vain. He had indeed grown stronger. It was evident that one must strive desperately, otherwise death would be in vain. With his eyes narrowing slightly, Fonkin gathered his strength and suddenly leaped from the soft sand, achieving an impressive height of 5 meters under 5 times gravity. Just as his momentum began to wane, he thrust his arms outward, extending his left leg straight while lightly tapping the toes of his right foot against the arch of his left foot. His form ascended once more by over 3 meters, and after a brief moment of suspension in the air, Fonkin executed a graceful flip and landed firmly on the ground. Regrettably, the martial arts he had comprehended within the Tomb of Blades were largely theoretical and incomplete, as they were derived from ancient martial techniques in a game. Otherwise, his technique of Cloud Ladder could have propelled him to soar over 10 meters in a single leap. At that moment, Fonkin felt the sand beneath his feet tremble violently. Within a mere 0.1 seconds, he reacted instinctively and charged forward without hesitation. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to cover 100 meters in less than 5 seconds. Meanwhile, the area where he had been standing erupted as a colossal sandworm, its metallic shell showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. Had Fonkin delayed his reaction or been less agile, he would have become a meal for the level 6 golden armored worm. The flesh of dead worms is notoriously unpalatable. He had no time to spare. Clearly, this was not Fonkin's first encounter with the golden armored worm, and he possessed some knowledge of its traits: slow mobility, exceptionally high defense, and corrosive acid as its primary means of attack. Fonkin sprinted in a straight line for 2 minutes, successfully evading the golden armored worm. Just as he intended to take a brief respite, calamity struck anew. Hundreds of level 2 fire-eyed jackals surged forth, charging toward his position. Level 2 creatures no longer posed a threat to Fonkin. However, given the intelligence and tendency of the fire-eyed jackals to act in coordinated groups, he firmly believed that even level 6 creatures would retreat in their presence, let alone himself. Desperate flight ensued, a fierce struggle. Ultimately, after battling over 100 fire-eyed jackals to exhaustion, Fonkin was torn to shreds by 1,000 frenzied jackals. Chapter 8. Crossing the Forbidden Zone in the Death Desert. There has never been a moment where one could truly relax. Even in the darkest of nights, Fonkin had found refuge in concealed caves or tree hollows on numerous occasions, only to fall victim to ferocious beasts while in slumber. Each death served as a profound lesson, an unbearable pain and stark reality that etched every mistake into Fonkin's memory. To evade death once more, he realized he must transform himself. In strengthening his own being, he also prioritized vigilance. Now, even after 7 consecutive days without sleep, he could flee for miles at the slightest hint of danger. Through countless deaths, Fonkin had developed an uncanny ability to foresee peril. This was not merely a skill but an instinct honed through relentless trials, akin to animals sensing impending disasters before humans. His awareness of danger surpassed that of most creatures. The central region of the Death Desert was an area eternally shrouded by hundreds of swirling sandstorms, a place even Fonkin, who had survived there for a year and a half, dared not tread. However, he now possessed a compelling reason to enter. The formidable creature known as the Crimson Needle King, his ultimate target for escaping the first trial scene, lay hidden within this forbidden zone. In the first 6 months of his survival, Fonkin had perished 700 times. In the second 6 months, 350 times. And in the subsequent 6 months, 123 times. Since last month, he had set a record for his longest survival in the Death Desert, lasting 36 days without a single injury. Presently, Fonkin could easily combat any mutated creature of level 7 or below, and even against those of levels 8 or 9. He had developed sufficient self-preservation skills. With a stroke of luck, he might even be able to slay them. According to the statistics of the Indestructible program, Fonkin's completion rate for hunting mutated creatures in the Death Desert had surpassed 70%. Yet, he remained unrecognized by the program, as he had yet to complete an essential task to acquire the Crimson Needle from the tail of the king. The Cloud Body technique, an ancient martial art fundamental to the Great Federation, was learned by Fong Can in his first year of school at the age of 6. It was said that mastering this art could enable one to soar through the skies for miles. However, such legends remained unproven since the establishment of the Great Federation. Today, the cloud body technique had devolved into a serviceable skill that merely allowed individuals to move with greater agility and grace. Yet, in this moment, as Fong Can navigated through the chaotic whirlwinds with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he utterly transformed the perception of the cloud body technique as a rudimentary martial art. Utilizing this so-called simplistic skill, his agility reached terrifying heights, surpassing even that of the renowned TZG-type land, sea, and air combat mechs. As he sought gaps amid the chaotic sandstorms, Fong Can's speed and acute foresight were paramount. Without them, no amount of swiftness would allow him to evade the onslaught of the 50-meter-wide tornadoes. Now, he had ventured over 500 meters into the forbidden zone, with only a final 200 meters separating him from the central safe area, a 5-square-kilometer oasis, the sole sanctuary within the Death Desert. As he pressed forward, the density of the sandstorms intensified. On numerous occasions, Fong Can narrowly escape the grasp of the ferocious whirlwinds, moving with astonishing speed. He skillfully combined the cloud body technique with the ascending cloud technique, both ancient arts of agility. With sudden bursts of movement, he left behind a series of afterimages before executing a breathtaking leap, landing on the soil at the oasis's edge. The howling sandstorms roared behind him, and as he gazed ahead, a flicker of barely contained murderous intent flashed in his expressive black eyes. It was a bloodthirsty gaze, one that even seasoned veterans, risen from the grave, could not possess, a look born solely from the instinct to kill, polished through the agony of countless deaths. I must escape this damned, indestructible program, even if it costs me 1,000,000 lives. Fong Can tightened his grip on the golden dagger, launching himself 5 meters forward with an unparalleled speed, swiftly vanishing into the oasis. Having faced constant danger, Fong Can had cultivated a habit of remaining acutely vigilant in unknown environments. Though this was a paradise amidst hell, he dared not let his guard down. The Crimson Needle King's status as the mightiest creature in the Death Desert, the sole Level 10 mutant, suggested that its power greatly exceeded his current capabilities. After all, Fong Can could only match an 8-level creature in a desperate struggle. As for 9-level beasts, without employing strategy and a stroke of luck, his chances of survival would plummet to 70% or more. Acquiring the Crimson Needle from the king seemed implausible, as the only viable method was to defeat it. Ignoring the crystalline lake nearby, despite his dire need for hydration, Fong Can began to lie in wait, convinced he had a 70% chance of encountering the king near the water. Never reveal yourself before your enemy was a lesson Fong Can had learned after his 363rd death. An entire day and night passed without movement. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes grew ever more menacing, akin to a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, poised for the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 9. Fong Can's counterattack. A serene little lake unexpectedly rippled at its center, and as the waves expanded, the entire lake seemed to tremble. In no time, a colossal scorpion, measuring over 30 meters in length and standing 10 meters tall, emerged from the water, with a thunderous roar that shook the ground. The gigantic creature landed heavily on the ground, its obsidian-like exoskeleton appearing extraordinarily sinister under the moonlight. The most striking feature of this monster was its enormous tail, measuring 8 meters long, with a crimson stinger as thick as a human arm, which piqued Fong Can's immense interest. The system's voice resonated in Fong Can's ear. Qi Zhao King, Level 10 mutated creature, attack power S, defense power A, mobility S. Faced with such a terrifying being, Fong Can's smile grew more pronounced, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, reminiscent of a predator. Gripping the eternal gold dagger in reverse, he remained still, yet when he moved, it was with an unstoppable momentum. Having endured over 1,000 deaths, Fong Can's potential had been unleashed to an astonishing level. With each movement, his aura radiated power, and he lunged forward like a tiger released from its cage, unleashing a ferocious strike that struck the Qi Zhao King's massive back carapace. The dagger penetrated only a mere 3 centimeters into the Qi Zhao King's back before it could go no further. A faint azure light suddenly emanated from around the creature's exoskeleton, causing Fong Can to tremble violently and nearly lose his grip on the dagger. With an ear-splitting series of sounds, the Qi Zhao King sprang into action, attempting to throw off the little pest that had dared to ambush it. At the same time, its tail, shining with a fierce crimson glow, lunged toward Fong Can, who was still clinging to its back, striking faster than Fong Can could perceive. Instinct honed through countless deaths kicked in, and Fang Can executed a swift roll, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Drawing on every ounce of strength, he leveraged the momentum of his movement to extract the eternal gold dagger from the Qi King's back. Clearly, this minor wound was of little consequence to the Qi King. However, as the most formidable creature in the death-black desert, it was now utterly enraged by this little insect that dared to challenge its authority. Suddenly, the immense force beneath Fang Can's feet surged, and the azure light intensified as the Qi King leapt into the air, spinning rapidly like a colossal top. Caught between two vastly different forces, Fang Can could no longer maintain his footing and was flung away. In that instant, the Qi King's tail struck with such speed that Fang Can had no time to react, driving the crimson stinger deep into his chest. Given Fang Can's current abilities, he could usually predict subsonic attacks to some extent, perhaps not guaranteeing evasion, but at least having a 50-50 chance. Yet the Qi King's speed and power far exceeded Fang Can's capacity to withstand. Although he could see the gleaming stinger piercing through him, he could not react in time. With a dull thud, the Qi King's crimson tail pierced Fang Can's chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl and injecting a lethal neurotoxin into his body. Yet, even in the face of impending death, Fang Can managed to retaliate, perhaps viewing this as his audacious counterattack from the very beginning. Instead of immediately striking back, Fang Can reversed the eternal gold dagger, carving a half-circle that further widened the gaping wound the stinger had created, sending flesh flying. Remarkably, this brutal action allowed Fang Can to survive a moment longer in a poison that would ordinarily be fatal upon contact. Having learned that sometimes being ruthless to oneself can be more effective than being ruthless to an enemy, he bore the pain with an endurance unmatched by ordinary individuals. At this moment, Fang Can even managed to smile. "I thought I would have to die 100 times to take you down, but it seems that won't be necessary. I'm quite tired of this space, so I'll just borrow your little tail's toy for a moment." A fierce glint flashed in Fang Can's eyes as he summoned every ounce of strength within him, gripping the crimson stinger still embedded in his chest with his left hand. With a swift motion, he swung the eternal gold dagger, now a streak of golden light, downwards. This strike nearly exhausted all his remaining strength, leaving him unable to withstand the dual torment of his own failing body and the neurotoxin. Regardless of the outcome, at least he had fought back. Fang Can did not even see whether he had successfully executed his plan of trading his life for the stinger before the rampaging Qi King tore him to shreds with its massive pincers. That night, in the intensive care unit of the Zujin Federal Hospital, Fang Can, who had lost consciousness for 16 hours, suddenly opened his eyes. The cold gaze he bore, far from that of an 18-year-old youth, nearly frightened the nurse attending to him to the point of collapse. "Ah, young Master Fang, you're awake." The nurse blinked her large eyes, too timid to meet Fang Can's gaze, speaking hesitantly. "How long was I unconscious?" Fang Can, seemingly aware of the intensity of his stare, softened his voice. "It has been 16 hours since you were brought to the hospital," the nurse replied, then gestured toward the door of the intensive care unit. "I will inform the head nurse and your attending physician. By the way, your father just left half an hour ago, and he left a message for you." "Father?" He actually left without waiting for his precious son to wake up. How irresponsible. At this moment, Fang Can had regained his usual laid-back demeanor, sitting up in bed, shrugging his shoulders with a faint smile. Chapter 10. Return to reality. At this moment, Mr. Fang is en route to Aegean Star, one of the colonies of the Earth Federation. Prior to this, he had been thoroughly examined by Dr. Peter Chun, who confirmed that he was completely healthy. "Mr. Fang instructed that once you awaken, you may contact him via the Skynet intercom." "Oh, thank you, sister." Although Fang Can may not possess the striking handsomeness that could leave one breathless, he certainly benefited from the excellent genes of his parents, appearing above average in looks. Especially with his demeanor, which exuded a refreshing charm, he had an extraordinary ability to endear himself to others. At this moment, with a few light-hearted exchanges, he managed to make the beautiful nurse before him forget the chilling gaze he had previously cast. "Who is your sister?" the nurse playfully retorted, before recalling her duties and promptly said, "Please don't rush off. Allow me to summon your attending physician and head nurse for a comprehensive examination of your health." "Is that really necessary?" Fang Can vigorously shook his arms and chuckled. "I assure you, I am in splendid health. Don't you dare run off. If you do, I shall be reprimanded." The nurse giggled, covering her mouth with her hand as she briskly exited the ward. Fang Can, however, did not wish to impose on the nurse. After a thorough 2-hour examination and donning the new attire prepared for him by Fang Kunlun, he departed from the Zujin Federal Hospital. Although he could not fathom why a year and a half in the immortal program space equated to merely a few hours in the real world, The indelible memories of his countless deaths were vividly etched in his mind. Additionally, through various trials, Fong can confirm that the strength he accrued within the immortal space was indeed genuine and effective. Seated alone at home, Fong can refrain from connecting to Skynet to reach out to his father. Instead, he reclined on his bed, reminiscing about the moment he was ejected from the immortal program space. Master, congratulations on successfully meeting the minimum requirements to escape the first trial scene in the isolation zone of the immortal program space. The sweet voice of the blue-haired little girl, Lan Si, greeted the still bewildered Fong Kin with a smile. Didn't I perish at the hands of the Crimson King? Fong Kin paused momentarily, then realized he was clutching a half-meter-long crimson venomous needle, and suddenly understood. Yes, he had fought for his life, delivering the final blow that severed the stinger of that wretched creature. According to the system assessment, the difficulty of the first trial scene no longer sufficed to maximize the training requirements for the master. Thus, before Lan Si could finish her explanation, Fong Kin took 2 fierce steps forward, seizing her arm with a fierce glint in his eyes and declared, "Listen closely, I intend to leave this place. I am your master, and you shall obey my commands." Unfazed, Lan Si gently inclined her petite frame and spoke in a voice so melodious it could melt bones. "Master, according to the original program of the immortal program, after your escape from the first trial scene, you will be directly transported to the second trial scene, the Mountain of the Dead. The reason you are able to see me here is entirely due to a regrettable programming error." When Fong Kin realized that the ferocious aura he had honed through countless deaths had no effect on this intelligent beauty, he simply plopped down onto the ground and lazily waved his hand. Continue speaking, but if you suddenly send me into the second trial scene, I shall curse your entire lineage. Though perhaps you have none, yet I shall still be resolute in my intent. Clearly, Lan Si had no understanding of what cursing one's lineage entailed, and she continued to smile. Due to the disintegration of the God-forging device amidst the antimatter storm, the immortal program has sustained certain damages, with some data unrecoverable and currently under repair. Thus, the master cannot immediately enter the second trial scene for training, and for this, Lan Si extends her utmost apologies and seeks your understanding. Upon hearing this, Fong Kin, who had been listless, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he trembled. "My dear little Lan Si, my precious, are you saying my trials have concluded here? I can leave this space?" "Indeed, however, please rest assured, the immortal program is equipped with a self-repair function. I believe that in the near future, the second trial scene will be fully restored and accessible to you." Open to what? If I knew how to destroy this so-called immortal program, I would not hesitate to operate on myself. Fong Kin thought resolutely, then sighed deeply. Since the immortal program cannot provide the conditions for maximizing my training, there is little meaning in remaining in this space. Lan Si nodded, acknowledging the current situation, and lamented the inability to allow the master to fully undergo the trials of the immortal program. "Indeed, it is truly a pity. Here I am, an ambitious youth, so tenacious in my pursuit of advancement, yet fate has conspired against me." Fong Kin sighed with great satisfaction, then stepped closer to Lan Si and said, "Dear little Lan Si, what are you waiting for? Hurry and send me away from this space. If I have the chance, I shall visit you again. Regarding the prospect of returning to the immortal program for trials, you need not worry, master. Once the immortal program is repaired, I shall promptly guide you back into the space." At that moment, the innocent smile of the little girl, devoid of malice, appeared more menacing to Fong Kin than the fiercest of demons. He could not help but recall the thousands of agonizing deaths he had endured over the past year and a half, and involuntarily shivered. "How long will the program take to repair?" After a brief silence, Fong Kin gritted his teeth and inquired. Lan Si replied with a gentle smile. "If relying solely on the self-repair system of the immortal program, it will take 15 Earth years to fully restore the second trial scene." At this point, Lan Si kindly offered Fong Kin a tender gaze before continuing. "However, if you could provide assistance from the real world, the repair speed of the immortal program would increase by several times, even dozens of times. It's a lovely day today." Fong Kin decisively interrupted Lan Si, stretched lazily, and with a stern expression commanded, "All right, our conversation ends here. Immediately send me out of this space." "Your request shall be fulfilled," Lan Si obediently replied. Finally, he was able to return to the real world, no longer needing to endure the torment of death. Overwhelmed with excitement, Fong Kin unabashedly embraced the little girl affectionately. "Master, if you wish to accelerate the self-repair of the immortal program, please strengthen your training of the Sea of Consciousness. Once your Sea of Consciousness reaches a certain level of power, The immortal program can draw a considerable amount of energy from it, though Fong Can was disinterested in such notions. Lan Si dutifully conveyed this message as he was being transported from the immortal program space. I have no understanding of what Sea of Consciousness training entails. And even if I did, I would not pursue it with this somewhat obsessive thought. Fong Can finally departed from the immortal program space, which he viewed as a nightmarish ordeal. Chapter 11. Tale follow as the largest, most prestigious, and best-equipped academy in Y City. The Ogden Military Academy stands as one of the three great institutions of the Earth Federation. It can be said without hesitation that at least 60% of the officers in the current Earth Federation military are graduates of the Ogden Military Academy. However, given Fong Can's age, he has yet to participate in the entrance assessments conducted by the Ministry of Education, leaving him with no opportunity to attend the Ogden Academy. Nevertheless, the intermediate school he currently attends has a significant connection with the Ogden Military Academy, the first affiliated college of Ogden, located to the east of the Ogden Military Academy, is a private institution renowned for its exorbitant tuition fees. It is noteworthy that the first affiliated college of Ogden can charge such high fees solely because of Ogden's illustrious reputation, despite offering only intermediate education to students until they turn 18. Crucially, the college provides 3 direct admission slots each year, allowing 3 students to enter the Ogden Military Academy without participating in the entrance assessments. Moreover, 70% of the faculty at the first affiliated college are former professors from the Ogden Military Academy, further emphasizing its close ties. Initially, Fong Can was reluctant to attend this expensive private academy. Given his self-awareness and understanding of contentment, he never harbored any illusions about gaining admission to the Ogden Military Academy, which gathers the brightest minds of the Earth Federation. Although he aspired to become a master of ancient martial arts, he recognized that the federal military was the best place to learn advanced techniques. However, based on his past self-perception, being accepted into an ordinary advanced military academy would have sufficed. Similar to the previous 9-year education system, primary and intermediate education is mandatory for every citizen of the Federation. After turning 18, one may apply to advanced institutions for higher education. At the first affiliated college of Ogden, Fong Can's mediocrity rendered him nearly invisible over the years. His classmates merely regarded him as a decent-looking individual with average abilities. Only his friend Wang Wei had a profound impression of him, as their parents were close friends and they had grown up together, forming a bond akin to brotherhood. In one corner of the academy, the burly Wang Wei punched Fong Can's arm playfully and hooked his shoulder, chuckling. I think your injury and hospitalization turned out to be a blessing. You look much stronger now. Today marked Fong Can's first return to campus after his hospitalization, and seeing his friend lifted his spirits. He playfully replied, I'm quite fortunate. It seems the heavens are looking out for me. Cut the theatrics, Wang Wei retorted, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. After class today, you must help me muster the courage. You know, in less than 2 months, we'll all be going our separate ways. I don't want to regret missing the chance to confess my feelings to my crush. Fong Can frowned slightly, but didn't want to dampen his friend's enthusiasm. However, the thought of Wang Wei's crush being the well-regarded beauty Li Shanshan made him worry for his friend. Are you really going to confess today? Fong Can asked seriously. Wang Wei nodded emphatically. Today is the day. I've heard that after class, Li Shanshan will be going with some friends to the newly opened 3D simulation venue. It's the perfect place for me to make my move and seize the opportunity. The 3D simulation venue is the largest entertainment center in Y City, a favored spot for young people. Having visited several times, Fong Can felt he couldn't decline Wang Wei's request and nodded. All right, I'll stand by you. In the back seat of the maglev taxi, Fong Can looked at Wang Wei, who was grinning with excitement. Why don't you just go up to her openly? This feels a bit sneaky, he remarked. Wang Wei dismissed his concern, instructing the driver, make sure not to lose that red B-52 sports car ahead. I'll pay you double for the fare. Before long, they arrived, and Fong Can followed Wang Wei, trailing behind Li Shanshan and her group at a distance of about 100 meters. The 3D simulation venue, a recently opened attraction at the entertainment center, can be likened to a more realistic version of the popular game Knife Tomb. While Knife Tomb is limited by the network and overcrowded, this costly venue, equipped with advanced military training apparatus, offers an unparalleled level of realism. After paying a steep entrance fee, Fong Can and Wang Wei donned their data helmets and stepped into the 3D simulation venue, which spans a vast 8,000 square meters. Before Fong Can could take in his surroundings, Wang Wei eagerly pulled him inside. Shao Can, look. They went that way. Let us hurry. Despite his rugged appearance, Wang Wei was quite attentive. Fang Can noticed a bouquet of vibrant red roses had somehow appeared in his friend's hands. Perhaps this boy might actually succeed in winning her heart, Fang Can thought, wishing him the best. However, knowing Li Shanshan's esteemed background, he could only offer his blessings. Amongst the students at the first affiliated college of Ogden, 8 out of 10 possess significant connections, and Li Shanshan's family background is the most prominent of all. Although Wang Wei's parents are high-ranking officials in the federal military, their status is comparable to Fang Can's, and thus they stand on equal footing. Setting aside the disparities in their backgrounds, Fang Can's greatest concern was not that Wang Wei might be rejected, but rather that as the academy's most sought-after beauty, Li Shanshan had countless admirers, many of whom surpassed Wang Wei in qualifications, yet none had ever won her affection. There were even rumors that she had no interest in men at all. In the worst-case scenario, he would simply accompany his friend for a night of revelry. Fang Can thought, quickening his pace to catch up with Wang Wei. Chapter 12. A hand for you. Wang Wei, in a moment of boldness, approached the woman he had long admired, Li Shanshan. He paused before her, presenting a bouquet of roses, and slowly articulated a confession he had contemplated for countless evenings. Shanshan. I. Upon witnessing Wang Wei's sudden appearance and the offering of flowers, Li Shanshan was momentarily taken aback, yet a faint smile graced her lips. As if such unexpected occurrences were no longer foreign to her, she remained steadfast in her position, her peripheral vision inadvertently capturing the figure of a long-haired man standing not far from her side. This scene caught the attention of Fang Can, who had just arrived, and a frown creased his brow as an unsettling premonition arose within him. This beautiful woman might very well bring sorrow to his dear friend. Excuse me, but I believe you are mistaken in your affections. Shanshan is my girlfriend. As anticipated by Fang Can, a striking young man, his long hair cascading down to his waist and his brows sharp as daggers, stepped forward from behind Li Shanshan, effectively obstructing Wang Wei's heartfelt declaration. And who might you be? Shanshan has yet to speak. Do you presume to represent her will? Wang Wei was no pushover. While he was not known for a fiery temperament, he was equally unyielding in the face of an unexpected rival. The young man regarded Wang Wei with a hint of amusement before shrugging. Under normal circumstances, a child like you would not have the audacity to question me. However, given your connection to Shanshan, I shall reluctantly enlighten you, so you may relinquish this foolish hope. He paused, gesturing to the silver eagle embroidered on his collar. While you still have the chance to depart, remember the name Zaya. Meeting me is the greatest honor you shall ever receive. Both Fang Can and Wang Wei recognized the insignia of the silver eagle, a symbol reserved for the students of the Ogden Military Academy. Yet, it was clear that Zaya had underestimated Wang Wei. Although he was not one to seek conflict, he was equally unafraid of it, especially since Li Shanshan had yet to voice her stance. In the presence of his beloved, the fervor of youth surged within him. Zaya, do I know you well? Since you acknowledge that Shanshan is my classmate, I suggest you step aside. I have no intention of engaging in idle chatter with a stranger. Without waiting for a response, Wang Wei stepped forward once more, presenting the roses to Li Shanshan. At that moment, Li Shanshan remained silent, unexpectedly smiling as she accepted the roses from Wang Wei. This act sent a chill through Zaya, who coldly remarked, Shanshan, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Li Shanshan's hands trembled slightly as she dared not meet Zaya's gaze and took a step back, whispering to Wang Wei, I appreciate your kindness, but you should leave. Zaya, clearly displeased by Li Shanshan's response, let out a derisive snort, seizing her delicate waist with a possessive grip. Leaning close to her ear, he spoke in an overly affectionate tone, you are destined to belong to the Zaya family. That will never change. Since it is merely a matter of time, tonight, I shall claim you. Li Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically, yet astonishingly, she displayed no intent to resist, merely furrowing her brow as she replied, Zaya, do you not consider the reputation of your family when you speak in such a manner? I am willing, she uttered, her voice frigid. Zaya cast a disdainful glance at Wang Wei and Fang Can, asserting, I have never been one to show leniency. So while I am not yet inclined to teach you a lesson, you had better leave at once. Zaya's arrogance evidently surpassed the tolerance of certain individuals, particularly Wang Wei, who had been harboring feelings for Li Shanshan for 3 years. He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. At that moment, a powerful hand seized Wang Wei's poised fist. Xiao Wei, if you intend to teach him a lesson, ensure you have a valid reason, Fang Can urged. Although Wang Wei was perplexed by Fang Can's unexpected strength, he recognized that now was not the time for contemplation. He soon focused on the nearby three-dimensional combat arena, inhaling deeply, and pointed at Zaya. If you are truly a man, let us settle this in combat. If you lose, you will apologize to her for your earlier rudeness. Haha, did you all hear that? This kid dares to challenge me. Zaya laughed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He released his hold on Li Shanshan and beckoned two fellow students from the Ogston Military Academy who stood behind him. Young Master Zaya, it would be a waste of your talents to engage. Allow me to take your place. I assure you this boy will not last 30 seconds in the arena. One of the towering students, resembling a colossus, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles ominously before glaring at Wang Wei. And let me give you a hand. Come on then. Wang Wei, a robust figure with a deep passion for martial arts, was confident in his abilities, bolstered by his innate physical advantages. Fang Can, well aware of Wang Wei's prowess, discerned that the colossal opponent's strength far exceeded that of his friend. Xiao Wei, let me handle this. Conserve your energy for when you face that arrogant noble. Fang Can casually stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wang Wei, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, he whispered to the giant, "If you cannot bring him down within 30 seconds, I concede." Chapter 13. Inner Chi. Wang Wei understood the capabilities of Fang Can all too well. Yet he was unable to prevent Fang Can from rushing into the three-dimensional simulated combat arena first, for Fang Can's speed was astonishingly swift. Leaving Wang Wei to question whether this was indeed the Fang Can he knew. Fang Can's earlier provocation had successfully enraged the towering 2-meter giant, who stormed into the arena without hesitation. Your friend is fortunate. At least within the confines of the three-dimensional combat arena, his physical form will not sustain genuine harm. Personally, I am more eager to witness the scene of Taishan compelling his opponent to beg for mercy. What a pity that would be, Xiaoya remarked, stepping closer to Wang Wei and gesturing toward the giant preparing in the arena. Taishan is a top student from the ancient martial arts department of the Ogston Military Academy, and one of my most competent subordinates. Should your friend manage to surpass him, you might just earn an opportunity to contend with me. Although I must admit, the probability of that is exceedingly slim, wouldn't you agree? Wang Wei was on the verge of retorting when the battle within the three-dimensional combat arena abruptly commenced. Concern for Fang Can consumed him, leaving no room for banter with Xiaoya. As Fang Can donned the data helmet, his three-dimensional avatar materialized in the arena. With an 80 ultra-realism, 100 pain transmission, 100 realistic weaponry configuration, and selectable battlegrounds, these 4 features rendered the three-dimensional combat arena an essential training facility for the Federal Army. Since Fang Can had entered the arena first, the system recognized him as the primary controller, thus bestowing upon him all the selection rights. Several floating LCD panels appeared before him, and with a few deft taps, he made his choices: battlefield, random, weapon, random, victory condition, incapacitate the opponent within 30 seconds. Defeat condition, be overwhelmed by the opponent or fail to incapacitate the opponent within 30 seconds. This defeat condition applied solely to Fang Can. Once Fang Can finalized his selections, corresponding floating panels appeared before Taishan, whose expression shifted dramatically upon reading the defeat conditions. His brows knitted tightly together, his fury escalating further. Arrogance, ignorance, and a disregard for life was Taishan's brief internal assessment of Fang Can. The scene shifted, and fervent cheers erupted from all directions, the scent of blood permeating the air, occasionally accompanied by the roars of beasts. The system's notification resonated in both Fang Can's and Taishan's ears. Random combat scenario. Ancient Roman Colosseum. Available weapons: great sword, lance, dagger, shield, crossbow, chain hammer, single-handed axe. Victory condition: incapacitate the opponent within 30 seconds. Defeat condition: be overwhelmed by the opponent or fail to incapacitate the opponent within 30 seconds. This defeat condition applies solely to Fang Can. The combat barrier would dissipate in 10 seconds, and the countdown began. 10, 9, 6, 3, 2. As the barrier in the center of the arena vanished, Taishan effortlessly seized a chain hammer from the nearby weapon rack. His choice of this heavy blunt weapon stemmed from his desire to thoroughly torment his opponent. If he were to resolve the battle with a single strike, Taishan would find it impossible to quell the rage of being repeatedly humiliated. As a distinguished student from the ancient martial arts department of the Ogston Military Academy, Taishan had passed the assessment for ancient martial arts level 7, and even within the academy, only a handful could surpass him in skill. With a sinister grin, Taishan advanced a few steps, his body suddenly convulsing as he unleashed pure energy, tearing his upper garments to shreds and revealing his robust, steel-like muscles. Wang Wei, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of foreboding. Anyone capable of cultivating inner chi was at least an adept of level 6, in ancient martial arts. Even someone of Wang Wei's considerable talent, who was deeply devoted to the study of ancient martial arts, had yet to reach the stage of gathering energy within his body, let alone Fang Can. Generally, all citizens of the Earth Federation could cultivate 6 foundational ancient martial arts techniques. For instance, the cloud body technique, which Fang Can had employed multiple times, was one of them. Beyond that, to advance further in ancient martial arts, one had to enter specialized educational systems or the Federal Army. Inner Qi, being a fundamental aspect of the ancient martial arts framework, was unattainable for ordinary citizens. The disparity in power between an ancient martial arts practitioner who had harnessed inner Qi and one who had not was akin to a chasm. Inner Qi? Taishan's display stirred something within Fang Can. It was unexpected that he would validate the trials from the indestructible program in the real world and encounter a worthy adversary. Fang Can did not possess inner Qi, not from a lack of desire, but rather due to his ignorance of any methods for its cultivation. In truth, had he understood inner Qi during the trials in the Death Black Desert, he could have avoided at least 500 deaths. However, his lack of knowledge regarding inner Qi did not instill fear. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Fang Can had never been a particularly combative individual, but after enduring the hellish trials of the indestructible program, his innate thirst for battle had been awakened to an extreme. At that moment, Taishan appeared more as prey to him, not much different from the monstrous beasts he had faced in the Death Black Desert. Seeing Fang Can make no move, Taishan could no longer contain himself. He lowered his body and charged at Fang Can like a tank. Despite his towering stature, his speed was remarkable. In a short sprint, he aimed a hammer strike at Fang Can's left leg. Before the hammer reached, the gust of wind it generated rushed forth. Taishan's intentions were straightforward: incapacitate Fang Can's limbs first, and then savor the torment of his opponent until the system declared victory. This was the true reason behind his choice of the chain hammer. With a deafening crash, the heavy hammer struck the granite floor, creating a half-meter-wide crater. Yet, to Taishan's astonishment, the seemingly stationary Fang Can vanished like a specter. How is that possible? Taishan mused, incredulous. Though he had not infused the strike with inner Qi, the force of his blow was substantial enough that no mere novice could evade it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Taishan swiftly turned to deliver a punch. Feeling a cool draft against his neck, which alerted him to Fang Can's presence behind him, Fang Can lightly tapped the ground, retreating gracefully while maintaining his posture, as if propelled by Taishan's punch. Yet Taishan knew full well that his fist had never even grazed the edge of Fang Can's clothing. Chapter 14. Absolute victory. Time is of the essence. Let us exert ourselves fully. Clearly, Taishan's performance has left Fang Can somewhat disheartened. Judging by the 2 attacks earlier, Taishan was barely comparable to a second-tier mutated beast from the Death Black Desert. Such a level of practice was not what Fang Can required. The feeling of being underestimated ignited a fierce anger within Taishan. He discarded his chain hammer and charged towards Fang Can with a weighty stride, causing cracks to form in the flower-patterned stone tiles beneath his feet. It was evident that Taishan had abandoned his previous intention of tormenting Fang Can. What he desired was a swift annihilation, to repay the humiliation inflicted upon him by his adversary. Was Taishan overly cautious? To contend with a mere student from a mid-tier academy, he resorted to the use of the dominant body fist, a mid-tier ancient martial art. Outside the arena, Shea furrowed his brow, perplexed. The dominant body fist is one of the mid-tier ancient martial arts accessible to those holding the rank of second lieutenant and above in the Federal Army, and it requires at least a 7th-level mastery of ancient martial arts to execute. It is designed for strength-oriented martial artists, allowing them to channel internal energy throughout their bodies instantaneously, significantly enhancing their resistance to impacts and increasing the speed of their strikes. This lad merely possesses swift movement. In a dominant body state, his punching speed could reach 3 times its usual rate. Let us see how you evade that. Taishan unleashed a powerful dual fist attack, which indeed surpassed his previous strikes, catching Fang Can's attention. Just as Taishan anticipated, Fang Can was struck squarely by his fists. His body propelled like a cannonball several meters away, crashing against the stone wall, sending debris scattering. A perfect annihilation. Taishan stood there, fists withdrawn, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly pleased with his flawless strike. However, the prolonged absence of a victory announcement from the system left him in perplexity. How disappointing. Fang Can rose slowly from the rubble, brushing off the dust from his attire, shaking his head slightly as he contemplated. His physical strength evidently exceeded his previous estimations. That strike appeared to be the full extent of his opponent's capabilities. Continuing this way would yield no new developments. Rather than squander time, it would be wiser to fulfill his commitments. The scene of Fang Can rising caught the attention of the spectators. Wang Wei gaped in astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts of settling accounts with Fang Can, who had hidden his true strength even from himself. Shea, on the other hand, shifted from his previous disdainful demeanor. Although he was confident in his ability to withstand Taishan's dominant body fist without injury, it was expected of him as a top student at the Ogden Military Academy. Yet, seeing a student from a mid-tier academy achieve the same feat was indeed astonishing. At the moment Fang Can was struck in the chest by Taishan's fists, Li Yanyan, unable to watch any longer, displayed a unique expression. Her beautiful eyes flickered with admiration, accompanied by a hint of unperceived calculation. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered outside the three-dimensional simulated combat arena continued to swell, drawn by Taishan's earlier display of prowess. After all, individuals capable of cultivating internal energy are rare in civilian life, especially one from the prestigious Ogden Military Academy. It is worth noting that within the Earth Federation, the three top institutions hold significant sway and are regarded as the cradle of the elite. Students from the Ogden Military Academy command attention wherever they go. In the midst of the crowd, a man in a black trench coat swiftly produced a holographic recording device, excitement evident as he began to film. In the arena, Fang Can's eyes gleamed with an intimidating ferocity as he observed Taishan, who appeared to be in immense discomfort, as if he had become a mere plaything in his adversary's hands. This sensation drove Taishan to the brink of losing his composure. In his dominant body state, he advanced again, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches upon Fang Can. In response, Fang Can's right hand suddenly shot out, executing a sweeping arc that forcefully dispelled Taishan's onslaught. In the midst of their intense close-quarters combat, a sharp crack resonated, and Taishan's nearly 2-meter frame crumpled helplessly to the ground, a fist-sized void appearing at his throat, followed by his immediate disappearance in a flash of white light from the simulated combat arena. Before Fang Can, a message materialized: victory conditions met. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, as many had failed to grasp the sequence of events leading to Taishan's defeat. The man in the black trench coat, having just finished recording, replayed the final 5 seconds of the battle at 3 times slower speed. In slow motion, Fang Can deftly deflected Taishan's powerful attacks with a single hand, stepping forward with precision, his fingers curled, thrusting directly at Taishan's throat. Even in slow motion, this movement was only faintly discernible before the image of Taishan crashing to the ground in defeat followed. In a world where the strong prevail, a mid-tier academy student conquering a senior from the Ogden Academy in mere 30 seconds is indeed noteworthy news, ripe for submission to the editor tomorrow. Just as the man in the trench coat tucked away his recording device, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, accompanied by a boy of about 10 years old. Yashin, I asked you to accompany our son for some fun. Why did you vanish without a word? Yashin scratched his head, quickly offering an apologetic smile to his wife. There was quite a spectacle, so professional hazard. Please forgive me, dear. He then scooped up his son and declared, come, son. Today we'll have a blast together. Meanwhile, Fang Can had exited the three-dimensional simulated combat arena. For reasons unknown, the previously arrogant Shea had refrained from confronting Fang Can and was instead hastily pulling Li Shanshan away. Wang Wei, who had intended to intervene, was halted by Li Shanshan's words. Wang Wei, there's no possibility for us. I appreciate your feelings, but we can still be friends. If the opportunity arises, let us meet at our school and chat, and please bring your friends along. Although Shanshan's words were met with Shea's unfriendly gaze, she chose to ignore it, indicating the complexity of their relationship. Chapter 15. Re-entering the Blade Tomb. Having departed from the realm of celestial harmony, Fang Can found himself dragged to a bar by his heartbroken companion, Wang Wei, seeking solace in drink. As several cups were consumed, Wang Wei's spirits lifted, and he placed an arm around Fang Can's shoulder, remarking, Shao Can, it seems I am doomed to remain a pitiable virgin until the evaluation of the Shadow Realm. Upon hearing Wang Wei's lament, Fang Can understood that his longtime friend was in a better place, prompting him to raise his glass in camaraderie and respond with a mischievous grin. Well, that's quite simple. Although our city, cannot compare to the famed Burning Star, finding a place for you to lose your virginity shouldn't pose much of a challenge. The Burning Star, one of the 6 colonial planets of the Earth Federation, primarily thrives on its tourism industry. Often referred to as the paradise of debauchery, it stands as the most recently developed colonial planet, yet has swiftly ascended to become the highest revenue-generating planet among the 6 in just over a century, thanks to certain exclusive policies that transcend federal laws. Among these, Industries prohibited by the Earth Federation, such as the sex trade, flourish there, and even illicit substances that heighten human sensations and consciousness are openly sold at counters. In essence, the meteoric rise of the burning star is owed to these privileges that defy conventional legal boundaries. Let's go? Just as Fong can grasp Wang Wei's thoughts, the latter, knowing his friend well, tossed out a statement that made Fong can chuckle in resignation. By the way, back at the Celestial Gathering, you were truly remarkable. That giant you took down had already mastered inner energy. Suddenly recalling Fong Ken's earlier display of prowess, Wang Wei probed, "You must tell me. When did you become so formidable?" Fong Ken had long decided that the experiences within the immortal program space were secrets meant solely for him. And the intricacies of this program were so bizarre that even if disclosed, few would believe him. Faced with Wang Wei's inquiry, Fong Ken shrugged and said, "You know how obsessed I am with Blade Tomb. This game shares certain parallels with ancient martial arts cultivation in reality. Recently, I gleaned some insights from the game. And to my surprise, they proved useful today. Though this explanation may have seemed tenuous, it did have some merit. The cultivation practices within Blade Tomb indeed offer some enhancement to real-world martial arts abilities." Fong Ken had discovered this several years prior, but due to personal limitations and physique, he had not reaped any benefits until he underwent trials in the immortal program space. "That's outrageous," Wang Wei exclaimed, his mouth agape. After a moment, he murmured, "No more drinks for me. I'm heading home to log into Blade Tomb for training. You should have informed me sooner. Who knows? Perhaps today, I would have been the one to showcase great prowess and win the heart of a beauty." As Fong Ken watched Wang Wei's hurried departure, he sighed and settled the bill, thinking to himself how impatient his friend was. What level of strength have I attained now? With this question lingering in his mind, Fong Ken returned home, connected to the Celestial Network, and entered the long-awaited, wildly popular simulation game Blade Tomb. Searching for answers within the game seemed a wise choice. However, this time, instead of logging into his main account, which he had played for 6 years, he selected a secondary character he had created earlier. In Blade Tomb, each game account is unique and must be bound to a personal identity card, yet each account can create up to 5 different characters, with the option to create a mech character after selecting the ancient martial arts domain. This is also why the game company boldly claims that everyone can experience the dual system gaming pleasure within Blade Tomb. Consistently, Fong Ken chose to create a new character within the ancient martial arts domain. His motivation for crafting a new account stemmed from not wanting to raise suspicions about his sudden strength. After all, his old account's ID was well known among his acquaintances, and he preferred not to explain himself, especially since that would be a complicated endeavor. Given that Blade Tomb does not adhere to the typical leveling concept prevalent in online games, the disparity between newcomers and seasoned players is minimal. The sole advantage of longtime players lies in their deeper understanding of the game and superior equipment, with no inherent enhancement to personal strength. As a dedicated Blade Tomb enthusiast, despite his lackluster performance in the game, Fong Ken possessed profound knowledge of its mechanics. He swiftly created his character, a novice clad in simple garb, wielding a wooden sword, emerging in the novice village with the player ID Immortal Radiance. Combat is the essence of Blade Tomb, a game adored by billions. From the moment one enters, players experience the exhilaration of growth through continuous battle. The most direct means of elevating personal rank is through combat, not against monsters, but in player versus player encounters, spanning the ancient martial arts and mech domains. Thus, the newly created character must achieve victory in at least 5 out of 10 duels to exit the novice village. Once the challenge mode was activated, the system promptly matched Fong Ken with fellow novices. After effortlessly achieving 10 swift victories, he departed the novice village without hesitation. His objective was clear: to seek opponents for battle, the more formidable, the better. Now free from his novice identity, Fong Ken arrived at the main city of the ancient martial arts domain and immediately activated the challenge mode, stipulating that challengers must possess a rank of Hall Master or above. Of course, to impose this requirement, Fong Ken had to pay a substantial initiation fee. Before long, the system provided him with the profiles of several opponents meeting his criteria. ID, Joyful Poverty, Hall Master rank in the ancient martial arts domain, with a record of 862 wins and 60 losses. Fong Ken selected the most impressive contender without hesitation and promptly accepted the challenge. Next chapter, The Blade Flow. Updated at noon. The support is dismal. We humbly request fervent backing. Chapter 16. The drawn sword style. The scene was set in a vast, open square, where Fong Ken squinted his eyes, scrutinizing his first official opponent as a novice. To his dismay, it turned out to be a rookie disciple, a complete waste of his time. How could this ridiculous system arrange such a match? Upon seeing Fong Can's rank title, Xiong Kai couldn't help but think himself unfortunate. In the game Knife Tomb, players could only earn honor points from battling peers if their rank titles differed by no more than 3 levels. However, Fong Can had anticipated this and paid a considerable sum to initiate the challenge, which included a special hidden effect to conceal his title rank. Most players who ascend to the rank of Hall Leader are seasoned veterans who have played for years. Given Xiong Kai's impressive record, it was evident he possessed genuine skill. He chose to accept the challenge, hoping to gain more honor points by defeating higher-ranked opponents, as many high-ranking players often concealed their titles to seek amusement through duels. Little did he expect that his adversary would be a mere novice just stepping out of the beginner's village. As the combat barrier dissipated after a 10-second countdown, a furious Xiong Kai charged at Fong Can without hesitation, one hand on his waist and the other gripping the hilt of his blade. He was employing the Eastern blade draw style. Although Fong Can had encountered this ancient martial art a couple of times during his years in Knife Tomb, he was only vaguely familiar with it. Thanks to his almost uncanny memory and the exceptional eyesight honed in the indestructible program space, he could discern his opponent's techniques. The Eastern blade draw style is a semi-original ancient martial art, as the game does not feature a dedicated sect for mastering it. One could only access this mysterious and lost martial art by defeating top-tier bosses in the game to obtain the ancient martial arts manual. Moreover, possessing the manual did not guarantee successful mastery. Lack of talent or inadequate physique would hinder one's ability to practice. Today's good mood was ruined by this rookie. In a fit of frustration, Xiong Kai advanced, his footfalls echoing like a death knell, creating immense pressure. It must be noted that the aura he exuded was enough to instill fear even in most hall leaders. In a mere 20 steps, within just a few breaths, Xiong Kai lunged forward, his right hand suddenly exerting force on the blade's hilt. A flash of sharp, azure light erupted in midair, striking like a bolt from the blue. Fong Can's eyes glinted with appreciation as he spun like a top, and at the moment the blade's light neared his neck, he instinctively thrust out a palm, feeling as if he had practiced this maneuver with his opponent countless times before. His hand accurately struck the back of the blade. The spiral force generated by Fong Can's swift rotation caught Xiong Kai off guard, causing him to feel a sudden loss of weight as he stumbled back 2 steps before regaining his balance. He sheathed his sword while maintaining an odd posture, leaning forward with his hand still on the hilt, yet his expression was grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There was something intriguing about this encounter. Fong Can fixed his gaze on his opponent, recognizing that while Xiong Kai's attack did not compel him to exert his full strength, it still brought him a sense of delight. The brief standoff charged the atmosphere with palpable tension. By now, Xiong Kai had retreated over 30 meters, his eyes gleaming with determination, clearly focused on the battle ahead. I admit I underestimated you before. This time, if I fail to land a single blow, I will concede. Though Fong Can appeared relaxed and unmoving, the fighting spirit ignited by Xiong Kai's aggression inadvertently revealed a fraction of his own formidable presence, causing Xiong Kai to hesitate in advancing. The blade draw style is inherently reliant on imposing momentum. Typically, Xiong Kai would dominate his opponents with the fierce, lethal aura unique to this style before even striking. However, in this contest of presence, he found himself at a disadvantage. Why not fight until the end? Fong Can furrowed his brow, unwilling to conclude the battle so simply against such a formidable opponent. I don't favor the draw. If I draw, it will be a decisive strike, Xiong Kai coldly uttered, adopting a forward-dipping stance reminiscent of a blade draw, murmuring to himself, a lifetime for a moment. A moment decides a lifetime. As his words faded, he surged forward with unyielding force, his figure blurring into a phantom, but to Fong Can, this speed was still insufficient to deceive his judgment. You give me a blade, I shall return a sword. Just as Xiong Kai approached within 5 steps of Fong Can, the latter mirrored his opponent's movements, bending low and holding the sword at an angle. In that instant, Fong Can's aura surged dramatically. Though he did not move an inch, the murderous intent radiating from him chilled the air, dropping the temperature noticeably. Xiong Kai unleashed a devastating downward strike, a culmination of countless repetitions of the same action, the man and blade moving as one. The violent force, unwavering speed, and perfect angle combined to make this strike extraordinarily lethal, capable of obliterating even a heavily armored mech. Simultaneously, Fong Can advanced rather than retreating, bending his knees and lunging forward, his wooden sword slicing upward, accompanied by a piercing sound as it cut through the air. The clash of blade and wooden sword was thunderous. The novice wooden sword could not withstand the overwhelming force, shattering under the pressure. Not due to a lack of combat prowess, but because Fang Can's weapon was simply too fragile. An opportunity. Qiong Kai switched to a two-handed grip on his sword, launching himself forward, intent on delivering a devastating strike to cleave Fang Can in two. Chapter 17. The Royal Tomb region. What should have been a decisive strike failed to achieve its intended outcome, as the blade did not sever its target. In that fleeting moment of the sword's break, Fang Can slightly crouched, extending his left hand to swiftly grasp the severed half of the wooden sword. With a movement reminiscent of a soaring dragon, he leapt into the air, thrusting the wooden sword into his opponent's chest just before he could be cleaved in two. The blade pierced through the heart, vanishing like a glimmer of white light without any room for negotiation. The system promptly declared Fang Can the victor, having had too few experiences to master the intricacies of the drawn sword technique. He was ultimately compelled to resort to the dragon rising stance of the sword sect to eliminate his adversary. Exiting the combat scene, Fang Can shook his head slightly, reflecting, if only he could have a few more opportunities to observe his opponent's moves, he might have grasped the technique more thoroughly. It was his bad habit cultivated in the immortal program space to strike mercilessly without hesitation that led to this predicament. Had he chosen to dodge or defend earlier, he might have comprehended the subtleties of the drawn sword technique. Fang Can's self-reflection was indeed a source of bemusement. A mere novice who had experienced the drawn sword technique only twice was somehow able to execute its moves against an opponent. If it weren't for the frailty of the novice wooden sword, he believed he could have done even more. Such an astonishing capacity for imitation was rare among the billions of players in Tomb of Swords. It seemed only someone like Fang Can, gifted with a prodigious memory and a formidable body evolved through countless deaths, could achieve this. Yet, it was evident that Fang Can remained unsatisfied. In the past, he was merely an enthusiast of ancient martial arts, possessing remarkable insight but hindered by innate limitations that prevented him from executing techniques reliant on a powerful physique. Now, having endured the brutal trials of the immortal program space, his body had attained a strength he could scarcely assess. The ancient martial arts techniques he could only replay in his mind were now at his fingertips, as if they were second nature, deepening his obsession with ancient martial arts beyond anything he had experienced before. After all, no one desires to remain weak, having acquired the conditions to become strong. The logical choice was to continue enhancing oneself. The Royal Tomb map was one of the most popular regions in Tomb of Swords, a mandatory stop for every player. As a neutral zone, the Royal Tomb had always been rife with conflict. Although initially designed for novice players, it attracted many opportunists eager to exploit any profit available. Even within the game, it is crucial to note that the concept of leveling up through monster slaying does not exist in Tomb of Swords. Monsters, when defeated, only drop quest items, materials for crafting, or lost ancient martial arts manuals. The reason the Royal Tomb region became an essential passage for novice players from both the ancient martial arts and mecha domains was due to the monsters having a chance to drop crucial documents required for joining ancient martial arts sects or invitations to mecha bases. These exclusive quest items were essential for every player, regardless of skill. Without these documents, one could wander aimlessly in the wilderness, unable to join the established sects or bases. After engaging in combat with 12 players of the same rank and achieving victory, Fang Can found himself somewhat disappointed by the overall strength of his opponents. Except for the first challenger, whom he had defeated. Feeling the combat difficulty was insufficiently challenging, he resolved to visit the Royal Tomb to acquire a quest document, allowing him to join various established sects in the ancient martial arts domain and master numerous techniques he had previously been unable to use. Another reason driving Fang Can was his desire to elevate his rank to that of a home master. After all, as a novice disciple, he lacked the credentials to seek battles with players of the captain rank or higher in the all-out challenge system. Only players of Hall Master rank and above in the ancient martial arts domain could engage in combat with those from the mecha domain. Upon entering the Royal Tomb region, Fang Can was filled with nostalgia, recalling his first visit when he was mercilessly overwhelmed by monsters, prompting a smile. Strangely, he noted, there were not even half a monster in sight. As a seasoned player, Fang Can was well acquainted with the monster spawn points in the Royal Tomb. However, he soon discovered that nearly every spawn point was surrounded by dozens of mechas, and not a single player from the ancient martial arts domain was in sight. While it was true that players from the mecha domain generally outnumbered those from the ancient martial arts domain, the disparity here was astonishing. In such a popular area for quest items, it was unbelievable that 80% of the players were from the mecha domain. Furthermore, many of these mechas were of mid to high-tier silver grade, leading Fang Can to suspect there was more to this situation. As he approached the central area of the Royal Tomb, Known for its high monster spawn rate, he intended to farm quest documents. A silver howling beast appeared before him. But before he could react, several laser blasts struck simultaneously, instantly reducing the beast to ash. Were they stealing the kill? Fonkin furrowed his brow as he heard the thunderous footsteps of a humanoid mecha. A modified LZ mecha swiftly collected the items dropped by the silver howling beast and returned to the group of mechas. At that moment, shouts of indignation echoed nearby. You mecha players are too much. Even a novice map like the Royal Tomb is being monopolized. Want to farm quest items? Defeat any member from our third Paradise Mecha Guild, and you'll receive a quest document. Otherwise, you'll wander in the wilderness forever, replied a seemingly authoritative figure piloting a silver-grade humanoid mecha to the group of novice players from the ancient martial arts domain. Fonkin had never been one to seek out trouble. Despite his newfound prowess, he chose not to act recklessly over a minor issue like monster stealing. Instead, he approached the group of novice players and inquired in a tone of curiosity. The player he questioned appeared extremely agitated, but through a few exchanged words, Fonkin grasped the situation, feeling that the mecha players were indeed overstepping their bounds. It turned out that the Third Paradise Mecha Guild had long dominated the Royal Tomb's monster spawn area for 6 months. Any novice from the ancient martial arts domain wishing to farm quest items had to contend with a member of this mecha guild. Victory would yield a quest document, while defeat risked not only losing the item but also being forcibly returned to the novice village by the system. Given Fonkin's deep understanding of Tomb of Swords, he quickly discerned the underlying motive behind the Third Paradise Mecha Guild's actions. They were not merely idling in this novice map. Their objective was to accumulate honor points by systematically defeating players from the ancient martial arts domain and training their guild's newcomers. The mecha domain, distinct from the ancient martial domain, demands a far greater level of honor, as upgrading mechas necessitates corresponding honor points. The most effective and direct means of acquiring honor points is by defeating players from opposing domains in public challenges. Thus, novice players from the ancient martial domain have become, in the eyes of others, mere vessels of honor points. However, due to the protection afforded to novice players by the system, even the most formidable members of the Third Heaven Mecha Guild cannot slay them at will, unless they can force these newcomers into accepting their public challenges. Consequently, seizing the Royal Tomb and presenting a pass as bait has become one of the most effective strategies. Just as Fonkin pondered this, a novice player from the ancient martial domain stepped forward, indignantly declaring, "I will fight." Very well, the silver mecha gestured, and from the ranks of mechas behind it emerged an individual piloting a black iron-grade mecha, positioning themselves 10 meters ahead. The public challenge mode is one of the distinctive features of the game Grave of Blades, allowing only 2 players from different domains to engage in battle, regardless of their respective ranks. As long as one emerges victorious in this public challenge mode, they can earn a substantial amount of honor points. In the mecha domain, various mechas are categorized from weakest to strongest: black iron, bronze, silver, bright gold, dark gold, platinum, and hellgrade. The black iron grade mecha, being the most accessible standard mecha, is granted free of charge to players upon joining the mecha base. Generally, players piloting such mechas are only slightly more experienced than novice players. However, it is not uncommon for some to feign weakness, with certain players deliberately using these commonplace mechas to hone their skills. For instance, the mecha domain's strongest, Swift Wind, claimed victory in the 6th God of War tournament while piloting a bronze-grade Beta 3 mecha. The public challenge mode is open to all players for observation during combat. Once both combatants enter the designated challenge arena created by the system, any online player can select the option to watch and witness the entire battle unfold. Chapter 18. Malicious Slaughter. Exiting the spectator mode, Fonkin clenched his fists. The scene of a fellow player from the ancient martial domain being brutally slain before him igniting a flicker of anger within him. Over a dozen players from the ancient martial domain had witnessed the tragic demise of their comrade, a shared fury igniting amongst them. Yet, they were acutely aware of their disadvantage. To take the lead would be equivalent to courting death, especially in a team battle. For reasons unknown, the players of the ancient martial domain turned their gazes towards a tall, slender young man nearby, who bore a titanium steel blade on his back. "Liku, it is time to act. We cannot allow these scoundrels to belittle the ancient martial domain," one urged. "Indeed, with your prowess at the 5th level of ancient martial arts, you need not fear them in a one-on-one duel. Activate the public challenge mode and dispatch them one by one." Liku furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stepping forward with resolve, declaring, "If possible, I request to battle the one who just killed my comrade." The player piloting the silver mech replied with a derisive laugh, since you are so eager to reunite with your comrades in the novice village, I see no harm in accommodating you. The black iron mech, which had previously retreated, re-emerged and issued a public challenge to Li Ku. Without hesitation, Li Ku accepted the challenge. Unlike the previous one-sided battle, this time, Li Ku possessed strength comparable to a leader-level player from the ancient martial domain. With his titanium steel blade, he executed sweeping strikes, his agility causing his opponent to falter. The pilot of the black iron mech, an experienced player, was clearly at a disadvantage but managed to mount some resistance. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Li Ku seized the opportunity when his opponent missed a heavy punch. He swiftly maneuvered behind the black iron mech, leaped into the air, and brought his blade down upon the mech's energy core. The piercing sound of metal tearing resonated as sparks flew from the impact, culminating in a decisive strike that penetrated the mech's armor. With a thunderous crash, the black iron mech collapsed, its motion ceasing as it disintegrated into streams of data. Emerging from the battle, Li Ku was slightly breathless. Sheathing his blade, he coldly addressed the members of the Third Heaven Mech Guild. Fulfill your promise. How dare you kill my cousin? I will not rest until you are dealt with. Another silver mech charged forth, wielding a laser sword, ready to cleave Li Ku in two. Xie, step aside. Do you not acknowledge my position as vice president? The previously suspected leader of the silver mech sidestepped to obstruct Xie path, then waved his hand dismissively. You have won. Naturally, you shall receive the passage document. As he spoke, a dark golden paper fluttered down before Li Ku. Having secured the long-awaited passage document, Li Ku did not depart immediately. The previous battle had instilled him with newfound confidence. His gaze swept over the 10 or so classmates who had entered the sword tomb alongside him, and a bold thought ignited in his mind. I wish to continue. Li Ku's cold declaration momentarily stunned the vice president of the Third Heaven Guild. But he soon regained his composure, replying, as you wish. He then turned toward the obstructed Xie. Do not say I did not give you a chance. At this moment, Fong Can, who had remained silent, shook his head slightly. Li Ku's previous victory had come too easily, inflating his confidence to an unacceptable degree. This reckless impulse was a grave miscalculation. Aiding his classmates could not be achieved in such a manner. While possessing the 5th level of ancient martial arts did grant an advantage in Sword Tomb, it would not suffice against players piloting silver mechs, who likely possessed skills equivalent to level 6 pilots or higher in reality. Ultimately, as Fong Can anticipated, emboldened by his recent success, Li Ku readily accepted Xie Yan's public challenge. This time, however, Fong Can refrained from spectating, crossing his arms and closing his eyes in contemplation, lost in thought. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, both Li Ku and Xie Yan's silver mech exited the challenge scene and returned to their original positions. Li Ku's complexion was pale, his grip on the titanium steel blade trembling slightly. After a prolonged silence, he dejectedly admitted, I have lost. Xie Yan, wielding his laser sword, stepped forward with a ground-shaking stomp, his tone laced with disdain. The ancient martial domain truly produces some cowardly wretches. To withdraw from battle in fear of death, you might as well find a block of tofu to smash your head against. It was clear why he had escaped unscathed rather than being forced back to the novice village. He had lost double the honor points and forcibly exited the challenge mode. While Fong Can felt a sense of relief, he contemplated whether to intervene discreetly to secure a passage document when an unexpected turn of events occurred. In a flash, Xie Yan, previously standing still, launched a surprise attack, cleaving Li Ku in two as he turned to leave, the latter disintegrating into white light as the system forcibly returned him to the novice village. Despicable. A sneak attack. Li Ku's classmates erupted in fury, knowing they were outmatched, yet several impulsively drew their system-provided wooden swords to strike at Xie Yan. System notification, subject to malicious attack. Xie Yan effortlessly swung his laser sword, dispatching several of them with ease. Given that they initiated the attack, he would face no system punishment for eliminating novice players. Who else? He proclaimed, thrusting his sword into the ground with palpable menace. Returning to the novice village not only meant enduring another 10 battles with a required win rate, but also led to the loss of hard-earned honor points. Faced with a high-tier player like Xie Yan in the mech domain, the remaining novice players from the ancient martial domain stood no chance. At this moment, the calm voice of the vice president echoed, Xie Yan, are you done playing? Get out of here. Clearly, Xie Yan harbored a deep-seated respect for the vice president. Having already gained the upper hand, he retreated back into the mech ranks. Fong Can, who had witnessed the entire scene, was utterly incensed. Had Li Ku been slain in a public challenge, he could have dismissed it. After all, it would be a matter of voluntary combat. However, The malicious sneak attack that led to his demise was behavior Fong can despised above all else. Moreover, the fact that they had occupied the mission map and coerced others into battle to gain honor points was utterly contemptible. The remaining 10 or so novices from the ancient martial domain had begun to waver, although their anger burned within. Lacking the strength to back it up would only lead to further humiliation. That was merely an accident. Our Third Heaven Guild is reputable, and our previous promise remains valid. Anyone who can defeat a member of our guild in a public challenge shall receive a passage document. The vice president once again enticed, assuring everyone, rest assured. From this moment forth, I shall never dispatch guild members piloting mechs of black iron rank or higher to battle against you. Is that so? A voice, laced with a hint of chill, inquired nonchalantly, are the battles limited to black iron rank mechs? Chapter 19. I want to defeat 16. Fong can stepped out from the crowd, making his way directly to the silver mech driven by the vice president. He inquired calmly. If I recall correctly, the public challenge mode should allow for multiple challengers. Observing Fong Can-S novice attire, the vice president felt a sense of relief, yet failed to grasp the deeper implication of Fong Can-S words. He casually waved his hand and replied, So, you agree to the public challenge? Rest assured, if you triumph, you shall certainly receive the clearance documents you seek. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions, Fong Can replied, gesturing towards the group of ancient martial arts novices behind him. I will only engage in one battle, but upon victory. I require 16 clearance documents since defeating one of you grants a single document. Let us initiate the public challenge mode with multiple contenders. Please send forth 16 mechs to battle. The vice president was taken aback by the audacity of this newcomer. His tone grew harsh as he retorted, Is this truly what you desire? In truth, had it not been for the excess of clearance documents being of little use, he had initially intended to attempt a 3-on-1 fight. Fong Can had always been rather low-key, but this was only until his limits were tested. Once provoked, the ferocity he displayed could be devastating. This stark contrast in demeanor likely stemmed from the countless trials he endured within the immortal program space. Although Fong Can had always been easygoing, such a disposition was ill-suited for survival in that realm. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest, through continuous death. Fong Can-S temperament gradually evolved, manifesting a newfound arrogance. Well said. It is rare for ancient martial arts novices to possess such spirit, the vice president chuckled with irritation. Refraining from further dialogue, with a swift motion, he summoned 16 black iron mechs, forming a semicircle around Fong Can. The combined combat power of the 16 black iron mechs undoubtedly surpassed that of a single silver mech. This was not a mere sum of parts. One might imagine the difference between a single laser strike and 16 lasers converging from various angles. Moreover, as a sizable mech guild, the members of the Third Heaven had undergone systematic training for team battles. A system prompt resonated in Fong Can-S ears, announcing the initiation of a public challenge with multiple opponents. As the combat barrier dissipated, the 16 mechs raised their laser guns, locking onto Fong Can. In a heartbeat, a synchronized volley was unleashed. It was well known that players within the mech domain vastly outnumbered those from the ancient martial arts domain, primarily due to the mech's superior capabilities. Advanced weaponry, particularly long-range laser attacks, were almost exclusively designed for mechs. The effective range for such attacks spanned from 50 to 1,000 meters. A player with precise marksmanship could potentially eliminate opponents from the ancient martial arts domain solely with ranged attacks, though true masters were an exception. Did he take them down? One member of the Third Heaven queried hesitantly. Before a reply could be given, a flash of azure light cut through the air, followed by a resounding crash. The companion who had stood beside him now lay motionless on the ground, his metallic head having been severed and rolling away in a graceful arc across the sandy expanse. In that instant of the laser volley, Fong Can surged forward, deftly navigating through the dense barrage of lasers, leveraging the perfect combination of his light-footed ancient martial arts techniques. He evaded the concentrated laser fire, disappearing amidst the blinding light. In a single bound, he dispatched one mech, but his movement was now revealed. The remaining 15 members of the Third Heaven displayed remarkable cohesion. Swiftly encircling Fong Can, 15 laser blades descended from various angles, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes. However, to their disappointment, Fong Can had no intention of evasion. He brandished the titanium steel broadsword defiantly, meeting their onslaught head-on. The clash of metal reverberated as sparks flew, creating a dazzling display akin to a vibrant rain of fire. The onlookers from the ancient martial arts domain were stirred by the spectacle of Fong Can-S 1 against 16 confrontation, their blood surging with excitement. Some even activated their system's recording feature to capture the unfolding drama. Who knew ancient martial arts could be executed so spectacularly? This is incredible. I'm glad I chose the ancient martial arts domain. With his novice garb, Fong Can garnered immense admiration from the crowd. What is an idol? You ask? From this moment onward, immortal radiance shall be my idol. Damn, he has taken down another one. How many is that now? Calm down. That was only the 6th. Let us just enjoy the show. In close combat, members of the third heaven struggled to pinpoint Fong Can's position. Time and again, they would launch an attack only to find themselves striking at empty air, as Fong Can held an undeniable advantage in agility against the black iron mechs. Even in terms of raw power, which should have favored the mechs, Fong Can commanded an absolute superiority. Each clash with the massive laser blades sent the 6-ton mechs reeling backward. In a fervor, Fong Can whirled the titanium steel broadsword into a glowing azure vortex. With a single strike, he cleaved through an opponent's laser blade, continuing unabated to slice through the armored shell of a towering black iron mech as if it were mere fabric. In less than 5 minutes of fierce melee, 8 mechs had fallen to Fong Can's blade, while the damage inflicted upon him remained at 0. Apart from the initial mech he had decapitated, only 7 remained, desperately fighting for survival. Is there no escape? Witnessing 2 companions lose limbs and lives to Fong Can's strikes, the remaining 5 members of the third heaven were thoroughly demoralized. It was worth noting that this group comprised the elite members of the third heaven, piloting bronze-level mechs. Their intent was to dominate the royal tomb for honor points, having donned the most basic black iron mechs to mislead the newcomers of the ancient martial arts domain. In essence, they possessed the capabilities of 4-star mech pilots, and should they fall in this hostile challenge mode, their ranks would be forcibly downgraded. In a stunning display of prowess, Fong Can, a key member of the Third Heaven Guild, had just dispatched 11 piloted black iron mechs. At that moment, the titanium steel broad blade in his hand had dulled to the point of resembling scrap metal. Yet, to the 5 remaining survivors of the Third Heaven, this battered sword appeared as fearsome as the Shura blade from the depths of Avicii hell. Each flash of blue light heralded the vanishing of another foe into a white mist. Taking advantage of the moment when Fong Can had just slain one of their comrades, the 5 members simultaneously chose to forcibly disengage from the battle. At that precise instant, a system notification echoed in Fong Can's ears. Your opponent is initiating the forced disengagement system. You will exit the combat scene in 3 seconds. Completing a kill within this time frame will grant you triple honor points. 3 seconds 5 mechs, it was time to employ that technique. Thoughts raced through Fong Can's mind as he deftly positioned the broad blade against his waist, its spine facing forward. With a powerful push, he launched himself like an arrow released from a bow, his footsteps echoing with a ferocity rivaling that of heavy mechs, yet at a pace so rapid it defied belief. In a mere 3 seconds, he drew his blade 5 times, each strike resonating with a thunderous boom, kicking up clouds of dust as the 5 black iron mechs collapsed in succession. Fong Can fulfilled his earlier promise in an astonishing display of skill. If drawing the blade was not remarkable, then executing 5 kills in less than 3 seconds was truly extraordinary. While the onlookers remained awestruck by Fong Can's seemingly divine prowess, he had already exited the combat scene, his titanium steel broad blade pointing directly at the vice president of the Third Heaven Mech Guild. Calmly, he stated, "If you have no objections, please hand over the 16 clearance documents immediately." To his surprise, the vice president complied without hesitation, surrendering the documents without uttering a single formal remark. The 15 novice players from the ancient martial domain, fortunate enough to witness Fong Can's 1 against 16 feat, were exhilarated by the recent battle and flocked around him, incessantly chanting his name in admiration. After distributing the 16 clearance documents, Fong Can could no longer withstand the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd and chose to exit the Sky Network. Chapter 20. Fame and invitations at a certain intermediate college in City G. Li Ku gathered with a group of classmates, repeatedly watching the exhilarating footage of the indomitable Yaoyang's challenge against 16 opponents. As novice players, they were astounded by the vast disparity in skill. One student, cradling his head, murmured, "What a difference in strength." Another chimed in, suggesting, "Let us upload this battle video to the campus network, so those who advocate for mech supremacy can witness the might of ancient martial arts." Indeed, I've already thought of a title: The Resurrection of Ancient Martial Arts, Newcomer King vs. 16, The Ruins of the Third Heaven. Alright, I'll upload it right away. As excitement surged among them, their eyes glued to the rapidly climbing view count, Li Ku leaned against the wall, softly murmuring, "Indomitable Yaoyang, I will find you." That night, the campus network of the prestigious academy experienced its first crash due to overwhelming traffic. Once it was restored, the view count for the video of Fong Ken's challenge reached an astonishing 300,000 within less than 12 hours, not accounting for additional views from those who shared the footage across other platforms. Popular content always garners attention. Within 2 days, a video titled Newcomer King of Ancient Martial Arts was featured prominently on major video platforms. The immensely popular online game, Knife Tomb, significantly contributed to the video's meteoric rise. Given that players of ancient martial arts had long been overshadowed by those of the mech domain, the emergence of such a thrilling and vindicating battle video delighted many devoted fans of the ancient martial arts realm. Unbeknownst to Fong Can, the ID indomitable Yaoyang had become indelibly etched in the minds of millions of Knife Tomb players. Many even spent considerable sums to forcefully add him as a friend, eager to be immediately notified of his online status. In stark contrast to the fervor surrounding the Newcomer King video, a piece of news on a second-tier electronic newspaper garnered far less attention. However, the report, which included an engaging video, managed to boost subscriptions for the Daily Times by 7%. As the journalist responsible for the piece, Chen Yashin received accolades from the newspaper's editor-in-chief and was tasked with further investigating the intermediate college student who had triumphed over students from the prestigious Ogden Military Academy, particularly those specializing in internal energy. Meanwhile, Fong Can was blissfully savoring a fragrant milk coffee and soft puff pastries, unaware of his impending exposure in the electronic newspaper, much less his newfound status as the hottest newcomer in Knife Tomb, nestled in a dessert shop located beneath his residence. It was his favorite retreat for relaxation after completing yet another final assessment. He relished the warmth of the winter afternoon sun while indulging in his coffee. However, such idyllic moments are often fleeting. The wrist-mounted network communicator flickered with a soft green light, indicating an invitation to enter the network's step system. Is that Dad? Upon recognizing the sender, Fong Can set down his coffee cup and entered the three-dimensional remote step scene of the network, dressed in a well-fitting dark outfit. Fong Kunlun smiled as he appeared before Fong Can's son. Don't blame your dad for leaving before you woke up. I'm currently handling some company matters on Aegean Star. I'll bring you some extraordinary gifts as compensation when I return. I've been fine since early morning, Fong Can replied with a chuckle, then nervously added, Dad, please don't bring back another giant mutated alien pig like last time. That was not a pet. Its size alone was terrifying. Recalling the oversized mutated pig his father had once gifted him, Fong Can shuddered at the memory, grateful that the Wise City Zoo had agreed to take it in, allowing him to return home peacefully. Rest assured, my son, this time the gift will surely satisfy you. Fong Kunlun chuckled awkwardly and continued. You've been out of the hospital for several days now, yet you haven't bothered to check in with your old man and mom. If this continues, your mother and I might just forget we have a son. Fong Can and his parents communicated more like friends than typical parent-child relationships. Unlike many children who struggle to open up to their parents, Fong Can shared everything with his mom and dad, fostering an unspoken bond of trust. This was perhaps the greatest achievement of Fong Kunlun and Zhao Qingyun's seemingly laid-back parenting style. I've been busy with my studies, especially with the upcoming assessment. I can't let you down. That sounds nice, but I need you to do something for me. It's not often your dad asks for a favor. Fong Kunlun chuckled helplessly. Tonight, there's a charity auction hosted by your Uncle Chun at the top of the Global Trade Center. I can't attend, and your mom's job makes it impossible for her to go either, so you'll be our sole representative. I don't like that kind of atmosphere. Fong Can replied candidly. A gathering of masked individuals complimenting each other sounds terribly dull. Dull or not, you must go. You can't deny your dad. But you certainly shouldn't disregard Uncle Chun, especially since he came all the way from X City to check on you after your injury. Fong Can sighed, conceding, fine. I'll go. If it's Uncle Chun's charity auction, I assume Uncle Wang and his family will also be invited. I knew you would ask that. Don't worry, your good friend Wang Wei will be there too. I've already reached out to Uncle Wang, and he'll come to pick you up. That's more like it. At least it won't be too boring with him around, Fong Can remarked, then added, Dad, since it's a charity auction, I should represent our family by donating some money. It wouldn't be right otherwise. Of course, my allowance won't suffice, so I've already prepared that for you. I've transferred $30 million federal dollars to your credit card. Spend it wisely. Your father worked hard for that money. While $30 million federal dollars might seem astronomical to many, for Fong Can, it was not an overwhelming amount. His father, Fong Kunlun, as the president of a company in the interstellar mining industry, held a 35% stake, translating to an estimated near $100 billion in assets. After a leisurely chat, Fang Kunlun concluded with a hint of mischief. Your mother should finish her research project in about a month. Before your assessment, she'll return to give you some extra training, so be prepared. Don't embarrass yourself. Mom is coming home. Fang Kun felt a mix of joy and apprehension. To be honest, it's been nearly a year since I last saw her. I miss her. I believe that no matter how poorly I perform, she'll cherish me, right? Dad. Fang Kunlun refrained from further comment, saying, that will depend on your fortune. After all, even I, your illustrious father, am often led by the nose by your mother. Do take care of yourself. I shall say no more. At 6 o'clock, your Uncle Wang will come to pick you up. Chapter 21. Aspirations. The Global Trade Center. As one of the most iconic structures in Y-City, has always been the preferred venue for the elite to host grand banquets. At this moment, a charity auction gala organized by the esteemed Dr. Peter Chun is underway. The event is taking place on the top floor of the Global Trade Center. With no fewer than 300 attendees, including luminaries from Y-City, CEOs from major corporations, federal generals, government officials, scions of prominent families, and even some of the most celebrated stars of the entertainment industry. To gather such a powerful assemblage of individuals for a single banquet is a testament to Dr. Chin's remarkable connections, which is truly admirable. Fang Kun has arrived with Wang Wei and his father, General Wang Gang, the Chief of Staff of the Federal Third Fleet. Dressed in a fitting black tuxedo and sporting a languid smile, Fang Kun exudes a certain air of a carefree young aristocrat, while Wang Wei, standing beside him, with his imposing physique, resembles a bodyguard. Such public gatherings have never been to Fang Kun's liking. He is here out of necessity. While he could typically decline an invitation from others, he cannot refuse Dr. Chun, who has watched him grow up, despite having no blood relation. Their bond is as strong as that of father and son. This is also why, when Fang Kun was injured and hospitalized, Dr. Chun dropped everything to rush to the hospital to attend to him. After mingling for a few hours and exhausting the auction funds his father provided, he intends to make his exit. From the moment he stepped into the banquet hall, Fang Kun resolved to leave at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Kan, what are you thinking about? Wang Wei, enjoying the luxurious atmosphere of the gala, nudged him with his elbow while holding a glass of red wine and gazing around. Just resting my eyes, Fang Kun replied, leaning against a railing, lacking enthusiasm. You really don't know how to enjoy yourself, Wang Wei said with an excited grin. After you mentioned it last time, I tried it in the game, and it actually worked. I even practiced a few moves with my father yesterday. And he said my ancient martial arts skills have improved rapidly, as long as it's effective. But soon, we'll have the entrance assessments. Have you decided what to apply for? Wang Wei seemed well prepared for this topic, pride evident in his voice. You know, my father has always wanted me to continue our family's sixth-generation military tradition. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, my first choice will be the Level Military Academy. Are you that confident? Fang Kun, who has always been straightforward with Wang Wei, expressed skepticism. The Level Military Academy has notoriously high admission standards, and even with Wang Wei's commendable academic performance, claiming he could gain entry seems somewhat presumptuous. Leaning closer, Wang Wei spoke in a conspiratorial tone. I only learned yesterday that the Federal Navy's 7 fleets each have 5 reserved spots for the Level Academy. As you know, both my parents are senior officers in the 3rd Fleet, so you're quite fortunate, aren't you? Fang Kun genuinely expressed happiness for his friend, nodding. To be honest, the Level Military Academy is also my top choice. It's the only advanced academy affiliated with the federal military, and it's right here in Y-City. I don't want to leave the city I've lived in for 18 years just yet. That is wonderful. Doesn't that mean we can be together again? Wang Wei exclaimed, clapping Fang Kun on the shoulder with delight. Fang Kun smiled appreciatively. Of course, but I need to work hard over the next 2 months. If I don't perform well on the assessments, it would be disastrous. Upon hearing Fang Kun's words, Wang Wei recalled that Fang Kun's academic performance has never been significantly better than his own, and in some subjects, he even lagged behind. Xiao Kan, how about I ask my father if he can secure another reserved spot for you? Before Wang Wei could finish, Fang Kun interrupted with a shake of his head. There are only 5 spots for the 7 fleets. Do you really think your father is the supreme commander of the federal military? I suspect that even the spot you might get was fought for with considerable effort by your parents. Don't worry. I promise to reunite with you at the Level Military Academy, and I will keep that promise. When have I ever let you down? To be honest, Fang Kun felt a touch of warmth from Wang Wei's sincere suggestion. But he has undergone a transformation and is now fully confident in his ability to gain admission to the Level Military Academy. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a beautiful young woman in a white evening gown approached them. Xiao Kan, you didn't even come to chat with your godsister. What should your punishment be? Xiao Kan, I'll take my leave. I can't afford to offend this young lady. Wang Wei promptly excused himself, abandoning his friend in the face of the charming woman. Meanwhile, the lovely woman had already walked up to Fong Can, affectionately linking her arm with his and smiling. That was Wang Gang's son, right? He always keeps his distance from me. Does he think I'm a monster or something? Huilin Jie, don't tease me. By the way, why hasn't Uncle Chen shown up yet? Fong Can decided to change the subject to avoid further torment from his godsister. He is still busy dealing with the auction items. It will take him a little while longer, Chun Huilin casually replied, pulling Fong Can toward the center of the banquet hall. Come on, I'll introduce you to your godbrother. I got married last year, and you had the audacity not to show up. This time, you're not getting away. Chapter 22. The instructor's brother-in-law despite his reluctance. Having deliberately feigned illness to avoid attending Chen Huilin's wedding, Fong Can found himself compelled to accompany her for social engagements. Allow me to introduce my husband, Chu Xingfeng. The chief instructor of the Federal Army's Special Forces, Chen Huilin cheerfully announced, pulling over a man in a colonel's uniform, whose rugged features suggested he was in his 30s. Xingfeng, this is Fong Can, whom I have mentioned to you. What do you think? My younger brother is quite handsome, isn't he? Chen Huilin, though married for over a year, still radiated the exuberance of a child, joyfully introducing Fong Can. Upon first sight of Chu Xingfeng, Fong Can's eyes brightened. The aura of quiet strength that emanated from him did not cloud Fong Can's judgment. After all, even the most adept at disguise, the third-tier mutated beast, could not escape Fong Can's discerning gaze. This acute perception was not innate or a sixth sense, but rather a remarkable insight honed through countless brushes with death. A true master, Fong Can mused inwardly, stepping forward to shake Chu Xingfeng's hand. Hello, Brother Chu. I entrust my sister to your care. At the mention of Chun Huilin, a gentle smile graced Chu Xingfeng's stern visage. Huilin is my lifelong love. I will ensure her everlasting happiness. Fong Can, observing the delight in Chun Huilin's slightly bashful demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. I didn't expect Brother Chu to be such a smooth talker. With just one sentence, you've made my sister so happy. Xiao Can, you dare to tease your sister now? Just wait until I take care of you. Chun Huilin playfully chided, pinching Fong Can's side. Thanks to his remarkable tolerance for pain, he managed to endure the pinch, which would have otherwise elicited a loud cry of discomfort in the past. At that moment, Chu Xingfeng, hidden from Chun Huilin's view, gave Fong Can a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his endurance. Had Chun Huilin not been present, he might have immediately praised Fong Can's resilience. It was evident from Chu Xingfeng's sincere admiration that he, too, had experienced the formidable pinch of Chun Huilin. As the only daughter of Chun Peter, Chun Huilin was evidently a highly sought-after figure at the charity auction, quickly surrounded by guests eager to establish connections. Much to the relief of both Fong Can and Chu Xingfeng. Brother Chu, I bet you don't know my sister's nickname from her childhood? Fong Can, now comfortably conversing with Chu Xingfeng, teased. What was Huilin's nickname? Chu Xingfeng asked, intrigued. Little Chili Pepper. Fong Can chuckled. Brother Chu, you should know better than anyone that my sister can be both a blessing and a curse. Chu Xingfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Fong Can, realizing that sometimes words were unnecessary between two men. They could communicate volumes through mere expressions. By the way, Xiao Can, I often hear your sister mention you. In a couple of months, you'll be applying to colleges and undergoing critical evaluations, right? Fong Can nodded noncommittally. Yes. What academy are you aiming for? Ogdenton Military Academy. Fong Can was resolute. He rarely changed his decisions. Ambitious. However, Ogdenton is not an easy place to get into. You must work hard. Chu Xingfeng, being the chief instructor of the Federal Special Forces and an alumnus of Ogdenton, expressed his delight at Fong Can's choice. I almost stayed on at Ogdenton as an instructor for the Ancient Martial Arts Department. Upon hearing the term Ancient Martial Arts, Fong Can's interest was piqued. Does the Federal Special Forces also practice ancient martial arts? Chu Xingfeng nodded. The members of the Federal Special Forces are the most elite from millions of soldiers, each excelling in various fields. In fact, at least half have been selected due to their proficiency in ancient martial arts. Isn't it true that with the rise of mecha technology, ancient martial arts are gradually fading? Fong Can inquired, curiosity bubbling within him. Chu Xingfeng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Xiao Can, whether you believe it or not, I must inform you that even in this era dominated by mecha, ancient martial arts remain one of the Federal Army's most relied upon strategies. I cannot disclose specifics, but perhaps this will help you understand better. The military possesses a unique method of practicing ancient martial arts that is not limited to what you may have heard on the net or in school. Often, Formidable ancient martial arts can prove far more useful than an expensive mecha. Ancient martial arts are skills you possess. While mechas are merely means to enhance one's strength through external power, there exists a fundamental difference between the two. Moreover, Chu Xingfeng paused, meeting Fang Can's eager gaze. Hesitating before continuing, I will share this with you, but you must not disclose it, or I will face repercussions. Hearing from Chu Xingfeng about the significant role of ancient martial arts within the Federal Army held immense importance for Fang Can, a young man who revered such practices. Eager to learn more, he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I promise not to speak of it. It's not exactly a secret. Most high-ranking officials in the Federation are aware. Surely you've heard of the Federation's first mecha division? The first mecha division. Isn't that the elite among the elite of the Federation's mecha forces? Fonkin was somewhat informed about current events. Indeed. I want to inform you that all pilots in the first mecha division are selected only after passing the Ancient Martial Arts Level 9 assessment, Chu Xingfeng stated matter-of-factly. Observing Fang Can, who was lost in thought, he then patted Fang Can's shoulder. Xiao Can, do you understand what I mean? Fang Can, having grasped the essence of Chu Xingfeng's words, felt an unprecedented confidence in his commitment to practicing ancient martial arts. Upon hearing Chu Xingfeng's inquiry, he nodded affirmatively. Brother-in-law, thank you for sharing this with me. Regardless of how advanced technology becomes, the status of ancient martial arts among humanity will remain unchanged. All technological products rely on external forces. True strength comes from empowering oneself. Clearly taken aback by Fang Can's profound understanding, Chu Xingfeng felt a sense of approval. How about this? There is a training base for the Federal Special Forces on the outskirts of Y City. I've recently taken a long break, and if you're interested, you can come find me anytime. I will show you the true essence of ancient martial arts in the military. That sounds fantastic. Fang Can exclaimed. I will definitely come. After a leisurely conversation with Chu Xingfeng, the host of the evening, Chen Peter, finally made his entrance. Under the staff's guidance, a temporary auction hall was swiftly prepared, and Wang Wei hurried over, ushering Fang Can to his seat. Chapter 23. Confrontation. Due to the nature of the charity auction and the esteemed invitation extended by the venerable medical master, Chen Peter, the event proceeded with remarkable fluidity, rendering the possibility of unsold lots non-existent. Within half an hour, over 20 items had been successfully auctioned, with the highest bid reaching a staggering 50 million Federation dollars, culminating in a total revenue exceeding 500 million Federation dollars. One cannot help but admire Chen Peter's extensive network. Such colossal figures of wealth are undoubtedly a testament to his formidable connections. Fang Can, having lounged for half an hour, glanced through the auction catalog and noted that fewer than 10 items remained. Recalling his father's instructions, he steeled himself and focused his gaze on the next item to be auctioned. The upcoming item was a micron space ring, generously donated by Mr. Carls, the president of LX Energy Corporation. This exquisite piece, crafted by an 8th-level civilization, is capable of storing 2 cubic meters of items within the astral space, with a starting bid set at 5 million Federation dollars. It is no surprise that a gift from the wealthiest individual in the Federation commands such a high value, especially when it remains a rarity in the market. Wang Gang, the chief of staff of the Federation's 3rd Fleet, quietly marveled, fully aware that anything he deemed worthy would indeed be exceptional. Uncle Wang, can a mere ring be worth over 100 million? Fang Can hesitated, as he initially intended to invest 30 million in this item, but suddenly felt uncertain, leading him to forego the bid. Wang Gang, who had watched Fang Can grow up, responded to his query. Do not underestimate the micron space ring. Even the astral space rings provided to mid-ranking officers in the Federation's military only hold a cubic meter of space and are products of 7th-level civilizations. Only someone like Carls, a tycoon with connections spanning across interstellar realms, could acquire such an 8th-level imperial artifact. Moreover, it speaks volumes of your Uncle Chen's reputation that even someone of Carl's stature shows him deference. Clearly, this micron storage ring became the most coveted item at the charity auction, with bids exceeding 120 million within mere minutes, and the trend showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, the auctioneer's gavel fell, and the ring was sold to Xia Tianjun, the current president of the Earth Federation's leading weapons development company, for an astronomical sum of 200 million Federation dollars. Simultaneously, Fang Can spotted 2 familiar figures, Li Shanshan and the ever-arrogant Xiaya, who were seated beside Xia Tianjun, indicating a close relationship. Considering their shared surname, it was likely they were father and son. Fang Can mused silently. No wonder Li Shanshan, despite her esteemed family background, felt compelled to heed Xiaya. It turns out he is the son of the Federation's largest arms supplier. Out of consideration for Wang Wei's feelings, Fang Can refrained from disclosing his observations. Just as he was about to shift his gaze, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Li Shanshan. Dressed in a lovely pink gown that accentuated her graceful figure, she epitomized beauty. Upon catching Fang Can's eye, a flicker of delight passed through her gaze as she discreetly gestured towards the door and then to herself, signaling her desire for a conversation, which caused Fang Can to feel a twinge of frustration. Should I leave? Who knows if this girl will cause a scene, and Wang Wei is right beside me. My good friend has just recovered from romantic disappointment. I wouldn't want to inadvertently upset him. Should I stay? We hardly know each other. Over the years, I doubt I've exchanged more than 10 words with Li Shanshan. It seems there is little to discuss. When he noticed Li Shanshan rising and walking towards him, Fang Can reluctantly stood up, apologizing as he made his way to the restroom, hoping to evade her approach. However, as he inadvertently glanced at her flawless complexion, he caught a glimpse of a mischievous smile that left him feeling rather vexed. Exiting the auction hall, Fang Can headed towards the banquet area, but Li Shanshan swiftly followed, positioning herself in front of him and softly inquiring, Fang Can, do you truly wish to avoid seeing me? It's not that I wish to avoid you. I simply did not expect us to have any connection. He shrugged nonchalantly. Li Shanshan, a beauty of both looks and demeanor, often regarded as a treasure by the male students at school, had rarely encountered Fang Can's indifferent attitude. Yet, she displayed none of the petulance typically associated with a privileged girl, batting her eyelashes as she said, after seeing you at Tianyuan, I have been seeking another opportunity to meet you, primarily to ask for your assistance. While he would gladly assist a beautiful woman, he regrettably noted that she was not his type, leading him to gently decline. At the very least, we are classmates. You wouldn't abandon me in my time of need, would you? As their eyes met again, Fang Can noticed that her bright eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a sense of empathy within him. Despite his reluctance to engage with the campus belle, her beauty was undeniably disarming, especially in her current state of vulnerability. Any man who could remain unmoved by her plight would surely have questionable inclinations. Pray, enlighten me, he finally acquiesced, sensing that her delicate grip on his sleeve indicated her determination to pursue me. The directness of her words nearly sent Fang Can fleeing in panic. Fortunately, Li Shanshan, wary of scaring him off, quickly clarified, you witnessed the circumstances at Tianyuan. Given that my family relies on the Xia family for various matters, my union with Xia has become nearly inevitable. However, from the despondent expression on Li Shanshan's face, Fang Can began to piece together her predicament, his earlier indifference softening. Are you suggesting? To start, Xia is an arrogant and insufferable individual. Yet, I must concede he possesses qualities that make him admirable. Nevertheless, I refuse to marry him. Due to familial pressure, I find myself in an entirely passive position. In light of these circumstances, the only solution I can conceive is to find a partner who surpasses Xia. Perhaps then I could gain my family's approval. While I cannot guarantee success, it presents an opportunity. As she spoke with calm conviction, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Can, scrutinizing his reactions. You cannot possibly believe I am superior to Xia. Fang Can instinctively replied, regretting his unwitting involvement in this situation. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain in his seat. After several years at the same school, your impression on others is nearly non-existent. To be frank, if I had not inquired post factum, I wouldn't even know your name. Li Shanshan giggled, covering her mouth. This, ironically, is precisely why I chose you as my potential savior. Is it really that dramatic? Fang Can retorted, bemused. Your prowess was evident during our last encounter in the three-dimensional combat arena. It is remarkable that a person of such formidable abilities can maintain such a low profile. This suggests not only strength, but also a profound cunning. While such cunning may be perceived negatively by others, I find it appealing. Had I not discerned this quality, I would not have so earnestly sought your assistance. At this moment, Fang Can wished to cry out in protest, feeling wronged. I am not cunning at all. Just a few days prior, I was an utterly ordinary student. My humility is not a choice, but a necessity, as I lack the capacity to stand out. Li Shanshan, I believe you are overly optimistic in your expectations. I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your request. Our paths have never truly crossed, and I harbor no intentions towards you. Thus, I prefer to avoid entanglements. You truly do not wish to assist me? All I ask is for you to feign an interest in me for a brief period. In return, I would agree to anything, she implored, her emotions visibly heightened as her delicate hand, once gripping Fang Can's sleeve, now encircled his arm. As Fang Can prepared to refuse once more, an unwelcome figure stormed out of the auction hall, filled with fury. Upon seeing Li Shanshan clinging to Fang Can like a timid bird, his rage intensified. "My lady, we have no grievances between us. Please do not bring trouble upon me." "Release your hold at once," Fang Can murmured, attempting to break free. However, to his surprise, Li Shanshan tightened her embrace, her fair visage displaying unwavering determination, tears glistening in her eyes, yet revealing a hint of stubbornness. "Shanshan, come here." At that moment, Xia Ya's gaze was icy, his voice sharp and commanding. Li Shanshan bit her lip, casting a pleading look at Fang Can while ignoring Xia Ya's demand. In that instant, Fang Can felt a flicker of compassion towards her. Yet it was insufficient to compel him into an unnecessary predicament. "I shall not repeat myself. Come here immediately." Xia Ya's brows furrowed, his eyes reddened as he stepped forward. Halting 5 paces from Fang Can, Li Shanshan remained unmoved, but for reasons unknown, Fang Can sensed her delicate frame quivering slightly. "Anyone who dares to touch a woman of mine shall face dire consequences." Xia Ya could no longer contain his fury, taking a forceful step forward. The marble floor cracked beneath his weight as he launched a powerful punch towards Fang Can's chest. If one were to focus closely, they might notice a faint aura enveloping Xia Ya's fist, a manifestation of formidable internal energy, indicative of at least a 9th-tier mastery in ancient martial arts, rendering this seemingly ordinary strike a lethal threat. Given the proximity and the presence of the fragile girl at his side, Fang Can had no possibility of evasion. Yet he would not subject himself to the torment of absorbing Xia Ya's blow. With a slight smile, he embraced his own reckless nature, raising his fist to meet Xia Ya's attack head-on, refusing to yield. In the past, Fang Can would have shied away from such confrontation, even possessing the necessary strength. However, after enduring the relentless cycle of death and rebirth within the unyielding realm, his temperament had drastically altered. The bloodthirsty ferocity that emerged during combat now defined his character, a transformation he himself could scarcely comprehend. Perhaps it was the harsh conditions of survival within that realm, or a subconscious desire to shield himself from the agonizing memories of death. The two forces collided with tremendous impact, sending reverberations throughout the grand banquet hall that echoed like distant thunder. To avoid harming Li Shanshan, Fang Can stood firm, bracing himself against Xia Ya's furious strike. Conversely, Xia Ya was jolted back 2 steps by the sheer ferocity of the clash, ready to continue his assault when a commanding voice rang out. "Xia Ya, cease this at once. Do you not understand the gravity of this occasion?" Chapter 24. Training base. Unexpectedly, even a proud figure like Xia Ya retreated obediently after that voice echoed. Fang Can quietly wiped the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, casting a cold gaze at the seemingly ravenous Xia Ya. His wild nature was once again ignited, and he reflexively tightened his grip around Li Shanshan's delicate waist. What had initially been a misunderstanding was no longer the case. Ultimately, the entire incident came to an inconclusive end. With his father, Xia Tianjun, keeping him in check, Xia Ya dared not make any further moves, while Fang Can was also reprimanded by Chen Peter. In such circumstances, even if Fang Can and Xia Ya were determined to fight, it was unlikely they would engage in combat. After the auction concluded, Fang Can escorted Li Shanshan into a taxi. Once she departed, he climbed into Wang Gang's magnetic suspension vehicle, observing his bewildered friend beside him. Fang Can let out a long sigh and recounted the entire episode of Li Shanshan's request for his assistance. "Believe it or not, I am acutely aware of which holds greater significance, a good friend or a woman with whom I share little connection." Wang Wei listened in a daze. After a brief silence, he threw an arm around Fang Can's shoulder and laughed heartily. Today was truly exhilarating. Seeing Xia Ya's flustered expression was priceless. "Even if you were to tell me now that you've genuinely taken a liking to Li Shanshan, I would accept it." "Really? You are so magnanimous," Fang Can replied, touched by his friend's trust, which required no extensive explanation. "Of course, it is a fine tradition inherited from my family," Wang Wei said, seizing the opportunity to flatter his father. Then he lowered his voice. "However, returning to the subject, it seems Li Shanshan might be using you. While I do appreciate her, that is a thing of the past. I would rather not see you entangled in unnecessary troubles." Wang Wei, despite his seemingly careless demeanor, often managed to pinpoint critical details, expressing his concerns for his good friend. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon Wang Wei's mention, Fang Can's mind conjured the image of Li Shanshan leaving with tearful eyes. Shaking his head vigorously, he replied, "This campus belle truly is a handful. Today's incident was an unforeseen calamity, and there shall not be a second time. I harbor no ulterior motives towards her. I am no selfless saint. I have no desire to engage in troublesome affairs." At that moment, Wang Gang, who had been driving, interjected, I should not be meddling in your youthful matters. But today, Fong Can, your performance was indeed remarkable. I have heard of Xiaya. He is considered a genius. As for the Xia family, their influence is undeniable. Even the federal military pays them heed. The Li family has been prominent for generations, possessing the largest battleship production line in the Federation. If you can truly navigate this situation wisely, that would be for the best. Uncle Wong, rest assured. I know my limits. Fong Can chuckled awkwardly, yet in his heart, he resolved to dodge any accountability. Even if he had previously made a seemingly agreeable statement, it was far better than charging headlong into a situation where he was clearly being exploited. Upon returning home, Fong Can reflected on the punch he had exchanged with Xiaya, instinctively analyzing the disparity in strength between them. This habit had been cultivated in the immortal program space. Understanding one's adversary better was the key to overcoming them. It was a simple truth. Ultimately, he had sustained injuries. However, had he not expended a significant amount of energy looking after Li Shanshan and could have retreated half a step to mitigate the force, he could have withstood that punch entirely. Xiaoyu indeed possessed some skill. Although he paled in comparison to the beasts encountered in the immortal program space, he could still be regarded as a worthy opponent. The question remained whether he could endure for 3 minutes under Fong Can's full strength. Since he had not cultivated internal energy, Fong Can was unable to heal the internal injuries inflicted by Xiaoya's punch. Fortunately, his body had been honed through numerous deaths, making it exceptionally robust. Minor injuries quickly healed thanks to his body's powerful self-repair capabilities, even faster than if he were to rely on internal energy for healing. As for Li Shanshan, the cunning young lady who was not commensurate with her age, it was better to avoid her altogether. If they crossed paths, they would merely act as strangers. While she posed some trouble, it was preferable to being manipulated. Today had indeed been exhausting. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would feel better. Fong Can's joy stemmed from this understanding. Before long, he had completely cast aside the vexing issues that would trouble anyone, reclining back to fall into a deep sleep. Another week of busy school life ensued. At school, Fong Can did everything possible to avoid Li Shanshan. However, living under the same roof made it inevitable that they would cross paths. Fortunately, he had cleverly dragged his good friend Wang Wei into the fray, which caused Li Shanshan to exercise caution and refrain from excessive actions. Of course, this led to Fong Can being extorted by Wang Wei on several occasions. On the weekend, Fong Can rose early, as he had plans to accompany Chu Xingfeng to the outskirts of Y City to visit the Federal Special Forces 6th Training Base. This was an opportunity to witness how true military elites trained and even to encounter the mysterious ancient martial arts of the military, which Fong Can greatly anticipated. As promised, Chu Xingfeng arrived at Fong Can's residence in his BBX military magnetic suspension vehicle. Once Fong Can boarded, Chu Xingfeng wasted no time and accelerated the vehicle to top speed, disregarding the traffic limits of Y City as they sped along the magnetic suspension route. The exhilarating speed was something to relish. Even at nearly 800 kilometers per hour, Fong Can leisurely sipped his milk coffee purchased from a nearby CAF before boarding. The advantages of military vehicles were undeniable, maintaining his usual military demeanor. Chu Xingfeng expressed surprise at Fong Can's physical condition. Xiao Qian, do you need me to slow down? At this speed, someone who has not cultivated internal energy could easily faint. This speed is just right. It feels fantastic. Please do not slow down, Fong Can replied with a playful smile. Once the evaluations for this year are completed, I must acquire a sports car that exceeds 1,000 kilometers per hour to experience the thrill of speed. Xiao Qian, have you ever practiced any unorthodox ancient martial arts? Chu Xingfeng inquired as they quickly exited the city at high speed. Fong Can understood the reason behind Chu Xingfeng's question, directly stating, aside from the 6 basic ancient martial arts I began learning at the academy, I doubt I have any others. Oh, by the way, I've been playing the game Knife Tomb. You can actually learn a fair amount of ancient martial arts in that game. Although their practical application in reality is far inferior to the game, it does offer some benefits. Chu Xingfeng responded with genuine astonishment. In that case, your physique must be quite exceptional. I truly do not understand why your parents did not start training you in your childhood. If you had begun practicing ancient martial arts as a child, your achievements by now would be remarkable. I was quite frail as a child, and it was only recently that I fell gravely ill. After recovering, I realized that both my strength and stamina had improved significantly. Ignoring the speed of 800 kilometers per hour and continuing to enjoy the rich milk coffee had led to a discussion about Fong Can's physique, a topic he was reluctant to pursue. He quickly redirected the conversation, since we are heading to the Federal Special Forces base. Aren't all the soldiers their disciples of your brother Chu? Chu Xingfeng smiled and remarked, "It can be said that I am. Yet it can also be said that I am not, for the special forces of the Federation Army do not consist solely of myself as an instructor. I am merely responsible for training the soldiers in their strength and physical resilience, while numerous other instructors handle various aspects of training. The more I explain, the less likely you are to fully comprehend. It is better to see for oneself. Here we are." Chapter 25. Training assessment. Before Fang Can stood a training base that resembled a colossal steel beast, sprawling over a vast expanse of land, with only a single exit visible. Reminiscent of the gaping maw of a creature, 8 parallel magnetic railways wound their way outward. Upon spotting Chu Xingfeng's vehicle, the gatekeeper promptly opened the entrance to the training base and stood aside, saluting respectfully. With the esteemed chief instructor Chu Xingfeng by his side, Fang Can was spared even the most rudimentary checks and was allowed to enter the base with remarkable ease. After parking the magnetic suspension vehicle, Chu Xingfeng led Fang Can to the elevator, descending into the depths below, and explained, "This training facility can be considered moderately sized. Each year, a new batch of recruits is sent here for training. Generally speaking, those who can endure 3 years here will qualify as competent special forces soldiers. What if one does not stay for 3 years?" Fang Can inquired curiously. "They are returned to their original units," Chu Xingfeng replied solemnly. "Our special forces only accept the elite among the elite of the Federal Army. We do not accommodate the incompetent." As they stepped out of the elevator at the lowest level, Fang Can's eyes were immediately drawn to a row of peculiar rooms, each measuring around 50 square meters. All identical in appearance, constructed entirely of steel, their purpose unknown. However, Chu Xingfeng soon provided clarification, stating that these were individual gravity rooms, capable of increasing gravity up to 6 times that of normal levels. They served as training grounds for instructors and exceptionally gifted recruits to enhance their physical capabilities. The design of single rooms was intended to prevent the sharing of ancient martial secrets during training, as different individuals would be taught different techniques tailored to their unique physiques. Why is there no one here? Fang Can wondered aloud, circling the row of gravity rooms. Chu Xingfeng smiled lightly. Today is the day for new recruits to undergo their basic assessments. All instructors and veterans are observing the evaluations of the newcomers. Fang Can's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he chuckled. "Brother Chu, what are we waiting for? Let us join in the excitement. I'm sure there's much to learn." Chu Xingfeng non-committally replied. "The reason I brought you here today was to allow you to witness the various components of the new recruits' assessments, including ancient martial arts duels. I believe what you observe today will greatly benefit your future development." Following Chu Xingfeng up the metallic spiral staircase, they traversed 3 levels of training facilities before finally arriving at the assessment venue for the new recruits. It resembled a vast sports arena, with an array of different testing apparatus meticulously arranged throughout the space. A dozen men and women clad in officer uniforms moved deftly among the equipment, each holding a portable computer, seemingly engaged in statistical analysis, while over 100 soldiers were sequentially assigned to various tests. In the audience, 400 to 500 soldiers dressed in standardized military attire were seated. A mere glance revealed the formidable nature of this assembly. Their gazes were sharp, like blades, and their postures exuded discipline and order. This group likely consisted of seasoned veterans who had undergone training here, each possessing the prowess to warrant a challenging bout with Fang Can. The sheer number of such individuals gathered in one place was a testament to the Federal Army's hidden talents. With a sense of awe, Fang Can followed Chu Xingfeng toward the podium. The podium was simply furnished with a few chairs and a long table, where 2 men and 2 women, all donned in instructor uniforms, were seated. Chu Xingfeng, evidently well acquainted with them, pulled up 2 chairs and gestured for Fang Can to sit before introducing him. "This is my guest." The 2 men and 2 women displayed ample respect for Chu Xingfeng. One striking woman, radiating confidence, approached Fang Can with a smile. "Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hua Xin, the instructor responsible for agility training at this base. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Sister Xin. I'm Fang Can, but you can call me Xiao Can," he replied, shaking her hand. Chu Xingfeng further elaborated. "Hua Xin was a rare talent in our special forces. For years ago, she was just like these new recruits. After 3 years of training and exceptional performance, she was appointed as an instructor." Hua Xin smiled gently. "Instructor Chu, it is your guidance that has brought me this far. Without your support, my progress would have been significantly limited." Her words conveyed a deep gratitude towards Chu Xingfeng, elevating Fang Can's perception of the latter. Indeed, this man, chosen by his sister and willing to accompany her for a lifetime, possessed greater influence than Fang Can had initially assumed. Hua Xian waved invitingly to Fong Can. It's rather dull up here. Shao Can. Let me take you down to watch closely. Fong Can eagerly accepted the offer, and Chu Xingfeng nodded, with Hua Xian explaining. You will gain a clearer understanding of the intricacies of the new recruits' assessments. Descending from the podium with Hua Xian, she patiently outlined each step of the assessment process. By the end of her explanation, Fong Can had gained profound insights into the stringent requirements for entering the Special Forces. It was essential to note that those selected for Special Forces training were all distinguished individuals within their original units. However, selection did not guarantee entry into the Special Forces. Failure to pass the basic assessments would result in immediate return to their original units. The basic assessment comprised 3 major components. And except for a few exceptional talents exempt from testing, any recruit failing to meet the minimum standards in these areas would be returned. After absorbing Hua Xian's insights, Fong Can comprehended the underlying purpose of these evaluations. They demanded new recruits to exhibit extraordinary strength, speed, reflexes, and adaptability. While not every individual could excel in every area, they were expected to attain an average standard across all tests. Chapter 26. Astonishment before Fong Can stood an imposing crystal instrument, towering 3 men high and 2 men wide, with a circular soft metal plate approximately half a meter in diameter at its center. Each participant was granted the opportunity to strike 3 times, with the peak value recorded as the final assessment score. A new recruit stepped forward, exhaling deeply, his robust arms exhibiting prominent veins as he delivered a powerful punch to the center of the metal plate. The display screen promptly registered a force of 306 kilograms. Yet the green signal indicating qualification above the threshold remained unlit. The recorder gestured for the recruit to continue, pointing to the green signal and stating, "The qualifying line is set at 500 kilograms. Without a better technique, passing will be quite challenging." The recruit, hearing this, stiffened, clenched his teeth, and retreated several paces. With a deep breath, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, closing in on the metal testing plate. Within 3 meters of the target, he propelled himself with a fierce punch, striking the plate with great force. 390 kilograms, the recorder remarked, his expression unchanging. "You have one last attempt." "I concede." The recruit replied, gazing at his bloodied knuckles with a hint of despondency. He shook his head and walked away, recognizing that his previous effort was his utmost limit. Even with another chance, surpassing that score was implausible. It was wiser to conserve energy for the remaining tests to secure his training opportunity. Next, the recorder called. Seemingly indifferent to the recruit's failure, waving his hand to signal the next soldier to step forward. To Fong Can, the upcoming recruit exuded an unmistakable aura of distinction, reminiscent of the restrained yet formidable presence of an ancient martial artist. This keen perception piqued Fong Can's interest in the new recruit, who, at first glance, appeared rather unremarkable. Hua Xian, noticing Fong Can's momentary astonishment, was about to speak when the recruit positioned himself before the metal testing plate, casually delivering a punch that seemed effortless. 1,500 kilograms. The recorder blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Hua Xian rushed to his side, seizing the recorder's device to quickly search for the recruit's details. Light Haynes, 20 years old. Recommended by the Federal First Fleet's Logistics Department. Enlisted for 1 year and 6 months. The recruit's profile was rather sparse. Yet it was customary for recruits from the Logistics Department to be returned to their original units after basic assessments. A striking force of 1,500 kilograms was astonishing for a new recruit, as Hua Xian marveled at the ease with which Haynes delivered such a formidable punch. Fong Can approached her with a light chuckle. "Sister Xian, may I have a go?" Hua Xian nodded, calling Haynes over to inquire further. "What level have you attained in your ancient martial arts training?" Haynes saluted respectfully before responding. "Report, officer. I just broke through to the 9th stage of ancient martial arts 3 months ago." Hua Xian smiled in relief. "That punch you delivered earlier was executed using inner energy, correct?" "Indeed," Haynes replied, a shy smile gracing his face, lacking any semblance of the nonchalance of a 1,500 kilograms powerhouse, appearing instead like a youthful boy. "At such a young age, achieving the 9th stage of ancient martial arts, your mentor must be an extraordinary individual." Haynes nodded earnestly. "Kazak is my direct superior in the logistics department and my life mentor. Without his guidance, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments." "Kazak." Hua Xian's expression shifted to one of realization, her gaze toward Haynes growing warmer. It was no wonder he reached the 9th stage at 20. He was a disciple of the legendary Kazak, one of the strongest in the Federal Army, renowned for his legendary status. Despite holding a mere administrative role in logistics for the past decade, Kazak's name was synonymous with strength and prowess among the ranks. Previously a celebrated figure within the army, one of the 7 ancient martial arts masters at the 19th stage, and a figure surrounded by numerous legendary accolades. 10 years ago, he abruptly resigned from all positions, taking on a seemingly idle role, the reasons for which remain known only to him. It would indeed be a rarity if a disciple of such a figure did not stand out. While Level XII reveled in the fortune of the special forces discovering such a gem, a sudden gasp arose, drawing her attention to the display, which illuminated a staggering value of 1,700 kilograms. Shao Kahn, I exerted every ounce of strength I could muster, yet you surpass me. Although my force is marginally higher, it is evident you were holding back. Fong Kahn panted, approaching Haynes with a smile, candidly expressing his thoughts. No, you are mistaken, Haynes replied, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The result of your punch astonished me. I enhanced my strike using inner energy, allowing me to seemingly effortlessly achieve 1,500 kilograms, whereas you likely did not employ ancient martial arts techniques to amplify your force. You discern that? Fong Kahn chuckled, unperturbed by Haynes' observation, and inquired, honestly, if you were to exert your full strength, what would your maximum output be? Haynes pondered for a moment. I believe it could surpass 3,000 kilograms. The exchange between the two young men left Level XII, the beautiful instructor, momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Xingfeng, who had been seated in the stands, approached, seemingly gliding effortlessly, closing the distance of 20 meters in less than 2 seconds. Now just a few steps away from the group. Chapter 27. Reaction Test. Shao Kahn, I hope you can undergo all the tests just like these new recruits. Chu Xingfeng said, fixing his gaze firmly on Fong Kahn. I share the same sentiment. Such an opportunity is rare, Fong Kahn replied without hesitation. He had never considered concealing his abilities. After all, fate had bestowed upon him a rare encounter, and failing to make the most of it would mean living a life of pretense. What significance would such a life hold? May I join him in the tests? Fong Kahn asked, pointing towards Haynes with a faint smile. How many tests has Haynes completed? Chu Xingfeng turned to Huaxin for clarification, having just recovered from her astonishment. Huaxin quickly accessed the test records and replied, this is Haynes' first test. Very well, Shao Kahn, you shall accompany him in the testing, Chu Xingfeng said, offering no further instructions. With an unusual grace that even Fong Kahn could not discern, he strolled back to the viewing platform. On the platform, the other 3 instructors leaned in closer to Chu Xingfeng, their faces unshaven. The slightly disheveled combat instructor, Jin Gang, broke the silence. Xingfeng, who exactly is that kid you brought? We cannot let such a promising talent slip away. He doesn't belong to our military system, and he's not of the minimum age for conscription. Chu Xingfeng replied with a wry smile. You should abandon any thoughts of recruiting him. Given his family background, he has no need to enlist. Are you saying he is not yet 18? Jin Gang exclaimed, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate several buns. He's still attending an intermediate academy. At that moment, another slightly built instructor furrowed his brow. Could he be a scion of one of those ancient martial arts families? How else could he exhibit such astounding prowess? Spare me your wild conjectures. Since the martial law upheaval 230 years ago, only a handful of ancient martial arts families remain, and nearly 90% of them are anti-federal. Do you really think I would bring a child from an anti-federal family to a training base? Does that mean he possesses merely the basics of the 6 foundational martial arts? The lean instructor said, somewhat at a loss for words. You know well that there is no shortage of geniuses in this world, Chu Xingfeng shrugged. If my wife's godbrother happens to be a super genius, I have no objections. Meanwhile, another female instructor pointed to the testing ground, reminding the 3, those 2 children have entered the reaction test area. The method of the reaction test is entirely distinct from the strength test, and far more complex. At this moment, Fong Kahn and Haynes were each assigned to the reaction test zone, which employed a military-grade 3-dimensional simulation device with a remarkable 90 realism, capable of thoroughly assessing the response metrics of those participating in the test. The test scenario spanned a distance of 1,000 meters. The quicker one could exit the endpoint, the higher the final score. However, the prerequisite was to escape from it. Throughout this 1,000-meter stretch, participants would face continuous laser beams, localized ion explosions, surprise laser strikes, abrupt changes in gravity, and other hindrances to their progress. Each participant would begin with a standard life value fixed at 100. Any attack would deduct health points based on its intensity. If one's life value was depleted before reaching the finish line, they would have to restart from the beginning. The time limit was 10 minutes. Failing to complete the course within this time frame would be deemed a failure. Huaxin meticulously explained the scoring requirements for the reaction test to Fong Can and Haynes, finally adding, "The faster your pace, the more intense and frequent the attacks will be. It is crucial to find the speed that suits you best." As the testing device activated, the scenery shifted, and Fong Can found himself before a straight corridor. Without a moment's pause, within less than half a second of entering the scene, he bent low and sprinted forward. However, after barely 10 meters, two massive pillars of fire suddenly shot forth from either side of the corridor, blocking his path less than 2 meters ahead. Without a second thought, Fong Can leaped, his body parallel to the ground, arms pressed against his thighs. With a final burst of force, he narrowly squeezed through the gap between the two fiery columns. Following that, he executed a backflip and landed on his feet, sprinting forward with astonishing speed. What remarkable reflexes and judgment! That maneuver through the flames was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At such a reckless pace, traversing this 1,000 meters would be anything but simple. Huaxin, observing the high-definition display screen above the testing device, nodded in approval. It was worth noting that Huaxin was renowned for her agility and reflexes, making her an authoritative figure in this regard. Turning her attention to the monitor of another testing device, Huaxin couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he was trained by Kazakh. He has managed to cultivate the ordinary military ancient body technique to such an extent, charging through the inferno without a scratch. While it may be somewhat of a shortcut, it still reflects a form of strength. However, compared to his speed, he is slightly slower. As he sprinted forward, under the relentless pressure of various sudden traps and attacks, Fong Can had unknowingly entered a true combat state. Fortunately, this was a simulated environment. Otherwise, the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him would have left the spectators on edge. At this moment, Fong Can was executing a series of high-difficulty maneuvers akin to those of a gymnast, navigating through a web of over 100 laser beams. His bloodthirsty and wild gaze was fixed on the finish line 600 meters away, as his reflexes reached an unimaginable peak. The instant he broke through the laser web, the walls of the corridor erupted with over 100 points of light. Realizing the impending danger, Fong Can unleashed his utmost speed, charging forward and astonishingly covering over 100 meters in mere seconds. Yet, he still failed to escape the coverage of those beams before they activated. The multitude of lasers seemed to eliminate every possible angle for Fong Can to evade, leaving him with no options but to shrink down and leap forward 10 meters in an instant. Chapter 28. Sudden change in gravity. It seemed impossible. Unless one resorted to ancient martial arts techniques, it was unfathomable that even with acute judgment and reflexes, one could evade the relentless barrage of laser attacks. Huaxin rubbed her eyes vigorously, incredulously witnessing Fong Can navigate through a majority of the lasers with a series of seemingly erratic, yet perfectly timed movements. In a fleeting moment of less than half a second, he struck the ground with a palm, using the recoil to propel himself sideways for 10 meters, thus escaping the lethal range of the final wave of lasers. Little did Huaxin know that Fong Can had faced such life-and-death situations countless times before. Having brushed against death repeatedly had honed his instinct for survival, allowing him to predict with astonishing precision, coupled with a stroke of luck, which enabled him to maintain a perfect health status of 100 life points. In truth, had he been willing to sacrifice a portion of his life points, he could have assuredly secured a safe escape, albeit at the cost of 5 to 10 life points. However, it was evident that such behavior was not in Fong Can's nature. At the spectator stands, Jean Gang stared wide-eyed, muttering, "How did this kid manage that? Goodness. Even Huaxin might struggle to replicate those moves." Chu Xingfeng nodded knowingly, stating, "In that situation, only an instinctive physical response to danger could facilitate a flawless evasion. Conscious thought cannot keep pace with such rapidity." Deng In, slender in form, remarked, "Fortunately, this lad was not seen by the scientific oddities from the First Research Institute. Otherwise, with his extraordinary physique, he would surely be subject to vivisection." With a light chuckle, Chu Xingfeng replied, "That is a matter of no concern. Little Kin's mother would never allow such a thing to transpire. If not for the lack of any genetic modifications typical of enhanced individuals, I would be tempted to speculate that his remarkable physique is a result of his mother's influence." Deng In blinked in curiosity, asking, "Is his mother employed at the First Research Institute? More accurately, she holds a managerial position. Dr. Zhao Qingyuan is a name known to many." "What?" Deng In exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean the vice president of the First Research Institute, the one who developed the T6 genetic enhancer? It's unlikely there exists another Zhao Qingyuan in the institute. Then it seems absorbing this kid into our special forces is a distant dream," Jean Gang interjected, a hint of disappointment in his tone. With such a powerful mother, his future is boundless. Meanwhile, Fong continued to sprint towards the testing endpoint at an astonishing speed, undeterred by the previous obstacles and even accelerating as he covered the final 100 meters. In contrast, Haynes, in a different testing scenario, found himself 200 meters from the endpoint. However, his approach was markedly different from Fong Can's. He charged forward with minimal evasion, brute forcing through the majority of sudden attacks. It was unclear to what extreme he had honed his ancient martial arts, as he absorbed the laser strikes with mere discomfort, with the beams only leaving dark marks on his skin without affecting his life points. Of course, if these lasers were real, even the most skilled practitioner of martial arts would likely sustain injuries. Yet, in this simulated environment, the power of such technological attacks was limited, and Haynes' speed was slightly slower than Fong Can's, resulting in a reduced density of attacks. His reflexes, however, were exceptional. Although he did not dodge, he was able to withstand the incoming strikes, channeling his energy into his fists to shatter the attacks. Both individuals maintained a full health status of 100 life points. Hua Xin glanced at the displays on the testing machines, a bittersweet smile crossing her face as she mused, if only my past self, 3 years ago, could have reached Fong Can's level. No, I could not compare, not even to Haynes. Even as an instructor today, I still cannot rival these two extraordinary individuals in physical prowess. At that moment, Fong Can was fully immersed in a heightened state of combat, moving like a nimble leopard, his astonishing predictive abilities allowing him to continue his relentless assault without pause. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. With just 2 more seconds, Fong Can would escape entirely. Yet, it was evident that the testing system had no intention of granting him such mercy. The gravity shift that had yet to activate suddenly surged to life as he traversed the final 30 meters. A sudden change in gravity at such high speed was no trivial matter. Had Fong Can not preserved some stamina to adapt to the unexpected shift, he likely would have been obliterated by the laser beams ricocheting off the tunnel walls. Even fate seemed to be aiding him. It was a 2.5 times gravitational increase. He rolled forward, absorbing 2 laser beams, and astonishingly adapted to the sudden shift in gravity in less than 2 seconds. Although his speed slightly decreased upon rising, he still managed to cross the finish line within 3 seconds. How could it be? A gravity shift of 2.5 times normal gravity. Even with my mastery of ancient martial arts at the 12th level, I would surely lose at least 20 life points under such conditions. Yet a mere novice, who only grasped the 6 fundamental techniques, could adapt to this drastic change in gravity within 2 seconds, sacrificing only 8 life points. This defies all logic. Witnessing Fong Can sprint past the finish line amidst the gravity shift left even Deng In, who had acknowledged Fong Can as a genius, utterly astonished. Chu Xingfeng pondered for a moment before addressing the other female instructor, who had remained silent. Zilai, what is your perspective? There are 2 possibilities. This child's overall physique surpasses that of those modified by the T6J genetic enhancer. If I were to speculate, I might even suspect that his mother has developed a new type of gene medication that surpasses the T6 enhancer, secretly allowing her son to benefit from this advancement. The second possibility does not conform to logical reasoning, so it is unnecessary to elaborate. The instructor known as Zilai possessed a beauty rivaling that of Hua Xin, yet she emanated an aura that seemed to keep others at a distance. Chapter 29. 2 Geniuses. Zilai, with your intelligence, it's improbable that you've arrived at only this conclusion, Dun inquired with curiosity. What is the second possibility? Don't keep us in suspense. Zilai, seemingly indifferent to Dun's eagerness, remained silent until Chu Xingfeng interjected, do share. I, too, am quite intrigued by the alternative conclusion. One must acknowledge that under such a sudden shift in gravity, even I might incur a loss in vitality if I do not adjust my state beforehand. The second possibility is that he has undergone extensive training in varying gravitational conditions, specifically training under 2.5 times the normal gravity for no less than 6 months. Only under such circumstances could one hope to restore their condition to optimal levels in such a short span of time, thus remaining unaffected by the abrupt gravitational change. However, it defies logic that one could train under 2.5 times gravity for 6 months. Even I, the weakest among us, transitioned from 2.5 to 3 times gravity in just 3 months during my training. Given his previous display of exceptional physical prowess, I estimate that he would only require about a month to make the same transition. If this is the case, then let us regard Xiaoqian as a prodigious talent. After a brief moment of silence, Chu Xingfeng smiled and said, there remains one final test. Which is your forte? Zilai nodded gently. Let me personally conduct the final assessment for both of them. Is the ice beauty about to make her move? Dunn chuckled, only to be met with a chilling glare from Zilai. Fortunately, he was not unfamiliar with her icy demeanor and waved dismissively, muttering to himself, I didn't say anything. As Zilai departed her seat and approached the testing area, Dunn sighed. Why is it that those who cultivate mental strength are always so cold and unfeeling? A smile wouldn't hurt. Keep your comments to yourself, King Kong laughed heartily. I've heard that mental cultivators have hearing capabilities several times greater than that of normal humans. Dunn shivered involuntarily and quickly retracted his previous statement. Actually, I've always regarded Zilai as a seemingly aloof, yet warm-hearted, virtuous beauty. Zilai is the sole mental cultivator in our special forces, our strategist. You can offend anyone. But if you cross her, you'll be in for a world of trouble. King Kong chuckled heartily. Truth be told, I'm just making random guesses. We are far enough away. She shouldn't be able to hear us. Such a rascal at that moment. Fong Can and Haynes stood before Hua Xian, and soon the recorder delivered their reaction test results to her. After glancing at the microcomputer displaying the final assessment, Hua Xian could not help but exclaim in surprise before continuing. Haynes completed the test in 122 seconds, with a final vitality score of 100. Rated at level 6, with the highest difficulty being level 9, scoring 86. Pausing momentarily, Hua Xian shot a meaningful glance at Fong Can before continuing. Fong Can completed the test in 96 seconds, with a final vitality score of 92, rated at level 8, scoring 94 points. Xiaoqian, did you truly only study the 6 foundational ancient martial arts? Hua Xian found it hard to accept Fong Can's impressive score, believing that even if she conducted the test herself, combining the unique ancient martial arts techniques of the military, she could not consistently achieve a score above 94. If ancient martial arts learned in the game are included, then it would be even more impressive. Fong Can replied eagerly, Sister Xian, has anyone ever achieved a perfect score on this test? Hua Xian, somewhat speechless, explained, this reaction testing device is primarily utilized for new recruits. Once one reaches a certain level of strength, such tests become trivial. However, I can assure you that your brother-in-law could easily achieve a perfect score. Brother Chu? Isn't he specialized in strength and resilience? How could he possibly surpass you in reaction speed? True, his strengths lie in power and resilience. However, that does not imply his reaction speed and agility are inferior to mine. Based on my understanding of him, I can confidently assert that should he exert 80% of his strength, even with my ancient martial arts agility, I would struggle to match his speed, let alone his reaction time. All instructors, yet there exists such a vast disparity? Fong Can, not being military personnel, spoke freely, perplexed by the differences. Hua Xian, not angered by Fong Can's confusion, chuckled. Indeed, we are both instructors. However, he is the chief instructor, while I am merely an instructional officer. He was already the chief instructor when I first joined the Special Forces. Fong Can scratched his head, seemingly realizing his wording mistake, and offered an apology to Hua Xian. At that moment, Haynes, who had remained silent, nodded at Fong Can and said, You are quite strong. I wish to befriend you. Haha, you are formidable as well. I suppose I've struck gold this time. Fong Can genuinely meant it. Had the previous gravitational shift not fortuitously intensified to 5 times gravity, and had he not been in that state during his trials in the indestructible program space, his final score would likely have paled in comparison to Haynes'. I'm determined to be your friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Fong Can beamed a sunny smile and extended his hand. Fong Can, just call me Xiaoqian. Light Haynes. Haynes responded, shaking Fong Can's hand firmly, grinning amiably. You too, come over here for the third test. The ice beauty Zilai beckoned to Fong Can and Haynes from a distance. Sister Xian, what does the third test entail? Fong Can, unlike Haynes, was not so compliant, dragging Haynes towards Zilai while curiously asking Hua Xian. It seems you two little ones hold significant importance. Zilai will personally assess your future potential. I believe the results will be far more precise than those from the instruments. Hua Xian chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Future potential can also be tested. Human judgment is more precise than instruments. Both Fong Can and Haynes were filled with immense curiosity. Once you try, you will understand. In any case, it will do you no harm. After Hua Xian spoke, she departed the testing area, seemingly leisurely walking away, but leaving behind several illusory figures that quickly settled 50 meters away in the stands. Haha, it appears our instructor Hua has been stimulated by these 2 genius kids. She even resorted to her illusionary technique, Dunn remarked, glancing at Hua Xian with a hint of admiration. Hua Xian responded non-committally. These two little ones are beyond the mere label of genius, especially Xiaoqian. I genuinely question whether he is human, witnessing the astonishing technique of Level XII as she vanished into multiple illusions. Fang Can's eyes lit up, further solidifying his resolve to cultivate profound ancient martial arts. At this moment, Fang Can and Haynes stood before Zilai, who regarded them with a piercing gaze. After a brief inspection, she coldly instructed, "Put on these two helmets, then close your eyes. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." Staying up late till update. Seeking recommendations. Chapter 30. The First Research Institute. The First Research Institute of the Federation stands as a paragon of Earth's technological advancements, classified with a SS confidentiality level. In the expansive laboratory, exceeding 500 square meters, over 30 scientists clad in white lab coats congregated, their gaze fixed intently through 6 layers of reinforced titanium steel glass at a particular specimen within. Inside this highly isolated chamber, a silverback gorilla lay bound to the wall by several robust iron chains, as a mechanical arm administered an injection of a deep blue liquid into its body. Upon the completion of this procedure, an abrupt silence enveloped the laboratory. Every scientist held their breath. Even the sound of their inhalations was purposefully muted. 1 minute elapsed, yet the silverback remained in a deep slumber. 5 minutes passed, and still, it did not stir. Just then, an elderly scientist with silver hair rubbed his eyes. A hint of reluctance in his voice. Has it failed? In that instant, a thunderous roar pierced the air. The previously oblivious silverback gorilla suddenly opened its eyes. With a mere tug, the formidable alloy chains broke apart as if they were mere threads. Its eyes radiated a fierce light, and in a heartbeat, it obliterated everything within the isolation chamber. Even the 3-foot-thick alloy door was dented inward by over 2 feet from its sudden surge of power. The scientists, momentarily blinded, watched in disbelief as the reinforced titanium steel glass developed several cracks under the gorilla's impact, a material known to withstand 2,500 kilograms of force. Surprisingly, rather than panic, the scientists erupted into a thunderous cheer. The elderly scientist nodded appreciatively and calmly instructed, "Release the strong hypnotic gas." Within mere seconds, the now powerful silverback gorilla succumbed once more to a deep slumber. Conduct a comprehensive examination of specimen 98's genetic enhancement, including brain region status, the elderly scientist remarked with satisfaction. 10 days later, in the director's office, a woman with black hair and eyes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, presented her resignation letter to the director. "Old Su, this was a promise made long ago. Once the new genetic nucleic acid enhancer is successfully developed, I expect you to accept my resignation." Su Changfeng, recognized as the most brilliant scientist of the Earth Federation in the past century, also the longest-serving member of the Federation Council, currently holds the position of director at the First Research Institute. Despite never holding an official role in the Federation government or military, he wields influence rivaling that of the Federation's president and even the Grand Marshal of the Federation Army. In the Institute, however, there exists a notable exception to the respect afforded to Su Changfeng. That is the current vice director, Zhao Qingyun. "Little Zhao, the First Research Institute cannot do without you." Su Changfeng, still engrossed in reviewing documents, sighed heavily before raising his head, deliberately avoiding the resignation letter Zhao Qingyun offered. The new genetic nucleic acid enhancer can achieve 3 times the efficacy of the T6 genetic enhancer, with significantly reduced side effects. Given our current technological capabilities, it is impossible to develop a more ideal genetic enhancement drug within the next 20 years. I have fulfilled my promise to you from a year ago. Now it is time for you to honor yours. Zhao Qingyun adjusted her glasses and firmly placed the resignation letter into Su Changfeng's hands. "My expertise lies in biological genetics, which means the First Research Institute no longer requires my services. How can we not need you? If you leave, who will take over my responsibilities? Who will lead the First Research Institute?" Su Changfeng stated with gravity, "Little Zhao, it is not yet time for you to relinquish your duties. The Federation needs you." Clearly, Zhao Qingyun was not swayed by his words. She boldly tore open her resignation letter, placing it on the table, and emphatically pointed to the section for the director's signature, declaring, "I wish to focus on my family, travel the universe, and enjoy a harmonious married life. There are many things I wish to pursue, so what?" Su Changfeng found himself momentarily taken aback by her audacity. "So you must sign it immediately," Zhao Qingyun insisted, enunciating each word. "Ah, it appears you are quite serious." Su Changfeng sighed after a pause. "I cannot accept your resignation. Consider it as a broken promise on my part. If you look down on me for this, so be it. You have never shown me a kind face, after all. Just as Zhao Qingyun was about to erupt in frustration, Su Changfeng donned a smile. I will grant you an extended leave. The duration is entirely up to you. Your position as vice director will remain untouched. If 1 year is insufficient, take 2. If 2 is still not enough, then take 3. In essence, you will always be a part of the first research institute. Little Zhao, please have pity on this lonely old man. I have always regarded you as a daughter. If you were to leave without a word, it would truly break my heart. Old Su, not this again. Zhao Qingyun, though fierce, found herself softened by Su Changfeng's ploy for sympathy. All right, you win. If anyone approaches me regarding work matters during your leave, I shall not entertain them, including you. As she departed, Su Changfeng wasted no time in contacting the head of the Federation's National Security Department via the encrypted communication system. Minister Green, as the head of the National Security Department, second only to the Federation Army in terms of power, Minister Green held a significant position within the Federation. Upon seeing Su Changfeng's virtual image, he immediately saluted respectfully. Greetings. Elder Su, I request that you dispatch your most elite personnel to ensure the safety of Vice Director Zhao Qingyun, discreetly eliminating any security threats without disturbing her. She will soon be returning to Y City for her vacation. Please make the necessary arrangements. The protection level should at least match my own, as I believe her significance to the Federation surpasses even mine. Elder Su, rest assured. I fully understand the importance of Zhao Qingyun to our Federation and will guarantee her safety. Chapter 31. Hidden Sword in Jiangnan. Since the experience at the Special Forces Training Base, Fonken has gained a profound understanding of ancient martial arts. Although he received a rather dismissive evaluation from Zilai during the last test of potential, while Zilai praised Haynes with a score of 90, it did little to diminish Fonken's unwavering belief in his pursuit of advanced ancient martial arts within the Federal Army. Unbeknownst to Fonken, Zilai's lack of feedback was not due to indifference, but rather because Zilai's spiritual energy could not penetrate Fonken's consciousness, making it impossible to ascertain his potential accurately. Out of a desire to maintain composure, Zilai simply dismissed Fonken with a vague remark. Later, when Zilai shared this discovery with Chu Xingfeng and offered an insightful analysis, the latter merely smiled and remarked that Fonken's path was beyond their control and unpredictable. He advised that if Fonken were to join the Federal Army one day, they should do their utmost to assist him. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Fonken immersed himself in the intense preparations for the upcoming evaluations. It was only on the weekend that he logged into the game's Sword Tomb. Upon entering with the ID Indomitable Radiance, Fonken was immediately inundated with a deluge of messages from thousands of players. After skimming through a few, he finally understood the situation. To his surprise, several battle invitations popped up on his screen, with 6 players challenging him to a remote duel mere minutes after he logged in. It is worth noting that initiating a remote duel requires a significant fee, and if the challenge is declined, that money is forfeited. Furthermore, the prerequisite for sending such a challenge is to have added Indomitable Radiance as a friend, indicating these players have been waiting for Fonken to come online. Unwittingly, he had become quite renowned. However, Fonken viewed this fame positively, as his intention in creating this account was to confront stronger opponents. As long as he did not reveal his true identity, the notoriety of Indomitable Radiance in Sword Tomb could only benefit him. Quickly reviewing the profiles of the 6 challengers, Fonken's gaze lingered on the 3rd challenger. Faction, Ancient Martial Domain ID, Hidden Sword in Jiangnan rank, Sect Leader record, 2,400 wins. 46 losses. Note, 16th place in the 3rd War God Tournament. Eager for a formidable contest, Fonken did not hesitate to accept the challenge from Hidden Sword in Jiangnan. In an instant, the scene shifted, and Fonken found himself atop a snow-capped peak, surrounded by a landscape of white. A sheer cliff loomed ahead, inscribed with the bold red characters Mount Hua. The sudden drop in temperature did not discomfort him, though the swirling snowflakes somewhat obscured his vision. He soon spotted the combat barrier in the distance, where a man clad in white armor, with an ancient sword slung across his back, was fixated on him with unwavering focus. As the countdown from the system concluded, the barrier dissipated, yet neither combatant moved initially. Hidden Sword in Jiangnan. What a grand ID, Fonken mused, drawing his nearly ruined titanium steel knife to point at his opponent. I've seen your battle videos. They were exhilarating and impressive. You are indeed worthy of my challenge. With an air of aloofness, Hidden Sword in Jiangnan slowly unsheathed the ancient sword from his back. As the blade emerged, a dragon's roar echoed, and the sword, entirely black and seemingly devoid of markings, exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent, enhancing its divine presence against the snowy backdrop. However, Such an intimidating presence only ignited a fervor within Fong Can, who had faced countless deaths. In this moment, he felt his blood surge, his demeanor shifting from calm to bloodthirsty. Even the most ferocious beast would struggle to match the predatory intensity he emanated. Let us engage. This overwhelming need for release propelled Fong Can to charge forward, his basic cloud body technique exhibiting a speed rivaling advanced ancient martial arts. Hidden Sword in Jiangnan's eyes glimmered with intensity as he unleashed his full power, creating multiple afterimages while swinging his sword towards Fong Can. Such speed. Fong Can was taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent, barely able to perceive the attack. Relying on his keen intuition, he executed a spinning slash that precisely blocked the lethal strike. As their weapons collided, a wave of force surged through him, chilling his body and momentarily hampering his movement. Although he managed to counter the follow-up strike, he was caught off guard and sustained an 8-inch gash along his waist from the razor-sharp blade. The ability to instantly hinder an opponent's movement with internal energy could only be attributed to the ice blade technique. As a seasoned player of Sword Tomb, Fong Can possessed an uncommon gift, the theoretical knowledge of hundreds of ancient martial arts from 87 sects, allowing him to instinctively recognize the unique power within Hidden Sword in Jiangnan's blade. Since you are aware of the ice blade technique, this should prove interesting. Unleash your internal energy, or you shall never be my match, Hidden Sword in Jiangnan declared confidently, stepping back and standing with his sword crossed, a calm smile gracing his lips. You think I wouldn't want to channel my internal energy into my weapon? Fong Can chuckled, though he refrained from admitting that he had never cultivated internal energy, nor had he even practiced the techniques available in the game. And what of the ice blade technique? Fueled by the pain of his wound, Fong Can grew increasingly reckless, locking his gaze on Hidden Sword in Jiang and with a wicked grin. Let us do this again. He charged forward once more, his intensity magnified several-fold, the air crackling with the force of his blade. Though devoid of internal energy, Fong Can's extraordinary strength and speed generated an effect typically achievable only with such energy. With a strike like thunder, he unleashed a blow, sending snowflakes swirling in a tempest around him. Chapter 32. The bone-locking divine weapon. With a resounding clash, blades met once more. The weapon in Songjin Jiangnan's hand, as dark as ink, traced a graceful arc, perfectly countering Fong Can's fierce strike. The icy force coursed through the blade, yet this time, Fong Can decisively withdrew before the energy could penetrate, remarkably unaffected by the chilling impact. Was it mere coincidence? Songjin Jiangnan furrowed his brow, struggling to believe that Fong Can had evaded his icy assault through precise calculation. The speed at which internal energy travels is notoriously unpredictable, and the brevity of time involved is beyond human reckoning. Unless the opponent possesses computational prowess surpassing that of a terminal computer, along with profound knowledge of the icy energy. The fierce battle continued, with Fong Can maintaining his aggressive stance, displaying an array of techniques that, while fraught with openings, compelled Songjin Jiangnan to adopt a defensive posture through sheer force and his nearly fatal attacks. The most frustrating aspect for Songjin Jiangnan was that each of Fong Can's powerful strikes consistently interrupted the efficacy of his meticulously cultivated icy energy. Although Songjin Jiangnan was formidable, his icy energy could not materialize without external aid. The Zhanlu sword, which had cost him untold effort to acquire, was his sole means of channeling the icy energy. Yet Fong Can had rendered this option utterly ineffective. Unbeknownst to Songjin Jiangnan, Fong Can's seemingly reckless style of fighting, where he withdrew his blade just before the icy energy could infiltrate, required tremendous effort from his opponent. Fong Can possessed his own unique method of calculation, not in terms of mathematical prowess, but rather an extraordinary sensitivity to the flow of energy in combat, allowing him to perceive nuances beyond ordinary comprehension. While this alone could not enable him to entirely evade the icy energy's harm, his understanding of it as a player rendered the improbable possible. At the summit of Mount Huashan, where blades flashed like lightning and swords soared like rainbows, Fong Can and Songjin Jiangnan had been locked in combat for over half an hour, with the situation remaining tense and unresolved. The battle had transformed into a test of endurance. Whoever could outlast the other would emerge victorious. It was evident that finding another human with Fong Can's extraordinary constitution was a rarity. Competing on the basis of endurance meant that the ultimate victory was all but guaranteed to fall into Fong Can's hands. He had feigned exhaustion multiple times, successfully luring Songjin Jiangnan into expending significant energy with aggressive strikes. Yet, just when it seemed victory was within reach for Songjin Jiangnan, Fong Can narrowly evaded defeat and regained his footing. Sanjian Jiangnan's confidence in his endurance was apparent. After Fang Can once again escaped from the brink of death, Sanjian Jiangnan discerned the potential key to determining the victor in this struggle. His eyes glinted with intent as blades collided, producing a thunderous sound. He abruptly transformed his earlier fluid technique into a powerful thrust, retreating several meters. Planting his feet firmly, Sanjian Jiangnan thrust his sword skyward. In an instant, the blade soared, scattering snowflakes as his white attire glimmered under the rare winter sun. His ancient martial arts technique, swift enough to create multiple afterimages, served as his best concealment. Even with Fang Can's keen eyesight, he quickly lost track of Sanjian Jiangnan's position. In mere moments, Fang Can barely had time to lift his gaze before he was enveloped by an overwhelming sword aura. The icy energy. Under the pressure of the formidable sword intent, Fang Can felt his movements severely restricted. No, this was the icebound world. With a sudden shout from Sanjian Jiangnan, he revealed himself in midair, the dark Zhanlu sword erupting with an unprecedented shadowy brilliance, launching a strike that sealed off all of Fang Can's escape routes, leaving him with no choice but to confront it head-on. Sanjian Jiangnan's move, combining swordplay with the icebound world technique, was akin to an enhanced version of his icy energy, perhaps more aptly termed icy sword energy. While he could not condense the energy to harm his opponent directly, he could utilize the Zhanlu sword's unique properties to unleash a chilling sword aura over a wide area. This technique first restricted his opponent's mobility. If the opponent was weak, the icy sword aura alone would suffice to defeat them. Should they withstand the initial onslaught, Sanjian Jiangnan could then follow up with a powerful descending strike, capitalizing on his opponent's diminished ability to move and impaired vision to secure a decisive victory. A flash of black sword light streaked across the sky as the Zhanlu sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy, enveloping Fang Can within a 2-meter radius. Such power was daunting, even for Fang Can, whose formidable physique made him wary of withstanding it directly. Although the equipment in Blade Tomb does not significantly enhance a player's capabilities, weapons like the Zhanlu sword, classified among ancient divine weapons, could elevate a player's strength by at least 20%. Coupled with Sanjian Jiangnan's nearly exhaustive efforts in this lethal technique, it was far beyond previous assaults. The sensation of sword energy piercing his skin was the first time Fang Can felt genuine peril, and a defensive ancient martial art, the supreme Taiji sword technique, flashed in his mind. Though he had never formally practiced it, his exceptional understanding allowed him to wield the knife as a sword. Engaging the power of the Taiji sword technique to a remarkable extent, he carved intricate circles with the thick-backed blade, dissipating energy and deflecting attacks. With a sound unlike any other, the already damaged titanium steel blade succumbed to the relentless sword energy, shattering abruptly. Half of the blade, now riddled with fractures, flew away, embedding itself deep into the snow-covered ground. In the face of this sudden turn, Fang Can exhibited astonishing explosive power, flinging the broken half of the blade to deflect several sword strikes. With a surge of determination, he leaped forward, unflinchingly entering the shadowy sword light that could easily claim his life. In an instant, blood sprayed as Fang Can sustain numerous deep gashes. Yet he closed the distance to Sanjian Jiangnan to within half a meter. Had it not been for the icebound world slowing his movements, he might have been able to land a punch squarely on his opponent's face. 80% realism of pain did not hinder Fang Can's actions despite his grievous injuries. He had long considered such wounds as commonplace. As long as he lived, there remained a chance. Fang Can's comprehension of this truth surpassed that of most. Another sharp sound pierced the air as a dark light erupted. Fang Can's right shoulder was pierced by the inky Zhanlu sword. Had he not shifted slightly to the side, this strike would have surely pierced his heart. Deeply aware that victory was imminent, Sanjian Jiangnan could hardly anticipate that an individual in such a grievous state could unleash such formidable power. Just as he prepared to draw his sword for another assault, he found himself unable to do so. A layer of visibly blood-red ice crystals enveloped the blade, completely immobilizing the Zhanlu sword that had pierced Fang Can's shoulder. It was inconceivable that Fang Can's momentary muscle contraction could hold the ancient divine weapon, but under the chilling embrace of the frozen world, the impossible became possible. The blood rapidly congealed, combined with the intense muscle contraction, and the shoulder bone dislocated to form a bone lock, together ensuring the Zhanlu sword was restrained for at least 10 seconds. At that moment of astonishment for Sanjian Jiangnan, Fang Can, with his eyes aflame, had already closed the distance, delivering dozens of punches within a mere 5 seconds, each strike bearing the force of several bulls and tigers. The excruciating pain did not diminish Fang Can's combat prowess. Rather, It ignited his inherent ferocity, his overwhelming punches shredding Songjin Jiangnan's white attire into tatters. The system notification echoed in Fang Can's ears, declaring that his opponent had completely lost combat capability, and unyielding radiance had emerged victorious. As the scene shifted, Fang Can exclaimed with fervor, "That really hurt." He resolved that before the next PK battle, he must acquire a superior weapon. Indeed, had it not been for the sudden break of his titanium steel backblade, Fang Can could have relied on the astonishing defensive maneuvers of the Taiji sword technique to withstand Songjin Jiangnan's fierce assault. He firmly believed that such overwhelming killing techniques, even from a master of Songjin Jiangnan's caliber, could not be sustained for long. Once their momentum waned, it would be Fang Can's time to triumph. Just as Fang Can vowed to seek out a suitable weapon, numerous distant battle invitations began to appear, all from expert players bearing the title of master. Today's exhilarating encounter was concluded. Fang Can paid no mind to the frenzied battle invitations and disconnected, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, as Fang Can and Songjin Jiangnan competed, the immensely popular UU video platform simultaneously broadcasted their battle, which quickly garnered millions of views following its upload, a number that continued to rise. Evidently, UU video officials held this long-awaited battle video in high regard, prominently featuring it on their homepage and creating a dedicated series centered around unyielding Radiance's ID, titling it the duel on Mount Hua to captivate countless players of Dao Tomb. Since the last video of the ancient martial New King in the Imperial Tomb region had been widely circulated, it had sparked fervor for a week. Now, after more than half a month, as people began to forget unyielding Radiance, the duel on Mount Hua reignited the flames of passion within numerous Dao Tomb players. Although Fang Can's opponent was not from the mecha domain, Songjin Jiangnan's remarkable achievements and demonstrated prowess in the battle video were still sufficient to attract the attention of many Dao Tomb players. Naturally, the protagonist always shines brightest. Songjin Jiangnan's strength merely served as a backdrop. UU video platform's efficiency was commendable. Besides creating a dedicated channel for unyielding Radiance, they swiftly edited the footage, pairing it with a stirring military march as background music, greatly enhancing the presentation of the battle. Those Dao Tomb players who missed the live broadcast found no regret, as the post-production editing by UU video platform provided them with a visual feast. Thus, while UU video platform enjoyed a surge in traffic, Fang Can's reputation soared once more due to the splendid editing. For instance, the moment when Fang Can was pierced by a sword, only to subsequently bind Songjin Jiangnan's Zhanlu sword with sheer physical strength, decisively sealing his victory, transformed from merely a thrilling segment into an epic display through careful editing, slow-motion replays, and close-ups. In less than 3 days, the battle video titled The Duel on Mount Hua surpassed 30 million views, even ranking among the top 10 in the search results. However, websites that benefited from the increased traffic expressed great regret, for the creators of this viral video had once again vanished from public view. Neither Unyielding Radiance nor the vanquished Songjin Jiangnan had logged into Dao Tomb since that battle. Nevertheless, the impact of their clash remained evident. Following this duel, the Taiji sword technique and the Icebound force rapidly gained popularity throughout the ancient martial domain. In this era, it would be acceptable to claim ignorance of the Icebound force, but to profess unfamiliarity with the Taiji sword technique would be utterly disgraceful. Within Dao Tomb, the once obscure Wudong sect skyrocketed to become one of the 10 most popular sects, with thousands of players eager to join daily, prompting the officials to temporarily add 20 NPCs for sect registration to prevent chaos. Chapter 33. The Return of Mother in the Blink of an Eye. Only 4 weeks remained until the examination, yet Fang Can seemed increasingly at ease, a stark contrast to the frantic urgency of the preceding weeks. At this moment, he leisurely stepped out of the school and even took a detour to a nearby CAF for a cup of their signature milk coffee before heading home. Just as he was about to enter the courtyard of his home, a sudden, instinctive awareness of impending danger halted him in his tracks. After a brief pause, he stretched nonchalantly, yet through his heightened perception, he discerned 2 concealed figures lurking within 100 meters of his vicinity. Their exceptional skills in stealth were undeniably professional. Although they bore no hostility, Fang Can disliked the feeling of being watched. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly relaxed Fang Can transformed into a swift arrow, darting towards a towering sycamore tree 30 meters away. The sheer explosiveness of his speed was chilling. In an instant, he reached the tree and delivered a decisive strike to the neck of the hidden assailant, who did not even have the chance to turn and see who had attacked before being rendered unconscious. Simultaneously, a shadow burst forth from the opposite side. Did he forsake his partner? This figure moved with remarkable speed, clearly a person of professional training. However, after barely covering a dozen meters, a cold snort echoed behind him. Just as he turned, darkness enveloped him, following in his companion's footsteps. After incapacitating the two mysterious figures, Fangkin hoisted one under each arm and unceremoniously deposited them at his doorstep, rummaging through their pockets for identification. Agents of the National Security Bureau, Y City Division. Had he struck the wrong targets? As he stared at the two badges, momentarily bewildered, the front door of his home swung open, revealing a familiar, warm smile he had missed for over a year. Xiaoqian, Zhao Qingyun, now dressed in sports attire, appeared remarkably youthful, as if time had forgotten this beautiful woman. She bore little resemblance to a mother and more to an elder sister. Upon noticing the two unconscious figures at Fangkin's feet, she paused momentarily. You rascal. Your mother has been gone for just a year, and you've already learned to fight. Zhao Qingyun chided lightly, hastening to close the distance between them. Mom, I'm innocent. Fangkin chuckled nervously as he handed the retrieved identification cards to Zhao Qingyun, muttering, these two were lurking around our home, and I had no idea who they were. So I knocked them out first. National Security Bureau agents? Zhao Qingyun regarded the cards and chuckled incredulously. It's most likely old Su's doing. That old man is incorrigible. Mom, what should we do now? Encountering his long-absent mother naturally filled Fangkin with joy, but before indulging in nostalgic reminiscences, they had to address the pressing issue at hand. No worries, my dear son, well done. Zhao Qingyun affectionately ruffled Fangkin's hair, her laughter resonating softly. I never expected that after just a year apart, you have made such progress. These two are classified C-level agents of the National Security Bureau. Forget how you discovered them. The mere fact that you subdued them speaks volumes of how much you've changed since a year ago. Fangkin, well aware of his mother's temperament, nodded with a humble grin. I suppose it's thanks to the excellent genes I inherited from you and Dad. If I didn't possess some skills, how could I manage? Indeed, my dear son, seeing your progress allows me to feel confident in the training regimen I meticulously devised for you. What training regimen? Fangkin inquired cautiously. Do you think I hurried back from the first research institute for nothing? I came specifically to provide you with intensive training to help you achieve your dream of entering the Ogden Military Academy. Clearly, Fangkin had a profound understanding of the special training his mother was referring to. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to downplay the situation. Mom, I believe the Federation needs you more. National matters take precedence. Perhaps you could sacrifice a little for your son's future. Zhao Qingyun waved her hand dismissively. My personally crafted special training is one of a kind. It would be a failure as a mother not to offer it to my own son. Not wanting to engage further, Fangkin's eyes darted around, and he decided to shift the topic. Mom, should we wake these two national security agents? Zhao Qingyun shook her head, tucking the identification cards back into the agents' pockets. There's no need for that. Just come inside with your mother. In a few minutes, someone will surely come to wake them. Who knows? Many eyes might already be watching us. Upon entering the house, Zhao Qingyun wasted no time and led Fangkin straight to the backyard. This expansive garden, sprawling over several acres, was filled with various enormous plants, resembling more of a jungle than a typical residential garden. I've already contacted your principal. You need not return to school before the upcoming assessments. Zhao Qingyun held Fangkin's hand, her cheerful laughter filling the air, yet Fangkin couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous was afoot. Mom, why is that banana tree moving on its own? After just a few steps, Fangkin was astonished by the peculiar sight before him. All the plants in this garden have been infused with modified genes. What's so strange about them moving? Zhao Qingyun remarked casually, continuing to pull Fangkin deeper into the foliage. Mom, that giant silver fir seems a bit excessive. Fangkin pointed at a massive silver fir tree, towering 100 meters high and as thick as 20 men could embrace, and weakly questioned. Your eyesight has certainly improved. Zhao Qingyun responded with a non-committal smile. This silver fir is my masterpiece, enhanced 30-fold, and infused with some rather interesting modified genes. You'll understand in due time. As they ventured further, Fangkin felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm, encountering not only mobile plants, but also dozens of gigantic, formidable creatures. He could discern their former forms as the exotic pets his father, Fang Kunlun, had brought back from Tianjia Star, yet now they were far beyond the scope of mere pets. Mom, you don't intend to put your son's life at risk here, do you? The deeper they journeyed into the jungle, the stranger the plants became, and the larger the exotic creatures loomed. Although Fangkin remained unfazed, Zhao Qingyun's subtly upturned lips always instilled an uneasy premonition within him. Dear son, how could your mother joke about your life? Rest assured, As long as you can survive in this garden for the next 3 weeks, you will surely meet the physical standards required for admission to the Ogden Military Academy. Of course, it would be even better if you could find your way out of this garden. As she spoke, Zhao Qingyun pointed towards a nearby wooden cabin, saying, I have encoded the genetic chains of all the plants and creatures here. As long as you stay within 50 meters of this cabin, they won't attack you. Inside, there's enough food for you to last a month, but the drinking water is 300 meters south of the cabin. Are they very strong? At this point, Fonkin found himself indifferent, shrugging his shoulders and stating, if I happen to damage them, you can't hold it against me later, Mom. After all, this garden and the exotic creatures within are your beloved creations. In Zhao Qingyun's recollection, it was a remarkable feat for her son to survive for 3 weeks in this genetically modified enchanted forest. At that moment, she believed Fonkin was merely seeking to save face with his words, and she nodded in agreement, saying, of course, I won't hold it against you. Very well. I shall make every effort. Fonkin revealed a sly, triumphant grin as he responded. Do not blame your mother for not warning you. While these alien creatures and genetically modified plants may not kill you, they certainly possess the potential to inflict severe injuries. There are 2 boxes of potent healing serums in the house. You may use them as you see fit. My dear son, I am leaving now, so do your best. As Zhao Qingyun's figure gradually receded from the small cabin, Fonkin waved nonchalantly, until half an hour later, a sudden light rain began to fall in the forest. Likely a form of genetic catalyst. Moments later, the already restless genetically modified vegetation and alien creatures erupted in a terrifying cacophony. At this juncture, Fonkin strolled leisurely out of the house, stretching his joints, and with a hint of nostalgia, he sighed, Mother, I truly anticipate the expression on your face when you see me. Chapter 34. Anticipation. In recent days, I have been occupied with moving, and my home ADSL is being transferred, rendering me nearly unable to access the internet. Therefore, updates have been somewhat delayed. I hope for your understanding. Once the ADSL transfer is complete, I shall expedite the updates. Shao Kahn's constitution is exceedingly frail. However, he possesses remarkable perseverance. During his 3 weeks in the genetic modification forest, he will require at least a box of medication. The life or death environment, combined with the diluted T7 gene nucleic acid solution, should effectively and harmlessly enhance his constitution to a formidable level. Although this process may be quite painful, the diluted T7 solution is significantly more precious than the T7 nucleic acid medication and almost entirely eliminates any side effects. Yet, there exists a critical requirement. The recipient must be in an extremely weakened state for it to take effect. Nonetheless, for the sake of his future, he must endure. I trust he will comprehend my intentions later. To be candid, before sending Fonkin into the genetic modification forest, Zhao Qingyun hesitated numerous times, reluctant to subject her cherished son to suffering. However, after confirming that entering the forest posed no life-threatening danger, she steeled her resolve and ultimately left Fonkin amidst the trees. As Zhao Qingyun pondered, a sudden, thunderous roar pierced the air, causing the grand villa to tremble slightly. Despite being a woman, she possesses the strength of a 9th-level ancient martial artist and swiftly dashed outside to the backyard. Before her lay a staggering sight. A genetically enhanced 5-horned white rhinoceros, nearly 8 meters long and weighing close to 10 tons, lay incapacitated not far from the garden exit, frothing at the mouth and clearly unable to rise. On either side of this magnificent creature, more than a dozen genetically modified banana trees had been uprooted, and what was once a dense thicket had been cleaved open, creating a narrow path several meters wide. Fonkin approached with a serene smile, leisurely making his way toward Zhao Qingyun. Behind him, a chaotic scene of overturned genetically modified trees and ferocious alien-enhanced beasts. Mom, I wished to hold back, but they were relentless, and I had no choice. As Fonkin reached her, Zhao Qingyun, still in shock, pointed at the fallen rhinoceros and exclaimed, Did you do all this? Before bursting forth from the genetic modification forest, Fonkin had resolved to share the secret of the indomitable programming space with his mother. Thus, he took her hand and said, Mom, your son has become quite strong, stronger than anyone in his age group. The source of this transformation is a story beyond imagination. Would you care to hear it? 2 hours later, Zhao Qingyun gazed deeply at Fonkin, affectionately wrapping an arm around him, saying softly, My son has grown up. It seems I shall have less to worry about from now on. Fonkin, slightly puzzled, remarked, Mom, you haven't even asked why. Do you truly accept everything I've told you? Zhao Qingyun smiled gently. Why would I doubt? You are my son. If I cannot trust you, who can I trust? You have grown stronger and are destined for a bright future. Why should I question the source of your transformation? However, Zhao Qingyun touched Fang Can's forehead and murmured, Shao Can, you mentioned that the comprehensive examination found no abnormalities in your brain. This indicates that your extraordinary encounter is undoubtedly a product far beyond our earthly civilization. Something we cannot comprehend or explain. If there are any side effects, it could become quite troublesome. Fang Can hesitated, recalling the abnormal fervor he exhibited during battles. After a moment, he confessed, Mom, I believe side effects may have already manifested, but fundamentally, this does not affect my health. Rather, it has altered my temperament. Ah. Zhao Qingyan gasped, her eyes intently fixed on him. Tell me everything in detail. Once Fang Can finished recounting his experiences, Zhao Qingyan appeared calm, her previous tension dissipated. In such a harsh environment, everyone seeks a method to alleviate pressure. I even believe that those with weaker wills may completely collapse. Shao Can, your unusual temperament during battles is merely a way of releasing stress. In fact, I see this as a positive development. As long as you learn to control this emotional upheaval in future encounters, it will not be harmful. It may even fortify your character. You are too easygoing, which is not a flaw, but it can lead to disadvantages in certain situations. Isn't that a side effect? Fang Can trusted Zhao Qingyun entirely and nodded. So, I need not suppress this latent second personality? Do not suppress it. You must learn to control it, Zhao Qingyun replied, rising. Now that our little Shao Can no longer requires physical enhancement, I shall spend the coming weeks tutoring you in various subjects requiring intellect and diligence. Beginning with the history of the Earth Federation. The history of the Earth Federation. Fang Can groaned. Mom, may I opt to forego some subjects? You know, among the 16 subjects, I only need to selectively participate in the tests of 8. It is not necessary to cover everything, is it? Zhao Qingyun remained unfazed, smiling. My dear son, if you were still the same you, I would not pressure you to become a polymath. However, since my son has been transformed into a genius by technology far beyond earthly civilization, it would be a tremendous waste not to harness this extraordinary talent that others can only dream of. I have taken a 2-year sabbatical. If you refuse to study, how am I to pass the time? It seems there is no room for negotiation. Fang Can sighed deeply, resigned to his fate. Chapter 35. The martial arts ban incident. 3 weeks swiftly elapsed, and with merely a week remaining until the impending assessment for graduating students, Fang Can, under the diligent supervision and guidance of Zhao Qingyun, had successfully mastered numerous subjects. It was fortunate that Fang Can possessed an innate and extraordinary memory. Otherwise, accomplishing the ambitious goals set by Zhao Qingyun would have been exceedingly challenging. Who was Zhao Qingyun? At the tender age of 12, she was exceptionally admitted to one of the 3 prestigious academies of the Federation, Nanking Academy. By 15, she had earned 5 doctoral degrees, specializing in genetics. At 17, she innovated the T1 gene enhancer, which led to her recruitment by the Federation's foremost research institute. Over the following decade, Zhao Qingyun invented more than 20 advanced genetic technologies, ultimately becoming the first female deputy director of the Federation's leading research institute. In addition to her remarkable achievements in genetics, she made significant contributions in other research fields, each a formidable accomplishment that would be a lifetime endeavor for most. Such a scientific genius, with an IQ exceeding 200, would naturally not confine her son's study plan to merely mastering essential knowledge. This was a source of great frustration for Fang Can, despite his formidable memory, which enabled him to master 16 subjects well before Zhao Qingyun's return. He felt his grasp of the material fell short of her rigorous standards. However, the days spent with a family member nearby were undeniably pleasant. Every day, he savored exquisite meals that rivaled those prepared by 5-star chefs, much to his delight. Additionally, while studying the history of the Earth Federation, he developed a profound interest in the subject, uncovering numerous secrets regarding the rise of ancient martial arts. Had he merely relied on online resources to seek historical data, no matter how deeply he delved, he would likely have unearthed little of significance. Since the martial arts ban incident, which nearly toppled the Earth Federation's rule 230 years prior, much of the preceding history has been thoroughly concealed. It is likely that most citizens of the Federation, particularly those of Fang Can's generation, have never even heard the term martial arts ban. Fortunately, with a mother who served as the deputy director of the foremost research institute, upon learning of Fang Can's keen interest in the history of the Federation, she promptly bestowed upon him her A-level browsing permission ID. The Skynet encompasses nearly all information required by the populace, categorized into 8 levels of importance. Ordinary citizens possess only the lowest G-level access, while military personnel with over 2 years of service are granted F-level access. The highest S-level access is reserved for a select few, such as the Federation President, the Grand Marshal of the Federation Army, and the Minister of National Security. Initially, Zhao Qingyun would have been entitled to only B-level access due to her position. However, owing to the unique nature of the research institute and her needs, she was granted an exception, receiving the same A-level access as the institute's director, a privilege typically reserved for commanders of the 7 major fleets of the Federation. Thanks to his mother's superior browsing privileges, Fang can spend the following days immersed in the Skynet database. Captivated by the monumental events surrounding the martial arts ban incident from 230 years ago. In that era, nearly everyone in the Earth Federation wielded martial prowess at or above the 9th level, unlike today, where an ordinary citizen might only achieve the 6th level throughout their lifetime. This vast disparity stemmed from the accessibility of martial arts training methods. Presently, unless one joined the Federation military or became an elite student at a prestigious academy, ordinary citizens would only learn the 6 basic martial skills suitable for physical health. The Federation tightly controlled all advanced martial arts, demonstrating the immense effort expended to maintain such control in an age of advanced information. The government's relentless suppression of any avenues to learn advanced martial arts can be traced back to the catastrophic rebellion 230 years ago, an event known as the Martial Arts Ban Incident. In 2150, as the Earth Federation was established, martial arts became a formidable reliance for humanity, with everyone practicing and excelling. During this time, human combat capabilities even surpassed those of citizens from civilizations classified as Level 7. By 2450, Earth was recognized by the galaxy's highest civilization, the Caesar Empire, which boasted a Level 9 status, thereby entering the threshold of Level 5 civilizations. This marked the onset of a technological leap for Earth, leading to the advent of mechs, powerful weaponry, and interstellar warships that gradually diminished the significance of martial arts in the public's perception. It was not until a legendary figure, later revered as the martial arts Saint Emperor, emerged that the declining martial arts began to experience a resurgence. Duan Bingfeng, an unassuming young man, achieved the mythical level of 27 in martial arts by the age of 35. He single-handedly defeated biomechs operated by top pilots from a Level 8 civilization and annihilated the infamous deep space pirate group, the Deep Knot, which had evaded capture by even Level 7 civilizations. Following these extraordinary feats, Duan Bingfeng became a symbol of humanity on Earth, solidifying the planet's standing among several Level 5 civilizations. In the subsequent 20 years, Duan Bingfeng compiled and refined the numerous obscure martial arts practices, creating 7 extraordinary techniques that would be hailed as miraculous martial arts by future generations. Alongside these 7 remarkable techniques, numerous martial arts masters emerged, establishing their own sects, leading to a flourishing period in martial arts. As martial arts became widely practiced and various powerful techniques proliferated, the populace grew increasingly formidable, rendering the Federation government constrained and ineffective. Even ordinary citizens could possess the strength of the 9th martial level, let alone those who mastered powerful techniques. Despite the chaos, Duan Bingfeng managed to maintain order until his mysterious disappearance in 2647, which ignited a catastrophic rebellion threatening the very existence of the Earth Federation. That year, the Federation dispatched 1 million fully armed troops and 150,000 mech soldiers to quell the uprising. After 9 days, the results of the suppression were shocking. 1 million soldiers mobilized, with 150,000 mech soldiers perishing, leading to a staggering quarter of the planet's population dying amidst the turmoil. Many succumbed in battles against the Federation's suppressing forces, while a greater number fell victim to the overwhelming martial prowess of the rebellious populace. Realizing the formidable strength of the martial arts practitioners, the Federation government recognized the root of the issue. After making numerous promises, they reached an agreement with 7 of the 10 most powerful martial arts families on Earth and enlisted 3 of Duan Bingfeng's 6 direct disciples to help suppress the uprising. Half a year later, at an immense cost, the Federation government finally quelled the largest rebellion in planetary history. The 7 major martial arts families suffered significant losses, with nearly all their elite members perishing and only one of Duan Bingfeng's 3 disciples surviving, illustrating the ferocity of the conflict. In the face of martial chaos, stringent governance became paramount. The federal government, having achieved a decisive victory in this conflict, thoroughly adhered to its national policy. It first employed forceful measures to dismantle all ancient martial arts sects, seizing their treasured techniques. Those who resisted faced execution, capture, or exile. Concurrently, the federal government vigorously promoted a technocratic approach to governance, elevating mecha technology to a status far surpassing that of ancient martial arts. In the eyes of the federal government, ancient martial arts were accessible to all, as long as one possessed formidable techniques. Each individual could contribute to the collective strength. In contrast, a warrior unable to pilot a mecha was merely a somewhat stronger brute compared to an ordinary person, and mecha technology could not be disseminated as widely as ancient martial arts. Subsequently, a strict decree was issued. Aside from the 6 foundational ancient martial arts, federal citizens were prohibited from practicing any form of ancient martial arts independently. Violators would face severe penalties. To this day, this decree remains in effect, though it is no longer enforced with the same rigor. However, after over 2 centuries of relentless purging by the federal government, the advanced ancient martial techniques that endure among the populace are exceedingly rare. Even if they exist, practitioners are unlikely to reveal their skills publicly. The 7 wonders of ancient martial arts, the 10 ancient martial arts families. How I wish I could have been born a few hundred years earlier to witness the grandeur of the martial arts sovereign. Reflecting on the materials he had just accessed in the Skynet database, Fonkin instinctively touched his nose, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Then, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly reconnected to the Skynet. Among the 10 ancient martial arts families, 7 had compromised with the federal government. What about the remaining 3? Why were these 3 families not mentioned in the previous materials? Logically, during that tumultuous era, families with substantial power would have held significant influence, making their omission puzzling. Were these 3 families that refused to compromise with the federal government extinguished in the upheaval against martial arts, or did they find another path? Contemplating this question, Fonkin racked his brain for keywords potentially related to the ancient martial arts families and searched the database, only to be disappointed after an hour of fruitless inquiry. There were 2 possibilities. Either the records of the 3 anti-federal ancient martial arts families had been completely erased, or his mother's access permissions were insufficient. Since he could not uncover information about the anti-federal families, he decided to search for the 7 ancient martial arts families that had previously assisted the federal government in quelling the unrest. After entering the relevant keywords into the database, a message appeared: insufficient permissions, unable to display. The presence of this notification indicated that the records of the 3 anti-federal ancient martial arts families had indeed been thoroughly expunged. Fonkin shook his head in resignation, contemplating a search for prominent figures from that period who wielded absolute influence, when he heard Zhao Qingyun's voice from downstairs. Shao Kan, dinner is ready. Chapter 36. Admission to Augudin. Every April marks a period of intense anticipation and anxiety for the graduating students of the intermediate college. After 3 days of systematic assessments across 8 subjects, each student will discover the path that lies ahead of them. The vast majority of students will enroll in various technical colleges, while only a select few will meet the criteria for admission to prestigious institutions. Indeed, the acceptance rate at these higher schools is a mere 20% of the total number of candidates taking the assessments. The limited spots and promising futures are undoubtedly the aspirations that every graduating student fervently desires. As the premier private intermediate college in the Federation, the first affiliated intermediate college of Augudin boasts an astonishing admission rate of 85 to higher academies, a figure that far exceeds the average, and also justifies the institution's exorbitant tuition fees. Among this 85, an impressive 3 of students secure places in the Federation's 3 top-tier academies. At this moment, Dean Zhou Binglin is reviewing the assessment results of the graduating students that have just been delivered to him. As he peruses the data, a smile spreads across his face. This year's percentage of students qualifying for higher academies has risen by 2 percentage points compared to previous years. Most notably, aside from the 3 guaranteed spots for the Augudin Military Academy, 3 additional students have qualified for admission through their own merit, and 2 more have secured spots through familial connections. In total, 8 students from this year's cohort have been accepted into the Augudin Military Academy. Glancing over the profiles of the 2 students with guaranteed admission, Zhou Binglin nods with satisfaction, recognizing the exceptional backgrounds that must accompany such an achievement. His attention then shifts to the 3 students who earned their places through sheer talent. He Shui, a prodigious student who has consistently ranked first across all subjects. Zhang Yuqiang, a remarkable youth with extraordinary physical capabilities, having attained the 8th level of ancient martial arts by the age of 16. And finally, Fong Kan, whose name seems somewhat unfamiliar to him. Zhou Binglin furrows his brow in confusion. Based on previous performances, this student could only be considered average, barely qualifying for a standard higher academy. How could someone so unremarkable achieve the high score of 380 required for admission to the Ogden Military Academy? It is worth noting that the assessments consist of 8 subjects, each with a maximum score of 50, totaling 400 points. Generally, the cutoff for higher academy admissions hovers around 300, while the 3 top-tier institutions demand a daunting threshold of over 370 points. According to the Federation's Ministry of Education, in the past 2 decades, only 500 students annually have gained entry into these prestigious establishments, amidst a staggering total of 6 million candidates. This translates to a mere 1 in every 4,000 students possessing the potential to qualify for the top 3 academies. The sudden emergence of an otherwise unremarkable student achieving admission to the Federation's most esteemed institutions defies logic, and it is no wonder that Zhou Binglin is taken aback. Upon retrieving Fong Can's scores, his surprise swiftly transforms into profound astonishment. Strength assessment, 50. Speed assessment, 50. Reaction time assessment, 50. Constitution assessment, 50. 6 fundamental ancient martial arts assessments, 50. Federation history assessment, 50. Introductory genetics assessment, 45. Ancient Chinese literature assessment, 45. Total score, 390. A genius of a century? Zhou Binglin is momentarily speechless, then shakes his head with a mix of disbelief and gratitude. Perhaps he had overlooked something. Now, Ogden Military Academy is graced with such a remarkable talent. It would be prudent to request some favors from that old fellow. Perhaps securing an additional guaranteed admission spot for the academy. In the communication network, Zhou Binglin speaks with a venerable elder, Lin Tingfeng, the president of Ogden Military Academy, whose influence in both the Federation government and military is unparalleled. Before assuming his role as president, Lin Tingfeng had already established himself as one of the longest-serving members of the Federation's Congress, having dedicated 25 years to military service. Rising from a basic logistics soldier to a general, it is rumored that had he not insisted on stepping down from military command to lead Ogden Academy, he would likely hold the position of Grand Marshal of the Federation today. Xiao Zhou, the information you acquire is merely a reflection of what I can access. And I assure you, my channels are not inferior to yours. Lin Tingfeng remarks nonchalantly, as he reclines in a rattan chair, puffing on his jade pipe. Your college has 8 students accepted into Ogden, 5 with guaranteed admission, 1 with special recruitment, and 2 who scored high enough. If memory serves me right, that should be the summary. Zhou Binglin, an honorary vice president of Ogden Military Academy, shares a close relationship with Lin Tingfeng, allowing for a casual exchange. Since you are already aware, I presume the accomplishments of our student Fong Can will astonish you. Lin Tingfeng shrugs, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The lad performed adequately, nothing exceptional. Only adequate? A score of 390 is a once-in-a-century talent. You cannot jest with me, Zhou Binglin exclaims. To be candid, the 3 guaranteed admission spots for our academy are exceedingly scarce. At times, I find it challenging to provide fresh talent to Ogden. Surely, next year you could allocate 1 more guaranteed admission spot? Lin Tingfeng merely smiles in silence, prompting Zhou Binglin to continue. This request is not unreasonable. I've been imploring you for 3 years now, and in light of this extraordinary talent you've gained, surely you can accommodate 1 more spot? Do you believe that such extraordinary talents are a rarity at Ogden? Lin Tingfeng's gentle retort silences Zhou Binglin, who reflects that indeed, with Ogden's status as the Federation's top academy, while not every student may be a genius, a significant proportion undoubtedly are. Fong Can's score of 390 may be remarkable in City Y or even across the Southern Hemisphere, but when compared to students from the 7 planets of the Federation, it may not claim the top position. Furthermore, the educational approach at higher academies differs vastly from that of intermediate institutions. Many students who attain excellent scores initially may find themselves overshadowed and falter afterward. It seems I have overthought this. Thank you for your insight, Lin Lao. Zhou Binglin concedes thoughtfully. You are not young anymore, yet your impatience remains unchanged, Lin Tingfeng comments, exhaling a puff of smoke as he relaxes in his chair. Here's the deal. If this student you value can secure a top 3 finish in the entrance examination, I shall grant your request. Top 3. Zhou Binglin did not exhibit the expected excitement, for he was acutely aware of the significance of securing a position among the top 3. This esteemed ranking was to be claimed from over 500 peers, all recognized as prodigies at the tender age of 18, rather than being confined to a singular city or planet. To grant you additional convenience, it is not imperative for this individual to secure a position within the top 3 of the entrance examination. It suffices that any of the 8 students from your institution who are vying for admission to Augustine this year achieves such a rank. Well, I have made arrangements to go fishing. We shall converse further at a later time. Lin Tingfeng concluded, not waiting for Zhou Binglin's response before terminating the call. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Binglin suddenly rose, his expression solemn as he murmured to himself, an opportunity to attempt is indeed preferable to having no hope at all. Recently relocated, currently in the process of transferring my ADSL service. Each day's updates are pinned at home and stored on a USB drive before being uploaded at a friend's residence, a truly exhausting endeavor. However, witnessing the gradual increase in readers' support invigorates my spirit, reminding me that there is a devoted community rallying behind my work. I shall persevere. My book remains on the new releases list, yet the support for recommendations is dwindling. My friends cannot remain passive. Lend a hand and assist me. Spare a few moments to cast your votes for recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Miraculous Ancient Martial Arts in the Blink of an Eye. The results of the junior college entrance examination have been publicly announced, and the acceptance letters from various institutions have been dispatched to each student according to their chosen preferences. As Fangkin gazed at the acceptance letter adorned with the vivid image of a soaring silver eagle, a gentle smile graced his lips. Ogdens, I have arrived. Zhao Qingyun, upon receiving the acceptance letter from Fangkin, exhibited no signs of astonishment. After all, she possessed a profound understanding of her son's capabilities, especially since she had personally guided him in 3 subjects. If he had failed to secure a place at Ogdens, it would have been more surprising to her. Shao Kan, what are your plans for the 2-month holiday? Skynet, Fangkin replied without hesitation, there are still many things I have yet to fully comprehend. 2 months may not suffice. Oh? Zhao Qingyun regarded Fangkin with a tender gaze, a hint of sweetness in her voice. Your father contacted me earlier, inviting me to Aegean Star to celebrate our wedding anniversary together. So, during these 2 months, you may do as you wish. Your mother has no time to manage you. Haha, Dad certainly knows how to be romantic. Celebrating our anniversary with interstellar travel. It's no wonder he was able to win you over. You are becoming quite the conversationalist. Zhao Qingyun chuckled softly. By the way, your Uncle Wang contacted me just now. During the holiday, he plans to take Wang Wei to the 3rd Fleet for some exposure. Are you interested? Please respond for me. Mom, Fangkin replied with a mysterious smile. With your A-level browsing privileges, I have no need to go anywhere. After Zhao Qingyun departed, Fangkin devoted himself entirely to the Skynet database, scarcely logging into his favorite game, Knife Grave. Beyond delving deeper into the martial arts ban that transpired 230 years ago, he began to search for the ancient martial techniques that had been prohibited by the Federation, those flourishing arts that belonged to the era before the martial arts ban. However, to Fangkin's disappointment, even with Zhao Qingyun's impressive A-level browsing privileges, he found little of value regarding ancient martial arts, let alone the profound techniques that had only appeared in history prior to the ban. The few military ancient martial training methods he discovered held little appeal. It was not due to his selectiveness, but rather because these ancient arts were not suitable for his cultivation. It is essential to understand that the practice of ancient martial arts demands a gradual progression. While the ancient techniques Fangkin accessed through his mother's A-level privileges possessed formidable power and unique effects, the cultivation of these advanced arts required a prerequisite condition, internal energy. As Fangkin knew, the cultivation of internal energy was permitted only to those who had received recognition from mentors at advanced academies or who had served in the Federation's military for over 2 years. Before this, finding a pathway to cultivate internal energy was exceedingly challenging. This was not to say that Fangkin could not access the methods of cultivating internal energy through A-level privileges. Rather, each individual required a practitioner of ancient martial arts with a rank of 12 or above to open their meridians before they could begin their own cultivation. Attempting to forcefully cultivate without this guidance typically resulted in severe consequences. After spending over half a month collecting high-level ancient martial arts prohibited by the Federation, Fangkin was left feeling frustrated. Although he had discovered several military ancient martial arts and a few methods for cultivating internal energy, an unexpected additional hurdle rendered him helpless in his pursuit. Feeling utterly dejected, Fangkin idly typed miraculous ancient martial arts into the search bar. Instantly, a plethora of web pages related to this topic appeared, astonishing him that, during such stringent controls by the Federation over ancient martial arts, the phrase miraculous ancient martial arts had not been censored. However, based on his recent comprehensive understanding of the martial arts ban from 230 years ago, he quickly grasped the underlying reason. The 7 miraculous ancient martial arts were the pinnacle techniques created by the ancient martial arts saint, Duan Bingfeng, and in a certain sense, their transmission represented the continuation of Duan Bingfeng in the hearts of humanity. Although the Federation had endeavored to diminish the myth of Duan Bingfeng over the past 2 centuries, they dared not completely erase the existence of this legendary figure. After all, the tumultuous uprising that led to the martial arts ban occurred after Duan Bingfeng's mysterious disappearance. It could hardly be attributed to him. Moreover, while Duan Bingfeng may no longer be present, his 6 disciples continued to carry on their legacies, which remain a formidable presence that the Federation dares not challenge even to this day. Emotionally and logically, the ancient martial arts Saint Duan Bingfeng's traces could not be entirely obliterated by the Federation. However, given that most people today are largely ignorant of that segment of history from 230 years ago, although traces of Duan Bingfeng's existence remain, few are aware of the immense prestige and renown he once commanded. Fangkin dedicated a full 3 days to thoroughly explore every website and forum connected to the miraculous ancient martial arts. Among them were numerous comments from individuals knowledgeable about the martial arts ban, further validating Fangkin's understanding of the supreme status ancient martial arts had held among humanity prior to the ban. What intrigued Fangkin most was a seemingly nonsensical forum post. Had it merely been unfounded speculation, he would not have found it compelling. Yet, despite its absurdity, the lengthy exposition contained evidence that consistently caught the eye. The credibility of this evidence was not for Fangkin to assess. He only needed to decide whether to believe it or not. The 6 foundational ancient martial arts practiced by all are equivalent to the last 6 of the 7 miraculous ancient martial arts. This post, overflowing with thousands of words, meticulously analyzed the 6 foundational ancient martial arts currently embraced by the populace, supplemented by various alternative forms of evidence, leading many commenters to begin believing in this seemingly ludicrous assertion. The solid technique corresponds to the indestructible diamond body among the 7 miraculous ancient martial arts. The cloud body technique aligns with the elusive step. The charged fist is akin to the earth-shattering fist. The soft palm resembles the heaven-cleaving palm. The 5-tiger breaking door blade is equivalent to the chaotic blade technique, and the tranquil mind technique corresponds to the celestial demon's heart method. While one could argue that these similarities might be fabricated or largely untrustworthy, the final statement in the post perfectly embellished this apparent falsehood, stating that the prerequisite for mastering these 6 miraculous martial arts is the internal cultivation method of Bingfeng. Chapter 38. The Guardian of the Secret Vault. The very foundation of all lies in the internal cultivation method of Bingfeng. Without its mastery, the subsequent 6 wonders of ancient martial arts would be rendered utterly powerless, failing to unleash even a fraction of their potential. It is widely acknowledged that since Duan Bingfeng's disappearance 230 years ago, his unique internal cultivation technique has been lost to time. Apart from perhaps a few of his 6 direct disciples who may have inherited some knowledge, there is no trace remaining. If the assertions of this seemingly random post hold any validity, then, in a certain sense, the internal cultivation method of Bingfeng resembles a key to unlocking the 7 wonders of ancient martial arts. Unwavering in his pursuit, Fangkin diligently utilized Zhao Qingyun's A-level browsing privileges to scour the vast expanse of the Tianwang network for any information pertaining to this technique. After expending a week's time filtering through nearly 10,000 pieces of false and irrelevant data, he finally pinpointed an inconspicuous site, the Bai family's secret vault. Clearly, this was a private repository for recording martial arts techniques, not accessible to the public. However, with his A-level privileges, Fangkin could bypass this restriction and access the site. Could this site indeed hold the information he sought? Fangkin had his own analysis. Firstly, the content of this site must relate to the internal cultivation method of Bingfeng, or it would not have appeared in the search results. Secondly, being a completely private memorandum, it lacked the incentive to attract attention. Thirdly, even with A-level browsing privileges, Fangkin had merely met the minimum requirement for access, suggesting that the creator of this site possessed at least equivalent privileges, indicating extraordinary capabilities or significant authority, thus enhancing the credibility of the site's content. Fourthly, and most crucially, based on Fangkin's recent, exhaustive studies of the Federation's history, he distinctly recalled one of the 3 disciples of Duan Bingfeng, who collaborated with the government during the martial arts ban, bore the surname Bai. Upon entering the Bai family's secret vault, a virtual image of a gallant young man appeared before him, clad in snow-white attire, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Although merely a simulation generated by the Tianwang system, his presence was undeniably commanding. Just as Fong was about to step through the virtual door behind the young man, a somewhat rigid voice interrupted him, declaring, "Intruder, this is not a place for you." A system barrier had been established. Stunned by the unexpected defense of such an unassuming site, Fong realized that it employed a sophisticated network shielding system typically reserved for highly classified organizations. Clearly, if he wished to further explore the treasures within the Bai family's secret vault, he would first need to breach this system barrier. Otherwise, even with his A-level privileges, he would remain unable to access the site's information. "State your demands. I must enter this portal," Fong asserted, gesturing towards the virtual door formed by countless beams of light behind the gallant figure. "Intruder, to pass through this door, you must first endure my trial," the young man replied in a remarkably mechanical tone. Simultaneously, a floating prompt appeared before Fong, indicating, "Intruder 9877, do you accept the Guardian of the Secret Vault's challenge?" Intruder 9877. It appeared that many had discovered this hidden site within the Tianwang network before him. The individual who set up this barrier was undoubtedly a programming expert, and this site certainly held valuable secrets. Fong shrugged nonchalantly and affirmed, "I accept." In an instant, the scene shifted to a 300-square-meter chamber, the only constant being the gallant figure designated as the Guardian of the Secret Vault. Just as the scene transitioned, a powerful punch struck Fong in the abdomen, propelling him several meters away until he collided with a wall, utterly spent. This power is astonishing, the speed and strength. With my reflexes, I barely had a chance to evade. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce light flickered in Fong eyes. Fortunately, his extraordinary physique allowed him to withstand such a blow, yet he struggled for some time before managing to stand upright again. Although he was within the virtual environment of the Bai family's secret vault, the realism was indistinguishable from three-dimensional combat simulations, with pain sensations conveyed with over 90% accuracy. This demonstrated that the creator of this private site possessed exceptional Tianwang programming skills. Since enduring the life and death trials of the immortal program space, Fong had become nearly invincible, both in reality and within virtual realms. Yet now, a punch from a program-generated entity had left him battered and bleeding. The disparity was overwhelming and difficult for him to accept. Fully engaged in combat, Fong fixed his gaze upon the immobile guardian of the secret vault, suddenly roaring as he charged forward. In mere moments, he unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at the guardian's vital points. How can I possibly miss? The frustration of striking air was unbearable. He could see his opponent standing right before him, yet despite the barrage of punches, the guardian merely swayed slightly, evading all of Fong's attacks. Fong continued his relentless assault, a veritable whirlwind of strikes, yet the outcome remained unchanged. With a dull thud, the guardian of the secret vault casually countered with a punch that met Fong's full-force strike head-on. Letting out a muffled grunt, Fong was sent careening backward, crashing into the wall once more, every bone in his body feeling as though it had been shattered, causing excruciating pain with the slightest movement. A countdown began. If he failed to rise within 10 seconds, he would be deemed to have lost the challenge. 10, 9, 8. The mechanical voice echoed in Fong's ears. "Damn it, as long as I'm alive, this challenge will never end." Fong spat fiercely, gritting his teeth against the agony of broken bones as he trembled and struggled to rise once more. "I will continue. I will defeat you." Chapter 39. The White family's secret vault. Fong had lost count of how many times he had risen from the ground. Now, he was drenched in blood, with his right arm shattered, hanging limply as if it no longer belonged to him. Each step forward brought with it excruciating pain from countless wounds and severe internal injuries. For an ordinary person, or even a rigorously trained federal soldier, it would be unimaginable to move under such agony. However, for Fong, who had endured over 1,000 deaths during his year-long trial in the indestructible program space, such injuries and pain were merely trivial. In his memory, he had suffered far worse injuries in the Death Desert, at least 300 times more severe than what he experienced now. To Fong, intense pain only fueled his combat spirit rather than causing any negative effects. After all, what kind of torment had he not experienced after dying so many times? Anyone who spent a year or more in such a perilous environment would be devoid of any fear of pain. The battle raged on, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a one-sided massacre. Even at his peak, Fong was no match for the Vault Guardian, and in his current battered state, he had little left to challenge his opponent. After being hurled away once more, the system's countdown echoed again. 10, 9, 3, 2. Damn, I'm truly exhausted. Leaning against the wall, Fangkin staggered to his feet, spitting out blood once more. At that moment, he appeared on the verge of death, yet his deep black eyes remained as bright as ever, the light within them even more vibrant than before. Intruder 9877. You have completed my trial. You have passed. The Vault Guardian coldly observed Fangkin, who was dragging his battered body closer, step by step. It's not that simple. I haven't defeated you yet. Fangkin was now in a semi-mad state, fixated solely on the thought of overpowering the Vault Guardian, completely disregarding the passing remark about having passed the trial. Just as he gathered his remaining strength to leap forward, the surrounding scene abruptly shifted. In the next instant, he found himself standing before a grand door woven from countless beams of light. The severe injuries he had just sustained had vanished, and even the Vault Guardian blocking his path had disappeared without a trace. A segment of luminous text appeared before Fangkin's eyes. Intruder 9877. Based on your combat data with the Vault Guardian, you have met the requirements to access the first database of the White family's secret vault. You are allowed 3 hours of browsing time. The timer begins now. Gradually regaining his composure, Fangkin quickly assessed the system prompt. Time was limited. He needed to look through as much as possible. Eagerly, he opened the virtual door before him, revealing rows of antique bookshelves filled with ancient tomes, their weathered spines numbering in the thousands. He casually pulled out a tome, and bold red characters caught his eye. 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing. This is an ancient martial arts manual from before the ban on martial arts. Filled with excitement, Fangkin opened the first page, revealing dense annotations and illustrations. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he resolutely closed the tome, returning the precious manual on the supreme martial art 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing to the shelf. As time ticked away, Fangkin navigated among the hundreds of shelves, glancing at titles of advanced and supreme martial arts manuals. But he merely noted their names before replacing them without delving into their contents. Titles such as Nine Yin Manual, Nine Yang Scroll, Sky Demon Treasure, Innate Qigong, Return to Origin Manual, Empty Clear Fist, Raging Fire Spear Technique, Little No Form Skill, Undying Seal Technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Purple Mist Divine Skill, Northern Underworld Decision, Star Absorption Technique, Bride's Garment, Xian Bing Li Hua Technique. Over 2 hours had passed, and Fangkin had no idea how many ancient martial arts manuals he had skimmed through, yet he still had not found the volume he sought. Finally, in the corner of the last bookshelf, he discovered a tome that eased the furrow of his brow. He carefully held up the coveted heart method of internal refinement remnant, focusing all his mental energy to memorize it, comprising 36 pages and nearly 60,000 words. Even someone with Fangkin's extraordinary memory found it a strenuous task to retain the information. With only 10 minutes remaining on the countdown timer, he decisively closed the heart method of internal refinement remnant upon reaching the 27th page. With quick strides, he approached the third shelf and, relying on his previous memory, extracted a manual titled Dissolution Technique, rapidly committing it to memory. As the system forcibly transported Fangkin out of the chamber brimming with high-end martial arts manuals, he had just turned the last page of Dissolution Technique. The scenery shifted again, and Fangkin realized he was now on a web search page. When he entered Heart Method of Internal Refinement and White Family Secret Vault into the search bar, he found no trace of the existence of this private site in any search results. To achieve such a level of concealment for a website, the creator must possess programming skills that far exceed the current cutting-edge standards. Fangkin did not exhibit much astonishment at this anomaly. He had already formed a rough hypothesis when the system announcement had first sounded. After fruitless searching, he quickly exited the web and retrieved his recording device. Eager to transcribe the 2 martial arts manuals he had memorized while the details were still fresh in his mind. Meanwhile, in a vast underground structure somewhere in Antarctica, a man clad in white, resembling snow, had been fixated on a network battle video for quite some time. Surprisingly, the figures engaged in combat within this video were none other than himself and a bloodied young boy. Chapter 40. Cultivating Inner Chi. In the main control room of a colossal underground structure in Antarctica, a man in white finally completed viewing the 2.5-hour battle footage. His sword-like brows arched slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Since the White family secret vault was activated, over a span of 150 years, he became the 16th individual to pass the trials and enter the primary repository, undoubtedly the youngest among them. Li Bo, please check which category of ancient martial arts manuals he accessed in the primary repository, the man in white instructed. To his left, a middle-aged man with a mustache replied, I have already accessed the system for inquiries. The number of ancient martial arts manuals he reviewed is quite substantial. He hesitated momentarily, as if reluctant to continue. Even with a photographic memory, one could hardly memorize more than a dozen ancient martial arts techniques within 3 hours. Thus, the quantity shouldn't be a concern. Master. According to the system statistics, he has perused over 3,500 volumes of ancient martial arts manuals, Li Bo reported truthfully. Over 3,500? Does he merely glance at the titles without reading the contents? The man in white expressed his astonishment. This station of the White family's secret vault does not have a monitoring system for the 3 major repositories, Li Bo continued hesitantly. However, I have conducted an accurate search and discovered a point of suspicion, which may explain his actions. What is he searching for? Are you suggesting he is looking for a specific ancient martial arts cultivation method? Li Bo replied respectfully. Indeed, and based on our analysis, it is already confirmed that he ultimately found the ancient martial arts manuals he sought. As for whether he has enough time to fully memorize them, that remains uncertain. What is he searching for? The man in white asked, a smile of interest gracing his lips. The inner chi refinement method, remnant in the dissociation technique. What determination, what insight. It seems this young man is not merely a martial arts enthusiast with exceptional physical prowess and resilience, the man in white praised. Investigate this young man's background. Perhaps the Zhonghua White family should consider incorporating some fresh blood. After meticulously transcribing both the inner chi refinement method, remnant in the dissociation technique, Fong can finally exhale deeply, fatigue evident as he reclined on his bed. The following morning, he first ventured out to procure enough food and water for a month, then busied himself upstairs and downstairs, ensuring a secure environment before retrieving the ancient martial arts manuals he had copied the previous day. The 7 wonders of ancient martial arts. The legendary arts that had vanished from Earth for 230 years. Let us commence with the cultivation of inner chi. Opening the inner chi refinement method, remnant, he bypassed a brief preface of about 100 words and proceeded to the section titled Cultivating Chi. It is said that before cultivating inner chi, one must first have their meridians opened by someone with at least 12 levels of ancient martial arts mastery. The rationale is simple. They fear that beginners might suffer from obstructed meridians, hindering their cultivation, or that reckless practice could lead to a chaotic flow of energy, resulting in madness. Indeed, such issues are faced by nearly all who have yet to cultivate inner chi, yet Fong can found himself exempt from this category. Having previously explored a wealth of insights on inner chi cultivation in the Tianwang database, he had combined various perspectives with his own analysis, leading him to this conclusion. The myriad experiences of death and rebirth had rendered Fong Can's physique extraordinarily formidable, placing him in a realm of talent akin to a rare gem among millions. The notion of obstructed meridians was trivial to him, though he had yet to ascertain the authenticity of the inner chi refinement method, remnant in his possession. After reading the section on cultivating chi, he found himself irresistibly drawn into its teachings and began to cultivate diligently. This approach, in a practical sense, was undeniably perilous and ill-advised, a fact he was well aware of. Yet, for reasons he could not comprehend, he felt an overwhelming compulsion to proceed with the cultivation, which continued for 3 days and nights until he sensed a surge of warmth emanating from 3 inches below his navel, marking the conclusion of this initial round of practice. Warmth accumulating in the chi sea, as though basking in the spring breeze. Is this the inner chi I have cultivated? Feeling the gentle, almost ethereal warmth resonating from his dantian, Fong Can pondered for a moment and commenced guiding this warm current through the extraordinary meridians as described in the manual. After diligently circulating his energy through the 8 meridians for 8 cycles, Fong Can noticed that the once faint warm current began to show signs of growth. In his excitement, he disregarded the manual's repeated warnings against exceeding 3 cycles of energy guidance per day. Upon completing the 8th cycle, the warm current returning to his chi si and dantian had doubled compared to its initial state. Just as he contemplated continuing to enhance his inner chi, a sharp pain shot through his dantian, compelling him to halt. Had there been an individual nearby with a modicum of knowledge in chi refining, they would have been astounded. For a novice in chi cultivation, completing even 1 cycle of energy guidance in a day was commendable, and many with weaker constitutions could barely manage that. Fong Can had achieved the astonishing feat of consecutively guiding energy through 8 major cycles during his very first practice, all without a hint of discomfort. The demands placed on one's capacity to endure the extraordinary meridians were indeed severe. Even those genetically modified beings, often referred to as ancient martial arts machines, could manage no more than 6 cycles at most. Is 8 cycles the limit of what my meridians can withstand? After a brief moment of hesitation, Fong Can wisely opted to cease his practice. In the ensuing 4 weeks, Fang seldom left his quarters, immersing himself in the foundational cultivation of his inner qi. Initially, completing 8 major cycles took 16 hours, but now it required only 6. The reserves of inner qi in his dantian had significantly increased. What began as a barely perceptible warmth had now coalesced into a palpable mass of energy. Chapter 41. Entrance Examination. During this period, Fang frequently accessed the celestial network to browse through various insights and experiences shared by others regarding the cultivation of internal energy, seeking to glean wisdom from their practices. He was acutely aware of the considerable risks associated with clandestinely cultivating internal energy. Although his physique surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he was not invulnerable. Engaging in reckless practices could very well cost him his life. As the final 2 days before his journey to the Augudin Academy approached, Fang had already mastered the 8 major circulatory pathways within a span of 4 hours, achieving the pinnacle of energy accumulation as delineated in the fragmented scroll of the military edge internal refinement method. It was now time for him to embark on the second step of condensing energy. Should he successfully advance to this stage, he could harness the internal energy he had cultivated into his martial arts, thereby attaining the rank of a 9th-degree ancient martial artist. Typically, a federal soldier would require 6 months to complete the preliminary stages of energy accumulation and condensation. But owing to his unique constitution and the distinct nature of the internal energy techniques he practiced, he had accomplished this feat in just 1 month. Now, he faced a dilemma. Should he deepen his internal energy reserves or transition directly to the condensation stage? After considerable contemplation, Fang ultimately decided against pursuing the second step of condensation for the time being, choosing instead to diligently continue his practice of energy accumulation through the 8 major circulatory pathways each day. His understanding of internal energy cultivation was still rudimentary, and he resolved to seek guidance from a knowledgeable mentor upon enrollment at the academy, which would undoubtedly provide a more secure foundation for his further practice. Fortunately, Fang's prudence had spared him from the likely peril of losing control during his practices. Presently, he relied solely on his limited comprehension of internal energy, navigating his cultivation with the guidance of established principles. However, much of the nuanced prohibitions and subtleties inherent in the practice were not documented in texts. Moreover, the internal energy method he was currently cultivating was one of the 7 miracles of ancient martial arts, representing the pinnacle of internal energy refinement, and correspondingly, its complexity was far beyond that of ordinary techniques. The higher the difficulty, the greater the risks involved. For the average individual, after having their meridians opened, it would typically take at least 2 months of quiet meditation to sense even the faintest hint of energy, gradually accumulating internal energy through circular exercises, a process that could extend to 1.5 years before solidifying energy in the dantian. Unless one practiced the military's ancient martial arts, which could significantly expedite this process, the resultant achievements would inevitably suffer due to the shortcuts taken, as hastily acquired skills often come with side effects. In terms of his current internal energy reserves, Fang had already amassed an amount equivalent to what others would typically gather over a year. This rapid accumulation could be attributed to the brilliance of the military edge internal refinement method, a foremost technique among the 7 miracles of ancient martial arts. Without such advantages, one would hardly merit the title of a miracle. Furthermore, credit must be given to Fang's extraordinarily robust physique. Not only could he cultivate internal energy without the need for others to open his meridians, but the sheer efficiency with which he enhanced his internal reserves through daily practice of the 8 major circulatory pathways was nothing short of astonishing. Additionally, his character had been forged into a resilient one during his time in the immortal program space. For someone of his age, enduring the monotony of rigorous training could be quite challenging. Yet, for a person who could remain motionless for 3 days and nights in a scorching desert to hunt a mutated beast, such cultivation was anything but tedious. Situated at the eastern edge of Y City, the Augudin Military Academy sprawls over 300 acres, a coveted institution for every youth in Y City. Yet, aspirations often diverge significantly from reality. Statistics reveal that approximately 500,000 candidates apply to the Augudin Military Academy each year, but only a mere 600 are granted admission. Today marks the Academy's annual entrance examination, a distinctive feature that sets the 3 esteemed institutions apart from other advanced academies. Each year, candidates vying for a place in the federal triad of higher education must undergo a unique assessment, the results of which directly influence their forthcoming 4-year academic experience. The entrance examination is overseen by a panel of 25 academy instructors, with the test format determined entirely by their whims, leading to variations each year. Each candidate experiences a different set of evaluations. In the expansive Academy Square, the 30 instructors of Ogden Academy have each designated a specific area as their testing ground. This year, 558 candidates have come to take the entrance examination, and each new arrival receives a name tag with a number, which guides them to the respective instructor for their assessment. Fonkin arrived at the West Square, only to witness an intense bout of combat, more aptly described as a demonstration of combative skill, between two individuals, one of whom was an instructor from Ogden Academy. "Young man, you have 30 seconds remaining. Even if you merely graze my sleeve, it will count as a pass," taunted a burly instructor, his face as dark as coal, as he nimbly sidestepped the frantic attacks of a new student. The student, evidently possessing some foundation in ancient martial arts, executed his strikes with vigor and precision. Yet each time he approached the instructor, he found himself unable to land a blow, as if he were facing an elusive phantom. As the 30 seconds elapsed, the student fell to the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath, having failed to touch the instructor's garment. Utterly inadequate. With such skills, how could you ever hope to become a student of Ogden Academy? The instructor scoffed, turning away to log the student's name as ineligible on his handheld computer. Chapter 42. Only through experience can one truly know amidst a multitude of newcomers, a particularly robust young man, slightly less imposing than the stern-faced instructor, stepped forward with an expressionless demeanor. "I am Zhang Yuqiong, and I request the instructor to present a challenge. Indeed, I admire your physique. It possesses a certain masculine charm," the instructor remarked, nodding. "Here's the deal. I shall remain stationary while you strike me 3 times. If you can make my feet move even a single inch, you will pass." At this moment, Fong Can, who had heard the name Zhang Yuqiong, felt a flicker of recognition. This individual had likely been his schoolmate prior to their enrollment at the Ogden Academy, and he had quite a reputation as the foremost practitioner of ancient martial arts at their school. Having reached the 8th tier of ancient martial arts at the tender age of 16, he was now presumed to have surpassed the 9th tier. Observing his form, it seemed evident that he specialized in strength. If the instructor employed the same tactics as he had against the previous candidate, Zhang Yuqiong ought to navigate the challenge with ease. Clearly, Zhang Yuqiong was not one for excessive words. The moment the instructor anchored himself, he charged forth, fists raised. His speed was moderate, yet the rush of air accompanying his punches was palpable even from a distance of over 10 meters, allowing Fong Can to discern the latent power within. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yuqiong's fist collided forcefully with the instructor's chest. The latter merely frowned, remaining steadfast like an immovable rock, not even swaying a fraction, let alone shifting his feet. "Have you not eaten for days? Apply more force. Even my swatting of flies bears more strength than this." Zhang Yuqiong retreated, seemingly unfazed by the instructor's words, yet this time he stepped back a greater distance. Utilizing acceleration to amplify his strikes, it was apparent that Zhang Yuqiong possessed some strategy. Fong Can silently observed his movements, contemplating how he might achieve optimal results if he were to undergo the same test. Bending low, Zhang Yuqiong surged forward again, this time unleashing all his might. Unlike his previous attempt, his speed had more than doubled, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. He swung his arm and shouted a powerful word, his punch so swift that even Fong Can could barely track its trajectory, with energy condensing outward. It was evident that Zhang had already attained the strength of the 9th tier in ancient martial arts. Almost simultaneously, the instructor's expression tightened, and the robust concrete beneath his feet suddenly yielded. The punch landed, yet yielded no result. The only discernible change was that the instructor's feet sank deeper into the concrete, half an inch more. Zhang Yuqiong panted heavily, retreating with an expression of frustration, while the instructor, having been struck by the massive fist once more, exhaled, revealing a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. It appeared that Zhang had exerted himself to the fullest. Another strike would likely yield the same outcome. Fong Can shook his head slightly, and, feeling a sense of camaraderie, he boldly declared, "If I were in your position, my final blow would be anything but a fist. I would utilize acceleration to launch myself directly onto you." Zhang Yuqiong, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Fong Can, then sprinted backward over 30 meters to gather momentum before launching himself forward with fierce determination. "Who the hell just spoke? Step forth, you've passed. Now it's your turn," the instructor barked, forced to retreat several meters as Zhang Yuqiong descended upon him. Angrily glaring at Fong Can, he shouted, "You! Step forward." Glancing at the number on his badge, Fong Can shrugged nonchalantly and advanced a few steps. I am Fong Can, a newcomer. Please present your challenge. Instructor. The instructor, evidently irked by Fong Can's earlier suggestion to Zhang Yuqiong, grumbled, the same test applies to you. You have 3 opportunities to make me shift half an inch. Are you not concerned I might employ the same airborne technique as he did? Fong Can inquired, genuinely surprised that the instructor would offer the same challenge. If you believe that technique to be effective, by all means, give it a try, the instructor replied, a hint of a fierce smile playing on his lips, his words deliberate. Then I shall not hold back, Fong Can declared, suddenly propelling himself forward. As he approached within 3 meters of the instructor, he leapt into the air, arms bent, harnessing the tremendous force of his momentum to strike the instructor. Clearly, such an approach, even if it failed to move the instructor, would create quite an embarrassing spectacle for the formidable figure. However, Fong Can had misjudged the situation. For as he lunged forward, an invisible barrier thwarted his advance, akin to crashing into an iron wall. Fortunately, he had not exerted his full strength. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes, he swiftly executed a maneuver, landing deftly on the ground and avoiding a humiliating fall. The instructor, arms raised, had not anticipated Fong Can's ability to adapt so quickly, and as he retracted his hands, a flush of color crossed his dark visage, likely a consequence of channeling his inner energy. It is worth noting that a newcomer's success in passing the entrance examination at Aeguting Academy often hinges on a significant element of luck, influenced by the mood of the instructor overseeing the test, as well as the chosen method of assessment. A notable example is the current commander of the 6th Fleet, C2 Ming, a rising star within the military and the youngest general in the Federation, who graduated from the Aeguting Military Academy 12 years ago with top honors. However, he failed his entrance exam due to his arrogance, which provoked his instructor. It is essential to recognize that those who serve as instructors at Aeguting possess unparalleled expertise in their respective fields. Even the most gifted individuals must concede to their authority, as untamed talents have their limits. Evidently, Fong Can's predicament bore resemblance to C2 Ming's past, though perhaps with an element of misfortune, as the instructor he faced now was undeniably more formidable than C2's adversary at that time. Surprisingly, this year's newcomers all exhibit considerable potential. However, just as the instructor raised his hand to signal Fong Can to continue, a striking woman clad in a purple instructor's robe approached gracefully, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Leaning towards the instructor, she inquired, Instructor Liu, must you be so serious? You've even resorted to high-level ancient martial techniques, glimpsing at the enchanting figure beside him. Instructor Liu chuckled awkwardly. Instructor Shun, today's newcomers are increasingly remarkable. One must demonstrate genuine skill to command respect. Shen Yuni, the sole female instructor in the ancient martial arts department at Aeguting, had garnered immense popularity among students in recent years, her reputation rivaling that of the Academy's dean. It is truly unfortunate. This child is unlikely to pass your challenge. Failing the entrance exam will certainly make the future arduous, she sighed, disregarding Liu's attempts to explain, and strode confidently toward Fong Can. You should humbly apologize to Instructor Liu. I'll intercede on your behalf, ensuring you won't bear the shame of failing the entrance examination. Inhaling the subtly intoxicating fragrance that lingered around Shen Yun, Fong Can's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you for the reminder, Mentor. However, if my memory serves me right, I still have 2 opportunities left. Shen Yun cast a surprised glance at Fong Can, which swiftly transformed into a semblance of understanding as she smiled and replied. It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations, yet one must also consider whether their own capabilities are sufficiently robust. Mentor Liu's instant condensation barrier is not something a child of your age can easily breach. How can one know without trying? Fong Can refrained from further conversation. Although he recognized that the beautiful mentor's intentions were well-meaning, he genuinely had not contemplated the possibility of failure. It is essential to note that Fong Can had undergone trials in the indestructible program space, and during his break, he had caught a glimpse of the profound intricacies of inner energy. He had developed a keen self-assessment of his prowess, and moreover, he had never intended to conceal his inherent talents and strength. Heaven had bestowed upon him an opportunity to forge a splendid future. There was no rationale for him to feign modesty. When action is warranted, one must act. Undoubtedly, this moment served as an opportunity to validate his own capabilities. Oh, then I shall eagerly await your performance, Shen Yun remarked, her interest piqued as she glanced at Fong Can. With a graceful motion, she stepped back to a distance of several meters, observing with an air of detachment. As a mentor of the ancient martial arts department, Liu Zhantong possessed exceptional hearing, and he overheard the dialogue between Shun Yun and Fong Can's audacity only served to further irritate Lu Jiantong, who had already held a degree of annoyance towards him. What an inexperienced freshman. Lu Jiantong furrowed his brow, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes as he waved his hand, asserting, "Young man, continue with your test." After 20 seconds, Fong Can had retreated 100 meters, finally halting his movements. He stretched his joints, a lazy smile still gracing his lips as he declared, "I shall begin now." The moment his voice fell, he surged forward from a complete standstill, akin to an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters from Lu Jiantong in less than 5 seconds. With a powerful stride, the ground fractured beneath him as he leaped, his energy surging, arms swinging, and a gust of wind rising as he threw his punch. Each fluid motion flowed seamlessly, as if he had rehearsed it countless times prior. With a resounding boom, the tremendous force of his fist collided with the energy barrier, sending shockwaves that disturbed the garments of bystanders several meters away. Lu Jiantong could hardly believe that a freshman possessed such astonishing strength. Even if he had wished to fortify the barrier's defenses in time, it was futile, as the barrier dissipated under the strain of Fong Can's punch. The latter's formidable strike also lost its momentum. If this lad were to push me back with a single blow, it would be a significant loss of face. As Lu Jiantong silently lamented his predicament, he was taken aback when Fong Can, propelled by the overwhelming impact, executed a swift maneuver midair and landed deftly, immediately springing forward to apply pressure once more. "By heavens, you little rascal," Lu Jiantong thought. Unable to summon his energy in time and unwilling to engage in close quarters with Fong Can, he retreated reluctantly while puffing his cheeks and scowling. "You little trickster." After the initial clash, Fong Can found himself lacking the strength to halt his momentum. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he smiled nonchalantly. "Thank you for your assistance, mentor." Lu Jiantong, clearly a straightforward individual, quickly let go of his irritation and began to appreciate the strength Fong Can had displayed. It was worth noting that although he had only released 60% of his energy to form the protective barrier, it was not a force easily shattered by ordinary strength. "It has been years since I've encountered a daring and tenacious young man like you. You have my recommendation for the final assessment," Lu Jiantong declared, turning his attention to the remaining 10 or so freshmen who had yet to undertake their entrance examinations. Next. Chapter 43. The Arena of Combat. What exactly is the final assessment? Fong Can looked somewhat bewildered at the silver nameplate that Lu Jiantong had tossed to him, having already been returned among the many new students. "Surely, you aren't unaware of the annual entrance examination customs of the Ogden Academy." Several new students gazed at Fong Can with evident astonishment. "What customs?" Fong Can appeared nonchalant, just as he was about to inquire further when a fragrant aroma wafted past his nose, revealing Shun Yin standing before him with a radiant smile. "Classmate Fong, since you have many uncertainties, and I happen to have some time on my hands, why don't we discuss it as we walk?" Given that Shun Yun had previously offered a kind reminder, Fong Can held a favorable impression of her, especially considering her status as an Ogden instructor, making it impossible to decline her invitation. He nodded in agreement and followed her as she led the way. "I am Shun Yun, an instructor in the Ancient Martial Arts Department. Classmate Fong, I have just reviewed your information. You are the top scorer of the Y-City evaluation. Based on your recent performance, I assume you specialize in ancient martial arts?" Shun Yun guided Fong toward the center of the square, conversing as they walked. "Thank you, Instructor Shun." Fong Can smiled amiably, nodding as he continued. "I had decided to apply to the Ancient Martial Arts Department before coming to Ogden, but I have heard that each department has fixed admission quotas, and it's not solely up to the students to choose." Shun Yun chuckled lightly in response. "As long as you are willing, there will certainly be a spot reserved for you among this year's new students in the Ancient Martial Arts Department." Fong Can understood the implication behind her words. Evidently, she held a favorable view of him, which was why she was extending an olive branch. Just as he was about to respond, Shun Yun preemptively interrupted. "Classmate Fong, we have arrived. I hope you achieve excellent results in the final assessment. Trust me, this will greatly benefit your future at Ogden, but I still don't understand what the final assessment entails." Fong Can shrugged and pressed for clarification. "It's quite simple. You step onto that arena and ensure you are not thrown off by others, or at least remain on as long as possible. The top student in the final assessment at Ogden each year receives a substantial reward, so be sure to seize the opportunity." Following Shun Yun's gesture, Fong Can's gaze landed on a 3-meter-high, 50-meter square arena constructed about 30 meters away. To his astonishment, the arena was made from high-density alloy, a material primarily used for the exteriors of mechas. The cost of such a vast expanse of high-density alloy would undoubtedly exceed 1,000,000 federal coins. Using it to build an arena seemed excessively extravagant. This is the 6th arena of combat constructed since Ogden's establishment, Shen Yun remarked, seemingly perceiving Fong Can's surprise. What happened to the previous 5? The students who took to the stage were too forceful. They all got destroyed. Shen Yun replied wistfully. Fong Can gazed at the immense alloy arena, momentarily speechless, before a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. If given the chance, he too would attempt to destroy such an arena. Shen Yun maintained her customary gentle smile. I too hope Ogden can nurture more students capable of demolishing an arena like this. As Fong Can conversed with Shen Yun, a 20-member evaluation committee of instructors concluded their tasks, having divided over 500 new students into 25 groups, each guided by their respective mentors to gather around the alloy arena. Fong Can was also led to the team of new students under Lu Zhantong's direction. A middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses ascended the vast arena of combat, swiftly announcing the final assessment selection list, including Fong Can. 25 new students took turns stepping onto the arena, receiving silver nameplates from him before he exited the stage. The rules of the final assessment were straightforward yet ruthless. 25 students would engage in a free-for-all, and anyone who fell off the arena would be deemed a loser, continuing until only 3 remained. The instructors present would then score them to determine the top 3 participants. Before stepping onto the arena, Fong Can's eyes scanned the other new students ascending with him, finally landing on a familiar, graceful figure. He Shui, a prodigious student who consistently ranked first in all subjects at the Ogden First Affiliated Intermediate Academy, and a descendant of a centuries-old family of ancient martial arts. Despite Fong Can's mediocrity in school, which had prevented any interaction with this prodigious girl, her combination of beauty, intelligence, and strength made her a captivating presence wherever she went. Having been in the same school for 4 years, it was nearly impossible for Fong Can not to recognize such a remarkable talent. At the very moment Fong Can's gaze met He Shui's, she seemed to sense his attention, her deep, exquisite eyes locking onto his with a hint of provocation, even letting out a cold huff, exhibiting a trace of hostility. This bewildered Fong Can. When had he ever offended this talented beauty? With a command from the bespectacled man below, the 25 outstanding new students of Ogden began their fierce contest in the final assessment. Standing on the arena of combat already signified that these 25 students were exceptional talents. The mentality of geniuses often aligns closely. They all understood the wisdom of observing rather than engaging in reckless combat, which led to an initial silence. Even when skirmishes did occur, they were brief and more exploratory, lacking any true chaotic fighting. It was only when the bespectacled man slowly announced a scoring criterion that the tranquil atmosphere was shattered. The ranking of the students remaining on the arena of combat would be determined by the number of opponents they managed to knock off. Within mere seconds of this rule being declared, 6 individuals were hurled off the arena, highlighting the intensity of the scuffles that ensued. Fong Can faced fierce assaults from several opponents. However, after effortlessly tossing 2 challengers off the arena with just one hand, he became an untouchable target. At least for the time being, as none dared to engage with this clearly formidable competitor. After all, as the number of contestants dwindled, the opportunity to eliminate those far inferior to oneself became more appealing than confronting Fong Can, who evidently possessed significant fighting prowess. It was crucial to seize chances to topple opponents and accumulate points rather than challenge someone with such evident strength. It was clear that those still standing on the arena were not foolish. Nevertheless, in the unpredictable nature of the world, there could indeed be exceptions, such as the massive figure currently barreling toward Fong Can at the far corner of the arena. If Lu Zhantong had been a large opponent, then this newcomer could only be described as a giant. The giant's steps resonated against the alloy arena, his small eyes gleaming with fierce intent as he bellowed. You knocked my brother off the stage. Let me show you how I deal with you. Despite his imposing size, this fellow moved with surprising agility. As he spoke, he swung a powerful fist aimed at Fong Can's chest, the force behind it almost suffocating. Given such raw power, even a seasoned Fong Can would hesitate to claim certain victory, especially as he found himself cornered on the arena's edge. If he were to confront this brute head-on, even if he could overpower him, he risked being flung off the stage himself. A short-statured student, struggling to rise from the ground, witnessed the scene and could not help but shout loudly, Yuan Hong, that kid. However, his excitement was abruptly cut short, for the glint of murderous intent in Fong Can's eyes swept over him like a chilling breeze. Is this boy even human? That gaze, so terrifying. The short student instinctively shrank back, silenced by fear. At that moment, Yuan Hong's massive fist was already within half a meter of Fang Qian's chest. As he prepared to land a blow, Yuan Hong let out a fierce roar. It is worth noting that he was a prodigy in ancient martial arts, endowed with innate strength, and had learned a secret energy technique from his ancestors since childhood. While he may not possess unmatched divine power, he was indeed a formidable force among his peers. As Yuan Hong's punch approached, Fang Qian swiftly ducked, narrowly evading the impending strike that threatened to send him crashing down. In the spirit of reciprocity, having delved deeply into the study of ancient history, Fang Qian had absorbed many profound sayings from ancient Huaxia. With 3 swift spins, he maneuvered behind Yuan Hong and seamlessly executed another rotation, launching a punch aimed at Yuan Hong's shoulder. While Yuan Hong's intellect might not be particularly sharp, his innate combat talent was unparalleled. Although he could not physically withstand Fang Qian's lightning-fast punch, he activated his family's energy technique just in time to significantly bolster his resistance to the impending blow. A resounding thud echoed as Fang Qian's fist collided with Yuan Hong's shoulder, feeling akin to striking a steel plate. The impact reverberated painfully through his hand, thwarting his momentum. Conversely, Yuan Hong, despite his formidable physique, was unprepared for the sheer power of a punch from someone so relatively diminutive. The force of Fang Qian's blow shattered 2 bones in his shoulder. Unfortunately, having previously positioned himself to attack, Yuan Hong found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming impact and stumbled back 3 steps before stepping off the edge of the arena. In sheer strength, one might argue that Yuan Hong's innate prowess surpassed Fang Qian's. However, raw power alone is often insufficient. Fang Qian's series of 4 spinning punches not only showcased his remarkable strength, but also incorporated the acceleration that amplified his force. While only a few discerning instructors and students recognized the intricacies of the exchange, the majority of onlookers were left in awe, questioning the extent of Fang Qian's might as he sent the seemingly invincible Yuan Hong tumbling from the arena. Yuan Hong was no ordinary newcomer. As a specially recruited student from the prestigious Aiguing Academy, he had long been earmarked as an elite. This led to the growing intensity of the gazes from the various instructors directed at Fang Qian. "Big guy, today was just a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps we can spar again sometime," Fang Qian called out, having stood his ground and seen Yuan Hong fuming on the sidelines. "I'm scared of you," Yuan Hong retorted angrily. "Next time, let us find a more open space to compete. This blasted arena is too treacherous." His straightforwardness elicited laughter from the crowd, and soon there were only a few remaining on the arena. Chapter 44. Fang Qian and He Shui. As the clock struck midnight on New Year's Eve, Fang Qian finally found a moment of respite after delivering a decisive blow to the formidable Yuan Hong. Meanwhile, at the opposite corner of the arena, a graceful young woman stood motionless, her enchanting eyes frequently glancing towards Fang Qian, each glance infused with a glimmer of icy disdain. Remarkably, despite the numerous individuals passing by her, none dared to launch a surprise attack, even though she had positioned herself at the edge of the stage. With no escape in sight, could it be that they have fallen under the spell of her beauty? Such a prime opportunity for an attack, and yet they remain idle, pondered a bewildered freshman from the sidelines. "What do you know? Are you aware of who that girl is?" He Shui, a member of the prestigious He family, one of the top 10 ancient martial arts clans. "It's already quite gracious of her not to eliminate everyone upon stepping onto the stage," interjected a gossip-loving classmate. "I've heard she passed the ancient martial arts assessment at the age of 16, coupled with the He family's elite techniques. I believe she is a shoo-in for the top spot in this year's finals." "Wow, you certainly know a lot," remarked the awestruck freshman. "Of course, I once personally experienced the might of the He family's falling cherry palm." "Do you know He Shui?" "Falling cherry palm, that sounds formidable. How many moves did you receive?" "Ah, the pains of unrequited love. Let us not delve into the past," sighed a lonely boy who had once pursued the beautiful He Shui, his expression heavy with sorrow. "I despise gossip." Meanwhile, the battles on the arena were nearing their conclusion. Aside from Fang Qian and He Shui, who stood at opposite corners, only a pair of twin students remained at the center of the stage. Their success in enduring the match thus far was not only due to their impressive abilities, but also their ability to cooperate selflessly. Given the current situation, the twins held a clear advantage in terms of knockouts. As soon as only 3 contenders remained, they would undoubtedly secure first and second place in the finals. However, they had also recognized the prowess of Fang Qian and He Shui, leaving them uncertain about which opponent to target. In terms of strength, they were not quite as formidable as the unlucky Yuan Hong. Even united, they could only match his unparalleled might. Yet soon, they would no longer need to deliberate. as Fang Can and Yishui advanced toward them almost simultaneously. We're not acquainted. We're from the same academy. There is no need for such hostility. Fang Can blurted out without forethought. I have always been first in everything since childhood. I must defeat you to prove something. Yishui's words felt more like a soliloquy than a challenge. Seriously? I can't fathom your reasoning. Fang Can finally grasped the true reason behind the talented beauty's animosity towards him. Excessive chatter is futile. Let us deal with these two outsiders first. If you wish to conserve your strength, I don't mind taking the lead, she declared, her figure suddenly flickering as she conjured two afterimages. With swift, graceful movements, she closed the distance to the twins before they could even register her presence. Such determination from a girl. Fang Can shrugged, springing into action. I prefer fairness. Let us each take one. At this moment, the twins realized their predicament. They had unwittingly become mere fodder for these two formidable contenders. Let us attack that girl first. Given Fang Can's earlier feat of sending Yuan Hong flying, the twins exchanged a knowing glance and charged towards Yishui, one from above and one from below. We agreed on one each. As they launched their assault, Fang Can's expression darkened. He propelled himself forward, closing the gap of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and landed a powerful punch on the twin approaching Yishui from below. In less than 10 seconds, two more individuals lay sprawled on the arena floor. One was sent flying over 20 meters due to Fang Can's relentless barrage. With no chance of evasion, he could only brace himself for impact, unless he possessed superior speed or advanced martial arts techniques, neither of which he had. The other twin, bewildered, barely registered the attack before he felt a tremendous force lift him off the ground, sending him crashing down from the stage. Had it ended there, he might have managed a mid-air maneuver to save himself, but the overwhelming force contained countless strands of soft energy that bound his movements, leaving him helpless to watch as he plummeted. As the twins fell, a bespectacled man on the sidelines prepared to announce the end of this round, only to be halted by a gentle pressure on his shoulder. Let them continue. I wish to observe, said a voice that commanded immediate respect. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man fell silent, bowing with admiration towards the silver-haired elder beside him. Dean, he acknowledged. Lin Tingfeng smiled and nodded, his gaze shifting to the arena where Yishui and Fang Can stood their ground. These two seem to have a history. It has been years since we witnessed such a lively entrance exam. Quite delightful indeed. Chapter 45. The marvelous utility of the dissolution technique. As the New Year's Eve festivities unfolded, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. On the martial arts arena, Fang Can and Yishui had been locked in a tense standoff for several dozen seconds. Ultimately, it was Fang Can who first relaxed his stance, exclaiming, I must admit defeat. Young lady, do take your time. In truth, Fang Can was rather indifferent to the outcome of this final assessment. To him, coming to Ogden was about honing one's skills, not about competing for supremacy. Moreover, Yishui was a familiar face, and having discerned the root of her animosity towards him, he found himself amused yet somewhat sympathetic. As Fang Can turned to leave the arena, Yishui swiftly pursued him, gripping his shoulder and exclaiming, You shall not depart without facing me. Fang Can felt a sudden jolt as she applied her strength, causing him to shake off her hand and continue his stride. Yishui, momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes ablaze with indignation, executed an intricate maneuver to block his path, her delicate hand striking forth like a serpent, aiming for his shoulders. The encounter persisted. Fang Can's fleeting sympathy evaporated, replaced by a fierce resolve. His hand sliced through the air with precision, targeting Yishui's elusive hands. To his astonishment, Fang Can found himself unable to intercept her strike in time. Though his robust physique withstood the impact, he staggered back a few steps, his eyes glinting with a wild spark unique to his combat state. Yishui, undeterred by her initial success, pressed closer once more, her voice ringing with determination as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, conjuring a multitude of palm shadows that ensnared Fang Can within a confined space. Is this advanced ancient martial arts? Fang Can pondered. Since enduring the harrowing trials within the indestructible space, this was his first encounter with someone skilled in high-level martial techniques. He had indeed glimpsed the intricacies of Yishui's falling cherry palm, a technique ranked among the elite in ancient martial arts. Although termed a palm technique, it encompassed footwork, palm strikes, and the harnessing of internal energy, representing a pinnacle of martial skill. Observing from below, Lin Tingfeng nodded in approval. Recognizing the prowess of the He family's falling cherry palm, it was no wonder that such a young individual could attain a formidable level of ancient martial arts. Director, I wish to discuss something with you. Shinyun casually approached Lin Tingfeng, her laughter light and inviting. Which contestant have you taken a fancy to? Lin Tingfeng responded with an air of calm foresight. Even if you speak up, you may only secure one of the two up there. Is it a choice between two? Shen Yun pointed at Fang Can on the stage. I want him. Oh. Lin Tingfeng was taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Give me a reason for not choosing the He family's descendant, who possesses the strength of 11 levels in ancient martial arts. His potential exceeds that, Shen Yun stated simply. Is that all? Lin Tingfeng raised an eyebrow, sensing her deeper contemplation. After a moment, she continued. Perhaps it is because I have yet to fully understand him that I find myself particularly intrigued. Is that so? A freshman who even you cannot decipher. How utterly fascinating, Lin Tingfeng mused. Provided he is willing, after the entrance examination concludes, he will join your ancient martial arts department, with you as his chief mentor. Meanwhile, on the martial arts arena, Fang Can found himself in an unexpectedly passive position, a situation he found quite alarming. Strangely enough, he was also deriving some enjoyment from this predicament. Since engaging with He Shui, he had endured more than 10 of her strikes, yet had barely grazed her clothing. It was not that Fang Can was intentionally holding back. Rather, He Shui's movements were simply too elusive. Despite his explosive speed, he could not keep pace with her footwork. This footwork seemed to originate from the same source as her palm techniques, demonstrating the astonishing effectiveness of advanced martial arts in combat. After several exchanges, Fang Can was certain that He Shui, in terms of both speed and strength, could not match him. Yet, she relentlessly pressed him, employing her exquisite footwork and palm strikes to leave him without a counter. With another powerful strike akin to thunder, as He Shui pressed her palm against Fang Can's abdomen, she suddenly unleashed her full force. A tremendous energy propelled Fang Can into the air, as the unique ninefold wave force of the falling cherry palm surged forth, rendering him unable to control his body. In a moment of desperation, Fang Can activated the energy within his dantian, swiftly employing the dissolution technique. The internal energy ricocheted within him thrice at lightning speed, allowing him to dissolve the external forces that threatened to topple him from the stage. Earlier, within the Bai family's secret repository, Fang Can had not only memorized the martial edge internal refinement technique, but had also dedicated his last precious 10 minutes to committing to memory the ancient martial art known as the dissolution technique. The reason he prioritized this technique over others lay in its remarkable practicality. The path of dissolution aligns with the heart, transforming clouds into clay, boundless and infinite. Any external force can be dissolved, turning the tangible into the intangible, effectively neutralizing threats. In a sense, the dissolution technique serves both external application and internal cultivation. It is accessible to anyone possessing internal energy, albeit with varying degrees of effectiveness. Yet it undoubtedly represents an optimal defensive technique for someone like Fang Can, who had never practiced ancient martial arts. Due to limited training time and his own internal energy cultivation being at a nascent stage, Fang Can had only managed to refine the dissolution technique to the second level of the 12th heaven, yielding minimal results, often unable to activate it in the face of incoming force. However, given that He Shui's ninefold wave force belonged to the category of internal attacks, and Fang Can had sufficient time to remain airborne, he was ultimately able to navigate the crisis of potentially falling from the stage after fervently operating the second level of the dissolution technique. This was also attributable to his internal energy reserves, which far surpassed those of his peers, as Fang Can miraculously altered his trajectory mid-air, landing deftly on the platform. He Shui's expression shifted, her gaze now tinged with caution. Being the sole heiress of the He family, she had been training in the family's ancient martial art, the falling cherry palm, since the age of 5. Her mastery of this technique was profound, and although her internal energy was limited by her youth, she could unleash the sixfold wave force effectively, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary opponents. In He Shui's estimation, even the mentors at Ogden would falter after receiving her sixfold wave force attack. Below, Fang Can's miraculous aerial maneuver astonished both Lin Tingfeng and Shen Yun. Lin Tingfeng, with a hint of puzzlement in his expression, murmured, I never anticipated that even He Shui's ninefold wave force could not subdue this young man. Xiaoyan, you truly have an eye for talent. Did the director discern how he accomplished that? Shen Yun inquired with a smile. There are numerous ancient martial arts capable of countering the ninefold wave force, yet all require a profound foundation of internal energy. Given his age, it seems improbable he could achieve such mastery, Lin Tingfeng mused. If I had to speculate on a particular martial art, it would likely be one derived from the forbidden martial arts that emerged during the tumultuous times of the martial world. Forbidden martial arts, Shen Yun's expression changed abruptly. Weren't those individuals imprisoned long ago? Moreover, there have been no signs of their resurgence in nearly a century. It's merely conjecture. There are many possibilities yet to explore. Lin Qingfeng smiled calmly, remarking, "It is time for them to determine their fate." Wishing everyone a joyful New Year's Eve. Here's an update. May the year of the ox bring you great fortune and fulfillment in all your endeavors. Chapter 46. The confrontation. As the midnight hour approached, the protagonist, Xian Yun, remained diligently engaged at the keyboard, striving to deliver the first update of the year of the ox. A heartfelt New Year-esque greeting was extended to all readers, accompanied by a gentle reminder for support. Since you wish to battle, let us engage, and I shall show no mercy, even to a woman. On the martial arena, Fang Can exhibited a formidable aura that had not been seen before, and his simple declaration caused He Shui, who possessed considerable internal strength, to involuntarily shudder, clearly taken aback by his overwhelming presence. Words were futile, it was time to strike. The prodigious young woman, fueled by her arrogance, could not accept this reality. Angered by surprise, she unleashed the falling cherry palm, advancing towards Fang Can, her erratic palm shadows enveloping him. With a series of muffled thuds, Fang Can made no attempt to evade and endured 3 of her strikes. During this time, he performed a singular act. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a half-foot square crater in the arena's surface, constructed from high-strength alloys. As anticipated, the 6-fold energy she had harnessed was not something to be wielded at will. Such a powerful technique, indeed, came with its limitations. Though Fang Can staggered, his balance faltering with each blow, his unparalleled physique allowed him to withstand the pain without suffering true harm. Even without He Shui employing the full force of her 6-fold energy, he felt confident he could absorb dozens of her strikes without courting danger, merely spitting blood and enduring some superficial injuries. Noticing Fang Can's unorthodox approach of striking the ground, He Shui hesitated for but a moment before closing the distance again, her jade palms flying forth, unceremoniously striking various parts of Fang Can's body. In the blink of an eye, he had endured numerous blows, his clothing tattered by her fierce strikes. Fortunately, only twice did she infuse her attacks with the 6-fold energy. And thanks to the intricacies of his defensive technique, Fang Can manage to negate the threats posed by those instances, suffering only minor internal wounds. Throughout this exchange, Fang Can seemingly disregarded He Shui's presence, focusing solely on his relentless assault on the arena floor, creating a multitude of craters within a 15-meter radius. His footwork had become more predictable, yet he continued to unleash his fists upon the ground, each strike generating a new pit. As another powerful punch struck the earth, He Shui's palms crashed into his back, evidently employing her 6-fold energy once more. Fang Can felt a momentary halt in his movements, but without hesitation, he activated his defensive technique, regaining his agility within 2 seconds, albeit at the cost of a mouthful of blood. The repeated use of his technique bore its own repercussions, particularly for someone at his current level of mastery. Was he not human? From the onset of their confrontation, he had executed over 100 effective attacks. Even a being of iron would be rendered incapacitated under such relentless onslaught, let alone the fact that he had invoked the lethal 6-fold energy 5 times. He Shui grew increasingly alarmed, and in a moment of distraction, she stumbled upon one of the pits Fang Can had created, causing her fluid movements to falter. An opportunity. Fang Can's reflexes were extraordinary. As He Shui hesitated, he abandoned his downward punch and surged forward like a bolt from a crossbow, his fists hammering down with relentless force, devoid of any gentlemanly restraint. For the first time in their engagement, he struck her directly, his superior strength and speed sending He Shui hurtling several meters away. During this collision, the irregular pits on the ground made it impossible for He Shui to maintain her balance, and she nearly fell. Below the arena, Lin Tingfeng, the headmaster of the Augudin Academy, wore an appreciative smile and, after exchanging a few words with Shun Yun, departed without a backward glance. The outcome was clear. This young man had been unforgiving, and He Shui was still rather inexperienced. On the arena, Fang Can unleashed his full potential, relentlessly pursuing He Shui with a barrage of powerful strikes, denying her any chance to catch her breath. Initially, He Shui managed to utilize the falling cherry palm to deflect his blows, safeguarding herself. However, Fang Can's frenzied assault, akin to an unyielding machine, left her no room for adjustment. Lady He, you cannot retreat any further. Another thunderous punch descended, and a wild grin spread across Fang Can's face. With a resounding impact, his fist struck true. Even with He Shui's mastery of ancient martial arts, she could not withstand the sheer explosive power behind Fang Can's relentless attacks. Her defensive stance faltered, leaving her chest exposed. He Shui's strengths lay in her profound understanding of the exquisite falling cherry palm and her elusive footwork. Yet, now her palm strikes merely grazed Fong Can, causing him discomfort but no real harm. Moreover, her previously unassailable footwork was hindered by the numerous pits on the arena floor, creating significant openings that Fong Can seized without hesitation. In this manner, He Shui's advantages had been entirely stripped away. As Fong Can's final punch approached her chest, it transformed into an open palm, gently cradling her slender waist, exerting an irresistible force that swept her off the arena. Truly formidable. At this moment, Fong Can finally had time to wipe away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a result of the backlash from enduring He Shui's 2 internal energy-laden strikes while activating his defensive technique. Regaining her footing after being knocked off the arena, He Shui stood with tears glistening in her eyes, biting her lip defiantly as she glared at Fong Can, who appeared disheveled. A loss is a loss. Why did you hold back on that last punch? You are my classmate and a young lady. Fong Can shrugged, unable to hide his reluctance. Besides, I certainly do not wish to start my time at Augudin with the notorious reputation of a lecher. You. He Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Fong Can's candid words. Chapter 47. The precious title of elite on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Xianyun extends her greetings to everyone, wishing them prosperity in the year of the ox and smooth sailing in all endeavors. The entrance examination for new students at Augustine has concluded successfully. The top scorer, Fong Can, is led to the dean's office by Xianyun, who wears a somewhat triumphant smile. Is the mysterious grand prize for the top scorer simply a meeting with the dean? Fong Can muses, feeling somewhat deceived. As a new student at Augustine, the opportunity to have a private conversation with the dean will greatly benefit your future development. I believe every newcomer yearns for such a chance, Xianyun remarks, noticing Fong Can's expression of disbelief. Is the dean easy to get along with? And what privileges does he possess? Fong Can inquires, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The dean is exceptionally affable. Xianyun responds without hesitation, amplifying the positive image of Lin Tingfeng. As for the dean's privileges, they are quite straightforward. At Augustine, he is akin to an emperor. Even outside Augustine, the dean wields immense power and influence. But let us not dwell on this. You may inquire further after your meeting with him. With that, Xianyun wafts away, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Fong Can collects his thoughts and knocks on the door of the dean's office. Come in, a voice beckons from within. Upon entering, he immediately spots Lin Tingfeng, standing before the vast floor-to-ceiling window with his hands clasped behind his back. Fong Can, tell me your reason for choosing to attend Augustine, Lin Tingfeng inquires, not turning to face him. To serve the Federation and strengthen the nation and its people, Fong Can replies candidly, providing a rather conventional reason. Lin Tingfeng chuckles at Fong Can's formulaic response, then turns to gesture for him to sit. As the top scorer of the entrance examination, do you believe you are the strongest among this year's new students? Absolutely not, but I will be the last one standing, Fong Can asserts confidently. Extend your hand. Let me take a look. It must have been quite painful to endure over 10 strikes from He Shui, Lin Tingfeng says, placing 3 fingers on Fong Can's wrist. Within mere moments, Fong Can feels 3 streams of pure, gentle warmth coursing through his body, rapidly healing much of the internal injury he had sustained. How pleasant. Is this also a form of ancient martial arts? Fong Can is astonished, while Lin Tingfeng is equally taken aback by Fong Can's exceptional physical condition. The boy's meridian expansion far surpasses that of an ordinary person, even exceeding that of genetically modified individuals. Most impressively, his physique approaches perfection. No wonder he could withstand the falling cherry palm with only minor injuries. This child's aptitude transcends mere talent. Augustine has indeed stumbled upon a treasure this year. You have cultivated internal energy, Lin Tingfeng observes, releasing Fong Can's wrist. Yes, Fong Can replies after a brief pause, answering truthfully. Will you continue to practice your original internal energy technique? Or will you pursue the one tailored for you by the Academy, based on your attributes? Should I speak honestly? Fong Can scratches his head. Augustine's educational philosophy is teaching according to talent, following one's inclination. It always prioritizes the student's wishes. Tell me your thoughts. In truth, it has been 16 years since Lin Tingfeng last engaged in such a cordial conversation with a new student. Had Fong Can not displayed such exceptional personal abilities beforehand, even a genius like He Shui would not have received such warm treatment from the elder. Personally, I possess an extraordinary passion for ancient martial arts, and cultivating internal energy is paramount in this practice. Since I have made my choice, I shall not easily abandon it. Oh, Lin Tingfeng adds, Augustine is the only place, aside from the Federation Army, where civilians can access high-level and even top-tier ancient martial arts. Do you truly believe that the internal energy technique you are currently practicing has greater potential than that of top-tier ancient martial arts? Fonkin pauses, then responds deliberately. I still stand by my original belief. Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. Now, let us talk about your rewards, Lin Tingfeng says. Regarding Fong, can with keen interest. You have yet to choose a department to enroll in, I presume? As a reward, I will appoint a mentor from the Ancient Martial Arts Department to provide you with focused guidance. From this moment on, you shall be a member of Augustine's elite students. The weight of the title elite student is equivalent to that of a high-ranking official in the Federation. It is important to recognize that this world is quite pragmatic. Those with strength and talent often receive special attention, a principle that applies even during 1's student years. Each year, only a handful of new students are absorbed into the elite student candidate list, typically those who are exceptionally gifted and specially recruited by Augustine. Among these candidates, only a few will eventually become true elite students after a year of study, and sometimes, those who possess the potential to become elite students are supplanted by even stronger candidates. Since Augustine's founding, the number of elite students has always been capped at 16, adhering to a principle of quality over quantity. It is noteworthy that Augustine has over 2,000 students, each a rare talent selected from among countless others. Thus, the caliber of the 16 chosen can be imagined. Moreover, statistics since the establishment of Augustine Military Academy indicate that all members of the elite student cohort who eventually graduate and join the Federation Army hold positions no lower than that of Deputy Chief of Staff in one of the 7 major fleets. Those familiar with Lin Tingfeng would likely be bewildered to learn he has directly conferred the title of elite student upon Fong Can, especially considering that even the prodigy Skull, who entered Augustine 2 years prior with the 12th level of ancient martial arts and the rank of 9th level soldier, was not afforded such treatment. Fong Can, who had long aspired to join Augustine, is well aware of the prestige associated with the title of elite student, and he himself had not anticipated receiving such an honor at this stage. It seems that an unexpected display of prowess can yield significant benefits. Firm in this belief, Fong Can steadies his emotions and stands tall, respectfully expressing, "Thank you for your guidance, Dean. This is what you deserve." Lin Tingfeng's smile reveals a hint of cunning satisfaction. This young man is undoubtedly a remarkable steed, albeit one that is wild and untamed. Granting him the title of elite student will undoubtedly facilitate his rapid integration into Augustine, making him feel at home. Just before Fong Can exits, Lin Tingfeng adds, "By the way, as a member of the elite students, residing on campus is mandatory. Your assigned mentor will make all the necessary arrangements." My assigned mentor? Is this a special privilege for elite students? Fong Can muses to himself. You should already be acquainted with mentor Shen Yun. Go on, she will handle everything for you. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Xian Yun extends heartfelt greetings to everyone, wishing you prosperity in the year of the ox, and may all your endeavors be met with success. Xian Yun is pleased to present an accelerated update for your enjoyment. Chapter 48. The Grand Gossip. In a quaint villa nestled within the vicinity of the Augustine Academy, Fong Can was enjoying the privileges afforded to elite students. As he surveyed the array of stately residences, he realized that this was not merely a housing area for the elite students. Beside him, Shen Yun aptly elaborated, "Most of the mentors from the academy reside here. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to visit me at my place." As she spoke, Shen Yun gestured towards the adjoining villa next to Fong Can's residence. "How close?" Fong Can exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course it needs to be close. Don't forget, from now on, I am your responsible mentor. In the coming 4 years, our encounters will undoubtedly exceed the time you spend with your parents. But I haven't even consulted my mother yet. What if she disapproves of my staying at the academy? That's not something you need to worry about. When the principal decided to grant you the title of elite student, I am certain that arrangements were made to inform your parents. Such trivial matters are easily resolved." Shen Yun opened the villa door, motioning for Fong Can to enter, and then gracefully turned towards her own residence. "Classes commence at 9 tomorrow. The detailed schedule will be pinned on the academy's website. Do take a closer look later. You are not obliged to attend other classes, but if you skip mine, there will certainly be consequences." Watching Shen Yun glide away, Fong Can instinctively touched the tip of his nose. His easygoing nature led him to enter the villa, seemingly marking the commencement of his 4-year boarding life. 2 months swiftly passed, during which Fong Can acquired a wealth of ancient martial arts knowledge that he had previously lacked. Feeling grateful that he had not recklessly attempted to break through to the chi condensation stage. Otherwise, he might have found himself bedridden and paralyzed. The course arrangement at Augustine was particularly well-suited for someone as laid-back as Fong Can. Aside from an annual major examination, attendance was not strictly enforced. Nevertheless, Fong Can took great care to honor Shun Yun, his mentor. Whenever she taught, he ensured his punctual attendance. However, it was not solely due to her playful threats that he felt compelled to attend. Rather, she possessed an undeniable charm that truly captivated his attention. The academy employed experts to assess the ancient martial arts ranks of its students. Naturally, Fong Can underwent this evaluation before officially becoming a student of the ancient martial arts department, ultimately being classified at the 8th rank. In reality, the martial arts rank was not a perfect reflection of one's strength, but served merely as a gauge of an individual's mastery of ancient martial arts. For instance, Fong Can's triumph over He Shui, who was ranked at 11, stood as a testament to this fact. Following this assessment, Fong Can set his sights on an ambitious goal, the 21st rank. This rank represented the pinnacle attainable at Augustine Academy and marked the threshold to the mysterious innate stage. The identity of the strongest individual at Augustine was well known, Principal Lin Tingfeng. It would be hard for anyone to fathom that Fong Can had set his aspirations for his 4 years at the academy on the principal himself. As few could match his audacity and confidence. After attending Shun Yun's lecture on inner energy cultivation, Fong Can experienced a moment of enlightenment. The class had barely concluded when he dashed out of the classroom, eager to return to his residence. Fong Can wait. In the 2 months since his arrival, Fong Can had only met with his old friend Wang Wei a few times, so the voice calling out to him sounded remarkably familiar. He halted and turned to see Li Shanshan approaching him. "Why have you been avoiding me? Do you think I would bite?" Li Shanshan flashed a charming smile and playfully drew closer to Fong Can. "We are old classmates. It took me 2 months to find you at Augustine. Let us sit together for a while. Li Shanshan, let me be frank. Our approaches to situations differ significantly, and we truly have little in common. If you intend to use me for ulterior motives as you did before, you are bound to be disappointed." Generally speaking, Fong Can refrained from speaking so bluntly to girls. But the desire to distance himself from Li Shanshan compelled him to muster the courage to say it. To his surprise, Li Shanshan did not appear offended. Instead, she smiled calmly. "You're not wrong. I am indeed a selfish woman. However, in the face of a powerful family, my options are quite limited. So I do not intend to struggle further. I came to apologize for what happened at the charity auction. You needn't worry about me pursuing you anymore, as that is no longer necessary. Next month, I will be getting engaged to Xiaya." Seeing the hint of helplessness and bitterness masked by a smile on Li Shanshan's face, Fong Can felt a pang of regret for his earlier remarks. He wanted to offer some words of comfort, but struggled to find the right ones. Just then, another melodious voice rang out nearby. "Fong Can, I finally caught you." Before he could react, He Shui, dressed in her pink freshman uniform, stood before him. The brilliant young woman glanced at Li Shanshan before fixing her gaze on Fong Can. "I refuse to accept this. Let us arrange a time to settle this." Fong Can let out an exasperated chuckle, realizing that this was the 6th time He Shui had sought him out in 2 months. Goodness, was it really necessary to be so persistent over a single victory in the martial arts arena? Every time, it was the same relentless pursuit. "Miss He, you embody both beauty and intelligence. Upon seeing you, I have already surrendered." Fong Can forced a smile, contemplating how to make a swift exit. He had no interest in engaging with He Shui at this moment. It was far more crucial for him to return to his residence and delve into the cultivation of inner energy. Recalling the last encounter when he had evaded her challenge with flattery and an excuse to use the restroom, He Shui huffed, her eyes narrowing with determination. "This time, no matter how you charm your way out of it, I won't let you escape. You are insistent on challenging me." Before Fong Can could finish, He Shui nodded emphatically. "Absolutely, this is essential for both of us." "But," Fong Can frowned, "I fear my abilities may not meet your expectations." "How could that be?" "That's merely an excuse. I refuse to listen. I'm the one seeking you out now. You, a grown man, shouldn't be so timid." He Shui pouted defiantly. At that moment, Li Shanshan misinterpreted their conversation from a different angle, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, so you two have already reached that stage. I wish you both the best," she stammered before hastily fleeing the scene. Fong Can and He Shui stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the implications of Li Shanshan's words. "She wouldn't think we were talking about that, would she?" He Shui murmured, a rare blush creeping onto her cheeks. If all goes as expected, she might very well think so. Fong Can stood still, helplessly nodding and asking, "What should we do now? What else can we do? She is your friend. You must personally explain everything to her." If my reputation suffers because of this, I will make you pay, He Shui exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. To be honest, our relationship is quite ordinary. We aren't even friends. Fang Can felt once again threatened by the beautiful woman, yet this time, he was clearly embroiled in the trouble himself. Such baseless gossip must be nipped in the bud. Fang Can, in a moment of cooperation, nodded and said, "Let's go together. You know I am not very eloquent, and my attempts at explanation may only complicate matters further." At this point, with his reputation on the line, He Shui found herself compelled to act, biting her red lips softly as she responded, "Which department is that girl from?" "She should be from the Starship Command Department," Fang Can replied, relieved by his keen observation, having identified her major from the insignia on Li Shanshan's collar earlier. "What are we waiting for? Let's go?" In a moment of urgency, He Shui seized Fang Can's arm, and together they hurried swiftly towards the Starship Command Department campus. Chapter 49. The Combat Zone of the Warrior Division. On the third day of the new year, Xian Yun once again extends festive greetings to everyone. The Starship Command Division campus is located in the same vicinity as the Warrior Division campus, a place that students from the Ancient Martial Arts Division seldom venture into. It is essential to understand that while there is no inherent conflict between ancient martial arts and advanced technology, a clear demarcation has always existed between the two. In this academic environment, students of the Ancient Martial Arts Division have traditionally looked down upon the technologically reliant Warrior Division. Likewise, those from the Warrior Division, including the Command Division, have shown disdain towards the Ancient Martial Arts Division, leading to numerous violent confrontations within the academy. This phenomenon has persisted since the day mecha technology began to mature, and even the leadership of the academy, Ogden, has found it challenging to address this issue. Fortunately, the academy is spacious enough that separating the Ancient Martial Arts Division from the Warrior Division has alleviated many troubles. He Shui and Fang Can dash towards the Command Division campus, feeling somewhat disoriented due to their unfamiliarity with the twists and turns of the area. "Let's ask someone for directions," Fang Can suggested, grabbing He Shui's arm. "You caused this mess. You can ask," He Shui pouted, her expression one of irritation. Fang Can said no more. Spotting a group of 3 to 5 students from the Warrior Division nearby, he approached them to inquire, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the first-year campus of the Starship Command Division?" The 5 second-year students from the Warrior Division paused, their expressions revealing a hint of incredulity as they fixed their gaze on Fang Can. One slender student, with a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth, pointed ahead and said, "Just walk straight for 200 meters and take a right. However, if you are looking for someone, it might be a bit challenging because there is a mecha combat session happening over there, and it's quite crowded." "Thank you," Fang Can replied, about to hurry off when the slender student added, "In the center of the mecha combat zone, there's a large screen connected to the Academy's network. You can input the name of the person you are looking for at the main control station, and that should make things much easier." As he watched Fang Can and He Shui gradually distance themselves, the slender student chuckled to himself. These new students today don't even bother to learn the rules of Ogden before running around. This will be quite the spectacle. A still confused student nearby remarked, "Brother, the route you just pointed out to them is not the first-year campus at all. That's the fourth-year combat training area, and it's semi-closed off. If they barge in." "Exactly, that's why it will be entertaining." The slender student scoffed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Come on, everyone. Let us split up and inform our brothers to head to the fourth-year combat area for the show. I can't wait to see those 2 naive newcomers from the Ancient Martial Arts Division reduced to tears." Meanwhile, Fang Can and He Shui swiftly arrived at what they believed to be the first-year campus. It was a massive structure reminiscent of a sports arena. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by the clang of metal colliding, as the vast arena was divided into 5 combat zones, where 10 Federation standard mechas were fiercely battling in pairs. Seeing this scene, Fang Can felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Just as he was pondering, He Shui tugged at his sleeve and urged, "You should look for someone. I'll go to the main control station to issue a search notice. By the way, what is the name of that person you're looking for?" "She is not my romantic interest, not even a friend," Fang Can chuckled awkwardly. "Her name is Li Shanshan." Fang Can headed towards the stands, where 300 to 500 students were gathered, while He Shui made her way directly to the main control station. Something feels off. Why is no one wearing first-year student uniforms? Just as Fang Can began to sense that something was amiss, a line of bold text flashed on the massive screen suspended above the arena. "Fang Can from the Ancient Martial Arts Division urgently seeks Li Shanshan from the Starship Command Division. If you see this announcement, please come to the main control station immediately." At that moment, the hundreds of students in the stands erupted, all standing up as if a bomb had gone off. Even the 10 mechas engaged in combat halted, and every gaze turned towards the main control station in unison. A provocation, a blatant provocation. Although there are no explicit regulations forbidding students from the ancient martial arts division from entering the warrior division campus, the animosity between the two divisions has persisted for decades. No student from the ancient martial arts division has ever shown interest in entering the territory of the warrior division. And likewise, students from the warrior division would never set foot in the ancient martial arts division. This has become an unspoken rule. Now, however, a student from the ancient martial arts division has brazenly intruded into the semi-closed training grounds of the fourth-year students from the warrior division and furthermore, has audaciously displayed their name on the big screen. Such an act is a tremendous insult to the fourth-year students of the warrior division who are nearing graduation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fong Can, although still confused about why there was such an uproar, understood that the seemingly amiable senior had lied to him. Anger surged within him, but he immediately rushed to the main control station to join He Shui, calmly stating, "It seems we've stirred up some trouble. But it's fine. I'm here." For reasons unknown. The usually proud He Shui did not retort to Fong Can's somewhat masculine assertion, but instead let out a symbolic hum, stealing a glance at Fong Can's serious expression, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of security. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of fourth-year students from the warrior division had surrounded Fong Can and He Shui, with 10 students controlling Federation standard mechas forming a circle around them, an unmistakably unfriendly gesture. Who was Fong Can? A man stepped forward from the crowd of fourth-year students, his sharp features and dark expression fixed on Fong Can and He Shui. "I am," Fong Can replied, exhibiting an unyielding demeanor, calm and composed despite the tense atmosphere. "I'm here to find someone, not to cause trouble. Since my friend isn't here, please let us pass. My classmate and I need to leave." An ancient martial arts division freshman. The dark-faced student recognized Fong Can's division from the insignia on his collar and, after a brief moment of surprise, erupted into laughter. "You've come this far. How can we let you leave so easily? If word gets out, how will our warrior division maintain its standing in Ogden?" "What do you mean by that?" Fong Can replied, maintaining his intent to de-escalate the situation. "Want to leave? You'll have to fight me first." The dark-faced student smirked, reveling in his perceived upper hand. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. He Shui, who had been standing beside Fong Can, shot forward like an arrow, not allowing her opponent a moment to react. She delivered a powerful strike to his chest, sending him flying backwards, colliding with 3 other students from the warrior division before finally coming to a stop. "What a waste, and you dare to boast with such meager skills. Now, can we leave?" Though He Shui had tempered her pride in front of Fong Can, she showed no such restraint towards others. After sending the dark-faced student flying, her beautiful eyes glinted coldly as she swept her gaze over the surrounding students from the warrior division, articulating with precision, "Clear the way." The ancient martial arts division is not to be trifled with. A deeply resonant voice suddenly reverberated, causing the fourth-year students who had encircled Fong Can and He Shui apart and create a pathway. From the periphery emerged a young man with brown hair, his expression shrouded in gloom and exuding an air of aristocracy. The awe evident in the gazes of the surrounding fourth-year students clearly indicated that this brown-haired youth held a significant stature among the students of the Department of Warriors. Chapter 50. The madman Hannibal. The brown-haired youth, with his striking green eyes, coldly fixed his gaze on Fong Can and He Shui, proclaiming, "You may not be prepared to bear the consequences of your reckless intrusion into the practical combat zone." He continued, "Do not say that Hannibal does not afford you an opportunity. If you dare to act, you must be ready to face the repercussions." He Shui let out a disdainful snort and was about to make a move when Fong Can firmly grasped her, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Do not escalate the situation. No matter how skilled you are, do you truly believe you can overcome these hundreds of individuals?" Struggling slightly, He Shui found Fong Can's grip tightening. "Do you think we can simply talk our way out of this predicament?" "Leave this to me," Fong Can gently replied, then turned his gaze towards Hannibal and asked, "Can you truly speak for everyone here?" Hannibal did not respond immediately. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips as his eyes swept over the fourth-year students surrounding them. He habitually rubbed his brow with his long fingers, a glimmer of intrigue shining in his eyes as he remarked, "Since no one has spoken up, I assume they acquiesce." Fong Can, with his keen perception, had already discerned the fear exhibited by the surrounding students the moment Hannibal appeared. "Bear the consequences?" he mused, a lazy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Life is indeed fair. Having trespassed into your combat zone, we must provide an explanation." The Ogston Academy serves as a reservoir for the Federation's military officers and is a breeding ground for the elite who will defend the Earth Federation. It is only fitting that future soldiers resolve their disputes in a soldier's manner. Let us settle this through battle to determine right from wrong. Throughout history, the victor has always dictated the narrative, and battle has been the most effective means of discerning truth from falsehood. Fong Qin's words rang with conviction, and paired with his burgeoning audacity, they left the onlookers awestruck. Even He Shui, standing beside him, regarded Fong Qin with a flicker of unexpected admiration. Hannibal merely snorted, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. His tongue swept over his upper lip as he gazed at Fong Qin, akin to a predatory beast eyeing its prey. Since you demand it, I will certainly grant you your duel. As he spoke, Hannibal gestured toward a nearby mech, coldly announcing, the Alpha Blade, a standard-issue mech of the Federation. I will pilot it against you, and regardless of the outcome, once the battle concludes. The matter of you and the girl trespassing into the combat zone will be erased. Hannibal, what do you mean? What about that slap the girl gave me? Protested Ek, the student whom He Shui had previously sent flying. Ek, do not embarrass the combat department further. Do not presume that because you are Shea's lackey, I will show you mercy, Hannibal replied with a calmness that belied the threat in his words. Unexpectedly, Ek fell silent, though resentment lingered in his gaze. He dared not utter another word of defiance. Hannibal, I remember now, he is. He Shui, who had been standing beside Fong Qin, suddenly paled, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety as she clutched Fong Qin's sleeve, whispering urgently, do not accept his challenge. He is extremely dangerous, truly dangerous. You know him? Fong Qin inquired, raising an eyebrow. I cannot explain it all at once, but just promise me you won't engage him. I am only looking out for your safety. He Shui insisted, her foot tapping anxiously. I wish to heed your advice, yet it is too late now. Fong Qin smiled gently, squeezing her small hand reassuringly. If you believe him to be a threat, then he must possess formidable strength, and I have always relished the opportunity to spar with those of great skill. Without waiting for He Shui's response, Fong Qin took a few steps forward, gesturing invitingly. A fair proposal. I am pressed for time, so let us commence. A fleeting glint of brutality flickered in Hannibal's eyes before he smiled like a gentleman, saying, I have awaited this moment. Please, proceed. Recalling the numerous violent incidents associated with Hannibal from half a month prior and witnessing the two-step into the combat zone, He Shui felt an overwhelming urge to incapacitate the hundreds of surrounding combat students. The madman of Ogston, the practical killer, the ruthless Viscount. These titles Hannibal had earned were all built upon the suffering of others. It was said that upon his admission to Ogston, he had severely injured a mentor during the entrance examination, the latter having underestimated Hannibal's prowess and fought at merely 40% of his capacity. However, Hannibal had relentlessly broken both of the mentor's arms in a frenzied pursuit, demonstrating that his actions were not merely impulsive. Had it not been for Hannibal inheriting his family's noble title, he would likely have faced expulsion during the entrance trials. Since then, he had stirred chaos within the combat department, leaving nearly all who opposed him severely wounded, some with broken limbs, while others spent months recovering. In his second year, he had even obliterated the mech of a fourth-year student, nearly costing the latter his life had it not been for timely intervention. What troubled He Shui was not only Hannibal's brutality. If it were merely that, she would not be so concerned. After all, she was well aware of Fong Qin's abilities, and no ordinary fourth-year student could match him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Hannibal possessed overwhelming strength, placing him just shy of the unchallenged king of the combat department, Skull. Were it not for Hannibal's excessive behavior, he would have long since secured the title of elite student at Ogston. Chapter 51. The great sword shakes the military knife as the rhythmic rumble echoed. Hannibal activated the alpha military knife, rising majestically. His voice, rich and magnetic, resonated from the cockpit, declaring, I shall refrain from utilizing any long-range weaponry. Furthermore, if you can endure for 5 minutes without defeat, it shall be considered your victory. After all, a senior ought to extend some leniency to their juniors, should they not? Fong Qin, however, showed no reaction to Hannibal's words, his gaze fixated on an idle mech nearby. Grant me a minute, and then, we shall commence our duel. With that, Fong Qin strolled over to the dormant mech. As the onlookers puzzled over Fong Qin's intentions, he suddenly leaped into the air, soaring over 2 meters high, and extracted a colossal, 2-meter-long, half-foot-wide alloy melee sword from the mech's rear weapon compartment. With a flourish of the sword in midair, a smile crept across Fong Qin's lips as he returned to the battlefield, taking a stance 20 meters away from the alpha military knife. He asserted, let it be known, Should your mech incur any damage during our skirmish, I shall bear no responsibility. As he spoke, Fong can effortlessly slash the mech's specialized greatsword diagonally downwards, carving a half-meter deep gash into the solid concrete floor. It was evident that his actions incited murmurs among the observing fourth-year students. That sword weighs half a ton. How can he possibly wield it? He must be a student from the ancient martial arts department specializing in strength. But even if he can handle the Stab Lord Type 3 modified mech sword, what of it? Let us not forget who his opponent is, the very individual who has shown no mercy, even to mentors. Keep your voice down. If Hannibal hears you, you might as well abandon your graduation exam and prepare for hospitalization. Honestly, how long do you think that kid can hold out? 10 seconds? Or perhaps even less? Meanwhile, in the combat zone, the Alpha military knife's mechanical eyes suddenly gleamed with 2 red orbs, and Hannibal's voice rang out again. This is intriguing. It seems this will not be a battle devoid of interest. The first minute is yours for attacking. In keeping with his usual brazen demeanor in combat, Fonkin surprisingly accepted Hannibal's seemingly dismissive offer, responding affirmatively as he charged forward, dragging the massive sword towards the Alpha military knife. The half-ton mech sword appeared weightless in Fong Can's grasp as he executed 3 swift strikes, each as rapid as a shooting star, targeting the mech's most vulnerable points. It is worth noting that Fong Can had spent years honing his skills in the game Blade Tomb, where, despite the differences between the game mechs and their real-world counterparts, they shared remarkable similarities. Leveraging his accumulated experience, Fong Can adeptly identified the Alpha military knife's weak spots for his assault. Just as Fong Can's blade was about to strike the Alpha military knife's knee joint, the latter executed a precise lateral maneuver, evading the blow by half a meter at the last possible moment. It is essential to understand that maneuvering a mech under equal conditions, such a slight yet precise shift, is exponentially more difficult than for an individual. This seemingly casual evasion had led Fong Can to reassess Hannibal's capabilities, and he silently congratulated himself for having restrained his typically impulsive nature during previous encounters, thus gaining a significant advantage. With one strike unfulfilled, Fong Can spun around, launching a series of relentless attacks. The mech's sword in his grasp was anything but cumbersome. His strikes flowed like a torrent, each one targeting the Alpha military knife's critical vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Hannibal remained true to his promise of allowing a minute's grace, skillfully maneuvering the towering 4.5-meter, nearly 8-ton metal giant through a series of remarkably agile evasive actions. It can be said without hesitation that even a single individual attempting such evasive maneuvers would find it daunting, and among the present fourth-year students, many would be incapable of executing such feats, let alone piloting a mech to perform such complex evasive actions. Fong Can, undeterred, pressed on with his fierce assaults, each strike generating a captivating wind of energy. Each slash, thrust, lift, or feint he executed bore a striking resemblance to the 9-sword techniques of the sword sect in Blade Tomb. This kid is incredibly fierce. Several times, he nearly struck his target. One onlooker exclaimed. The students from the ancient martial arts department are indeed physically formidable. Goodness, if I were to wield a half-ton mech sword, I'd be exhausted after just a few swings, his companion replied. However, it seems his reign of dominance won't last much longer. In just 10 seconds, Hannibal will retaliate. As the final opportunity for unreturned attacks approached, Fong Can switched to wielding the sword with both hands, swiftly maneuvering around the Alpha military knife while refraining from launching an assault. Just as the Alpha military knife leaped into the air to escape Fong Can's effective range, Fong Can propelled himself forward with explosive speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow. His burst of speed surpassed what he had previously demonstrated, creating an unavoidable situation for the Alpha military knife. In midair, the two faced each other head-on. Yet even in such a scenario, Hannibal executed an almost impossible evasive maneuver, sidestepping just in time to evade Fong Can's strike aimed at the mech's vital area. Fong Can, decisively abandoning the temptation of a single blow to defeat, concentrated all his latent strength into the mech's sword and swung down powerfully, targeting the Alpha military knife's left arm. With a resounding clash, a massive metal arm was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Hannibal's slightly deranged laughter echoed, sending an involuntary shiver through the observers, including Hishue. Immediately thereafter, both the Alpha military knife and Fong Can landed on opposite sides, the former's colossal metal frame swaying momentarily before regaining balance, its remaining right arm reaching behind to retrieve a standard alloy military knife. In contrast, Fong Can stood poised, sword in hand, casting a cold gaze at the Alpha military knife, which was now down to a single arm. Feigning weakness to launch a decisive strike at a critical moment, your concealment was commendable. This is a sign of my respect for your abilities. Fonkin remarked with a faint smile. Perhaps I truly underestimated you. However, in the time that follows, I shall ensure you hold a greater respect for my prowess. Hannibal replied, maintaining his usual composed elegance. Though I derive a certain thrill from inflicting pain upon others, I will grant you additional opportunities for growth. Owing to your impressive performance thus far, this time, I shall not subject you to excessive suffering. Suffering? Fonkin chuckled, recalling his countless deaths within the immortal protocol space, a grin spreading across his face as he said, I eagerly anticipate experiencing that long-lost sensation. As the two exchanged words, the number of observers in the training arena suddenly surged, with students from the military and Starship Command departments flocking to the scene. Clearly drawn by the trouble caused by the wiry man who had deceived Fong, Can, and He-Shui. On the 5th day of the new year, we welcome the God of Wealth. Here is an update, wishing my brothers and sisters abundant wealth and smooth endeavors in the coming year. Best regards from the idle clouds. Chapter 52. Who is more ruthless in the practical training arena? The discussions among the observing students were fervent and lively. My goodness, is that ancient martial arts freshman wielding? While it is not uncommon for students from the ancient martial arts department to handle specialized giant swords for mechas, the ability to cleave through the Alpha Army Blade's arm is indeed formidable. His strength is truly terrifying. By the way, do you know who pilots the Alpha Army Blade? Hannibal, that lunatic. How could this kid possibly be stronger than Hannibal? Enough with the idle chatter. Hannibal hasn't even fought back until now. That kid is indeed strong, but no matter how powerful he is, he cannot possibly withstand a direct clash with a freak like Hannibal. He is doomed. With a deafening clang, a harsh metallic collision interrupted the spectators' murmurs as the blade and sword clashed violently, sending a shower of brilliant sparks into the air. In that single strike, Fonkin was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring several meters. Yet, just before he hit the ground, he skillfully utilized the third level of his dissociation technique to absorb the tremendous force of the Alpha Army Blade, landing steadily on his feet. As he looked at the blood oozing from his palms, a chilling ferocity flickered in Fong Can's eyes. In contrast, the Alpha Army Blade, piloted by Hannibal, merely took 2 steps back, absorbing the recoil from the collision with its 8-ton metallic body. However, with one of its arms severed, its balance was severely compromised. Even a genius pilot like Hannibal could not evade the limitations of his hardware, rendering him unable to launch a timely counterattack. In a matter of seconds, Fong Can and the Alpha Army Blade had exchanged strikes 6 times, each clash eliciting waves of cheers from the onlookers. Though from one perspective, Fong Can stood against them. The brilliance of the duel was enough to overshadow such reasons, as Augustine had always revered strength above all else. Fortunately, he had severed an arm earlier, otherwise, he would have surely been at a disadvantage in this battle. After several exchanges, Fong Can had exerted all his strength. Although the match was relatively even, considering the Alpha Army Blade was fighting with one arm missing, Fong Can had, in a sense, already lost. Hannibal, that monstrous pilot. How could he execute such a complex spinning slash with only one arm? What a world this is. How can there be such a vast disparity among 4th-year students? A 4th-year student from the mecha department, who usually performed decently, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the Alpha Army Blade execute a high-difficulty spinning slash. As a heavy armor mecha, the Alpha Army Blade's balance mechanism is inherently lacking. Even a 10th-level pilot would struggle to control such a one-armed mecha under compromised balance, thus suggesting that Hannibal's piloting level was at least 12th or higher. A black-rimmed glasses-wearing student observed calmly. You're Li Yulong, a 2nd-year student from the mecha department. Senior. The bespectacled student smiled amiably. Li Yulong, you are the special recruit from last year's mecha department. It was evident that Li Yulong's name was quite renowned within the department, eliciting such a reaction from the 4th-year student. Please excuse my modesty. I merely possess a deeper understanding of mecha than others. It hardly qualifies as expertise. I've been at Augustine for a year and remain at the 7th-level pilot rank. Do not be so humble. You didn't enter the mecha department to fight. Everyone knows you have unparalleled talent in mecha manufacturing. I heard that your improvement suggestions were instrumental in the recent Kajinta heavy armor mecha released by the Federation. I merely offered a few ideas. Li Yulong chuckled, then shifted his gaze to a nearby girl, rushing over to her. Little sister, are you here to watch the excitement? Brother, Li Shanshan responded, her eyes never leaving the battlefield. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Li Yulong adjusted his glasses, contemplating for a moment before replying. Based on the current situation, the one who is more ruthless may ultimately achieve victory. Unfortunately, I arrived too late to witness how that ancient martial arts student severed the Alpha Army Blade's left arm. Otherwise, my judgment on the final outcome would be more precise. Who is more ruthless? Li Shanshan asked, puzzled. In a deadlock, this is the only measurable factor. Who has a stronger desire for victory? Who endures until the end? Who achieves success? Indeed, as Li Yulong stated, the battle had reached a stalemate. Fong Can and the Alpha Army Blade, piloted by Hannibal, engaged in a fierce back and forth, yet this intense exchange lasted less than 2 minutes. Due to severe energy depletion, Fong Can's lightning-fast movements gradually slowed, while Hannibal, piloting the Alpha Army Blade, did not expend much energy. The lack of balance in the mecha took a toll on him as well, and his movements began to lag. He missed several crucial opportunities for counterattacks due to the fierce collisions causing the Alpha Army Blade to falter. To simplify, controlling a mecha to take a step is akin to a normal person executing a somersault, while it does not require energy expenditure. The complexity of the control and precise grasp of the mecha's displacement and force demand immense concentration from the pilot. Achieving a flawless spinning slash with a mecha is an even greater challenge. Hannibal's ability to maintain nearly perfect combat for 2 minutes under such compromised balance has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. And even the elite pilots in the Federation might not dare to claim they could accomplish such a feat with a resounding clang. It was impossible to recall how many times the Alpha Army Blade's blade and Fong Can's sword had collided. However, unlike before, after a series of powerful strikes, the close combat weapons of both mechas could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and broke simultaneously. Casting aside the broken sword, Fong Can hurled it at one of the Alpha Army Blade's glowing mechanical eyes. Then, bending slightly, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted by the flying sword, he delivered a powerful punch against the superalloy armor of the mecha. As he discarded the broken sword, Fong Can's fist struck the thick steel armor over the pilot's compartment on the Alpha Army Blade's left chest. The 8-ton Alpha Army Blade was pushed back 5 steps by the immense force of the punch, stabilizing itself only after. The armor of the pilot's compartment bore a deep dent from Fong Can's strike, and Hannibal inside was jolted by the impact, spitting out blood. Fong Can, equally affected by the recoil, stumbled back 10 meters, slightly swaying as he fought to suppress the blood rising in his throat, his complexion tinged with an unusual crimson hue. Suffering minor internal injuries. To strike the superalloy armor with sufficient force to injure the opponent inside the cockpit, relying solely on brute strength was evidently insufficient. Fong Can resolved to unleash his inner energy, for the first time using a concentrated force to attack his adversary. Due to Fong Can's incomplete mastery of the internal energy cultivation, the forced exertion resulted in harm to both himself and others. However, under the influence of the dissolution technique, the backlash he experienced was significantly diminished. With his extraordinarily resilient physique, he was momentarily free from peril. How exhilarating! Hannibal's voice, slightly hoarse from injury, suddenly resonated. He casually discarded the remaining half of his military knife, not bothering to retrieve any other weapons from the arsenal behind his mech, and boldly advanced forward, his ferocity unabated. It turned out that the sensation of injury was so delightful. Come on, let it continue. Chapter 53. The result of the battle at the moment the words fell. The Alpha Army knife leaped into the air with astonishing speed, its massive metallic fist descending like a sledgehammer. With a resounding crash, the Alpha Army knife struck the solid concrete ground, creating a 2-meter-deep crater. Thanks to his extraordinary foresight, Fong Can narrowly evaded the opponent's frenzied attack. However, it was evident that this strike was merely the prelude to Hannibal's relentless onslaught. The Alpha Army knife surged forward once more, executing a dazzling series of combination punches under Hannibal's control, a stark contrast to its otherwise mundane appearance. Fong Can's approach to the confrontation was nothing short of astonishing. He abandoned all attempts to evade, resolutely meeting fist with fist, strength with strength, delivering an extraordinary display of counterattack for the nearly 1,000 spectators from the Ogston Academy. Could mere human strength truly contend with the might of high-tech mechs? Fong Can's actions at this moment served as the best answer to this question. After 30 seconds, both man and mech began to slow, clearly having reached their limits. Following another brutal exchange, the now one-armed Alpha Army knife fell to the ground, struggling to maintain its balance. The superalloy armor of the cockpit, unable to withstand Fong Can's relentless bombardment, was perforated with a gaping hole, leaving Hannibal within pale and bloodied, seemingly devoid of even the strength to move a finger. In contrast, Fong Can was sent sprawling like a kite with its string cut, struggling to rise. His appearance a disheveled mess, his clothes were torn, and his fists were raw, with patches of flesh scraped away, exposing the stark whiteness of bone in several areas. Most grievously, his left shoulder had been struck by the Alpha Army Knife's enormous metallic fist, rendering his left arm completely numb. The pain felt akin to a mirage. Spitting a mouthful of blood, a terrifying murderous intent flickered in Fong Qian's eyes, a gaze he had long suppressed, now unleashed only in the throes of madness within the indomitable program space. Marvelous. Thank you for providing me with such a perfect battle. As a token of my gratitude, I shall let you witness my Hannibal Nathan's ultimate combat skill. The toppled Alpha Army knife, unbeknownst to him, had once again regained its footing. Inside the shattered cockpit, Hannibal laughed maniacally. Only a resilient opponent like you can truly ignite the source of my pleasure, haha. Haha. Do you still have any reserves? With his uninjured right hand pressing against his left shoulder, Fong Qian exerted a sudden force, and with a sharp crack, his dislocated shoulder was set back into place. The ultimate combat skill? Huh. You'd best pray it proves effective, or this will be your final strike. Who could have imagined that a duel between students would escalate to such a brutal extent? While many might understand Hannibal's reckless behavior, Fong Qian's display of audacity was no less than that of the notoriously brutal Viscount. In that moment, the name Fong Qian was indelibly etched in the minds of the thousand-strong audience. At that instant, two figures darted through the air, one positioning itself before the Alpha Army knife, the other landing in front of Fong Qian. Shao Kahn, enough. If you don't want to be expelled, come back with me now, Shen Yun said, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her voice tinged with compassion. Meeting Shen Yun's clear, water-like gaze, Fong Qian, who had been brimming with murderous intent, inexplicably calmed. He coldly pointed at Hannibal, who was piloting the Alpha Army knife several dozen meters away, and said, "What about him?" As Fong Qian's words hung in the air, the Alpha Army knife suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at the blue-clad instructor blocking its path. It was evident that, for a madman like Hannibal, an instructor could sometimes be deemed expendable. Impudent brat, is this not chaotic enough? The blue-clad instructor bellowed, seemingly disappearing from his position in an instant. Even Fong Qian, with his keen eyesight, could only catch a glimpse of fleeting shadows before a tremendous crash echoed. The remaining arm of the Alpha Army knife inexplicably snapped off. A blue figure swept through the air, revealing the blue-clad instructor, cradling the unconscious Hannibal in his arms. His face flushed with rage. "Instructor Shun, it's my failure to teach. I shall punish this reckless lad severely," the blue-clad instructor hastily declared, not waiting for Shun Yun's response before rushing out of the arena. "Shao Kahn, come back with me. This incident is not your fault. He Shui has already spoken to me." Shen Yun took a few steps forward, intending to assist Fong Qian, only for him to nimbly sidestep, a habitual lazy smile gracing his face. "These minor injuries are nothing. Since the matter is resolved, let us take our leave." Observing Fong Qian, bloodied yet sporting such an incongruous lazy grin, Shen Yun found herself at a loss, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Such injuries are minor? Is this fellow even human? 3 days after his fierce battle with Hannibal, Fong Qian had fully recovered, leaving those familiar with his almost supernatural healing abilities speechless. During his recuperation, Fong Qian received numerous visitors. His friend Wang Wei was a given, while Shun In visited several times, even cooking him a sumptuous meal. He Shui, the talented and beautiful girl who had long sought to spar with Fong Qian, also paid him a visit, preparing a pot of ginseng blackbone chicken soup. Though the taste left much to be desired, the experience shared in the practical combat zone had mended their previous grievances. Though He Shui hailed from a prestigious family, her upbringing in traditional martial arts endowed her with a down-to-earth demeanor, devoid of any airs of a spoiled heiress. Once acquainted, Fong Qian found himself quite willing to spend time with her. Among those who came to visit, Fong Qian was most surprised by Li Shanshan and his elder brother, Li Yulong. Although the siblings only lingered briefly, a few private exchanges with Li Yulong left Fong Qian with a newfound respect for Li Shanshan. Being a scion of a wealthy family was no simple matter. Following the intense battle with Hannibal, several lingering questions weighed on Fong Qian's mind, which he would soon learn about from Shen Yun, who was the blue-clad instructor who subdued Hannibal. What was Hannibal's current condition? Would he be liable for damages to the battered Alpha Army knife? Shen Yun had granted Fong Qian a 10-day medical leave, and having recovered fully in just 3 days, he was determined not to waste the remaining 7, embarking on his training in the internal heart technique, condensed qi in the midst of chaos. Combining the knowledge acquired from his classes, Fong Qian successfully completed the 9 major circuits for the first time, ultimately mastering the technique. The energy within his dantian underwent subtle changes due to the advancement of his heart technique. Most surprisingly, the once dull white energy within him gradually transformed into a pale golden hue with prolonged practice, attaining a density that far exceeded Fong Can's understanding. For comparison, with white energy, his punch could penetrate half a foot of high-strength alloy, but with the pale golden energy, the same punch could pierce through 1.5 inches of high-strength alloy. However, the challenge lay in how to apply this fleeting pale golden energy, which only existed briefly after the major cycle, in practical combat. Surely, he couldn't perform the technique during a fight. Furthermore, although this solidified and color-changing inner energy is formidable, it consumes 1/3 of Fong Can's internal energy with just a single strike. This implies that even if he could summon this power at will, he would only be able to deliver 3 effective attacks before exhausting his strength. The cultivation remains incomplete, and the student must continue to strive. Due to the elusive nature of the Bingfeng Nelian Heart Method, fragment, Fong can only comprehend this conundrum through personal reflection. Moreover, after careful consideration, he has confidently affirmed that his method of cultivating inner energy fundamentally differs from that of the vast majority. The future remains a mystery, necessitating personal exploration. Relying excessively on others for answers may hinder his progress at higher levels of cultivation. Ultimately, Fong discovered a feasible approach amidst the dense annotations of the Bingfeng Nelian Heart Method, fragment. While this method may be somewhat clumsy, it proves to be the safest and most effective means of consolidating the density of his inner energy. Consequently, Fong dedicates the majority of his daily hours to circulating his energy. With each completion of the 9 great circulations, he experiences a slight enhancement in his inner energy. Perhaps these increments seem minimal to Fong Can, yet for an ordinary person, completing a cycle of the 9 great circulations would yield a tangible sense of increased inner energy, an extraordinary feat indeed. It is essential to recognize that the cultivation of inner energy has always been a discipline requiring gradual progression. The enhancement of inner energy is not an instantaneous affair. Generally speaking, consistent daily practice is required, and one should not expect to perceive an increase in inner energy without dedicating at least 10 days to half a month of diligent effort. This expectation assumes that the practitioner is committed to rigorous training. Individuals like Fong Can, possessing both an extraordinary physique and a top-tier method for cultivating inner energy, will undoubtedly challenge many preconceived notions regarding this ancient art. Chapter 54. The critical point of gravity after 3 months of diligent practice. Fong finally amass the internal energy within his dantian to a saturated state. However, this was merely a promising beginning. The subsequent challenge lay in solidifying this energy, a task of considerably greater difficulty. Fortunately, Fong Can's meridians expanded at a rate several times that of an average person, and the 8 extraordinary vessels flowed unobstructed, allowing him to circulate his energy at a pace far superior to others, saving him a significant amount of time. Although the process of solidifying internal energy was slow, through his relentless training and exceptional physique, he had managed to compress the energy in his dantian to 1/3 of its original volume. The hue of the internal energy had transformed from a hazy white to a delicate lavender. While Fong found it difficult to explain the peculiar change in color, he was certain that this lavender energy was far more effective than its predecessor. Though it could not match the formidable golden energy derived from circulating the energy through the meridians, its potency had already reached more than double that of the white energy. Initially, Fong intended to continue solidifying the lavender energy until it fully transformed into a pale golden hue. However, after several failed attempts, he realized that the current density of his internal energy had indeed reached a certain limit. Acknowledging this, he resolutely abandoned the goal of further solidifying the lavender energy and instead focused on increasing its quantity until he achieved saturation once more, repeating this cycle. Before he knew it, nearly half a year had passed, and the lavender energy had completely replaced the initial white energy, filling his dantian. After 6 months of unwavering dedication, although the formidable golden energy still required the circulation of meridians to manifest, Fong Can, with his deepening mastery of internal energy and adeptness with the meridian techniques, had devised a clever method to unleash the golden energy instantaneously. In the dead of night, the gravity training room of the ancient martial arts department remained brightly lit. This facility was exclusively available to elite students and Mentor Augustus. Although this was not Fong Can's first visit, it was his inaugural attempt to challenge his own limits. The training room was devoid of any other individuals. After all, few would practice at 1 in the morning. This was not a deliberate effort by Fong to conceal his capabilities, but rather a consequence of his total immersion in training, leading him to lose track of time until he completed the cycle of 9 meridians, which had brought him to the midnight hour. Fong Can, ever the person of action, did not heed the time and rushed straight in. Activating the voice control system, Fong Can flexed his joints and calmly said, "4 times gravity." Suddenly, the gravity surged from 0 to 4 times its normal state. For an ordinary person, such a drastic increase would likely result in severe internal injuries. Even among those who entered Augustus' training, not everyone could withstand such rapid changes in gravity. Typically, most would gradually increase the gravitational intensity. As the human body differs from machines, both strength and tolerance require a progressive adjustment. Otherwise, even the strongest martial artists could suffer injuries. However, Fong Can was clearly an exception. His formidable physique, honed through countless trials and tribulations, was comparable to any mechanical suit. The sudden increase in gravity merely caused him to sink slightly before he completely disregarded the burden imposed by the fourfold gravity. Experimenting with a few arm movements, Fong Can proceeded to the ground and diligently performed push-ups. Under 4 times gravity, he completed 500 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and practiced martial stances and strikes 1,000 times. After a vigorous warm-up, drenched in sweat, Fong Can exhaled contentedly, choosing to shed his shirt, revealing his sleek yet unassuming musculature. 5 times gravity. As before, Fong Can executed a set of fundamental training exercises. Clearly, even without circulating internal energy, his extraordinary physique sufficed to allow him to move freely under such gravitational conditions. 6 times gravity. Once again, he commanded the voice control system to increase the gravity to 6 times. Fong Can felt the pressure intensify, prompting him to slow his movements and engage in simple walking and arm swings until he adapted after 2 minutes. However, completing a set of exercises in this gravity state took him twice as long as it did under 5 times gravity, and his breathing noticeably quickened, no longer as effortless as before. It is important to note that the increase in gravity is not merely a simple calculation. Each level of gravity presents vastly different challenges. For instance, if a person's maximum load capacity is 300 kilograms, adding even half a kilogram could render them unable to bear the weight. The complexities of increasing gravity are far greater. Particularly within the gravity system, there exists a concept known as the critical point of gravity. Each individual, depending on their physique and training, can adapt to varying gravitational intensities, but the sevenfold gravity remains a formidable barrier for many striving to enhance their physical form. Not only is sevenfold gravity recognized as the critical point, but it also serves as a crucial standard for determining whether one has achieved the 12th tier of ancient martial arts. This standard, in a sense, is inverse. Those who can endure sevenfold gravity are often already at the 12th tier, yet those at the 12th tier may not necessarily be able to withstand sevenfold gravity. A talented and diligent student of the ancient martial arts department, if capable of enduring basic training under 5-fold gravity, could likely achieve 6-fold gravity training within 2 years of hard work. However, adapting to 7-fold gravity, even with an additional 5 or 10 years, may remain elusive, regardless of their increasing strength. This is no longer merely a matter of physical training. Unless one day they can transcend to the 12th tier of ancient martial arts and cultivate their internal energy to the point of seamless flow through all meridians, will they possibly break through the critical point of 7-fold gravity? In essence, without the aid and enhancement of internal energy, solely relying on physical fortification makes it impossible to surpass the 7-fold gravity threshold, even for those augmented with genetic enhancement. No existing genetically modified individuals possess the capacity to adapt to such gravity. Under the state of 6-fold gravity, Fong Can completed his final stance and strike, taking a deep breath before hesitating momentarily, finally uttering, 7 times gravity. Those who have never experienced 7-fold gravity are unqualified to judge the overwhelming pressure that accompanies this critical point. At this moment, Fong Can felt as if his entire body no longer belonged to him. His legs involuntarily bent, and his torso gradually bowed. Clearly, these movements were not of his own volition but a result of the gravitational force. Yet, even at this juncture, Fong Can had no intention of circulating his internal energy. Relying solely on his unwavering resolve to adjust his muscles to their optimal state, slowly resisting the immense pressure that enveloped him from all directions. This nearly suffocating weight imposed an astonishing burden on his body, as if all his limbs and joints were bound with 1,000 kilograms of weight. Could his physical limits truly be incapable of withstanding mere 7-fold gravity? At this moment, veins bulged on Fong Can's forehead, and the muscles on his body appeared significantly more pronounced than before. Unbeknownst to him, his physique had expanded considerably. After unleashing a desperate, thunderous roar, Fangkin abruptly straightened his stance, relying solely on his unparalleled physical prowess to break through the critical threshold of sevenfold gravity without the aid of internal energy to enhance his body. Once this barrier was surpassed, the suffocating pressure surrounding him gradually dissipated, not because the gravity had diminished, but because Fangkin's body had adapted to withstand and endure such gravitational force. As before, he steadfastly completed a set of fundamental training movements. Once again coming to a halt, a rare glimmer ignited in his eyes. After a brief contemplation, he remarked calmly, "Next, it should be eightfold gravity." The solid technique, one of the 6 foundational ancient martial arts practiced universally in the Earth Federation, focuses on physical enhancement. By infusing internal energy throughout the body, it slightly augments one's physical resilience without any additional extraordinary effects. He hoped that this solid technique resembled the indestructible diamond body among the 7 wonders of ancient martial arts. Otherwise, he might soon find himself in dire straits. Before confronting the eightfold gravity, Fangkin pondered for a considerable duration and ultimately decided to activate his internal energy for the first time. The pale purple energy within his dantian swiftly coursed through his meridians, cycling continuously to reinforce his physical endurance. It is essential to note that Fangkin had come to the gravity chamber for training, viewing sevenfold gravity merely as an initial objective. Prior to incrementally increasing the gravitational intensity, he had resolved that if he could adapt to sevenfold gravity without invoking internal energy, he would proceed to challenge eightfold gravity. Conversely, if his body could not endure the sevenfold gravity and he ultimately needed to summon internal energy to sustain himself, he would cease his endeavors. Taking a deep breath, Fangkin articulated through the voice control system, enunciating each word with precision, eightfold gravity. Chapter 55. The Dawn of Rebellion as the gravity suddenly intensified. The unique phenomenon of muscular expansion, characteristic of the solid technique, manifested in Fangkin. However, unlike others, Fangkin emitted faint wisps of purple aura the moment he executed the solid technique. This subtle indication of internal energy radiating outward should not have occurred with such a rudimentary defensive martial art. Unlike the earlier state of imbalance caused by sevenfold gravity, the enhancement provided by the solid technique allowed Fangkin to regain his composure and move normally within 30 seconds. Although he could only take a steady step under eightfold gravity, the success filled his heart with unrestrained joy. The foundational martial arts truly embody the legendary 7 miracles of ancient combat. The skills I have cultivated through the inner refinement of the weapon's edge are also genuinely effective. This implies that what I am now performing is no longer the rudimentary solid technique, but has transformed into the legendary martial art known as the indestructible Vajrabadi. Under the eightfold gravity, Fangkin executed a series of basic training movements with astonishing speed, completing them in less than half the time it took under sevenfold gravity. With the enhancement of the indestructible Vajrabadi, his every movement exhibited a strength far surpassing his usual capabilities. Clearly, the efficacy of this legendary martial art extends beyond mere physical augmentation. Aegean Star, one of the 6 colonial planets of the Earth Federation, is also a concentrated mining hub for rare interstellar minerals. This massive planet boasts a surface area 5 times that of Earth, with a gravity 1.2 times greater, scarce water resources, and severe desertification. As the executive president of Tianying Minerals, Fang Kunlun spends at least 1/3 of his time on Aegean Star. For this planet alone accounts for 55 of the Earth Federation's annual mineral yield, particularly for certain rare interstellar minerals that can only be extracted here. Madwa City, a technological fortress situated in the central oasis of Aegean Star, is the only city funded by the federal government on this planet. Despite the severe desertification, the construction of a comprehensive city capable of connecting with the cosmos stands as a testament to human ingenuity. The headquarters of Tianying Minerals is located within Madwa City, where the iconic Twin Towers rise to a height of 566 meters. At this moment, Fang Kunlun stands on the top floor, gazing out through the expansive glass windows. A hint of concern etched across his brow. 15 tons of primal black crystal ore, which should have been extracted and delivered to Madwa spaceport 5 days ago, still have not arrived. If this delay continues, Tianying Minerals will have to compensate a substantial sum to the clients awaiting their orders. While the financial loss is a minor concern, the fact that Lin Hui, the observation supervisor dispatched to mine number 6 3 days ago, has yet to establish contact with him signals that something dire has transpired. As Fong Kunlun's worries mount, the Tianwang communicator lights up. Upon answering, a disheveled middle-aged man appears before him. President Fong, mine number 6 has been overrun by refugees. Refugees? Fong Kunlun's expression sharpens as he scrutinizes the panting supervisor. You mean those outcasts banished by the Federation? Indeed, Lin, the supervisor, reveals a trace of fear in his demeanor. 2 days ago, following your instructions, I went to inspect mine number 6, only to be surrounded by a group of refugees upon arrival. Lin Hui, you were accompanied by a fully equipped mech squad. What happened to them? A shadow of sorrow crosses Lin's face as he murmurs, they are all dead. All of them, slain by those refugees. Fong Kunlun slams his hand on the table in disbelief. How is that possible? The exiles outside the city have all been implanted with limiting brain devices. How could they possibly overpower a mech squad? President Fong, it is true. If I hadn't fallen off a cliff in my panic and survived, there would be no one left to inform you. The Tianwang network is inadequate. You must return to Modwa City as soon as possible. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Fong Kunlun recognizes that he must not add to Lin's burdens. The latter's anxious demeanor reveals the profound impact of his experience. Lin, defeated, exhales a heavy sigh, speaking with despair. President Fong, I might not survive to see you again. I reached out to you because of your kindness toward me. Even if I perish, I must deliver this message. The exiles have all gathered in the desolate area and are heading toward Modwa City. You know well who these people were. From my observations, the brain device's control over them has completely failed. This group of individuals, whom even the Federation dares not eliminate, poses a grave threat to the safety of Modwa City. In any case, President Fong, take this chance to leave Aegean Star quickly. Fong Kunlun harbors no doubts about Lin's words, as he is not only a senior executive at Tianying Minerals, but also a trusted friend. However, Lin's high regard for the refugees is difficult for Fong Kunlun to fully accept. Lin Hui, listen to me. You must survive and return to Modwa City. I will not leave Aegean Star until you are back. I will report the situation you described to the Planetary Defense Command immediately. I refuse to believe that the 2 armored mech divisions of the command would fear those refugees. Once Fong Kunlun sets his mind on something, it is nearly impossible for anyone to sway him. Lin, understanding Fong's character, can only chuckle bitterly. President Fong, why go to such lengths? When have you ever heard me boast? If I told you that just 3 refugees wiped out the entire mech squad that took me to mine number 6, would you still believe that the command's 2 mech divisions would be effective? Fong Kunlun falls silent for a moment before finally raising his head, saying, You are my subordinate. I will not allow you to perish in the wasteland. I have already pinpointed your location. Give me a day, and I will arrange for a team to retrieve you. Concluding the call with Lin Hui, Fong Kunlun promptly reactivates the Tianwang communicator to connect with Major General Huang Fong, the highest-ranking officer stationed on Aegean Star. Brother Fong? As the highest military officer on Aegean Star, Huang Fong is well acquainted with the affable mining magnate. The 6th mining vein of my company was attacked by the refugees. Fong Kunlun swiftly conveyed the message from Lin Hui, concluding with a grave tone. As the primary exile location for the refugees, Aegean Star has likely witnessed a terrifying surge in their numbers over the past 2 centuries. If what my subordinate reported is accurate, and the brain-limiting device has utterly failed to contain them, I believe Brother Huang must urgently contact the federal military to report this refugee uprising. Huang Fong pondered for a moment and then smiled calmly. They are merely remnants of the anti-federal forces with some knowledge of ancient martial arts. My 2 armored mech divisions can eliminate them within a day. You are being overly cautious, my dear brother. However, Fong Kunlun wished to offer further counsel, but Huang Fong interrupted. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of your subordinates. Those refugees should be grateful to survive in the desolate zone, yet they dare to challenge the authority of the Federation. This time, I will show them a lesson. Fong Kunlun understood Huang Fong's decisive nature and realized further persuasion was futile. He could only nod in agreement. Then I leave everything to you, Brother Huang, awaiting your good news. As a federal general, Huang Fong possessed a heart yearning for battle. In this era of peace, where conflicts were scarce, especially on a mineral-rich planet like Aegean Star, he felt stifled. Hearing Fong Kunlun's words, he was eager for action, completely disregarding the significant threat posed by the refugees who had escaped the constraints of the brain-limiting devices. It is essential to note that this group of so-called refugees was not to be underestimated. They were ancient martial artists, exiled to Aegean Star after being captured by the Federation during the 230-year prohibition on weapons. They were spared execution due to their high stature at that time, as these anti-federal ancient martial artists were considered untouchable during the tumultuous period. Fortunately, the Federation scientists had invented a miniature brain implant known as the brain-limiting device, which constrained the powers of the implanted individuals, including the vital energy that the ancient martial artists held dear. Thus, Aegean Star, with its harsh living conditions, became the Federation's preferred location for exile. The original plan was for these ancient martial artists, stripped of their powers by the brain-limiting devices, to perish in this harsh environment. However, contrary to expectations, they not only survived but thrived, multiplying to over 60,000 in the following century, despite originally being only 3,000. The federal government found itself in a dilemma. Even after a century, the initial concerns had dissipated, yet the existence of over 60,000 refugees became a burden too heavy to eradicate entirely. A massacre would undoubtedly tarnish the government's reputation. Reluctantly, the federal government continued to adopt a hands-off approach toward these refugees, conducting large-scale sweeps every 3 years to capture the unimplanted individuals and impose the brain-limiting devices on them before further exile. At the Aegean Star Defense Command, Major General Huang Fong personally led an armored mech division. 3,600 soldiers piloted TSG armored mechs, towering at 8 meters and weighing 15 tons, as they departed the base to clear out the refugee strongholds. Meanwhile, in Modeo City, Fong Kunlun reached out to his wife, Zhao Qingyun on Earth. Xiaoyan, what do you make of this uprising? Although Fong Kunlun doubted the refugees could pose a threat to the defense command, he could not shake the fear reflected in Lin's expression. Never underestimate individual combat power. I know that a martial artist at the 15th level could easily defeat 10 or more armored mechs driven by federal soldiers. In fact, our first research institute has many genetically modified individuals with equal or even superior strength. Zhao Qingyun smiled gently and said, Kunlun, come back to Earth. I miss you. Fong Kunlun understood the true reason behind her words. With a calm smile, he replied, Xiaoyan, you know that Lin went to the 6th mining vein at my behest. If anything were to happen to him, I could never find peace. Besides, the situation is not dire yet. Once he returns to Modeo City, I promise I will come back to Earth immediately. Do not worry. You were right earlier. With the strength of Huang Fong's 2 restructured armored mech divisions, they should be able to sweep away the gathered refugees. Zhao Qingyun chuckled lightly, exchanged a few more words with Fong Kunlun, and then they ended their long-distance conversation. In Zongnanhai, the current president of the Earth Federation, Wu Wenhui, received an urgent report. The Aegean Star Defense Command reported on October 15, 2878, that a refugee uprising had been detected in the desolate zone. Major General Huang Fong led the 185th Armored Mech Division to quell the disturbance, but tragically, he was killed in action, and the entire division perished without survivors. On October 17th, the Aegean Star Defense Command base was attacked by the refugees, leading to the annihilation of the 186th Armored Mech Division and the occupation of the base by the refugees. Later that day, Modeo City was besieged by a massive influx of refugees, and within 2 hours, the city fell. The Modeo spaceport was utterly destroyed, and the connectivity facilities to Tianwang Star were damaged, cutting Aegean Star off from the outside world, with 68 million federal citizens trapped within, their fates uncertain. Wu Wenhui reviewed the urgent internal report from the Federal 6th Fleet, stationed 3,000 light-years away, multiple times. He immediately contacted the Grand Marshal and all ranking officers of the Federal Military's 7 fleets, emphasizing the need to resolve the refugee uprising on Aegean Star without delay. In the conference hall of the Ogden Academy, Director Lin Tingfeng addressed the gathering of over 100 instructors with a grave expression. You are all aware of the refugee uprising on Aegean Star, as Ogden serves as the cradle for the Federation's future elites. We must shoulder the irrefutable responsibility to actively cooperate with the federal military's Aegean Star recovery plan. Tomorrow, the military will dispatch officers responsible for this recruitment, and we must fully comply with their commands without question. Do not speculate on why they are drawing students from Ogden. This is classified information. Rest assured, the military will not send our outstanding students to Aegean Star as mere cannon fodder. Their decision is made for a reason. Do you all understand? Lin Tingfeng commanded absolute authority at Ogden, and this marked the first time in decades that he had spoken so seriously. The instructors sensed his unwavering determination in his resolute tone. As the meeting adjourned, he called over 2 instructors, Bai Kaishui and Sheniyun. It seems that at least half of our 16 elite students will be mobilized for this operation. Lin Tingfeng remarked calmly. Director, Is the federal military truly so misguided? To recover Aegean Star, they could easily dispatch a mech fleet instead of recruiting from us. It is essential to recognize that Ogden is not a place for nurturing junior officers. Even the most ordinary students from our institution, upon entering the military, would at least hold the rank of major. To send them into battle now is sheer folly, exclaimed Shen Yun, visibly agitated. Dear child, allow me to finish before you voice your complaints, Lin Tingfeng replied, displaying a notable indulgence toward Shen Yun. He sighed, not reproaching her, and continued. If it were possible to deploy a substantial number of mecha units to land on Aegean Star, the Federation's military would certainly welcome it. However, due to the unique geographical environment of Aegean Star, the likelihood of large spaceships landing without a cosmic port is virtually non-existent. And the success rate for medium-sized vessels would not exceed 20. Even small spacecraft would only have a 35% chance of safely landing on Aegean Star. Even so, we should not be recruiting students from our institution. Shen Yun insisted stubbornly. The Federation boasts a total of 50 million soldiers. Even if we dispatched a few 100,000 via small transport ships, that should suffice to quell the unrest, right? Far from sufficient. Lin Tingfeng shook his head. Conservatively estimated, there are currently 3 million refugees on Aegean Star, each possessing profound skills in ancient martial arts, some even being congenital level masters. The number of such individuals is by no means small. Without heavy weaponry or a substantial number of powerful mecha units, sending even 10 million Federation soldiers to Aegean Star would likely end in disaster. Congenital level masters. How could that be possible? Shen Yun gasped. But even you, Director, only reached the 21st stage of ancient martial arts a decade ago. Lin Tingfeng remained non-committal. Have you forgotten when those refugees were exiled? Shen Yun's expression shifted slightly. She bit her lip and fell silent. After a moment, Lin Tingfeng continued. The recovery plan devised by the Federation military is, in fact, a desperate measure. In the absence of the ability to transport heavy weaponry and powerful mecha in large quantities to Aegean Star, we must send a force with formidable personal combat abilities as an advance unit to gather more intelligence about the current situation on Aegean Star. Rescue trapped Federation citizens if possible, or gradually diminish the refugee forces, as these 3 million refugees do not constitute a monolithic entity. However, once this recovery plan was approved and set in motion, issues arose. In recent years, the government has heavily promoted technological might while neglecting ancient martial arts, resulting in a dwindling number of individuals with formidable personal strength in the Federation military. It was at this moment that Bai Kaishui, the mentor who had previously incapacitated the frenzied Hannibal, spoke up. So, this time the Federation military is primarily recruiting students from the ancient martial arts department? Lin Tingfeng nodded. Before confirming the recruitment of participants, there will be a systematic assessment of the ancient martial arts students. Only those who meet the standard of the 12th stage will be recruited by the military, and this year's new students have the right to be exempted from the assessment and participation in combat. You two are both instructors in the ancient martial arts department, Xiaoyu. Especially you, carry a dual mentor identity. You are familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of both the mecha and ancient martial arts students. Therefore, I would like you both to accompany the military representatives for recruitment tomorrow. I must depart for Zongnanhai today, so I leave everything in your capable hands. Additionally, the military representatives will specifically request the formation of an elite strike team, with the selection criteria being individuals with strength above the 15th stage of ancient martial arts, including this year's freshmen. You may handle this as you see fit. Having conveyed his instructions, Lin Tingfeng swiftly boarded a maglev train bound for Zongnanhai. This marked his first visit to the seat of power of the Federation government since assuming the role of director at Ogden. Clearly, the unrest among the Aegean Star refugees was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The next day, the Federation military sent representatives to Ogden to recruit students for the conflict, and news of the recruitment spread swiftly throughout the campus. At that moment, Feng Kan, who was meditating and refining his inner energy, remained blissfully unaware until Wang Wei burst into his quarters, exclaiming, "Shao Kan, something big has happened. Hurry up and come out." Feng Kan had made significant progress in controlling his inner energy. Upon hearing Wang Wei's voice, he quickly gathered his focus and stood up in less than half a minute, a stark contrast to the 10 minutes it would have taken him before. "You're so out of touch. This is a sensational event shaking the entire Federation, and you haven't heard a thing." Wang Wei panted. The Aegean Star refugee riot has already fallen, and now the Federation military is preparing a large-scale attack to reclaim it. This situation even involves our Ogden Academy. What? Fong Can grasped Wang Wei's wrist tightly, his eyes filled with anxiety. When did this happen? Don't squeeze so hard. You'll break my wrist. Wang Wei protested, wincing. Realizing his urgency had caused him to grip too tightly, Fong Can released his hold but continued to press for details. Tell me quickly, when did this occur? According to the front-page analysis report from the Tianwang Times, it should have happened about a week ago. Wang Wei was puzzled by Fong Can's level of anxiety. My father is on Aegean Star. Fong Can sighed, too preoccupied to worry about Wang Wei's confusion. He immediately accessed the Tianwang network, hoping to connect with Zhao Qingyun through a long-range communicator. To his dismay, he found only a message from Zhao Qingyun waiting for him. Xiao Can, just stay put at the academy and don't worry about anything. This time, I won't care about the consequences. Even if it turns Aegean Star into a wasteland, I will not rest until I find your father. The message was direct and succinct, perfectly reflecting Zhao Qingyun's forthright and bold nature. It was a message Zhao Qingyun had left for Fong Can 3 days prior, and at that moment, she was in the office of the First Research Institute, engaged in a heated argument with Su Changfeng. Just give me a straight answer. I know you have a way. I am determined to go to Aegean Star. If you won't help me, I'll find a way to sneak in, no matter the risk. Zhao Qingyun slammed her palm on Su Changfeng's desk, her demeanor fierce. My dear lady, please don't cause a scene. In 10 days, the first wave of Federation military forces will be dispatched, and I have specifically instructed the advanced unit commander to prioritize the rescue of Fong Kunlun. Su Changfeng held his head in despair, clearly exasperated by Zhao Qingyun's insistence. That's not good enough, Zhao Qingyun replied firmly. What do you expect me to do with your 9th stage of ancient martial arts? Going to Aegean Star would be futile and might even make me a burden. Don't stir up more trouble. Old Su, don't think you can deceive me. The Federation military requested the First Research Institute 2 days ago to send a unit composed of genetically modified individuals to assist in the Aegean Star recovery plan. Su Changfeng's teeth clenched in frustration as he cursed the informant who had leaked this news to Zhao Qingyun 1,000 times over in his mind. The genetically modified individuals from the Research Institute are all trained under my guidance. I have a bond with them, and they with me. If there is anyone most qualified to command them, it would be me. Even you, Old Su, might struggle to manage that group, as they have already begun to exhibit mild madness due to the side effects of the genetic enhancement drugs. I am certainly not threatening you. Rather, I am merely stating my intentions. If you do not reserve the position of commander for me, I shall promptly advance with 300 genetically modified individuals straight to the federal military headquarters. Xiao Zhao, your temperament is truly something. Su Changfeng, both amused and exasperated, remarked, I am genuinely at a loss with you. You may go, but you must promise me one thing. Upon hearing Su Changfeng finally relent, Zhao Qingyun joyfully responded, I am compelled to take this path. If something happens to our family, Kunlun, I would prefer not to live. I must go to Aegean Star. Regardless of your displeasure or any repercussions you may impose upon me, I will agree to 10 requests, not just one. Impose repercussions. Su Changfeng replied, speechless. Surely. My reputation isn't that tarnished. Now, to the matter at hand. Once you arrive at Aegean Star, you must ensure that the modified individuals number 1 and no. 2 remain by your side for protection at all times. Even if a mission arises, they must not leave your side. Is it really that simple? Zhao Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is that simple. You must understand that my reluctance to let you go stems from concern for your safety. Su Changfeng continued earnestly, I empathize with your feelings, but you must sometimes consider mine as well. You are the successor I have high hopes for. Akin to a daughter in my eyes. Your significance to me is certainly not lesser than that of Fong Kunlun in your estimation. Zhao Qingyun felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing this, yet she refrained from saying more, quietly turning away, as some sentiments need not be articulated. Website note removed. The extensive chapter of 8,000 words has been updated. I humbly seek your monthly votes. This marks the inaugural announcement for the new book, Start 2. A moment worthy of commemoration. At this point, allow me to speak candidly. At midnight, Xianyun continues to toil at the keyboard. It should be noted that Xianyun is not one of those full-time writers who can produce thousands of words daily. With a 9-to-5 job, plus 2 hours spent commuting each day, not to mention 8 hours of regular sleep, the time available for writing is severely limited. Are you not a ghost? Why are you always thinking about sleep? Huang Feifei inquired curiously. Following Long Fei's lead, the group soon arrived at the most opulent establishment in the Eternal Night City, the Azure Sea Dynasty. Of course, on Earth, any product produced can be utilized by the average individual. However, in the magical realm, the environment is less accommodating for non-magic users. This unfriendliness became particularly pronounced following the great catastrophe of the Magic Network. It is akin to an author who, while working, yearns for the holiday to arrive, intending to write more chapters. Yet when the holiday finally comes, they might think to themselves that since it is a rare break, perhaps they should rest instead. Tiger, come with me, we cannot defeat him. Hei Huang and the others will return shortly, and then none shall escape, Miao Zhuang shouted. Despite his own reluctance to leave, recognizing that this was not the time for impulsive actions, she did not expect one to be Yi Lingfeng and the other her own sister. She could barely contain herself, on the verge of an outburst. The duration of the faith mark's existence varies based on the amount of faith power Zhou Ping expended. He used only a minuscule portion of faith power on Qinku. This meager faith power would only sustain the mark for approximately a century. I felt dizzy just from watching, yet that man remained utterly silent, enduring the painful blow without a sound. A flicker of disdain crossed Soul's eyes as he remarked, "The demon-human race is regarded as the most inferior among the demon clans, said to be the descendants of the ancient demon race and humanity. They possess weak abilities, inherently inferior to other demon races." There was also that chance encounter with the aviation accident, a chaotic event that transpired in an airplane restroom. Perhaps it was merely a menial servant. Lu Pan could think of no other use for such a lowly puppet aside from menial tasks. Qin Lanxin was overjoyed and hurriedly gathered the old and young in the valley, instructing everyone to bring water and food to seek refuge in the hidden chamber at the valley's bottom. Ren Shixing, already injured, found himself outmatched against the heartless Taoist, let alone facing the combined might of Lin Cheng and the other two. At this moment, Tao Tianche was engaged in a 1-against-3 struggle, the situation taking a dire turn. Within mere exchanges, he narrowly escaped losing an arm to Jie Qianli's strike and dared not confront the trio head-on, opting instead to maneuver within the tavern. Zhang Chao was not convinced that Qianju had such altruistic intentions. Should Yang Ling take action, there would surely be a price to pay for the earlier intervention. To combat a mere few dragons, incurring such significant costs seemed implausible unless he had lost his sanity. By the light of the holy, Li Sheng exclaimed, wide-eyed, hastily raising an arm to shield himself. Yang Ming adeptly navigated into the dwelling of Knight Amu. Utilizing his skills as an assassin, he rummaged through every nook and cranny, ultimately uncovering a secret compartment beneath Knight Amu's pillow. He could clearly perceive the position of the opponent. However, the message relayed through his glasses implored, "Dragon, you must devise a means to rescue our people." This time, he suffered immense losses in the 10,000 Great Mountains. This vendetta would surely be avenged. At this moment, her power evoked a sense of inadequacy within Lin Xian, for he lacked the confidence that his strength alone could suppress an adversary of the Yinghu level. Chapter 56. The 15 Stages of Ancient Martial Arts at the Augustine Academy. Fang Can learned from Wang Wei about the fall of Aegean Star. In the absence of any contact with Zhao Qingyun, he could not help but express his urgency. Aegean Star has been in the hands of refugees for a week now. Is there not a single action from the Federal Army? Upon hearing that Fang Can's father was trapped on Aegean Star, Wang Wei's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. I also contacted my father, and he mentioned that the 6th Fleet of the Federal Navy had assembled near Aegean Star early this morning. But what? Fang Can pressed, noticing Wang Wei's hesitance. As the son of the Chief of Staff of the Federal 3rd Fleet, Wang Wei often had access to confidential information. My father said that due to Aegean Star's unique geographical conditions and the complete destruction of the spaceport in Madwa City, various battleships cannot land in the short term. Are you implying that the Federal Army is powerless? A fierce glint flashed in Fang Can's eyes, causing Wang Wei to pat his chest nervously and murmur, "You scared me again, let me finish." Although larger battleships cannot land on Aegean Star, some small transport ships can. My father mentioned that the federal government issued a nationwide announcement this morning, recruiting citizens above the 12th stage of ancient martial arts to enlist for the battle to reclaim Aegean Star. Oh, if that's the case, I shall enlist as well. Fang Can asserted confidently. This recruitment is only for citizens over the age of 25. Wang Wei said mysteriously. Moreover, our Augustine Academy is a special recruitment unit for the Federal Army. There's no need for us to join the commotion. Let us go? Fang Can's eyes brightened at Wang Wei's words, and he tugged him out of the villa. Where to? Wow, you've become more aggressive after just a few days. Wherever the Federal Army sends people, I must go to Aegean Star. In the 4-dimensional square, the Federal Army's recruiting officers were already in place, having set up a temporary podium on the martial arts platform. After receiving the notification, students from various campuses arrived one after another. Within half an hour, The square was filled with over 2,000 students from Augustine Academy, ranging from freshmen to soon-to-graduate seniors. Fellow students, I am Duan Shifeng, Deputy Minister of the Federal General Staff. 20 years ago, I was just like you, receiving education at Augustine. After graduation, I have served the Federal Army ever since. Being a student of Augustine is my greatest pride. My purpose in returning to my alma mater today is quite simple: to recruit a group of elite soldiers from among you to participate in the battle to reclaim Aegean Star. Now, Aegean Star has fallen into the hands of refugees, and over 20 million innocent federal citizens are trapped. This is something no self-respecting federal citizen wishes to witness. We need someone to rescue them. You, as the elite force of the future Federal Army, are needed now more than ever. As Duan Shifeng finished his speech, a wave of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the crowd. The youth, filled with vigor and ambition, were particularly stirred by the prospect of earning military merit without needing to graduate, combined with Duan Shifeng's impassioned rhetoric. All students who meet the recruitment criteria will be awarded the rank of major after the war and will be prioritized for key positions in the Federal Army upon graduation. As someone from the General Staff, Duan Shifeng's words resonated deeply, quickly igniting the enthusiasm of the Augustine students. The recruitment process was quite straightforward. Only those with an ancient martial arts rank of 12 or higher could enlist, excluding this year's freshmen. Additionally, there was a stringent elite recruitment point that required passing several high-difficulty military tests, with a rank of 15 or higher needed for selection. When Fang Can and Wang Wei arrived at the four-dimensional square, they caught the tail end of Duan Shifeng's inspiring speech. Fang Can remained unperturbed by it, while Wang Wei was filled with passion, shouting about wanting to enlist. However, upon hearing that even the ordinary recruitment point required a test for the 12th stage of ancient martial arts, Wang Wei fell silent. It was evident he had other intentions, and after informing Fang Can, he quickly disappeared. As Fang Can walked toward a recruitment point, he heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, he saw He Shuecht, whom he had not seen for over a month. "Are you going to enlist?" He Shui asked, looking at Fang Can with curiosity. "I must go to Aegean Star," Fang Can replied, not elaborating further, but his resolute tone made He Shui realize his unwavering determination. He Shui walked alongside Fang Can, but as a freshman this year, even if she met the combat standards, they wouldn't accept her. "I know." Fang Can had already considered this issue. As he passed a regular recruitment point, he continued calmly. "The elite recruitment point does not have that restriction, so I am still set on going to Aegean Star." He Shui gasped softly. "But that requires a rank of 15 or higher." It was common knowledge that just a few months prior, Fang Can had only reached the 9th stage of ancient martial arts, a chasm away from 15. Moreover, He Shui had sparred with Fang Can and knew his skills were merely rudimentary. "How will I know unless I try?" Fang Can shrugged nonchalantly. "He Shui, coming from a family of ancient martial arts, you must understand the ranking system of the 15 stages. If possible, please enlighten me." Having witnessed Fang Can's remarkable abilities in battle twice, He Shui recognized that this usually amiable and sunny boy could indeed achieve the unexpected when serious. However, she still found it hard to believe he could possess the strength of the 15 stages, especially since only a handful of elders in her family had reached that rank. He Shui herself was considered a martial arts prodigy, having entered Augustine with a rank of 11 and becoming the first in her family in a century to achieve the 12th stage before turning 20. Yet, reaching the 15th stage, by her estimation, would require at least 2 more years, if not longer. Though she was aware that Fang Can likely could not possess the strength of the 15th stage, He Shui refrained from voicing her doubts. Instead, she pondered for a moment before responding. The criteria for ranking in ancient martial arts were established 230 years ago by the ancient martial emperor, Duan Bingfeng, encompassing 27 stages. The 1st to 6th stages are foundational, attainable by almost anyone willing to invest time. From the 7th stage onwards, ranks are determined by the strength of inner energy. Beginning from the 7th stage, each subsequent rank becomes significantly more difficult to achieve. However, up until the 12th stage, with diligent practice and suitable inner energy techniques, it is feasible to progress from the 7th to the 12th stage within a decade. Yet, upon reaching the 12th stage, the difficulty of further advancement multiplies. At this level, the power of one's inner energy becomes paramount, and mere diligence will not suffice to break through. Talent, aptitude, insight, and the quality of one's cultivated techniques are all crucial determinants of an individual's ability to advance. To my knowledge, within the Earth Federation, there are at least tens of thousands who remain stagnant at the 12th level of ancient martial arts throughout their lives, never making any progress. Discussing these matters, He Shui appeared particularly spirited. As the cherished jewel of the He family, she had received meticulous guidance from numerous elders since childhood, acquiring profound knowledge, especially in the realm of ancient martial arts, surpassing many experts in understanding. For the vast majority, the 15th level of ancient martial arts is a pinnacle that seems nearly unattainable in a lifetime. The criteria for assessing whether one has reached this level are straightforward, yet demand a rigorous test of one's inner strength. At this juncture, He paused and pointed towards a nearby elite recruitment point, exclaiming, "It seems they have come prepared. Do you see that device?" Following her gaze, Fonkin observed a metallic apparatus about the height of a person, resembling a cylinder. Above this device, nearly 100 radiant red crystal tubes were intertwined, and at the very top rested a translucent red sphere, approximately the size of a fist, emanating a gentle crimson glow. Chapter 57. The technique of instantaneous eruption. Is there a unit of measurement for inner energy? Fonkin asked in astonishment. He nodded and replied, "To illustrate, the destructive power generated by 1 hertz of inner energy is roughly equivalent to the force of a punch shattering a 3-inch thick concrete block. However, as the intensity of inner energy increases, calculating its destructive capacity is not simply a matter of addition. Even I cannot explain it clearly. My great-grandfather once told me that the inner energy intensity of the ancient martial saint, Duan Bingfeng, once reached an astonishing 100,000. Fonkin was taken aback for a moment, then a smile crept across his face. "Since you understand this so well, your family must have such a source device, right? What is your inner energy intensity?" He replied softly, "It's stable at around 180 to 200 hertz. After all, the strength of inner energy is not solely based on instantaneous output. I can do it." Fonkin flashed a radiant smile and quickened his pace. At that moment, He tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What if you fail the assessment?" Fonkin shook his head with a smile. "I will provide them with an irresistible reason." Lin Qifeng, observing Fonkin, was surprised that the first person to arrive at the elite recruitment point was a first-year student. However, he did not wish to dampen the enthusiasm of the students eager to enlist. Initially, Lin Qifeng thought Fonkin had made a mistake, so he kindly said, "I understand your desire to serve the Federation, but I must clarify that today's recruitment is not open to first-year students." As a former student of Ogden, Lin Qifeng recognized Fonkin's first-year uniform. Fonkin replied calmly, "I wish to secure a position in the elite military team, so whether I'm a first-year student is irrelevant, right?" Lin Qifeng regarded Fonkin with a hint of skepticism but waved his hand. "Very well, give it a try. However, there's no need to rush. In the future, as an Ogden student, there will be ample opportunities to serve the Federation." "Thank you, sir." Fonkin saluted Lin Qifeng with a standard military gesture and, without further ado, walked towards the nearby assessment device. An officer approached and explained how to use the device to assess martial arts rank, then gestured for Fonkin to stand before the apparatus. It would be a lie to say he was not nervous. Although he had recently successfully reached the stage of chi condensation and entered the 9th rank of ancient martial arts, he was now about to challenge the 15th rank, a realm vastly different from his own. Pressing his hands against the surface of the spherical device, he exerted all his strength to release inner energy. After confirming he had reached maximum output, he forcefully pressed the sphere into the recess and maintained it for 10 seconds. At the officer's signal, Fonkin did not hesitate to place his hands on the glowing crimson sphere. The pale purple inner energy within his dantian surged forth, coalescing into 2 violet energy pillars that flowed into his arms and erupted through his palms. The once faintly glowing sphere exploded with brightness, several times more radiant than before. As the numbers on the display began to rise rapidly, 56 hertz, 80 hertz, 139 hertz. Not enough. A fierce glint flashed in Fonkin's eyes as he gritted his teeth and summoned even more power, instantly draining half of his inner energy and unleashing it in a torrent. The sphere's glow intensified further, and the display surged again. 170 hertz, 190 hertz. The values fluctuated between these 2 thresholds. This child is remarkably strong. At merely 18 years old, a first-year student achieving such prowess qualifies him as a genius. Lin Qifeng was astonished by Fonkin's displayed strength for a newcomer to Ogden. Reaching this level indicated an equivalent capability to the 12th rank of ancient martial arts, a feat unattainable by many fourth-year students. Just as Lin Qifeng marveled at Fonkin's abilities, the display numbers, which had been hovering around 170 to 190, suddenly skyrocketed, ultimately stabilizing at 460 hertz. How is this possible? Both Lin Qifeng and He thought, stunned into silence. At that moment, Fonkin let out a deep shout, pressing down with his hands. enveloping the sphere in a soft golden light before forcefully pressing it into the recess. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Only after Fang Can withdrew his hands and stood before Lin Qifeng did the latter recover from the shock of such a dramatic change. It is known that the minimum standard for the 15th rank of ancient martial arts is 300 Hz, yet Fang Can had just measured 460 Hz, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the 15th rank, just a step away from advancing to the 16th rank. Such a phenomenon occurring in a first-year student of Ogden was utterly astonishing to Lin Qifeng. Fang Can's forehead was now beaded with sweat, his face pale as a ghost. Even his steps were unsteady. Had it not been for his indomitable will forged through countless trials, he would likely have collapsed by now. In truth, Fang Can did not possess the inner energy required for the 15th rank. Understanding he could not succeed through conventional means, he had taken a bold gamble, employing his research technique of instantaneous eruption. By dividing his pale purple inner energy into dozens of streams and controlling them to collide violently, he created a powerful vortex that accelerated his circulation speed to an unfathomable degree. In mere moments, he successfully summoned a formidable surge of golden inner energy, seizing the opportunity to press down, enduring for 10 seconds until the last vestiges of inner energy were expended, just managing to complete the assessment. Of course, such reckless actions came at a steep price. Not only did Fang Can become completely drained of inner energy, but his meridians were also damaged due to the violent collisions. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely perished from such injuries. Only someone with Fang Can's extraordinary constitution could withstand the internal turmoil. But without a few days of recovery, even he would struggle to channel inner energy again. "Sir, have I passed?" Fang Can took a deep breath, forcing out a smile as he inquired. "Passed." Lin Qifeng scrutinized Fang Can from head to toe, steadying his astonishment before nodding in satisfaction. "What is your name?" "Fang Can. On behalf of the Federation military, I welcome you." Lin Qifeng beamed. Ogden is indeed a place where hidden talents abound. As the first participant in the elite recruitment to pass the 15th rank assessment, you are exempt from the next 2 military fitness tests. Upon hearing this, Fang Can sighed with relief, thinking, "Thank heavens. Now, even walking is a struggle. If I had to undergo 2 more tests, it would surely reveal my condition. Please register your personal information with Officer Zhu, then return to await further notice. Once this recruitment event concludes, I will have the Academy inform you of your reporting time." After providing his information, Fang Can mustered the last of his strength to approach Yishui. Though the damage from his rapid use of golden inner energy caused him excruciating pain with each step, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness in front of others. Had it not been for his astonishing pain tolerance, anyone else would have likely faltered long ago. "Xiaoxue, support me a bit. Don't let them see that I'm faltering." As Fang Can leaned against Yishui, he could only manage to utter this phrase before his strength failed him entirely, and he leaned heavily against her. "Ah!" Yishui was quick-witted, letting out a soft exclamation before wrapping an arm around Fang Can's waist. With her capabilities, pretending to nonchalantly support a person weighing over 100 pounds was effortless for her. Throughout her life, Yishui had never experienced such close proximity to a man outside her family. It is noteworthy that she was the most favored child in the esteemed He family lineage. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she had attained the 12th level of ancient martial arts at a tender age, receiving abundant care from her elders, who cherished her as their jewel. Although Yishui's personality was not that of a typical spoiled young lady, due to her early training in ancient martial arts, she exhibited a certain forthrightness akin to that of a chivalrous spirit. However, her encounters with the opposite sex were nearly non-existent. At this moment, as the semi-conscious Fang Can buried his face against her chest, his slightly warm, labored breaths made it challenging for Yishui to maintain a steady pace. The young girl felt her heart racing like a startled deer, a blush creeping across her cheeks, as her mind replayed the moment when Fang Can weakly called her name. "Xiaoxue, why did he use my nickname, and why did it not feel out of place at all?" Though the journey from the 4-dimensional square to Fang Can's residence would typically take Yishui merely 5 minutes at her pace, it actually consumed a full 20 minutes of her time. Chapter 58. The Sacred Emperor's Armory. Only after placing the half-conscious Fang Can onto the sofa in the living room did Yishui let out a long sigh of relief. With her profound knowledge of ancient martial arts, she quickly discerned that Fang Can had sustained severe internal injuries. If she were to leave him alone, such injuries would likely result in lasting repercussions. After a moment of internal struggle, Yishui gritted her teeth and helped Fang Can sit up, removing his upper garments. Her great-grandfather once said that to be kind to others is to be kind to oneself. He was not only her classmate, but also her friend, and it was her duty to aid him in healing. With a sense of self-reassurance, He Shui positioned herself before Fang Can, her delicate hands channeling the secret technique of the He family, the Xianyang energy, to strike him gently. In just 2 or 3 minutes, He Shui had delivered countless strikes, which meant that Fang Can had been thoroughly attended to by this talented young woman in a brief span. After all, using inner energy to heal another was no simple task. Even someone as gifted as He Shui, with her illustrious lineage, would find it challenging. Otherwise, even the ancient martial arts instructors from Augustine may not possess the ability to treat Fang Can's internal injuries effectively. Suddenly awakened by a wave of gentle inner energy, Fang Can felt warmth gradually realign his disordered meridians, and the pain that previously felt like 1,000 needles piercing through him diminished significantly, replaced by an unexpected sense of comfort. Noticing that Fang Can had regained consciousness, He Shui's cheeks flushed, and she nervously said, "Don't move around or speak. I need to deliver a total of 366 strikes to complete the healing, otherwise the effectiveness will be greatly reduced." As time passed, Fang Can's previously pale face gradually regained color, and his empty dantian began to restore some inner energy under the nurturing warmth of the Xianyang energy. At the moment He Shui ceased her strikes, Fang Can felt as if he had been immersed in a hot spring, an indescribable sensation of relief coursing through him. Although he had not fully recovered, he could now circulate his inner energy for self-healing. "Thank you, Xiaoxue," Fang Can said sincerely, meeting He Shui's gaze. "Quickly put on your clothes. You don't want to catch a chill," He Shui replied, her eyes scanning his bare torso, causing her to lower her head slightly as she murmured, "You must have used some sort of explosive technique during the assessment. I can't fathom why you would choose to fight in the upcoming Aegean Star campaign. Do you realize that if it weren't for your strong physique, the side effects of such an explosive technique would likely have severed your connection to ancient martial arts?" Hearing the concern in He Shui's words, Fang Can chuckled. "Thanks to your miraculous hands, I consider myself fortunate." He continued, "The reason I must participate is simple. My father is currently on Aegean Star." Upon mentioning this, Fang Can's expression grew serious. "I misunderstood you," He Shui exclaimed softly. Strangely, after sharing a few words with Fang Can, He Shui completely forgot the earlier awkwardness of tending to his injuries. She then smiled gently. "Can you promise me one thing? Just call me Xiaoqian. You are now my savior, so there's no need for formality," Fang Can replied. Playfully, He Shui stuck out her pink tongue and called out, "Xiaoqian," before continuing. "You haven't answered my question yet." "What is it?" Fang Can asked. "You must promise first," He Shui insisted. Fang Can shrugged casually. "All right, I promise." With utmost seriousness, He Shui declared, "You must never use that explosive technique carelessly again, except in life or death situations. Otherwise, you must refrain from using it. A man of honor must keep his word." Xiaoxue. Fang Can felt an unexplainable warmth in his heart, his gaze toward He Shui growing more earnest. He understood the tremendous side effects of the explosive technique he had discovered. After a brief silence, he took a couple of steps closer, coming within half a foot of her, and said solemnly, "Why are you being so kind to me?" He Shui felt her cheeks flush, and in a flash, she darted out of the villa, leaving behind a melodic voice. "This is a secret between us. Don't forget your promise, Fang." "No, Xiaoqian." The following morning, Shen Yiyun arrived at Fang Can's residence, her expression a mix of annoyance and concern. "Xiaoqian, why did you volunteer? You're still so young. War is not something you should bear at your age." "Teacher Shun, I have my reasons," Fang Can replied with unwavering determination. "Don't ask me why, but now that I've made my decision, I won't back down due to others' opinions. You should understand that about me. You little rascal." Shen Yiyun glared at Fang Can, finally relenting with a sigh. "I can't do anything about you. Though I don't know how you managed to secure a spot in the federal elite team, your current strength will make the Aegean Star journey exceedingly perilous." Fang Can took the opportunity to flatter her. "You've always taken such good care of me, Teacher Shun. Surely, there must be some parting gift for me." "It's not a gift from me. It's the principal giving you insufferable brats a chance to further enhance your skills," Shen Yiyun replied with an exasperated glance. "In 3 days, the Federal Army's advance team will assemble. The principal has exceptionally allowed you 6 to enter the Sacred Emperor's armory. Whether you gain anything from it will depend on your luck." 6. Fang Can mused. In the recruitment for the Federal Army, including him, there were 6 students from Augustine who met the elite selection criteria. Fang Can had heard of the other 5, one of whom had even battled with him before. Hannibal? Isn't he from the mecha department? How could he possibly possess the strength of a 15-tier ancient martial artist? Fang Can exclaimed in disbelief. He doesn't possess the strength of a 15-tier martial artist, but he holds the title of a 12-tier master, having been specially recruited. in terms of average strength. His overall capabilities are undoubtedly superior to yours, Shinyun said, aiming to dishearten Fang Can. He's that strong? Honestly, having such a reckless teammate in the battle will be quite an intriguing experience. Fang Can laughed heartily, then shifted the topic back to the Sacred Emperor's Armory that Shen Yun had mentioned. The Sacred Emperor's Armory of Augustine, I've only heard of it in legends. I can't believe it truly exists. Shen Yun nodded. You seem to know quite a bit. The Sacred Emperor's Armory is a treasure of Augustine, having been open to the outside world only 6 times since its establishment. Fewer than 20 individuals have ever entered. You 6 reckless youngsters are indeed fortunate. Even C2 Ming, who was once hailed as Augustine's most outstanding student in 30 years, never had the chance to enter. Hearing Shen Yun describe the Sacred Emperor's Armory with such mystery only intensified Fang Can's curiosity. Teacher Shen, have you ever entered the Sacred Emperor's Armory? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yun slowly nodded. Don't ask me what is inside the Sacred Emperor's Armory, nor how to maximize your strength from it. Though I have entered. The experience is beyond description, and as far as I know, each person who enters the armory will have vastly different encounters. Is it truly that enigmatic? Fang Can was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Shen Yun, momentarily at a loss for words. The hidden armory pavilion, as legend has it, was constructed by the ancient martial saint emperor in his later years, containing numerous insights into the mastery of ancient martial arts. This is all I can share with you. Remember, such an opportunity comes but once in a lifetime, so do not squander it. Master Shun, what benefits did you gain after emerging from the martial saint's hidden armory? Fang Can suddenly inquired. That is a question I can indeed answer, Shen Yun replied with a mysterious smile. Before entering, I was merely a student of the Aeguting Academy. 3 months after my exit, I became a mentor at Aeguting Academy. Today, 3 years later, among nearly 100 mentors, there is but one who surpasses me. Fang Can gasped, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Goodness, how could such an extraordinary place exist? If I do not emerge with a fortune, I would be remiss in honoring the elder director's earnest efforts. Shen Yun was amused by Fang Can's brazen remarks. Taking a moment to compose herself before responding with a light laugh, come to the mentor's building at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will first allow you 6 fervent warriors to meet one another, and then I shall lead you to the hidden armory pavilion. Chapter 59, Secrets of the Cabinet. Diligent Xianyun seeks your monthly votes here. Writing only 1,000 words per hour, one can imagine the dedication behind such a modest output. The launch of a new book is a crucial moment requiring your support, so I humbly request your monthly votes to fuel my passion and motivation for writing. In the Mentor Center, Fang Can was the last to arrive. As he entered, he was met by Hannibal, whose eyes gleamed with a fervent desire for battle. Fang Can. We shall fight once more, Hannibal mused, seemingly to himself. If the opportunity arises, certainly, Fang Can replied, detecting no hint of animosity in Hannibal's tone. With a serene smile, he approached Shen Yun, who had just concluded a conversation with another student. Everyone, please gather. As elite members of the Ogden Academy, you are likely familiar with one another's names. However, given that you may be assigned to fight together in the future, it is essential that we each introduce ourselves. Shen Yun gestured for Fang Can and 5 other Ogden students to stand together and smiled slightly. Bruce, you may begin. Stepping forward was a nearly 2-meter-tall man with dark skin and a shaved head. His neck was particularly thick, and despite being clad in clothing, his upper body displayed an impressive inverted triangle shape, evoking the image of an unyielding mountain. I am Bruce Deba, a 4th-year student in the Ogden Ancient Martial Arts Department, proficient in various forms of strength-based martial arts. That will suffice. Clearly, the rugged Bruce was a man of few words, retreating after his brief introduction. Shen Yun and Bai Kaishui exchanged knowing smiles, well acquainted with Bruce's reticent nature. At that moment, a shorter individual standing beside Bruce stepped forward. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled and said, My name is Xiao Qin, a 3rd-year student in the Ogden Ancient Martial Arts Department. From now on, we are all in the same boat. You may call me Xiao Xiao or Little Qin. However, I must clarify one thing. I am not a master of ancient martial arts. So if any danger arises during our battles, please prioritize my safety. As for why I was specially recruited and why I am here, I will explain in due time. As relationships develop gradually, when we become good friends, I will share everything you wish to know. And, Xiao Qin, that will be enough for your introduction. Shen Yun interjected. Next, Xiao Qin shrugged and stepped back, seemingly murmuring to himself. I am Feng Lin, a 4th-year student in the Ogden Ancient Martial Arts Department, ranked 16 in Ancient Martial Arts. I do not require friends, so please do not approach me unnecessarily. If Bruce was taciturn, This silver-haired man exuded an icy demeanor, as if he had just emerged from an ice cavern. His brief statement conveyed an aura of detachment, creating an impression of vast distance. "Is it my turn?" Feng Lin asked, pointing to a girl in red standing beside him, who appeared taken aback. "Coco, yes, it is your turn to introduce yourself," Bai Kaishui, the stern mentor, said gently, looking fondly at the seemingly youthful girl. The girl, initially shy, glanced around before stepping forward. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, she murmured, "I am Song Coco, a third-year student in the Ogden Spiritual Department. My father insisted I come, though I did not wish to. Please take good care of me, everyone. I can be of great assistance." After speaking, Coco blinked her large, expressive eyes at Bai Kaishui, tilting her head and asking, "Uncle Bai, am I done now? Can I go back?" Historically, talents in the spiritual department have been remarkably scarce in Ogden and the Federation, making exceptional practitioners like Coco exceedingly rare. Bai Kaishui silently cursed Song Yuandao for compelling Coco to participate in the battle. It was utterly absurd. However, maintaining a gentle smile, he said, "Coco, that's enough. You may return." "Okay." Coco beamed, her demeanor reminiscent of a child rather than a third-year student. Soon, Fong Can and Hannibal completed their introductions, both garnering attention for their unique backgrounds, one being the only student from the mecha department, and the other a mere first year who had only recently entered Ogden. Once all introductions were finished, Bai Kaishui's expression turned serious. "You six are the finest students at Ogden. Your enthusiastic participation in the Aegean Star recapture mission fills us with pride. As a reward for your commitment, I will now open the Sacred Emperor's Armory. Each of you will have an opportunity to enter. Seize it wisely. I trust you have heard many rumors about the armory, so I will refrain from elaborating." Led by Bai Kaishui and Shun Yun, the group navigated through the numerous barriers within the Mentor Center, finally arriving at the fabled Sacred Emperor's Armory. Though constructed by the ancient martial emperor in his later years, the armory employed the pinnacle of 8th-level civilization technology. Henceforth, regardless of the inexplicable phenomena you may encounter inside, maintain a calm demeanor and strive to maximize your gains within the limited time allotted. Bai Kaishui pointed to the towering structure resembling a pagoda, over 60 meters tall, radiating an enigmatic aura. "However, Mentor Bai, it appears this armory has no door," Xiao Qin exclaimed, gazing at the seemingly chaotic structure. "If it had a door, it would not be called an armory," Bai Kaishui replied with a faint smile, proceeding to the entrance of the armory. "Shun, I leave the guidance to you. Each person will have a maximum of 30 minutes. That is my limit." Shun Yu nodded seriously. "You may begin. I will oversee." Bai Kaishui's focus shifted entirely to the armory before him. He placed his palms on a symbol resembling the Yin-Yang Taiji at the base of the structure, his left hand pressing on the black side, while his right hand pressed on the white. "Prepare," Bai Kaishui intoned. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged forth from him, overwhelming even those least sensitive to energy. It was a formidable presence, palpable and commanding. An ethereal white aura swiftly enveloped Bai Kaishui, and the previously dim armory erupted in brilliance, illuminating the space with dazzling light. A deep metallic sound echoed as the chaotic base of the armory revealed a portal approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, its interior obscured by a radiant glow. "Bruce, you are the first. Remember, you only have 30 minutes. Once time is up, regardless of your activities, you must exit immediately. No delays, otherwise, you risk being trapped in the armory forever." "I am not joking," Shunian stated, her expression serious. During the time Bruce entered the armory of the Sacred Emperor, the restless Xiao Qin inexplicably latched onto Fong Can, incessantly chattering away. Fortunately, Fong Can's easygoing nature meant he did not mind the incessant rambling. Moreover, Xiao Qin indeed possessed remarkable qualities. From his discourse, Fong Can gleaned a wealth of information previously unknown to him. "Did you notice the aura surrounding Master Bai? I believe my estimation is not mistaken. This armory requires a practitioner of innate realm in ancient martial arts to unlock it, and during the activation, it incessantly consumes the innate energy of the initiator. I cannot fathom why such a convoluted mechanism was designed." Fong Can remarked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "So this is the innate realm. Truly formidable. Your conjecture is likely correct. Perhaps when the Sacred Emperor constructed this armory, there were not as few ancient martial artists who reached the innate realm as there are today. It is fortunate that this armory belongs to our Odin. Otherwise, I cannot imagine which other force on Earth could possess the capability to unlock it." Xiao Qin sighed and then continued, "Since we resonate well in conversation, let me share a secret with you. Upon learning of the opportunity to enter the armory, I infiltrated the Federation's Skynet database and intercepted some information accessible only with S-level authorization regarding the armory. Infiltrating Skynet? Fonkin exclaimed, incredulous. You must understand that Skynet is not like the outdated networks of the past. Its security is so high that it virtually eliminates the possibility of network viruses or hacker intrusions. It has been nearly a century since anyone heard of a breach in the Federation's database. Xiao Qin chuckled nonchalantly. Network technology is merely one of my many specialties, and not the one I excel in the most. There is nothing to be astonished about. After spending more time with me, you will be in for more surprises. From the information I intercepted, this armory cannot merely be described as a structure. How should I put it? Perhaps it would be more accurate to liken it to a form of artificial life that far exceeds our imagination. What do you mean? Fonkin admitted he was utterly bewildered. Xiao Qin, clearly reveling in this sense of superiority, whispered conspiratorially, I cannot explain it all in detail in such a short time. But remember this. Once we enter the armory, you must strive to ascend as high as possible. The higher you go, the greater the evaluation this artificial entity will bestow upon you, and your benefits will correspondingly increase. Do not be tempted by other distractions. You must push upward as much as possible. Of course, how to reach a suitable height within the limited time is something you must gauge for yourself. Being trapped in the armory is no laughing matter. From the information I acquired, there have been instances of people being ensnared within, and that was likely a century ago. I suspect that person has long since turned to bones within the armory. I would rather not lose a comrade I can converse with when we embark on our expedition to the Aegean Star. At that moment, Bruce's robust figure finally appeared at the entrance, holding what resembled a stick. Simultaneously, Bai Kaishui, who had been pressing his palms onto the Tai Chi symbol, suddenly withdrew his hands, and the portal thunderously sealed shut, leaving no trace of a gap. Had the onlookers not witnessed this scene firsthand, they would scarcely believe a passage to the armory had ever existed here. Master Bai needs a 10-minute rest, then Xiao Qin, you will go in, Shinian said. Walking directly towards the seated Bai Kaishui and placing his palms on the latter's back to assist him in recuperating his energy. Bruce, that stick in your hand must have been taken from the armory, right? What treasure is it? Let me see. Xiao Qin approached Bruce, who had returned. With curiosity. A weapon, Bruce replied curtly, brushing past Xiao Qin without any intention of allowing him to examine the stick. Unperturbed, Xiao Qin merely snorted and wandered towards the entrance of the armory. Big fellow Bruce, you must have been lingering at the bottom for half an hour, huh? When I emerge, you shall witness what true abundance looks like. At this moment, Fonkin sharply noticed the injuries on Bruce's arm and thigh, indicating that his experience in the armory had not been smooth. Bruce, did you sustain those injuries inside? He inquired, laced with suspicion. Cough, just minor wounds, Bruce said, carefully tearing a large piece of fabric to wrap the seemingly ordinary metal rod, exhibiting an unusual caution. He has internal injuries as well. Fonkin felt a pang of concern, his mind racing with potential analyses. He hurried a few steps to Xiao Qin's side and said earnestly, Xiao Qin, what rank are you in ancient martial arts? 10th rank, Xiao Qin replied nonchalantly. You need to be cautious. Perhaps your previous theories are not entirely wrong, but the dangers of ascending may far exceed your imagination. I advise you to act within your limits. What do you mean? Bruce's strength undoubtedly surpassed the 15th rank in ancient martial arts, yet he had simultaneously sustained both internal and external injuries. If, as you suggested, the armory is an artificial entity, one could also perceive it as a form of aggressive life form. Xiao Qin nodded in contemplation, and at this moment, Bai Kaishui once again summoned the innate energy field, pressing his palms onto the Tai Chi symbol, and the mysterious portal at the base of the armory opened once more. Chapter 60. Racing against time as Xiao Qin fled from the Tsongbing Pavilion in a desperate state. It was astonishing to note that merely 15 minutes had elapsed since his entrance. Observing Xiao Qin, disheveled and panting, stumbling out, Fonkin couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. It appeared he had indeed made an astute deduction, but Tsongbing Pavilion was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Yet it was not one that granted its riches freely. Without sufficient prowess, one might scarcely reap any rewards. Are you all right? Fonkin inquired, noticing Xiao Qin cradling a silvery object with an air of secrecy, as if fearing scrutiny. It was only after Fonkin asked him thrice that Xiao Qin managed to regain his composure. I'm fine, though the spoils are not as bountiful as I had anticipated. However, at this point, a mysterious smile graced his face. Acquiring this treasure makes the endeavor worthwhile. For now, do not speak to me. I must contemplate the operational mechanisms of this artifact. Let us provisionally name it Energy Memory Metal, though it lacks a fitting appellation. As Xiao Qin wandered to a secluded corner, muttering to himself while clutching the peculiar metallic object, Fangkin refrained from pressing further. Inadvertently, he caught sight of the metal quivering as if animated, intensifying his curiosity about the secrets harbored within the Songbing Pavilion. Before long, Song Kiki emerged from her own expedition, her hands inexplicably empty. Yet, a small, vivid red mark resembling a droplet had appeared on her forehead, akin to a brand. It's terrifying inside. There are man-eating monsters. Woo-woo, I never want to go back. Song Kiki, her eyes red and teary, rushed into Shun Yun's embrace. Do not be surprised. Kiki is yet to reach the age of 15, Hannibal remarked coolly, arms crossed, addressing the bewildered Fangkin. Moreover, she is a special student in the mental discipline. Known for her eccentricities, Fangkin was taken aback by Hannibal's willingness to engage in conversation. I never imagined one such as you possessed a penchant for gossip. The strongest of the Septuagint are on my challenge list. Though young, Keek's strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 within the Septuagint Academy. There is nothing amiss in understanding the capabilities of a designated rival, Hannibal stated, raising an eyebrow. Graduated from the first affiliated intermediate academy of Septuagint. She cultivates a martial art not taught by the academy. Possessing a formidable physique, her raw power and speed are unparalleled among newcomers. She made her mark 10 months ago, maintaining a low profile until now. Fangkin replied, somewhat at a loss for words, I am honored to be regarded as your rival. Do not mention it. Sooner or later, we shall have another bout. Hannibal smiled with a gentlemanly demeanor, revealing a more agreeable side to his character. As Fangkin conversed with Hannibal, Feng Lin had already entered the Songbing Pavilion. Half an hour passed, yet he had not emerged as expected. At that moment, the water sustaining the portal was nearing its limit, and the innate energy recovery could not keep pace with the relentless output, risking imminent collapse. Time stretched interminably until, at last, the portal burst open. A flash of white surged forth, and in less than a tenth of a second, the Songbing Pavilion reverted to its former chaotic state. Feng Lin, you are playing with fire. Shen Yun admonished, a rare fury evident in her expression. Even if I am playing with fire, it is worth it. Feng Lin replied, his demeanor unchanged, eyes gleaming with delight as they fixated on the ancient long sword he held. Despite the blood still staining his lips and numerous cuts adorning his body, his expression radiated pure satisfaction. This fellow is also on my challenge list. But I shan't trouble him just yet, Hannibal remarked, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is he truly that formidable? Fangkin inquired. He is the scourge of the ancient martial arts at Septuagint, the true uncrowned king. At present, I am not his match. For someone as self-assured as Hannibal to offer such a candid assessment naturally piqued Fangkin's interest in the silver-haired Feng Lin, who exuded an air of arrogance. He is audacious. If he had delayed even a second longer, he might never have emerged. I am curious as to what treasure could compel him to risk his life. Feng Lin is a man driven by self-interest. Without sufficient allure, he would never engage in such reckless behavior. Trust me, that sword he wields must possess an intrinsic value worthy of his life. Hannibal's lips curled into a smile. Fangkin, it is your turn. Awaiting at the entrance of the Songbing Pavilion, Fangkin limbered up, striving to attain his optimal state. The path ahead was uncertain, yet the lurking dangers within promised an exhilarating challenge. Xiao Can, remember, 30 minutes. Shen Yun reminded him. Timeliness is paramount, I understand. Fangkin replied with his habitual, laid-back smile, exuding confidence. In the next instant, Bai Kaisen summoned his innate energy to activate the Tai Chi symbol. The enigmatic portal creaked open once more. Racing against time was one of Fangkin's predetermined strategies, and almost instantaneously upon the portal's opening, he deftly slipped inside before it had fully opened. Now, Fangkin comprehended why the exterior offered no glimpse into the Songbing Pavilion's interior upon entry. He twisted through 9 sharp turns. As he emerged from the final bend, a vast expanse greeted him, filled with nearly 100 translucent pillars. Some stood empty while others cradled peculiar artifacts. Fangkin wasted no time, directing his gaze toward another entrance at the far end of the space, activating his cloud body technique to propel himself forward. After navigating through 9 more turns, his keen intuition confirmed he was on the right path, ascending upward. Have I breached a layer so easily? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an immense force propelled him backward as he dashed forward. A shimmering blue barrier materialized before him, revealing the second level of the Songbing Pavilion. Separation technique. Without hesitation, Fangkin activated the separation technique he had mastered to the 5th tier, pressing his palms against the blue barrier. The moment he made contact, Waves of overwhelming force surged through his arms, nearly hurling him back once more. The fifth-tier separation technique adeptly mitigated the onslaught of power, and Fong can press forward, traversing the 5-meter range sealed by the blue barrier, which consumed a full 5 minutes of his time. Had he not possessed such an effective technique for dissipating external forces, the time required would have surely doubled. If he was not mistaken, this was the very obstacle that had left Bruce injured and deterred Xiaoqin. Casting a glance back at the now vanished blue barrier, Fong can swiftly surveyed the second-level space. In stark contrast to the first level, the crystalline pillars here were significantly fewer, approximately 30, with only 7 housing items, indicating that many had been claimed by those who came before. Fong Can's strides remained unyielding as he surged forward into the winding corridor. The final bend lay ahead, yet he decelerated his pace. Before him stood a towering figure, a giant over 2.5 meters tall, built like a colossus, blocking his path with an imposing presence. The creature, devoid of any breath, could not possibly be a living being, especially not within the confines of the armory pavilion. At this moment, Fong Can had entered a state of combat. Anything obstructing his path became a target for his assault. He stepped forward, dashing ahead, pivoting, and unleashed a punch with all his might. A pale violet aura converged into a forceful surge, coursing through Fong Can's meridians and enveloping his fist, exuding an immense power. Even if faced with a foot-thick alloy, Fong Can was confident he could shatter it with a single blow. With a thunderous crash, the giant stood his ground, countering with a punch of his own, launching a preemptive strike to collide with Fong Can's fist. The two fists, brimming with destructive force, clashed with a resounding impact. Although Fong Can could have retreated to dissipate the residual force, he chose to absorb it, driving forward with a sudden stomp, delivering another punch toward the giant. Once again, he struck first. On the surface, the giant appeared to lack the speed, yet he indeed matched Fong Can's velocity. However, at the moment of impact, a burst of pale golden light radiated from Fong Can's fist, far surpassing the ferocity of his previous strike, and obliterated the giant's fist into a mere pulp. Fong Can then soared past the vanquished figure, and as he turned back to glance, the giant had vanished without a trace, reduced to mere fragments of light. Was this a technological creation of an 8th-level civilization? Surely the bruises on Bruce were a testament to this encounter. Having swiftly utilized his explosive technique to break through, Fong Can felt no discomfort. After all, that punch had only unleashed its power for a brief moment. Well within his limits. In the midst of the chaos, he mused about the ordinary person's reaction upon realizing they were being approached by a fugitive, initially panic, followed by a desire to flee or call for help. Just as I uttered these thoughts, a sudden crash at my door startled me, momentarily leading me to believe that Dongfang Bo had returned to rescue Guiji. Seated on the ground, I had managed to endure thus far. Did he truly believe he could harm me now? Pierce seized the Sanqing Huayang spear from my grasp, swiftly pivoting it toward me in a thrust. He could not fathom that a mere nameless individual could thwart the formidable Carnegie and Froman families. Captain, I have one more question. Why must we feed these prisoners to the dogs? Jiang Nan voiced his deepest concern. Lu Yunfei glanced around the room, exchanging looks with Lin Muyao and Lin Zimo before heading toward the north. The Confucians dispatched their most learned disciple, Yin Hui, while the Yinyang school sent forth its founding master, Zhou Yin. Such was their reasoning. The creatures moved with uncanny precision, one leading while the others followed, initiating a complete clockwise rotation. However, in the process of dispatching 3 fiery phoenixes, one dragon-headed eagle sustained severe injuries and plummeted into the abyss. He harbored no fear of being misunderstood or rebuked by the villagers. He simply could not bear to witness more lives lost to hunger and thirst. Qing, upon hearing her words, scoffed lightly, crouching down once more. This time, Cheng Yun did not avert her gaze, but met it with calm resolve. That night, he approached with intentions to communicate, knowing that regardless of Qi Lanshue's future actions, they would no longer concern him. During the new year, one must not neglect the elderly matriarch. Yet why should Qin Huairu's family matter to He Yuzhu? The arrival of the Qin cavalry invigorated Wang Jian's troops, their morale soaring as they charged toward the beastly horde. Thus, she arrived filled with joyous anticipation, only to depart in disappointment, tears in her eyes, yet also harboring blessings for the man. Cheers erupted in the command room. Even those students who had been oblivious to Zhou Ji's presence now understood. The transaction was finalized with money exchanged for the house, bringing a sense of closure to the affair. His true identity remained a closely guarded secret throughout the entirety of the scorching summer, not easily uncovered. Mother was right. I had long since succumbed to obsession. After saying this, Xie Jining turned away from Shenrong. Danger loomed. Just as Jin Feng realized the threat behind him, a broken blade lunged forth. Yet, Jin Feng, a powerful figure in the realm, deftly maneuvered to evade the attack at the critical moment. With such virtuous character, even unicorns were drawn to me. A fact I could not help but acknowledge, as Xing Tian chuckled. The dish lacked any aesthetic appeal, the aroma seemed elusive. As I suspected I might be coming down with a cold, I had yet to taste it, debating whether I should rely on my provisions for sustenance. Chill emanated from my dantian, materializing as ice. Xing Tian applied it to Hao Feng's face, the cold sensation stimulating her senses, clearing away much of the effects of the mesmerizing potion, restoring clarity to her once-dazed gaze. Father arrived with his classmate, a rather refined-looking man, whom he instructed me to call Uncle Zhou. Despite my lingering discontent with Zhang Feng's song, I could not allow my concerns to jeopardize such a serious matter. Bearing the label of a femme fatale would be unjustly burdensome. Xiao Yu, of course, was not foolish enough to charge into the heart of battle alongside that group. Instead, he veered towards the nearby Mou forest, climbing a towering tree to secure a vantage point. Upon returning to the celestial realm, Liu landed directly in Lingxiao Hall, his consciousness radiating outward, enveloping the entirety of Lingxiao City. Moon's gaze bored down on the boy, until his laughter faded, his smile replaced by uncertainty as he scratched his head. Those who tread unconventional paths, if truly motivated solely by frugality, would likely resort to even more bizarre antics. This was termed eccentricity. With the alarming statistics regarding armor value and durability of that ludicrous transport vehicle, Gao Yang concluded that the settlement space was fundamentally a nurturing construction gameplay. As the scene shifted, the image of Blackbeard in battle emerged, his seasoned gunners, having weathered many a storm, landed precise hits on the rim, leading to heavy casualties among the ship's crew, and the captain, Baker, was immediately slain. Gao Yang reviewed the transaction records with sacred gaze. Due to his relationship with pure-hearted Iris, surplus items were preferentially stored with her, resulting in a modest quantity being exchanged with sacred gaze. The room's walls stood firm, the flickering yellow-red candlelight illuminating the interior with a tipsy glow. Apart from the flames, the walls and a solitary chair in the center were devoid of any other furniture or individuals. The voice of the tree demon was capricious, contemplating, had it not been for the fear of those ancient spirits from the Shushan sect behind you, I would have long since drained you of your essence. Before long, the proprietor brought forth a bowl of stir-fried rice cakes, a plate of pork slices with condiments, and a clay pot filled with an assortment of ingredients. Once, online games charged players through point cards or monthly subscriptions, each card costing dozens, leading players to exclaim about the exorbitant prices of that era. Though curiosity piqued, survival took precedence. One could avoid death by refraining from reckless actions. Li Xian understood. The royal endorsement and backing mandated that the first step of the new policies be executed transparently. The military, being the royal's possession, would be the initial target, significantly diminishing the opposing voices of conservative factions. Your military position remains. I am not prohibiting your deployment, Han Qi remarked, his beard curling with excitement. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. She possesses an ice affinity. As he spoke, memories of Han Shuer involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Yi Fanyu had departed from the house early in the morning, while Lin Xiaoxiao, after much tossing and turning in bed, finally roused herself from slumber. The call and response echoed with fervor. A palpable energy seemed to rise above the heavy cavalry, a fusion of steel and sinew, the embodiment of valor and loyalty. Within this formidable iron formation, anyone would inevitably feel a surge of unparalleled courage. The blaring call of the cavalry charge would compel even the most steadfast to grip their blades with unwavering resolve. Chapter 61. There is gain and lost the third layer. The space was of the same dimensions as the previous two layers, but the crystalline pillar was absent. Instead, in each of the four corners stood an antique cloud table, shrouded in a veil of twilight. Four ancient characters were inscribed on a stone tablet positioned in front of each cloud table: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Fang slowed his pace, reading the ancient characters on the stone tablet, which solidified his resolve to press onward. Feng Lin had acquired an ancient sword, bearing scars from its blade. The previous challenges had not inflicted any wounds upon him, indicating that he had at least ascended to the fourth layer. If others could achieve this, so could he, and perhaps even surpass them. Drawing upon his prior observations, Feng quickly formulated a rational analysis. Under the enhancement of the cloud body technique, he surged through the next winding corridor in mere seconds. What sort of challenge awaited him? As he pondered, He turned into the final corridor, only to discover a clear path ahead, devoid of any visible obstacles. This seems improbable. With a flicker of doubt, Fong decisively activated the indestructible Vajra body he had just mastered. While this diminished his mobility, the defensive power it conferred was unimaginably vast. Step by step, he traversed the corridor, finally stepping into the fourth layer. The once empty space suddenly transformed, revealing 8 humanoid figures of light, each stationed at different points within the space. Before each of these figures lay a distinct weapon: a spear, a sword, a shield, an axe, a whip, a hammer, and a spade. No sword. Fong mused silently, piecing together the origin of the sword's scars on Feng Lin. These figures were guardians of the weapons. When Feng Lin had taken the sword, he had engaged in combat with one of them, ultimately emerging victorious and acquiring the ancient sword. The scars he bore were the result of that very sword. Yet, several questions lingered. How did he discern that the sword was worth taking? With his mastery of ancient martial arts at the 16th level, how had he nearly failed to escape the armory within the time limit? Glancing at his watch, he noted that only 7 minutes had elapsed since entering the armory. Fong had previously established that there would be no obstacles on the return journey and had roughly calculated the time required for it, implying that Feng Lin had spent at least 20 minutes here. However, Fong was mistaken in his assessment. The time spent by Feng Lin in the first challenge was double that of Fong, as the disintegration technique he practiced was an exceedingly rare ancient martial art. In confronting the fixed pattern resistance, its effectiveness would undoubtedly surpass that of brute force. Though Feng Lin's mastery of ancient martial arts far exceeded Fong and he possessed knowledge of techniques that outnumbered Fong many times over, he could not compare in this aspect. The eternal gold energy blade, a product of 8th level civilization, was rare, and its sheath contained the innate level ancient martial art, the 6 no silence blade technique. With this blade, the wielder's strength could be amplified several-fold. As Fong approached a crystalline tablet with inscriptions before the humanoid figures, his initial confusion was resolved. He had obtained not only an ancient sword crafted by the 8th level civilization, but also a set of at least innate level sword techniques. To be honest, it would be disingenuous not to feel a thrill at this moment. A set of innate level martial arts, combined with a weapon tailored for them, could elevate one's capabilities by more than a single tier. In a certain sense, this combination surpassed even Fong's nascent indestructible Vajra body, as the martial arts utilizing weapons differed fundamentally from those that relied heavily on abundant inner energy. Mastering an innate level sword technique, along with a formidable blade, would grant an undeniable advantage even against foes of superior strength. With 22 minutes remaining, Fong glanced at his watch again, suddenly halting in his tracks. It was time to take risks and seize opportunities. In the next moment, Fong darted past the guardian figures of the eternal gold energy blade, making a beeline for the 5th layer. In the previous 4 layers, Fong's remarkable observational skills and rational analysis had afforded him precious time. Faced with the unknown 5th layer, he, however, did not dare rush forward, instead proceeding with caution. As he traversed half of the winding corridor, a sudden drop in temperature enveloped him. The corridor, once at a constant temperature, plunged to freezing in an instant. This abrupt change caused even Fong, with his vigorous constitution, to shiver. Yet, when he took another step forward, it felt as if he had stepped into an oven. The drastic transition from extreme cold to extreme heat made his blood surge, momentarily halting his inner energy circulation. How peculiar. However, if this was merely the nature of the resistance, it was far simpler than the preceding challenges. Fong cautiously continued forward. After passing through 4 corridors, the temperature fluctuations abruptly ceased. At that moment, the unique violet energy radiating from his indestructible Vajra body dissipated as well. Attempting to channel his inner energy, Fong's expression shifted dramatically. Why could he not summon even a trace of it? Simultaneously, a blinding light erupted, forcing him to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found the path leading to the 5th layer significantly widened, revealing numerous figures he had hoped to avoid. Nearly 100 identical figures stood resolutely on either side of the corridor. Virtual images? No. They appeared to be a more advanced form of humanoid simulation, an 8th level civilization's technology that was beyond his comprehension. To reach the 5th layer, he would have to navigate through them, undoubtedly facing their assaults. Without the ability to employ the indestructible Vajra body or unleash sudden bursts of energy, could he ultimately pass through? Fong contemplated for a moment before abruptly raising his head, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. This killing intent, nearly frenzied, was a look he only exhibited within the immortal program space. At this moment, he had fully embraced the challenge. Having endured a year in the immortal program space without cultivating inner energy, he was resolute. He could not return empty-handed. It was time to experience the madness of the immortal program space once more. With a powerful roar, Fong propelled himself forward, his body soaring like a released arrow. Simultaneously, the nearly 100 figures on either side also sprang into action, striking with thunderous fists and slicing palms, each attack executed with impeccable precision. Even with the extraordinary speed he had honed in the immortal program space, he found it nearly impossible to evade entirely. His only option was to withstand the onslaught while dodging vital strikes, recklessly charging forward. A thunderous crash echoed as Fong, having traversed a third of the distance, was struck down for the first time. It hurt. Despite his high tolerance for pain, he couldn't help but grunt, a testament to the overwhelming power of his adversaries. He was not a mere punching bag. With a series of swift spins, Fong exerted every ounce of strength to absorb more than a dozen powerful blows. But the price was steep. His left arm was broken and hung limply at his side. The pain resonated vividly, reminding him of his continued existence. Yet, after enduring such relentless assaults, even Fong's formidable constitution had reached its limits. Each step forward was accompanied by agonizing pain that threatened to overwhelm him. It was too light, as if merely tickling him. Not to mention the external injuries that left him with multiple fractures and broken bones. The severe internal injuries caused blood to gush from Fong's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, rendering his vision increasingly blurry. Yet, this only ignited the fierce determination deep within him. As blood sprayed wildly, he still found the strength to mutter through bloodied lips, "I cannot fall." When Fong collapsed at the exit of the corridor, the nearly 100 individuals who had nearly beaten him to death suddenly vanished without a trace, accompanied by a burst of blinding light. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Fong, at the moment of the crowd's disappearance, a colossal apparatus in the center of the 5th level activated abruptly, projecting a light beam approximately 3 meters in diameter that enveloped him entirely. Upon regaining consciousness, Fong's first instinct was to check the time, 12 minutes remaining. Subsequently, he realized he had regained control over his internal energy, and to his astonishment, the near-fatal injuries he had sustained had completely healed, with not a trace of swelling remaining. He tentatively moved his previously broken left arm. And not only did it move freely, but his keen senses also detected a noticeable enhancement in both his strength and speed, along with a marked increase in the speed of his internal energy circulation. This sensation was akin to undergoing a profound transformation. Taking a deep breath, Fong faintly perceived that the surroundings appeared vastly different from what he had seen before. Yet, he could not articulate what was different or why it was so. Chapter 62. The Madman of the Demon Path. Before entering the repository of arms, Fong had already committed the layout of the place to memory. Now, with only a mere 10 minutes remaining, he resolutely abandoned the thought of ascending further. Merely overcoming the 5th level had nearly cost him his life. It was evident that the subsequent challenges of the 6th and 7th levels were beyond his current capabilities. With this determination in mind, Fong shifted his focus to the enormous, oddly shaped apparatus in the center of the 5th level. As he approached, a wave of helplessness washed over him, for confronting such an enigmatic object seemed utterly daunting. Just then, the colossal device began to tremble violently, and a translucent lens resembling a roulette wheel at its center suddenly blazed with brilliant light, illuminating the previously dim space. Amidst the radiant flames, a figure gradually emerged. Unlike the solidified humanoids encountered earlier, this apparition emanated a tremendous pressure that gripped Fong from several paces away. Although obscured by the luminous blaze, the overwhelming aura surged towards him, pinning him to the spot with immense force, rendering him immobile. There were indeed living beings within the repository of arms, aside from himself. With his sharp judgment, Fong could easily discern that if the figure were merely a high-tech illusion, his instincts would not be so easily deceived. Attempting to confine me? How presumptuous. Feeling the escalating pressure around him, Fong let out a cold snort, activating his indestructible golden body. He forcefully thrust his arms outward, shattering the invisible constraints with a faint purple aura radiating around him. He closed the distance to the fiery figure by 2 steps. Dare I smash it? A fleeting glint of ferocity flashed in Fong's eyes, as he momentarily entertained the notion of obliterating the bizarre apparatus. Kid, do you dare? The flames surged violently, and a voice resonated. It truly was alive. Fong stared, somewhat speechless, at the figure standing proudly amidst the flames, remaining silent for a long moment. Do you wish to live or die? Are you human or something else? Fonkin had never anticipated encountering a being capable of communication within the repository of arms. Yet, in this moment, he still hesitated to classify it as human, given that the repository was constructed with 8th-level civilization technology, undoubtedly harboring many unknown peculiarities. Moreover, time was of the essence. If he could not derive any benefits from the 5th level, it would be better to return to the 4th level as soon as possible and at least secure the golden energy blade. Me? Haha. As I perished, I simultaneously gained rebirth. The fiery figure spoke with a hint of self-mockery. I once promised Duan Bingfeng that if a successor were to activate this soul-controlling artifact, I would divulge my greatest secret as the condition for my rebirth. Kid, consider yourself fortunate to have the opportunity to inherit the treasures of Chu Kuangren. You know the ancient martial saint Duan Bingfeng? Fonkin instinctively rubbed his nose, finding it difficult to believe the words spoken. Not just know him. I have fought alongside him in life and death, with the demon path's ancient martial arts unrivaled. You haven't even heard of my name? The flames flickered, and Chu Kuangren's voice tinged with indignation. Honestly, I have not, Fonkin shrugged, and at this moment, I am no longer interested in who you are, why you are here, or the secret you wish to share. As he spoke, Fonkin abruptly turned and dashed towards the passage he had just traversed. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave. A cold snort echoed, and a massive hand extended from the flickering flames, gripping Fonkin tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free, and even the surge of power from his indestructible golden body proved futile. Just as Fonkin prepared to attempt an instantaneous burst of energy to escape, Chu Kuangren's voice resounded once more in his ears. Just moments ago, you were on the brink of death after being defeated by the 100-man guard. Had I not used a certain dark art to save you, you would not have been alive to converse with me now. You healed my wounds, Fonkin exclaimed in astonishment. Believe it or not, I never repeat my words, whether in life or death. The flames danced, and Chu Kuangren's somewhat arrogant voice emanated through the blaze. In the past, Duan Bingfeng, after my death, implanted my spiritual imprint into this 8th-level civilization artifact. He promised that if I fulfilled one condition, I would one day be reborn. After years of slumber, I have finally awaited your arrival. Now, I will fulfill my promise to Duan Bingfeng, so pay attention at that moment. Fonkin was still utterly bewildered. Just as Chu Kuangren's words faded, an inexplicable force surged into Fonkin's mind, leaving him no time to react. He felt a darkness envelop him and fell into a deep slumber. Had Fonkin been a mental cultivator, he would have been gravely astonished. For the ability to forcibly breach another's mental defenses and implant information into their consciousness was the hallmark of a master-level mental practitioner. According to legend, since the martial prohibition crisis 230 years ago, master-level mental practitioners had ceased to exist. Kid, you have already undergone the tempering of ice and fire and endured the trials of 100 warriors. Coupled with the dark art I utilized to heal you, you have undergone a complete transformation. In the future, your cultivation will yield twice the results with half the effort. If you can one day break through to the innate realm, follow the clues I provide to seek out the 3 extraordinary acupoints I buried in my lifetime. Whether you can unearth those treasures will depend on your fortune. My path to immortality has merely begun. How lonely this is. I must sleep once more. I hope Duan Bingfeng did not deceive me. 600 years later, I, Chu Kuangren, shall return to the world. Without Duan Bingfeng, who else can challenge me? Ha 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 ha. After what seemed like 3 or 4 minutes, Fonkin abruptly awakened, springing to his feet, feeling as though his head were filled with lead. The echoes of Chu Kuangren's words persisted in his mind. Shaking his head vigorously, he focused his gaze inward, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. When Fonkin's eyes returned to the spot where Chu Kuangren had stood, he found that the flames had vanished, leaving no trace of the figure behind. Even the massive apparatus had transformed, now resembling a gigantic sphere emitting a faint glow, as if brewing something. What manner of creature is this? Even Fonkin, with his capacity for acceptance, felt a hint of inexplicable dread towards the self-proclaimed Chu Kuangren. His gaze fell to his wrist, and his expression shifted dramatically. Only 2 minutes remained. In the next instant, Fonkin dashed downward. Upon reaching the 4th level, he found no sign of the 8 humanoid figures guarding the divine weapons. As he navigated through, he casually seized the golden energy blade and another weapon known as the purple gold breaking axe. Just as Fonkin emerged from the repository of arms, Shin Yun rushed forward, her tone tinged with reproach. Shao Kan, you nearly became trapped forever. Fonkin glanced at his watch and confirmed that he had spent a total of 30 minutes and 16 seconds from entry to exit. He silently rejoiced, grateful that he had not succumbed to greed, only casually retrieving 2 divine weapons. Had he been even slightly tempted to collect all 8 weapons in the 4th level, he might have found himself ensnared within the repository. It was my fault. I shall not repeat it. Faced with Fong Can's lazy smile, Shun Yun let out a cold snort, gesturing for Fong Can to retreat. She swiftly moved to Bai Kaishui's side, assisting him in regaining his energy and calming his breath. As Fong Can approached, carrying 2 enormous weapon cases, the onlookers remained silent, save for Feng Lin, who had also ventured to the 4th level and recognized the treasures in Fong Can's possession. His eyes brimmed with astonishment, pondering how someone like Fong Can, whose strength was vastly inferior to his own, could acquire such near-divine weapons. You ventured to the 4th level? Feng Lin exclaimed, suddenly appearing before Fong Can with an agility that left one wondering what technique he employed. Indeed, at that moment, Fong Can began to understand why the humanoid shadows guarding the divine weapons in the 4th level vanished upon his return. It was highly likely that these shadows were products derived from the soul-controlling divine instrument on the 5th level. With the disappearance of the Madman Chu, the soul-controlling divine instrument had also ceased operation, and these originating entities were consequently no longer in existence. Upon hearing Fong Can's affirmative response, Feng Lin's body trembled slightly, yet he remained silent. Instead, he held his sword case and quietly moved aside, casually tossing out a challenge at 1 o'clock tonight. Shall we spar at the martial arts arena? Since the others were far removed, Feng Lin deliberately kept his voice low enough for only Fong Can to hear, ensuring that no one noticed his abrupt invitation to battle. After learning from Hannibal that Feng Lin was the top student in the ancient martial arts department of Ogdyne, Fong Can had harbored thoughts of competing with him. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. Let it be so. Chapter 63. The frantic 2 days later, at noon, a large military transport vessel descended upon the 4-dimensional square of the Ogdyne Academy. This day marked the enlistment of a total of 230 Ogdyne students, who would embark on this vessel towards Nortonport, the largest military spaceport on Earth. At Nortonport, the military would assign the Ogdyne students to an advanced unit and conduct a brief period of fundamental military training. Of course, the enlistees at Nortonport were not limited to those from Ogdyne Academy. Students from 2 other prestigious institutions were also reporting for duty, where these formidable future military elites would be reorganized. As a specially recruited elite team, it was evident that Fong Can and his 5 companions enjoyed certain privileges. The tardiness of both Fong Can and Feng Lin did not elicit any reprimands. As Fong Can watched Feng Lin approach from a distance, his eyes resembling those of a panda due to fatigue, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, reflecting on the unexpected outcome of enduring that slap from him the previous night. Feng Lin, seemingly having procured a pair of sunglasses from nowhere to conceal his panda-like eyes, snorted, "Are you still walking smoothly? Do you need a hand?" Fong Can instinctively touched his nose, retorting, "I merely gifted you a pair of panda eyes. You almost broke my leg. That's rather ungracious of you." Feng Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "What about that kick you delivered to my backside? I haven't dared to lie down completely while sleeping for the past 2 days. You're worse." "Haha, it's mutual." Fong Can stepped forward, placing a hand on Feng Lin's shoulder. "Come on, stop with the cold demeanor. We're all familiar now." Flash a smile. "I'm willing." Despite Feng Lin's aloof nature, he did not seem displeased with Fong Can's friendly gesture, tilting his head slightly. "Don't forget the promise you made. Our battle isn't over yet. Of course, I'm in need of a practice partner. Let us board the ship. If we delay any longer, we might miss the excitement of departing for Aegean Star." Fortunately, due to the delay caused by these 2, few witnesses observed this scene. Otherwise, it would have elicited astonishment, as Feng Lin's notorious aloofness made him a difficult companion in Ogdyne, especially as he was recognized as the most formidable student of the ancient martial arts department. Few had the opportunity to befriend him, and even if they did, he might not reciprocate. The camaraderie shared by Fong Can and Feng Lin was something even the mentors of Ogdyne would struggle to achieve. Nortonport, the largest spaceport on Earth, had 1/3 designated for civilian use, while the remaining 2/3 were military facilities not open to the public. The transport vessel carrying Fong Can and his companions docked smoothly. Under the guidance of a logistics officer, the Ogdyne students were escorted to a military training center, where they were assigned temporary quarters. Shortly thereafter, a federal officer gathered everyone in the central square for a series of organizational assignments. As members of the elite team, Fong Can, Feng Lin, Xiaoqin, Song Kiki, Bruce, and Hannibal were given separate arrangements and led by a federal major to another central square. Upon their arrival, They were surprised to find two groups already present. Their attire distinctly different from that of the federal military. Could it be the students from Yale Academy and Xianting Academy? Xiao Qin recognized the two groups and remarked with a smile, "Now this should be entertaining. The elite students from the three major academies of the Federation are gathered here. They might even be formed into a single unit." Yale Academy and Xianting Academy, alongside Ogdyne, were renowned as the top three esteemed institutions of the Federation, boasting high-quality faculty and student bodies. Notably, Xianting Academy had produced numerous strong individuals in recent years, exhibiting a trend of potentially surpassing Ogdyne as the Federation's foremost institution. Under the Major S direction, Fong Can and his companions took their positions. At that moment, a small magnetic levitation vehicle descended, and two federal officers emerged. What a surprise! Fong Can was taken aback to encounter Chu Xingfeng here. It was evident that Chu Xingfeng had also spotted Fong Can within the group, his brows furrowing slightly before he composed himself, standing before the elite students of the three academies. From this day forth, until the conclusion of the Aegean Star recovery operation, you will no longer be students, but warriors of the Earth Federation. I, Chu Xingfeng, will be your commander. I shall be accountable for you, and in return, I expect you to adhere to the fundamental principles of military conduct. First, obey the orders of your superiors. Second, all actions must be directed, and reckless behavior is forbidden. Third, war is inherently brutal, so do not show mercy to any enemy, regardless of whether they are women or children. If anyone feels incapable of adhering to these three tenets, you may depart now. Chu Xingfeng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scanned the faces of the gathered students. After a prolonged silence without any objections, he nodded with satisfaction. You are about to join one of the elite units of the federal military. As members of the Federal Special Forces, there is much for you to learn. However, I believe that within the upcoming 6 days of intensive training, you will meet the fundamental requirements of a true Special Forces member. I have confidence in you. Do you have confidence in yourselves? Yes. Hearing the chorus of responses, a faint smile appeared on Chu Xingfeng's lips. You are the elite of the three academies, truly the chosen ones. Before stepping onto the battlefield, I will ensure that you are trained to become competent soldiers. Although time is short, given your exceptional capabilities, I will not treat you as ordinary federal soldiers and will set higher standards for you. Attention! A 50-kilometer race will commence immediately. The last three to finish will forfeit tonight's dinner. No one expected Chu Xingfeng to initiate training so abruptly. For most present, the 50-kilometer distance was manageable. However, with the added pressure of elimination for the last finishers and the competitive nature of the race, this initial training transformed into a contest among the students of the three academies. Is it true that I'm destined to go hungry tonight? Xiao Qin, having been overtaken multiple times, gasped in exhaustion. I'm a professional. How can I train alongside these monstrous individuals? I'm so unfortunate. Observing the swift figures racing past him, Xiao Qin decided to slow down, when suddenly Song Kiki, bounding like a little deer, approached him, tilting her head. Brother Xiao, why aren't you running? Those brutes aren't running. They're charging. I concede defeat. Xiao Qin replied with a wry smile, but then a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Kiki, you're at the 7th level of ancient martial arts. How can you run so fast? With a playful pout, Song Kiki giggled. Kiki has a secret. Do you want to run as fast as Kiki, Brother Xiao? Absolutely. Share your secret with me. Xiao Qin urged eagerly. Okay. Just as Song Kiki responded, Xiao Qin felt a surge of energy coursing through him, as if infused with boundless strength. His previously heavy legs felt light, and he sprinted forward with astonishing speed, far exceeding his limits. Kiki, what kind of magic is this? Xiao Qin shouted in excitement. This is a mental technique taught by the mentor, a powerful skill that can unleash potential for a limited time, amplifying one's strength several times over. But delightful. My dinner is secured. Xiao Qin dashed ahead, having surpassed numerous competitors, yet he missed hearing the second half of Song Kiki's sentence. Without mentioning Xiao Qin's sudden outburst, the leading group is on the verge of completing the entire 50-kilometer stretch. Only a mere half-kilometer straight path remains, marking the final sprint. Fong Can, Feng Lin, and Bruce have undoubtedly emerged as the three frontrunners from the Augustine Academy. Initially, Hannibal managed to keep pace with them, but after maintaining a relentless speed for 2/3 of the distance, he gradually fell behind. Alongside Fong Can and the others in the leading group are a student from Yale and 3 students from Xuanyi Academy. The 7 individuals, nearly shoulder to shoulder, seem to be holding back, awaiting the final turn to unleash their ultimate burst of speed. To sustain a continuous sprint over a grueling 50 kilometers is a formidable feat. even for elite students specializing in ancient martial arts. It is fortunate that these individuals possess extraordinary talents, enabling them to endure such a grueling endeavor, which is undoubtedly aided by their profound mastery of internal energy. However, it is evident that Fong Can is a remarkable exception among the seven. Despite having the weakest internal energy cultivation, he has run the entire distance without utilizing even a fraction of his internal energy. It is worth noting that even Feng Lin, who has reached the 16th level of ancient martial arts, had to channel his internal energy after completing 40 kilometers to maintain such a terrifying pace. Recall that Fong Can once found himself within the immortal escape space, where he spent nearly every waking moment fleeing for his life. Thus, a mere 50-kilometer journey poses no challenge for him. Additionally, it is essential to acknowledge that there was a time when Fong Can ran relentlessly for 2 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to the jaws of over 100 desert wolves. This illustrates just how effortless long-distance running is for him. Almost simultaneously, the 7 individuals turned the final corner. Chapter 64. Instant burst. In the fleeting moment of rounding the final bend, the previously evenly matched 7-man group suddenly displayed a hierarchy of speed. Leading the charge was a student from Xianting Academy, whose figure manifested 6 indistinguishable afterimages, rushing towards the finish line with an astonishing velocity that even the keenest eye could scarcely comprehend. Wind Forest, who closely followed, gradually found himself distanced. Meanwhile, Fong Can, who had previously battled Wind Forest, was acutely aware that Wind Forest was currently employing his most proficient ancient martial arts technique, the divine movement of the world, a skill that astonishingly amplified one's speed. As the distance of 1,000 meters swiftly dwindled to less than half, Fong Can, despite utilizing his internal energy to enhance his cloud body technique, could not fully harness its potential. His understanding of this foundational martial art had yet to evolve into one of the 7 miraculous ancient techniques, the Phantom Steps, rendering it slightly inferior in speed enhancement compared to Wind Forest's divine movement. Consequently, Fong Can found himself merely keeping pace with Bruce, falling behind in the group. That guy's speed is too great. Wind Forest can't surpass him, Fong Can mused, a bold thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Bruce, you wouldn't want to see that Xianting Academy fellow take first place, would you? Upon hearing Fong Can's query, Bruce maintained his speed, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. I have a plan to surpass that leading individual, but I need your assistance. Bruce, now fully aware of the situation, recognized that the Xianting Academy student would undoubtedly maintain his lead until the end. As Fong Can concluded, Bruce replied succinctly, all right. The leading student was now less than 400 meters from the finish line, with Wind Forest trailing almost 100 meters behind. Fong Can and Bruce were further distanced by over 200 meters. Upon receiving Bruce's affirmation, Fong Can suddenly activated his indestructible diamond body, momentarily reducing his speed. Yet urgently exclaimed, Bruce, push me with all your strength, don't hold back. Rest assured, I won't be harmed. Bruce slowed his pace, swiftly positioning himself behind Fong Can. With a powerful exhale, he pressed his palms against Fong Can's back, unleashing an immense force that, combined with Fong Can's forward momentum, propelled him into the air, creating a blur that was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Bruce's control over his strength was remarkably precise. Thanks to this overwhelming force, Fong Can felt no discomfort. Bruce's push transformed entirely into forward propulsion. Soaring nearly 100 meters through the air, Fong Can surpassed the 3 competitors ahead of him, landing and instantly matching Wind Forest's speed. In that moment, Fong Can's eyes gleamed with determination. The faint purple energy within him split into numerous streams, colliding in a specific manner, fulfilling the conditions necessary for activating the pale golden internal energy. Instant burst. At this moment, Fong Can's speed surged beyond comprehension, covering 10 meters in a single stride, moving with the swiftness of thunder. Wind Forest, who had been running alongside Fong Can, stared in astonishment as he witnessed Fong Can nearly catching up to the Xianting Academy student ahead. This guy, again with that bizarre ancient martial skill. As they approached the final 100 meters, bolstered by the instant burst, Fong Can overtook the leading Xianting Academy student. Remarkably, it was evident that he had yet to reach his maximum speed. A gust of wind followed as he blurred past, completing the 100 meters in a mere 3 seconds. Even as the Xianting Academy student strained to conjure 7 afterimages, he could not keep pace with Fong Can in his instant burst state. In the instant Fong Can crossed the finish line, he abruptly ceased the instant burst, for this explosive technique, derived from his internal cultivation, was indeed a double-edged sword, capable of harming both the user and the opponent. Even with Fong Can's current physique, he could only sustain it for 6 seconds. Exceeding that limit would undoubtedly result in injury. With Bruce's mighty push, Fonkin precisely utilized 6 seconds from activation to termination, allowing Ogdyne to achieve a modest victory. Mere breaths later, the Shinting Academy student reached the finish line. He was an extraordinarily handsome individual, with flowing golden hair, ocean blue eyes, and a finely sculpted nose. His perfectly proportioned physique exuded a subtle melancholic aura, undoubtedly the dream man of countless girls. Casting a puzzled glance at Fonkin, he could not help but inquire. The ancient martial technique you employed earlier was a self-created skill, Fonkin replied candidly. To Fonkin's surprise, a flicker of anger ignited in the young man's eyes upon hearing this, and with a dismissive snort, he turned his back, unwilling to engage further. The Shinting Academy students had always been arrogant. Despite being outmatched, they remained unabashedly haughty. Windforest, having just crossed the finish line, caught sight of this scene and seized the opportunity to taunt. Simultaneously, the other 4 members of the first group, including Bruce, finished the race, with 2 Shinting Academy students immediately converging beside the golden-haired youth. Chia, what is there to discuss with these Ogdyne fellows? They will soon realize that our Shinting Academy is the true pinnacle of the federal 3 great academies. The speaker was a tall, lanky individual who finished the race in 4th place. Although he could not claim superiority over Bruce, he certainly had the advantage in speed. Lu Dan is right. They were merely fortunate this time. This world values strength. Lady Luck will not favor them indefinitely. Another youth, seemingly perpetually drowsy, yawned and said, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. Remember to wake me for dinner. With that, he ambled away towards the accommodations provided by the military. I will ensure that the humiliation you brought upon me is repaid in full, Chia remarked coolly as he brushed past Fonkin. At this moment, Fonkin had largely deduced the reason behind Chia's anger. It was clear that he did not believe Fonkin's instant burst was an original skill. Observing the arrogance of these 3 individuals, Fonkin felt no need to elaborate, simply shrugging and responding nonchalantly, I look forward to it. Windforest, with a hint of a smile, patted Fonkin on the shoulder and said, if you set your mind to it, you could truly infuriate others. Is that so? I possess such a talent? Fonkin mused, habitually rubbing his nose. Perhaps it is indeed time to teach some lessons to those arrogant fellows. Bruce stepped forward, joining Fonkin and Windforest. This usually taciturn giant merely smiled innocently, offering no further comment, but patted Fonkin's shoulder warmly. What began as a basic training race had united the 3 strongest individuals of the Ogdyne Ancient Martial Arts Department, forging a bond of genuine friendship. That night, after enjoying a splendid military meal, everyone slept soundly, except for the unfortunate Xiaoqin, who had fallen victim to Song Qi's powerful mental technique. It is known that this formidable ability, a secret technique of the mental arts, stimulates the brainwaves of others, unlocking their latent potential and enabling them to unleash powers far beyond their limits. However, like all things, it bore its own set of consequences. After the enhancement of the potent energy technique concluded, Xiaoqin found himself burdened by the overexertion of his qi and overwhelmed physique, and the excruciating headache induced by the alien mental waves that stimulated his cerebral domain. These were trials he must endure. It was only by the break of dawn the following day that Xiaoqin gradually began to recover, a respite granted by Song Kuku, who had merely awakened his potential and speed and opted for a more standard amplification effect. Conversely, Song Kuku, who also employed the potent energy technique, did not suffer from such after-effects. This is because individuals who have successfully cultivated in the realm of mental arts seldom exceed the 7th tier of ancient martial prowess. Even when their potential is stimulated by the potent energy technique, they inflict no harm upon themselves. As for headaches, such side effects are far removed from their experience. Any adept capable of mastering the potent energy technique possesses a formidable mental reservoir. For them to endure the torment of cerebral stimulation, the effects would need to be magnified at least tenfold to even consider such a possibility. Another day of military training commenced, and Chu Xingfeng once again astonished the elite students from the 3 academies. In order to furnish this group, endowed with formidable individual capabilities yet devoid of battlefield experience, with a modicum of combat familiarity before their formal engagement, Chu Xingfeng summoned an elite squad from the true ace mech division of the Federal Army, known as the Battle Tigers, a mech squad that every soldier in the Federal Army aspires to join one day. The Battle Tigers symbolize the pinnacle of strength within the Federal Army, with each member recognized far and wide across the billions of soldiers. In a sense, the Battle Tigers epitomize the mightiest mech warriors of the Earth Federation. Chapter 65. Heavy weapons. This marked the third occasion on which Fong Can employed the instant burst skill to strike at the critical position of his opponent's mech cockpit. Yet, as he was about to deliver a devastating blow to the outer armor of the cockpit, a mech-heavy shield, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, suddenly interposed itself before him, completely nullifying the force of his fierce punch. How were these individuals trained? Their reflexes could only be described as terrifying. Having been knocked back and landing on the ground, Fong Can felt a profound shock. And he couldn't help but voice his request. Report, Commander, I request to use a weapon. The mech remained steadfast, resembling an insurmountable mountain. You may select your weapon, but as this is a live combat training, once you decide to wield a weapon, I will no longer adopt a purely defensive stance. Understood. Without turning back, Fong Can made his way toward the weapon rack, his gaze swiftly locking onto a heavy mech-specific melee weapon, the Thor hammer. As Fong Can lifted the 3-meter-long, 600-pound hammer with one hand and charged forward, the pilot inside the cockpit, a warrior of the Battle Tiger Division, couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. What the? Is this guy a reincarnation of Li Yuanba? From a purely physical standpoint, Fong Can had indeed reached a level of strength that most could scarcely aspire to. Only those like Yuan Hong, with innate divine strength, might slightly surpass him. Even seasoned practitioners of strength-based ancient martial arts, without the aid of internal energy, would not be stronger than Fong Can. After all, he was an ace among aces in the Federal Army. The initial astonishment of the Battle Tiger pilot quickly dissipated as he drew forth a titanium alloy blade from the weapon box mounted on the back of the mech. With a resounding clang, the Thor hammer collided with the titanium alloy blade in a no-frills clash. To everyone's astonishment, it was the 6-ton TZE-3 mech, named the Whirlwind Warrior, that was knocked back. This exemplified the advantage of heavy weaponry. Fong Can mused inwardly, his eyes gleaming with determination as he exerted force beneath his feet and leapt into the air, aiming a heavy blow at the elevated mechanical head of the Whirlwind Warrior. The youth today are indeed quite spirited, thought the Battle Tiger pilot, who, with a degree of admiration, executed a graceful arc with the titanium alloy blade. With pinpoint accuracy, he struck the handle of the Thor hammer, completely neutralizing Fong Can's formidable attack. Let us do this again. In midair, Fong Can utilized the force from the recoil of the hammer to spin around, swinging the hammer horizontally toward the left arm of the Whirlwind Warrior. This blow, combining two powerful forces, was both swifter and more destructive than the last. Facing Fong Can's ferocious strike, the Whirlwind Warrior advanced rather than retreating. The thrusters mounted on its feet activated and deactivated in an instant, allowing it to narrowly evade the incoming Thor hammer with remarkable precision. Such exquisite microcontrol was astonishing. This little fellow has great potential. It is time to teach him a lesson. At that moment, the Whirlwind Warrior closed in on Fong Can, seizing the opportunity created by Fong Can's momentary rigidity after his hammer strike. The mech's heavy shield collided with Fong Can, sending him flying several meters before he crashed to the ground. To fight to this extent is no small feat. Today's training ends here. The Battle Tiger pilot, initially believing that such a blow would incapacitate Fong Can, was left dumbfounded. Fong Can, akin to an indomitable cockroach, sprang up as if unharmed after being struck by the 1-ton heavy shield. A faint violet aura surrounded him, reminiscent of an unbreakable diamond body. Top-tier protective ancient martial arts. No wonder. Although the Battle Tiger pilot could not discern the exact nature of Fong Can's martial arts, he recognized that any ancient martial art capable of manifesting external energy was exceedingly rare and precious, rightfully deserving the title of top tier. Do you wish to continue? I must caution you that my next effective attack may not merely knock you down, it could potentially injure you. Please, Commander, impart your wisdom. Driven by an intense desire to fight, Fong Can unhesitatingly replied. Then let the formal battle commence. A fierce close-quarters combat ensued once more. Within a mere 5 minutes, Fong Can endured at least 5 strikes of varying intensity. Yet, bolstered by the enhancement of the unbreakable diamond body, he managed to feel only pain without injury. He even succeeded in delivering a powerful blow, marking his first effective attack. With overwhelming strength, astonishing endurance, superior resilience to strikes, prescient awareness in battle, and unyielding conviction. Could this young man truly be merely an academy student, rather than a seasoned warrior? The Battle Tiger pilot, who had maintained the upper hand throughout their skirmish, found himself pondering this question repeatedly. The battle continued, and in the blink of an eye, 10 more minutes had passed. Fong Can, invigorated by the fight, gradually turned the tide and began to assert his dominance. the 600-pound Thor hammer whirled in his hands, each strike more powerful than the last. The unbreakable diamond body, as a miraculous ancient martial technique, not only enhanced physical strength, but also conferred a terrifying augmentation to his power. It was crucial to note that Phong Can already possessed strength beyond ordinary individuals. Now, with the enhancement of the unbreakable diamond body coupled with the Thor hammer, an optimal weapon to unleash his mighty prowess, Phong Can's strength had, in some respects, surpassed the maximum output of the Whirlwind Warrior. Instant Burst. This was the first time Phong Can employed this stunning ancient martial skill since wielding the Thor hammer. The force of his strike was relentless, shattering the titanium alloy blade held by the Whirlwind Warrior. He executed this instant burst 4 times, consuming no more than 3 seconds, with 3 seconds of explosive potential remaining. Should he seize the moment to decisively defeat his opponent? That thought flickered in Phong Can's mind, only to be extinguished instantly as, at that moment, the Whirlwind Warrior, with its blade shattered, discarded the heavy shield and drew forth from its weapon box a Thor hammer identical to Phong Can's. Indeed, a true ace warrior, with unparalleled combat experience and personal strength, had predicted Phong Can's impending attack and chose to engage in a war of attrition with heavy weapons. Could Phong Can endure this? If he used up the remaining 3 seconds of instant burst, he would be left to passively endure blows. Even without that, given his current stamina, he could hardly last beyond 5 more minutes, and victory seemed unattainable. With this realization, Phong Can cast aside the Thor hammer, plopped down onto the ground, and gasped, "I yield, Commander. You are truly formidable." A knowing smile played on the lips of the Battle Tiger pilot as he nodded at the Whirlwind Warrior, proclaiming, "You will undoubtedly become a powerful soldier of the Federal Army. I have high hopes for you." The day's live combat training came to a close. The students from the 3 academies were gathered in one place, where Chu Xingfeng stood before them, his expression reflecting a hint of satisfaction. "Today, your performance in the live combat training against the Battle Tiger mech team was commendable. Some of you even achieved results I had not anticipated. Before concluding today's training, I believe each of you should be informed of the final outcomes. However, I must remind you not to let these results cloud your judgment. The mechs you faced today did not utilize any ranged weaponry, which significantly diminished their combat effectiveness." As the conversation unfolded, Chu Xingfeng activated the colossal display screen behind him, showcasing the battle achievements. Corresponding to each individual's name was a plethora of combat data, including battle duration, consciousness assessment, strength evaluation, speed determination, reaction capability, and ultimately, the final outcome of the combat. Everyone's eyes swiftly scanned the practical results, and 2 names stood out, etched in the minds of all: Chia and Feng Lin. The only 2 individuals marked as victors in the battle outcome section. If a meticulous comparison were to be made, it was evident that Chia surpassed Feng Lin, as the former completed the battle in a mere 9 minutes and 15 seconds, while the latter's time was recorded at 12 minutes and 37 seconds. Just as the students from Xianting Academy were basking in the brilliance of Chia's exceptional combat performance, Chu Xingfeng's voice resonated at the opportune moment, announcing a small reward for the individual who excelled in this practical training session. This reward was particularly proposed by Colonel Dunn, the captain of the Battle Tiger mecha team, and I had accepted his suggestion. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chu Xingfeng smiled and called out, "Phong Can, come forward to receive your reward." "How can it be him? His final outcome indicates defeat," Lu Dan from Xianting exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, his battle duration was the longest, 36 minutes and 19 seconds. There must be some mistake. Based on the results, Chia should undoubtedly be the recipient of this reward. In response to the chorus of disbelief, Chu Xingfeng calmly explained, "I neglected to mention that this time, the opponents were randomly assigned. Therefore, one of you faced Colonel Dunn, the captain of the Battle Tiger mecha team. What you see displayed is merely digitized system data. The designation of the most outstanding combat performance is determined by Colonel Dunn himself, who was also the opponent in this instance. With that said, you should all comprehend the situation now. He fought against the strongest soldier of the Federation Army for 30 minutes before succumbing." As Chu Xingfeng's words resonated, silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them in a state of profound astonishment. Chapter 66. The Ever-Golden Energy Blade in the Blink of an Eye. 5 days of military training had elapsed. The 3 academies had collectively organized 24 elite students into 3 small teams, each comprising 8 individuals, and equipped them with a complete set of interstellar combat gear. The 6 students from the Ogden Academy were assigned to the same group, alongside 2 students from Yale Academy, forming a special unit codenamed Greedy Wolf Star. Tomorrow marked the day of boarding the ship to Aegean Star, and that night, sleep eluded everyone. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Fonkin exited the network and opened the door to find a beaming Xiaoqin standing before him. You poor fellow. Sleepless again. Fonkin welcomed Xiaoqin inside. Not just sleepless, I've discovered a new world. Xiaoqin exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Do you remember the energy memory metal I obtained from the Sacred Emperor's armory? The silvery stone? Fonkin recalled, as it was the only memory he had of the energy memory metal that Xiaoqin had procured. Xiaoqin seemed undeterred by Fonkin's skepticism and continued. Ever since I acquired this energy memory metal, I haven't ceased my research on it, conducting extensive data verification. Just moments ago, I concluded an experiment, and I can now confidently assert that this object is what Lin Tongzi, known as the Father of Energy, created in his later years. The Father of Energy, Lin Tongzi. Fonkin pondered, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Is he not the one who perfectly applied crystal mine energy to various industries 300 years ago? It seems your studies in the Earth Federation's history class were quite commendable. Xiaoqin nodded. According to the vast amount of information I've gathered, Lin Tongzi's greatest achievement was not merely the development and promotion of crystal mines as a complete replacement for obsolete energy sources. Rather, it was the element crystal he created in his later years, a product that could potentially elevate human civilization on Earth by an entire tier. The item I brought from the armory is the super energy mineral that the Father of Energy himself named the element crystal. Fonkin furrowed his brow. If what you say is true, then why hasn't the element crystal been promoted and utilized? Xiaoqin's expression turned slightly regretful. Because Lin Tongzi did not fully complete the development of the element crystal. Unfortunately, during his era, there was no high-tech product capable of extending the lifespan of ordinary people, and ancient martial arts had yet to resurface. Consequently, this magnificent creation, which could have rewritten the history of energy on Earth, was left abandoned upon Lin Tongzi's passing. The item I possess is but a half-finished product, yet. He paused for a moment, revealing a confident smile. With my intellect, I should be able to complete it within 10 years. Of course, I must acknowledge that without the advanced knowledge surpassing that of over 200 years ago, I would not be able to achieve this. I truly admire Lin Tongzi. In such a backward era, he was capable of such a magnificent creation. He is indeed my idol. 10 years. Fonkin exclaimed, bemused. I only just realized that you possess the greatest patience of us all. Too much flattery, Xiaoqin replied noncommittally. The reason I came to find you at such a late hour is to borrow the ever-golden energy blade you acquired from the armory. I have numerous intricate tests to conduct for perfecting the element crystal, and I need to make some cuts. Previously, I attempted various methods but could not leave even the slightest mark on it, so Fonkin generously retrieved the blade hanging on the wall and tossed it to Xiaoqin. If you need to borrow the blade, that's perfectly fine, but I fear you still won't be able to cut it. With your ancient martial arts level at the 9th stage, even drawing the blade might prove quite challenging. Clearly, the weight of the ever-golden energy blade far exceeded Xiaoqin's initial estimation based on its appearance, nearly causing him to fumble. Undeterred, he gripped the hilt and exerted force to draw it. However, despite his efforts, his face turned crimson, and he still could not unsheath the blade. In a moment of frustration, he tossed the blade back to Fonkin. You try. Fine, Fonkin responded readily, channeling his energy into his core. As he pressed down on the hilt, a resounding clang reverberated as a 4-foot-long blade, 2 fingers wide and emanating a faint golden sheen, was drawn from its sheath. Merely gazing at it, the tangible sharpness radiating from the blade sent an involuntary shiver down Xiaoqin's spine. The blade's unique shape, adorned with exquisite spiral patterns, underscored its extraordinary nature as a weapon obtained from the Sacred Emperor's armory. Go ahead. Xiaoqin placed the element crystal on the table, cautiously retreating 2 steps before calling out. With a metallic clang, the ever-golden energy blade transformed into a golden arc, striking precisely at the corner of the element crystal. The blade and stone parted, yet the crystal remained whole, save for a deep cut of 2 to 3 centimeters on its edge. It can be cut. Haha. Truly a divine weapon from the armory. With a bit more effort, I can rely on you. Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a hard stone. Even with all my strength, I couldn't slice off a piece. Fonkin thought to himself, then shouted with intensity, unleashing a powerful strike. The ever-golden energy blade unexpectedly erupted with a tangible blade aura, a development that even Fonkin had not anticipated. For he had never dared to utilize such a forceful ancient martial technique while studying this blade. Before the blade reached its target, The aura had already cleaved through the stone. With a thunderous roar, the blade aura sliced through the metallic table as though it were butter, leaving even the thick tiles beneath marred with a deep gash of half a foot. As Fonkin stood there, momentarily stunned, he sheathed the blade. Xiaoqin swiftly picked up the element crystal, now neatly bisected, and carefully stowed it away in his pocket. Only then did he turn to Fong Can, exclaiming, "Brother, it seems your blade is indeed quite difficult to control." This blade, Fong Can, astonished by the immense power exhibited by the ever-golden energy blade in its unleashed state, replied, "To be honest, I did not foresee it causing such a commotion." Xiaoqin quickly analyzed. The blade aura alone was sufficient to cleave my element crystal, and it did so effortlessly. Based on my understanding of various weapons, I believe this blade's power far surpasses that of the most expensive close combat weapon, the WXL 1981 Neutron Annihilation Sword. I wonder which level of civilization produced this, he mused. But with the ever-golden energy blade in hand, I believe our small team will have a significant advantage on our journey to Aegean Star. That's certainly a positive development. Gently caressing the blade's sheath, crafted from an unknown material, Fonkin smiled and asked, "Xiaoqin, would you care to share why you chose to join the Federation's military for the expedition to Aegean Star?" Xiaoqin pondered for a moment before spreading his hands. "Since we're already so familiar, I'll be straightforward with you. I chose to enlist to pursue my lifelong dream. You know, when Aegean Star is reclaimed, we will return to Ogden, each of us attaining the rank of major, and after graduation, we can enter the Federation military department of our choice. I do not come from a prestigious family, so to achieve my dreams, I must work tenfold, 100-fold harder than others. To enter the Federation's weapons development department and become a weapons research specialist, I believe I have no reason to refuse this opportunity to fight in the Aegean Star battle." At this point, Xiaoqin paused, looking at Fonkin with keen interest. "Now it's your turn. It's rare to hear you speak so plainly." Fonkin let out a light laugh. A hint of sorrow etched across her brow as she remarked, "It has been half a month since the rebellion of the Aegean Star's refugees commenced, yet to this day, I have not received any news regarding the Federation citizens trapped there. Since, as a civilian, I am unable to acquire first-hand information, I shall enlist in the Federation army and become one of the first to set foot on Aegean Star. Do you have any relatives or friends stranded on Aegean Star?" Xiaoqin, sensing Fong Can's anxiety, offered her reassurance. "Do not worry. I have heard that the refugees on Aegean Star are not unified in their turmoil. They are too embroiled in their own discord to concern themselves with harming the trapped civilians. Let us hope so. I must find my father. No one can deter me," Fong Can asserted with resolute conviction. Thus, the 6 days of military training came to an end. It was not until the moment they departed from the Special Forces unit that Chu Xingfeng sought out Fong Can privately. He refrained from offering her any counsel. Over the course of those 6 days, Fong Can's outstanding performance had provided him with the strongest justification for her participation in the conflict. Although, from a personal standpoint, Chu Xingfeng wished to spare her the peril, he was acutely aware that, given Fong Can's demonstrated abilities, she was undoubtedly one of the most suitable candidates for the advance team. The following morning, the elite task force from the Greedy Wolf Star embarked on their journey aboard the interstellar transport vessel bound for Aegean Star. Chapter 67. Cultivation in the Anti-Space. Traveling from Earth to Aegean Star aboard the Federation interstellar transport ship requires a full 7 days and nights. After boarding, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Chenhuaji, the 8 members of the Greedy Wolf Star team were assigned their own private quarters. Although the space was cramped, this arrangement was a significant improvement compared to the ordinary Federation soldiers crammed into public cabins. During the first 3 days of interstellar travel, aside from necessary meals, Fong Can hardly left his quarters, completely engrossed in the profound study of the internal energy of martial arts. After creating the formidable technique of instant burst from the densely annotated remnants of the inner refining heart method, he yearned for a time to delve deeper into the intricate and obscure annotations of inner cultivation. Throughout his research, Fong Can realized the immense value of these annotations, which, in some respects, surpassed the inner refining heart method itself, providing unparalleled definitions for the application and enhancement of internal energy. This nearly isolated 3 days of contemplation allowed Fong Can to further refine the instant burst technique, extending the original 6-second burst time to 8 seconds. During this process of enlightenment and improvement, his application of internal energy also saw significant enhancement. Most notably, after 3 days of focused meditation, he had begun to develop a derivative technique, which he temporarily named local instant burst. This technique involved controlling the internal energy to rapidly complete a localized small circulation within his body, enabling him to unleash a sudden burst of power. For instance, when Fong Can threw a punch, he maintained a normal level of force throughout the motion, but upon striking the target, he could instantly unleash a formidable destructive power infused with a faint golden hue of internal energy. In this way, he could effectively divide the total burst time of 8 seconds into numerous minuscule explosive intervals, allowing him to unleash the might of instant burst multiple times without harming himself. Of course, due to the limitation of localized bursts from a single punch or kick, the resultant power was somewhat weaker than that of a full-fledged instant burst. However, it was still more than double the strength of Fong Can's typical exertion. Had it not been for the limited space aboard the transport ship, he could have developed several different lethal strikes based on the principles of local instant burst, as the interstellar journey required traversing wormholes and navigating through anti-space. The crew would soon enter a state of cosmic dormancy for an extended period. Just as Fong Can perfected and adeptly employed local instant burst, the interstellar transport ship, named Jiwei, was about to enter a wormhole. The commanding AI's resonant voice echoed throughout the vessel, announcing the imminent entry into the wormhole, instructing all personnel to enter the life pods, with the anticipated duration of the anti-space crossing set at 32 hours. 32 hours. Fong Can, who had just completed the operation of the 9 major circulations, lamented internally, perceiving it as a considerable waste of time. As he pondered, a bold thought quietly emerged in his mind. If he recalled correctly, maintaining a meditative state during the passage through the wormhole, even without entering the life pod, would not be a significant issue. After all, there had been predecessors who had done so, and being able to meditate for 32 hours was undoubtedly preferable to lying in a life pod in a state of dormancy. Since encountering a series of top-tier ancient martial arts, Fong Can's pursuit of formidable power had intensified, a lingering consequence of his escape from the unending program space, driving him to relentlessly seek greater strength and push his limits. Undoubtedly, this unwavering pursuit of power was a commendable endeavor, as he resolved to act. At the 60-second countdown before the ship entered the wormhole, Fong Can once again activated his internal energy, entering a state of transcendental meditation. Wormholes, by definition, are temporal conduits connecting distant regions of the universe, capable of linking parallel universes and nascent universes, while offering the possibility of warping space. They also represent the breaking of the fourth-dimensional barrier, allowing speeds to exceed that of light. The discovery of wormholes undoubtedly served as a cornerstone for the significant leap in human aerospace technology. Long before humanity was classified as a Level 5 civilization, Earth's population had surged, leading to immense demographic pressures that necessitated population dispersal and interstellar migration as a means for the continuity of human civilization. The Earth Federation launched an unprecedented aerospace research initiative. Eventually, as breakthroughs in human aerospace technology occurred, achieving sublight speed interstellar travel became feasible, marking the beginning of the quest to explore habitable planets. During this exploration, the discovery of wormholes brought immense joy to numerous scientists, as it resolved many long-standing challenges regarding ultra-long-distance interstellar travel. The advent and utilization of wormholes allowed humanity to connect with civilizations from other star domains, fundamentally integrating Earth into the cosmic civilization. Without the discovery and application of wormholes, humanity might still consider itself the only advanced intelligent life in the vast universe. At this moment, the AI's voice resonated once more, announcing the countdown for entering anti-space. 10, 9, 3, 2. As the Jiwei entered the wormhole, the entire transport vessel trembled violently, and all personnel entered the life pods, succumbing to cosmic dormancy while the AI took over the ship's operations. Fong Can was unaware of how long he had been in meditation, but he distinctly sensed that his cultivation of internal energy was accelerating at a rate 6 times beyond his usual speed. Aside from joy, it was difficult for him to articulate his current feelings. He never anticipated that cultivating an anti-space could yield such benefits. If only he could cultivate an anti-space for a year and a half. Of course, this notion was merely a subconscious fantasy. It is important to note that anti-space travel is limited. Even genetically enhanced individuals cannot endure more than 10 days in anti-space without the protective measures of life pods. Just as Fong Can reveled in this realization, the AI's magnetic voice echoed throughout the vessel, warning of an impending anti-space energy storm and activating maximum defensive measures. The energy shield was engaged, and the entire ship operated at full capacity. From the moment wormholes were discovered by humanity, no matter how robust the spacecraft structure, Encountering an anti-space energy storm would invariably result in catastrophic failure. It was only after the Earth Federation formally became a member of the Galactic Alliance and was recognized as a Level 5 civilization, receiving technological support from the Galactic Empire, that they developed the Energy Shield, a powerful defensive weapon that effectively mitigated the destruction of spacecraft during wormhole traversals. Generally, as long as the energy shield of a spacecraft maintained a temperature above 200 degrees, it could withstand an anti-space energy storm without incident. The Jiwei, being a medium-sized interstellar transport ship, could not compare to the large interstellar warships with energy defenses reaching thousands of degrees, but achieved a maximum shield value of 300 degrees. Once activated, it could navigate through anti-space energy storms without undue risk, provided it did not encounter a rare energy surge within the wormhole, making safe passage through the wormhole relatively straightforward. However, following the encounter with the anti-space energy storm, even with the presence of the energy shield, unique antimatter particles from the wormhole surged in instantaneously. This is a mysterious substance regarded by all of humanity as a ferocious flood beast. Even the Caesar Empire, possessing a Level 9 civilization, finds its understanding of antimatter particles to be merely in its infancy. These peculiar energy particles swiftly permeate every inch of the transport vessel, while others within the life pod remain unaffected. However, Fong Can, who is currently engaged in a celestial energy exercise, is unfortunate enough to have a close encounter with these antimatter energy particles. A powerful and unknown energy stream suddenly invades Fong Can's body, causing even his robust physique to expel a mouthful of blood. The chance of encountering an energy storm in anti-space while traversing a wormhole is a mere 1 in 100,000. Could this truly be the fabled misfortune of fate? Fong Can channels his internal energy to suppress the invasive foreign energy within him, instinctively activating his indestructible Vajra body. Now, caught in a predicament, he realizes that entering the life pod would only render him more vulnerable due to the omnipresent nature of the antimatter particles. At this juncture, it seems his only option is to endure, hoping that the ZY vessel can swiftly escape the wormhole. The onslaught of antimatter particles intensifies, and tiny droplets of blood begin to emerge from the pores of Fong Can's skin, a sign of impending catastrophic failure. Caught in an unforeseen disaster, he has no desire to meet his demise. Fong Can is acutely aware that he is nearing the limit of being overwhelmed by the antimatter particles, and he is prepared to fight to the death. He unleashes his instantaneous explosive combat technique without reservation, as a pale golden internal energy swiftly fills his body. The moment of explosive release unfolds. Chapter 68. The indestructible programs slumber. The path of disintegration aligns with the heart, transforming clouds into mud. An endless cycle of 9 and 9. In a moment of explosive energy, Fong Can executed the ancient martial art of disintegration, and indeed, it proved remarkably effective. The antimatter particles invading Fong Can's body were, for the first time, suppressed. The faint golden inner energy within him split into dozens of streams, flowing with astonishing speed through his 8 extraordinary meridians, spiraling as it absorbed and dissipated the nearly lethal antimatter particles that threatened to tear him apart. In a mere 6 seconds, through the wondrous disintegration technique, Fong Can manage to dissolve 1/5 of the antimatter particles within him. However, it was evident that, within the remaining 2 seconds of his unscathed explosive state, he would not be able to completely eliminate the remaining particles. After 15 seconds had passed, exceeding the maximum limit of the unscathed explosive state by 7 seconds, Fong Can continued to struggle, blood oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The immense power he wielded, which he had yet to fully master, inflicted severe backlash upon him. His body, already on the brink of collapse, was at risk of total annihilation at any moment. Fong Can's ability to endure was solely reliant on the indomitable will he had honed within the indestructible program space. Engaged in a final struggle, the explosive state lasted a remarkable 20 seconds, a staggering testament to Fong Can's physical limits. A faint explosion resonated as 6 columns of blood erupted from his back, a result of his meridians being unable to withstand the overload of the explosive state, causing his blood vessels to rupture. Soon, several more bursts of blood erupted from his arms, legs, and chest, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. No matter how powerful one's will, it is ultimately confined to the realm of consciousness, capable of perhaps eliciting an additional 10 to 20% of one's strength. But it cannot defy the boundaries of the body. Even someone like Fong Can, who had experienced death over 1,000 times, could not escape this fundamental law. Was this the end? This was the last thought flickering through Fong Can's consciousness, as he was tantalizingly close to dissolving the life-threatening antimatter particles. At the moment Fong Can's awareness faded, a brilliant azure wave of energy suddenly manifested in the ocean of his mind. Had there been a mental practitioner present, they would have marveled at such a pure mental wave, a phenomenon only attainable by legendary mental grandmasters in their peak states. The strength of a mental wave has always been a benchmark for gauging a mental practitioner's prowess. Within the realm of mental cultivation, the intensity of mental waves is distinctly categorized. As the mental wave strengthens, its hue changes accordingly, from the initial white, to pale yellow, to crimson, then to deep green, until it reaches the silver hue of the mental master realm, the pinnacle achievable by humankind on Earth. Legend has it that before the prohibition of martial arts, an unnamed pioneer who established the field of mental cultivation transformed the hue of his mental waves back to azure in his old age, achieving a true grandmaster level, a height that no one has been able to reach since. In this moment, the grandmaster level mental wave surged forth from Fong Can's mind, assimilating the remaining antimatter particles within him in a remarkable manner. The efficiency of this assimilation was even greater than Fong Can's own disintegration technique in the explosive state. Within 10 seconds, the remaining antimatter particles inside Fong Can were completely assimilated. However, unlike the disintegration technique, the azure essence of the mental wave, having assimilated numerous antimatter particles, expanded several-fold and shifted from blue to black, revealing an astonishingly deep hue. It remained uncertain whether the antimatter particles were assimilated by the wave or vice versa. The Grandmaster level mental wave traversed within Fong Can, and after eliminating the antimatter particles, its speed diminished significantly. It made several attempts to return to Fong Can's mind, but was repeatedly thwarted by an inexplicable force of repulsion, preventing it from re-entering, suggesting that this Grandmaster level mental wave had fundamentally transformed, no longer belonging solely to the realm of mental waves. Ultimately, this transformed mental wave, now infused with the properties of the antimatter particles, surged towards Fong Can's energy center, successfully merging with the remaining inner energy within him. Time elapsed, and this indescribable force eventually integrated and dissipated, leaving behind only the trace of its existence, manifesting as an eerie inner energy that had shifted from pale purple to a deep black-purple hue. Meanwhile, in the indestructible program space concealed within Fong Can's mind, a different scene unfolded. In the main control area, the blue-haired little girl collapsed wearily to the ground, as the once bright control zone dimmed abruptly. A mechanized voice echoed softly, "Alert, alert, alert. Insufficient spatial energy." Entering sleep mode, the little girl, having expended all available energy to preserve her master's life, now faced the imminent shutdown of the indestructible program space due to energy depletion. Once in sleep mode, the self-generating energy of the space would not be able to restart for 800 Earth years. Even if it could be reactivated later, the little girl could only exist within the space for 3 years without an energy supply. Her time had come, and she would no longer be able to watch over her master. A trace of sorrow glimmered in the blue eyes of the little girl as she gradually transformed into light, expending her final ounce of energy to transmit a message to Fong Can's mental ocean. Following this, the indestructible program darkened, plunging into a complete state of slumber. During Fong Can's unconsciousness, the black inner energy, which had fused the energies of weaponry, the indestructible program space, and the antimatter particles, began to operate autonomously. After hours of uninterrupted activity, it remarkably healed the severe internal injuries caused by Fong Can's reckless use of explosive energy, even mending the numerous ruptured blood vessels. When the black inner energy finally returned to his dantian, aside from some superficial injuries, Fong Can had nearly fully recovered. As he lay in a stupor, he suddenly felt a violent tremor and regained consciousness. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the artificial intelligence aboard the ZY ship resounded, announcing that they had safely exited the wormhole and that the system would initiate the life support chamber's revival mode in 1 hour. He had survived. Fong Can, observing the large patches of dried blood beneath him and gazing at his blood-soaked form, found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, he fully accepted the last brainwave message left by the little girl before the indestructible program entered sleep mode. It was her, Blue Silk, who had saved him. Without a thought for changing clothes or washing away the blood, Fong Can stood there, rooted in place, a rare sorrow welling up within him. He knew she was merely a digital program, yet why did he feel such profound sadness? Reflecting upon this, he felt his eyes moisten. Fong Can stood there in a daze for over half an hour, silent and unmoving, his mind flooded with memories of his experiences within the indestructible program space, the sweet, youthful voice of the little girl echoing in his ears, her innocent and lovely visage surfacing repeatedly, stirring an inexplicable tremor in his heart. It is all my fault. Had I entered the immortal pod in a timely manner, none of this would have transpired, and I would not have to endure the anguish of never seeing Lancy again. Although she is merely a manifestation of the immortal program in my heart, she exists in a profoundly tangible way. She genuinely cares for me. I cannot allow her to vanish forever. 800 Earth years is a span I cannot endure. Nor can Lancy. 3 years. Within this time frame, I shall devise a means to restart the immortal program space. The mistakes I, Fong Can, have made must be rectified, and I am resolute in this endeavor. I firmly believe we will meet again. Fong Can took a deep breath, and 2 unwavering glimmers of determination ignited in his tear-streaked eyes. Memories flooded his mind, recalling the last words Lancy spoke before he departed the immortal program's realm. Master, if you wish to expedite the self-repair of the immortal program, please enhance your cultivation of the Sea of Consciousness. When the power of your Sea of Consciousness reaches a certain threshold, the immortal program can absorb a significant amount of energy from it. Though I am currently ignorant of spiritual cultivation, for the sake of this promise to atone for my errors, I shall train to become the strongest, until the day we can reunite in the immortal program space. Chapter 69, Planetary Orbital Cannon. The Aegean Star Meteor Ring Zone serves as an essential passage for interstellar vessels before they penetrate the atmosphere of Aegean Star. Presently, the Federation's advanced fleet is navigating through this region, and in less than 2 hours, they will reach their destination, Aegean Star. The Federation has dispatched 120 medium-sized transport ships, carrying 56,000 soldiers as an advance force. Additionally, there are 20 escort ships and 2 Nega-class motherships providing protection for this special fleet. Receiving the mobilization order, Fong Can hastily packed his belongings and rushed to the assembly center to reunite with his teammates. The commander of the Greedy Wolf team, Chen Huaji, is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a sturdy build and a crew cut, exuding the essence of a hardened soldier. As an outstanding officer in the Federation's Special Forces, he was assigned to lead a small team of only 8 members. Initially, this arrangement left him somewhat discontented. However, on the eve of their departure to Aegean Star, Fong Can and his companions demonstrated their formidable abilities before Chen Huaji, which alleviated his frustration. It is worth noting that, in terms of individual strength, the 8 members of the Greedy Wolf team significantly surpass ordinary Special Forces personnel, and even some instructors may not match their prowess. Leading such a powerful team is not a disgrace to Chen Huaji's identity. At this moment, surveying the row of team members before him, Chen Huaji solemnly stated, "We are merely 1 hour away from landing on Aegean Star, and it is time for you to understand the mission that the Greedy Wolf team is tasked with. If the Federation's advanced fleet is likened to a sharp blade, then we are the cutting edge. Upon landing, we will initially operate alongside the main force. Yet we do not have a specific attack target. In other words, once we land on Aegean Star, our actions will be unrestricted. The military has assigned us one task, guerrilla warfare." Guerrilla warfare? The restless Shao Qin was the first to ask, "Commander, do you mean we strike and then change locations?" "You may interpret it that way," Chen Huaji replied, fully aware of his team's background. He refrained from imposing too many military regulations on them. As this is an extraordinary time, what is needed are capable soldiers who can accomplish the mission, not merely obedient followers. "Now that's exciting." Shao Qin's eye sparkled. "Exciting?" Chen Huaji scoffed. "Consider whether it remains exciting after you have taken a life." Upon hearing the term killing, the expressions of those present subtly shifted. Even Fong Can, whose hands had long been stained with the blood of countless adversaries, furrowed his brow. In his view, there is nothing inherently wrong with killing. He harbors no discomfort towards bloodshed, but it must be justified. Only Hannibal, upon hearing this, allowed a fleeting smile of desire to surface before he calmly stated, "Commander, may I now proceed to bring over the mecha?" Chen Huaji nodded. "You are the only combatant in our team skilled in mecha operation. I hope you do not squander our valuable transport capacity. Keep in mind that transporting that alpha military knife has cost us at least 10 personnel from this advance force. It will be worth it." Hannibal's eyes shimmered with rare excitement. As Hannibal activated the mecha, the others donned their combat gear, readying themselves for the landing on Aegean Star. With Chen Huaji's command, everyone sprang into action. The Soul of War suit is a product of the Earth Federation's pinnacle technology and represents the most powerful configuration for individual combat. Its price is steep, and in the black market, it has even soared to 1 million Federation credits. This suit has yet to be widely distributed within the Federation military. Among the 50,000 soldiers of the advance force heading to Aegean Star, only 1 in 20 is equipped with the Soul of War suit, and some may not even possess a complete set. The fact that each member of the Greedy Wolf team is outfitted with a complete set of the Soul of War suit indicates that they are regarded with significant importance by the military hierarchy within this advance force. Once fully equipped, Fang can secure his energy blade into the weapon storage box on his back and approached Chenhuaji. Commander, I would like to know how many other teams are executing the same mission as us besides the Greedy Wolf team? Chenhuaji did not answer immediately, but instead posed a question with a smile. Why do you ask? I just feel that in such a vast environment, our 9-member team seems rather sparse. Fang can met Chenhuaji's gaze. Trust in the military's arrangements. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. You are all the elite of the Earth Federation's future. The military would not place you in danger, Chenhuaji replied evasively before glancing at the time. Enter the strong landing safety pod. Take your positions in the past. The cosmic airport located in Modwest City boasted a connection channel costing billions, utilizing anti-gravity technology to guide ships bound for Aegean Star into the airport. However, the cosmic airport has long been destroyed by rebellious civilians. Thus, they must traverse the densely packed meteor ring surrounding Aegean Star. Without guidance, only medium-sized transport vessels, being lightweight, can penetrate the atmosphere of Aegean Star to accomplish a strong landing. Gazing out of the cosmic window from the strong landing pod, they beheld Aegean Star, 3 times the size of Earth, enveloped by a massive meteor ring composed of trillions of meteors, dazzling in vibrant colors. Are we almost there? Fang Can's eyes reflected unwavering determination as he admired the multicolored scenery outside. 2 Nega-class motherships and 25 escort ships had already halted before entering the meteor ring. The Federation's advance fleet, composed of 120 medium-sized transport ships, now divided into 2 formations, slowly approached the atmosphere of Aegean Star. On one of the medium transport ships, the operators in the control room suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" A massive display screen revealed hundreds of luminous points racing toward the vessel. "Activate the energy shield," the captain decisively commanded. As a visible layer of azure light enveloped the ship, let us hope it's just a meteor shower. All members of the control room focused intently on the radar screen, silently wishing. The unknown light points have entered the effective detection range. The energy sensor has responded. An operator shouted. What are the analysis results? It's a particle beam. How is that possible? Aegean Star is merely a mining planet. How could it be equipped with such planetary-grade, charged orbital weaponry? What? The captain stood up in shock, speaking rapidly. All systems to full power. Turn left 90 degrees and advance at maximum speed. Captain, we are in the meteor ring. Fool. With our energy shield, we might have a chance of survival if we collide with a meteor, but being struck by a planetary-grade orbital cannon will leave us with nothing but ashes. Captain, our ship has been fully locked on. In the next moment, dozens of particle beams, each 50 meters wide and 100 meters long, ruthlessly penetrated the transport ship, creating a magnificent explosion. What beautiful fireworks. Sitting in the strong landing safety pod, Song Kiki blinked her clear, water-like eyes, marveling at the cosmic window. Fireworks? Song Kiki's observation immediately captured the attention of all members of the Greedy Wolf team. That direction should be where the second fleet is heading. Xiao Qin merely cast a glance. His complexion instantly turned ashen as he exclaimed, "We have been ambushed." Chenhuaji, his expression stiffened, remarked, "If my estimations are correct, to produce such explosive effects, one would require at least a planetary-grade orbital cannon. However, according to our prior intelligence, there are no such colossal particle weapons on Aegean Star." As Qin spoke, the transport vessel carrying them jolted violently. Had it not been for the formidable strength of those within the safety pod, this tremor alone could have sent them tumbling several times over. Fang Can swiftly supported the weakest among them, Song Kiki, before he turned his gaze towards the cosmic viewport. There, he beheld thousands of particle beams streaking from the distance, with several capable of obliterating the defenseless transport ship, narrowly missing by a mere 100 meters. The blinding light searing Fang Can's eyes painfully. We are merely a transport vessel, devoid of any offensive capabilities. With our energy shield, there is little chance we would survive a direct hit, he continued. Thus, what you must do now is brace yourselves and... Chenhuaji's face contorted in distress, and then gamble on luck. I am still young, a distinguished student of Yale, with a bright future ahead. I cannot perish. A slender Yale student, evidently frightened, stood up from his seat and rushed towards the safety pod's exit, attempting to escape. What a coward. I truly wonder how you were selected, Chun Huaji scoffed, swiftly grasping the young man's shoulder and forcefully hurling him back into his seat. Dare to move again, and I shall have you executed for cowardice. A fierce aura, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior, emanated from Chun Huaji, causing the trembling Yale student to quiver in terror, silencing him entirely as he shuddered, teetering on the brink of collapse. In contrast, the others, though anxious, maintained their composure, exhibiting sufficient calmness in this dire moment. Brother Can, I am scared. Song Kiki clutched Fong Can's arm tightly, her lips pouting in distress. Fear not, Kiki. In any danger, I shall protect you. This is merely a rather extravagant firework display. There is nothing to fear, he reassured her. Yet, within Fong Can stirred a sense of helplessness. In the vastness of the cosmos, individual strength felt utterly insignificant. Suddenly, memories surfaced in his mind from the archives he had once perused. Just how powerful had the ancient martial Saint Emperor been, capable of annihilating an entire interstellar fleet single-handedly? Could one truly cultivate to such a level? Might he himself ever attain that pinnacle? As Fong Can pondered, the Jiwei vessel trembled violently once more, the intensity suggesting that the transport ship might disintegrate at any moment. Concurrently, the resonant voice of the main control AI echoed in their ears, announcing the initiation of overload travel mode, preparing to breach the atmosphere of Aegean Star. Please prepare for emergency procedures. Our luck holds. The preceding transport vessel's destruction by the planetary orbital cannon has concealed our trace. If we can endure for another 10 seconds, upon breaching the atmosphere, we will escape danger, Chun Huaji analyzed with a grave expression. Due to the mutations triggered by this assault, once we land successfully, all personnel will enter Level 3 alert, and we shall immediately depart the ship. What would normally be a mere few seconds for drinking water or eating, now felt like an eternity for those aboard the Jiwei. Just as the vessel's midsection pierced the atmosphere, another transport ship, a mere 300 meters behind, was annihilated by intersecting beams of particle light. The resultant shockwaves surged like a monstrous wave, violently lifting the Jiwei, and the immense force tore its tail section apart. The Jiwei spiraled uncontrollably through the air for dozens of rotations before it finally descended awkwardly into the atmosphere. Chapter 70. Rampage. The Jiwei, with its tail fin completely destroyed, was evidently incapable of making a safe landing. As it plummeted from an altitude of nearly 1 kilometer, this transport vessel, which had unwittingly breached the atmosphere of Aegean Star, finally lost its last vestige of power and began its rapid descent toward the Earth. Almost simultaneously with the Jiwei's free fall, Fong Can and Feng Lin, within the safety pod, wielded the divine weapons acquired from the Sacred Emperor's armory. Exerting all their strength to slash at the superalloy hull, the pure Jun Yunjin sword in Feng Lin's grasp sliced through the cabin wall, creating a gash 4 feet deep in a wall that was 6 feet thick. At the same moment, Fong Can unleashed his instant burst combat technique without reservation, wielding the Hungjin energy blade to carve a trail that nearly pierced the superalloy wall. One blow was insufficient, so he resolved to strike again. Fong Can suddenly leaped into the air, unleashing a visible, fierce blade of light that accurately struck the same spot he had previously attacked. A beam of light streamed through the newly created breach in the wall. In the instant Fong Can withdrew his blade, Chun Huaji, Bruce, Hannibal, Xiaoqin, and Wang Zhan, who had long been poised for action, all propelled themselves forward, colliding with the already damaged wall. With a tremendous roar, a segment of the superalloy wall, weighing several tons, could no longer withstand the onslaught and was sent flying from the ship. Abandoned ship, Chun Huaji bellowed, leaping out first while simultaneously pressing the activation button on his battle spirit suit. Following closely behind him, Xiaoqin, Bruce, and Wang Zhan also activated their suits in a similar manner. Hannibal, have you lost your mind? Fong Can shouted in anger as he witnessed Hannibal rushing toward the alpha military knife secured within the safety pod. Do you wish to die alongside that broken mech? Fong Can's outburst evidently had an impact. As Hannibal hesitated mid-charge, a fleeting look of reluctance crossed his face before he ultimately leaped out of the pod. Feng Lin, take that stunned fool. I'll carry Kiki. Let us go. At this moment, the Jiwei was merely 500 meters from the ground. Fong Can swiftly scooped up Song Kiki and, with a powerful thrust, propelled himself out of the ship like an arrow released from its bow. Feng Lin had already made his escape, but he showed no gentleness toward the paralyzed Yale student, kicking him forcefully in the rear and sending him sprawling. With a parting remark, he added, if you cannot even activate your battle spirit suit, it would be better to fall to your demise. Clearly, although this individual was terrified, The instinct for survival prompted him to hastily press the activation button at his waist. Thanks to the descent system of their battle spirit suits, the 9 of them landed safely, while moments before their arrival, the Jiwei had erupted in a violent explosion, reduced to ashes. The 9 quickly regrouped. Except for Fong Can, who was all too familiar with death, the others, including Chun Huaji, displayed traces of unease on their faces, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. If not for Song Kiki's precognitive sensing of the weakest point in the safety pod's wall, and the combined efforts of Fong Can and Fong Lin wielding their divine weapons, it was likely that they too would have met the same fate as the other federal soldiers aboard the Jiwei. Green, do not disgrace Yale University any further. I feel embarrassed for you, Wang Zhan admonished as he vigorously shook Green's shoulders. I'm not dead. Huh, that's wonderful. Once completely out of danger, the cowardly Green quickly regained his composure, brushing off Wang Zhan's hands. I don't like being touched, as you know. Though Green's behavior was quite exasperating, no one had the inclination to chastise him under the current circumstances. Wang Zhan, resembling the more taciturn and pragmatic Bruce, merely stepped back a few paces without further comment. What do we do now? Xiao Qin posed a pragmatic question, and all eyes turned to Chen Huaji. Based on the situation we faced before the crash, there might be a 1 in 20 chance, or even less, that some transport vessels manage to penetrate the atmosphere safely. Our most pressing priority is to locate those vessels that have landed intact and regroup with the main forces, Chen Huaji replied after a moment of silence. We must rapidly relay the intelligence regarding the planetary-grade orbital cannons possessed by the Aegean Star refugees to the military headquarters to prevent our follow-up forces from being ambushed again. Chen Huaji's remarks were a necessary course of action. Having witnessed nearly 100 interstellar transport vessels reduced to rubble by planetary-grade orbital cannons, even he, a seasoned federal officer, felt his confidence waning. His earlier ambitions of reclaiming Aegean Star were now but distant memories. For some reason, most of the reconnaissance functions seemed to be malfunctioning here, Xiao Qin mused, fiddling with the multifunctional detector attached to his battle spirit suit, perplexed. Aegean Star is a mineral-rich planet, and the various buried mineral resources can interfere with the detectors. Wang Zhan added, if we want to find the main forces, we can only rely on luck. At that moment, the group took the opportunity to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a desolate landscape resembling a barren expanse, with only a few rocky hills visible in the distance, devoid of any signs of life. Let us move onward. Out of this desolate area, Chen Huaji instructed, gathering everyone together. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure that no member of the greedy wolf squad comes to harm. Wait, I sense something approaching us at high speed. About 20 kilometers away, Song Kiki suddenly crouched down, her large eyes closed, as if speaking to herself. It's getting closer. Their speed is incredible. Only 15 kilometers away now. Having witnessed Song Kiki's ability to accurately sense things using her psychic waves aboard the Jiwei, Fong Can stepped forward and inquired, Kiki, can you sense what they are? 10 kilometers away there are 10 large maglev vehicles. So many people. Song Kiki exclaimed in alarm. They look fierce. Kiki is scared. How many people can a large maglev vehicle carry? Fong Can turned to Xiao Qin. About 50, I suppose, Xiao Qin replied, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. They definitely cannot be our advance forces. The federal military would never waste precious transport capacity on ordinary vehicles like large maglevs. They're getting closer. Only 5 kilometers away, Song Kiki buried her small face deeply into Fong Can's embrace, trembling. Look over there. Fong Lin suddenly drew his pure Jun Yunjin sword, his expression grave as he pointed southeast. Following Fong Lin's indication, the group felt a surge of fear. The 10 large maglev vehicles churned up clouds of dust as they sped toward their position. Straining their eyes to see, they noticed that the maglev vehicles were filled with people of all ages, each bearing a fierce demeanor, some wielding close combat weapons typically used by the federal military. Refugees, a murderous glint ignited in Chen Huaji's eyes as he swiftly drew the charged laser sword from his weapon case, positioning himself in front of the group. There is no reasoning with refugees. They will not negotiate. It's either kill or be killed. Just as Green, who had only just regained his composure, heard the word refugees, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. The individual, once again consumed by a fear of death, had been entirely disregarded by the crowd. Faced with the onslaught of over 1,000 refugees, everyone's nerves were taut with tension. At that moment, 10 large magnetic suspension vehicles had come to a halt 100 meters away, and the throngs of refugees swiftly disembarked, advancing step by step towards the crowd. The weapons in their hands were components of the battle soul gear. Feng Lin's gaze was piercing as he suddenly whispered, before they targeted us. They must have already slaughtered a group of advanced troops. The commander is right. For us, it is a matter of life and death with no room for compromise. Seize the vehicles, Xiaoqin abruptly suggested. Perhaps this is our only chance. I will divert their attention, which might buy you a few minutes. Chen Huaji lifted his charged laser sword, pointing it at the approaching refugees, and solemnly instructed, Feng Can, Feng Lin, clear the path. Bruce, Wang Zhan, Hannibal, and Xiaoqin. You four protect Song Kiki as we break through. Our target is the magnetic suspension vehicles. If possible, destroy all the vehicles that cannot be taken with us. What about me? Green, trembling and on the verge of tears, stepped forward, pleading, Commander, you have to save me. You can follow them, but no one will protect you. Chen Huaji replied, dismissing Green with a glance, and took a deep breath. His form suddenly swelled, as if inflating 2 sizes. The skin exposed beyond his clothing gleamed with a metallic hue. And you, Commander? Although Feng Can had already guessed Chen Huaji's intentions, he could not help but urge, let's break through together. There's no need for that. A chilling aura emanated from Chen Huaji, his eyes burning with a fearsome rage. I will not leave until I have slain enough. Do not forget, I am your commander, and as soldiers of the Federation, it is your duty to obey orders. As his words fell, he let out a roar, charging into the thickest cluster of refugees before they could close in on him. In the resolute glint of his eyes, the others saw an unwavering determination to fight to the death. Feng Can understood that further words were futile. He gathered his resolve and slowly drew his radiant golden energy blade. After exchanging a glance with Feng Lin, a wild smile crept upon Feng Can's lips. This is our first battle side by side, but it will not be our last. Chen Huaji's audacity evidently struck fear into the hearts of the numerous refugees, as he cleaved through 3 of them in a single encounter. Though he sustained 2 severe strikes to his shoulder and leg, the moment their weapons made contact with him, they produced a distinct metallic clang, with one alloy sword even shattering in 2. Golden body stone skin. He has actually mastered the 9th tier of solid body technique. This Federation officer possesses some skill. Strike his 7 apertures. Just as Chen Huaji disregarded the furious assaults of the refugees, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Instantly, the encircling refugees altered their attack strategy, focusing their strikes on Chen Huaji's vital points, thereby intensifying his pressure. Meanwhile, the breakout team led by Feng Can and Feng Lin engaged in close combat with the refugees. Feng Lin moved with astonishing agility, evading the attacks almost entirely. With the prowess of his sword imbued with pure essence, each thrust, slash, and sweep resulted in enemies collapsing. Feng Can's approach was markedly more brutal. Utilizing the indestructible golden body, he relied solely on instinct to dodge potentially injurious attacks, disregarding punches and blunt strikes. His golden energy blade struck true every time, targeting the enemy's vital points, delivering lethal blows without granting any chance for survival. Consequently, the number of refugees slain by Feng Can was evidently more than double that of Feng Lin. However, despite their formidable efforts, they could not advance swiftly due to the overwhelming numbers of refugees, each possessing considerable skill, at least at the 7th tier of ancient martial arts. The energy expended to eliminate one far exceeded their recovery rate. Moreover, the refugees surged forward unpredictably, employing many insidious tactics, making it impossible for even Feng Can and Feng Lin, with their capabilities, to progress without the protection of Bruce, Wang Zhan, Hannibal, and Xiaoqin. This cannot continue. We will only increase our losses. Feng Can exclaimed, beheading 2 more foes while indifferent to the blood spraying over him. Feng Lin, stop holding back. Our success hinges on this moment. I will create a few seconds for you to break through. At that instant, as Feng Can's words echoed, a surge of dark purple energy enveloped him. He swung his blade horizontally, unleashing a sweeping arc of light that cleaved through all refugees within a 5-meter radius. Even those who attempted to block were bisected along with their weapons. Feng Can's sudden eruption of strength and his gruesome methods instilled fear among the advancing refugees, creating a slight gap in the previously impenetrable encirclement. Move quickly, Feng Can bellowed, launching himself into the air, ignoring the melee weapons aimed at his back and legs. The golden energy blade traced a beautiful arc, widening the gap in the encirclement further. Feng Lin and the others seized the opportunity, pouring all their strength into a desperate push, expending their energy and internal force without reservation. In an instant, they surged forward over 10 meters, mere moments away from breaking free from the refugee blockade. Who knew that besides that Federation officer, there would be another little fellow with some weight to him? The voice that had previously urged the refugees to attack Chenhuaji echoed once more. Simultaneously, a figure emerged among the throng of refugees attacking from behind Fong Can, seeming to teleport right behind him, laying a palm upon his back. Despite the dual enhancements of the indestructible golden body and the momentary burst of power, Fong Can was sent flying over 10 meters, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as blood spilled forth. Remarkably, he could withstand my pulse force. The assailant merely expressed surprise before vanishing back into the fray of bloodthirsty refugees. During his retreat, Fong Can was unaware of how many strikes he had taken. Fortunately, his momentary burst state remained intact, and with the support of the indestructible golden body, he sustained no further injuries. Instead, he managed to catch up to Feng Lin and the others, who were once again being overwhelmed by the surging refugees. Kiki, use the triple strength technique on me. Fong Can shouted urgently, with only 3 seconds of undamaged burst time remaining. Okay. Song Kiki nodded, forming an unusual hand sign. In the next moment, Fong Can felt a tremor coursing through him. Instinctively, he swung his blade, unleashing a 10-meter-long arc of energy that cleared a path through the frenzied refugees, blocking Feng Lin and the others. Die! Fong Can was engulfed in a furious rage, as if he had returned to the desolate wasteland of death, with only thoughts of slaughter filling his mind, ready to eradicate any being that threatened his life, be they god or demon. Although she had heeded the warnings of the demon emperor before entering, upon witnessing the emperor in person, her spirit still trembled slightly. Yimeng did not wish to miss this opportunity to humiliate Xia Qiyue, and with a cheerful demeanor, she pulled Lu Tianhao forward. Tang Xin was caught unprepared. The slap was too sudden, sending her crashing to the ground. Before she could look up to comprehend the situation, her hair was swiftly seized by the other party. Reflecting on this, Shiran could not help but touch her cheek and tug at her hair a couple of times. Lu Yuping continued to smile insincerely, remarking, I sense that the hand being patted must belong to you. The fighting emperor could no longer remain seated, taking a step forward. An overwhelming aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, extinguishing the blade's radiance, as streaks of light pierced the void, instantly halting the opponent. Thus, she began to seek refuge, lowering her head and wrapping her arms around Lu Tianhao's neck, burying herself in silence. Murong Changheng, while speaking, surveyed Chu Lisin with quiet admiration. Had it not been for her high cultivation, she would indeed be an excellent candidate for a head matriarch. Line 1. It has been too long since I conversed with someone of such low intelligence. I apologize for my momentary lack of response. It is my fault. Zhu Qiu halted beside Im Tian, who simply smiled as she rummaged through his embrace, producing a human skin mask, which she then placed on his face while standing on her tiptoes. Upon raising her head and seeing the newcomer, she momentarily froze, inwardly reflecting, is this what they call a narrow path for enemies? Fortunately, today she wore Feng Qi's visage in the broken army hall. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Liang's expression turned ashen upon recalling that his younger brother was among the missing of the second team. The president of Jinyuan intended to send away these young talents, all possessing exceptional gifts with cultivation levels above the fire of Fate Realm. The Infernal Flame Phoenix echoed the prophecy of the Infernal Flame Clan. Her eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. She had also considered how she would explain the profundities of the dragon seizing palm if they inquired. Aside from a few demons and devils like the succubus, no one would deem the beings of the lower realms as beautiful. Pink Rose, feeling helpless, could only inquire about the situation. After Shadow Rose finished speaking, Pink Rose truly found herself bored. The secret path was laden with heavy humidity, and the water plants clinging to the rocks on either side prompted astonishment at how this secret passage had formed, particularly as the latter half was clearly an incline beneath the lake's surface. Lu Yun's cultivation level was equivalent to the late Foundation establishment stage, and his strength far surpassed that of Yi Qingli. Thus his sensing ability was considerably heightened. Wang Qi could scarcely believe that Li Muron's subsequent couplet would be of such nature, and upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter, entirely shifting the focus from Li Muron's previous inability to match the couplet to Wang Qi instead. Numerous players passed by her without a second glance. After consuming the transformation potion, she was merely a player now. Such injuries were beyond salvation even outside, let alone here. I merely harbored a glimmer of hope, but evidently, there was none. The gathered nobles glared upon hearing these words, knowing such matters were unfounded, before turning their gazes toward Murong Qingyin, awaiting his explanation. Chui paused, her mood suddenly darkening. It dawned on her that having Guangjing as her brother had merely been a one-sided wish. Murong Qingyin and the major sects glared at this entity, whose arrogance incited great indignation among the assembled nobles. Yet their purpose today was to seek an explanation, so they dismissed this insolent creature, planning to deal with him later. Goodness, how remarkable! Yang Tian exclaimed, as he dashed toward the woods while the tongue of the tank lizard was still hovering above the branch. Xia Mingfeng gazed at the food piled high in his bowl, unable to suppress a bitter smile. When he glanced at his father, Xia Haiho, he noticed his father lost in thought and hurriedly raised his cup to toast him. "Ah, I am at fault. I salute the clan leader." The elder in black had intended to curse, but upon recognizing it was Yi Tianlong, he quickly sidestepped, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, trembling with fear. "Shui heir, if there is nothing amiss, you should return. I still need to check on Rui," Zhuang Zhongren stated, rising to leave. His voice was robust and resonant, echoing throughout the purple stone peak, causing all disciples still practicing to rush to the kitchen at once. However, at this moment, Yizhuo was more preoccupied with her fluctuating aura. Indeed, although she had just reined in her spells and flying swords, the true essence within her meridians had not quieted, continuing to surge, primarily in anticipation of a potential ambush from the other party, especially since she had acknowledged her origins from Qingxiu Mountain. As she spoke, she formed seals with her hands, tracing strange trajectories in the air, an ancient aura suddenly enveloping the entire space, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. "Perform well. Perhaps some elder is watching us from the shadows," Shinda remarked, casting a subtle glance aside. The courtyard did not exhibit signs of abandonment. Everything appeared pristine, devoid of desolation. After just a few steps, they heard the front gate creak and close automatically, startling the group into turning back. Thus, the spiritual energy within Yang Jian remained in a state of growth. Once robust, Yang Jian had now ballooned into a plump figure, his veins bulging grotesquely. "Well, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, please instruct your subordinates to handle it or have them seek me," Zhong Mushin replied. The two engaged in amiable conversation, avoiding mention of other matters, for there were still individuals yet to arrive. She longed to finish her meal swiftly, return home, take a relaxing bath, and focus on her projects. Chapter 71. The incomplete Thousand Slaughters. The climax unfolded in relentless waves, as the protagonist, Fong Can, wielded the eternal gold energy blade like the scythe of a reaper, harvesting lives with each decisive swing. Though throngs of desperate refugees surged forward, their fearlessness faltered before the overwhelming might of Fong Can, who appeared possessed by a divine killing spirit. In the fleeting final seconds of his invulnerable burst, the remnants of dismembered bodies began to accumulate around him, creating a macabre spectacle. It was as though he had just emerged from a blood-soaked abyss. Standing firm with his blade, the air around him was charged with an aura that deterred anyone from approaching within a 5-meter radius. At this moment, bolstered by Fong Can's ferocity, the breakout team led by Feng Lin finally pierced through the encircling horde of refugees, racing towards the parked magnetic levitation vehicles 100 meters away. "Fong Can, hurry up and catch up," Shao Qin shouted, urgency lacing his voice. "Brother Shao Can, let us go together," Song Kuka cried, her eyes glistening with tears. However, as Hannibal turned to glance back, his gaze fell upon Fong Can's eyes, which radiated a chilling intent, prompting him to murmur to himself, "I am mad, I am reckless, yet this fellow is even more unhinged than I. A month prior, we were evenly matched. Now, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. He is truly a monster born for battle. Enough chatter, let us move," Feng Lin declared suddenly, his tone brooking no argument. "Bruce, Wang Zhan, activate the nearest magnetic levitation vehicle. Be cautious of any ambushes on board. Shao Qin, Hannibal, let us split up and destroy the remaining vehicles." Feng Lin's orders were met with immediate compliance. As the group swiftly dismantled 9 magnetic levitation vehicles and prepared to activate the lone remaining one, Fong Can remained ensnared within the fray, lost in a crimson haze. "Fong Can, for heaven's sake, get in the vehicle," Shao Qin bellowed, frustration mounting. Yet Fong Can remained unmoved, a hint of a manic smile creeping across his lips as he pivoted left, his blade carving a path through the chaos, charging directly towards Chen Huaji, who was still locked in combat with over 100 refugees. "What are you waiting for? Drive the vehicle now," Green urged, noticing Shao Qin's hesitance to start the levitation vehicle. "You turtle, say one more word, and I swear I'll take you down," Shao Qin shouted, his voice rife with desperation. Green snorted dismissively, seemingly unfazed by Shao Qin's threat. "I do not wish to accompany that madman to the grave. If you want to drive, step aside. I will take the wheel." Get lost, Bruce growled in a low tone, forcefully shoving Green from the front to the back of the vehicle. Seeing Fong Can not only failing to break free, but instead plunging deeper into the fray, Feng Lin steeled himself, declaring, "This cannot continue. We must retreat and seek reinforcements." "Is that how we just abandon him?" Xiao Qin grappled with the decision, knowing full well that Fong Can could not replicate his previous miraculous escape. "Stand aside. I will handle this scoundrel." Hannibal surged forward, shoving Xiao Qin aside and resolutely activating the levitation vehicle. At this juncture, Fong Can had dispelled his invulnerable state. Yet the effects of the triple strength technique still allowed him to wield the eternal gold energy blade with remarkable finesse. Even with only a meter of blade aura, combined with the formidable defense of the indestructible diamond body, he was more than capable of barreling through the chaos. "Do not let them converge." The voice of the refugee leader, who had previously ambushed Fong Can, rang out amidst the frenzied mob. 20 refugees, who had remained on the periphery of the battle, split into two groups and finally joined the fray. With their entry, Fong Can's momentum was abruptly stifled. Despite the augmentation of the triple strength technique and the might of the eternal gold energy blade, he found himself ensnared by the 10 formidable opponents. With keen insight, Fong Can discerned that each of these adversaries possessed a martial prowess exceeding the 12th tier of ancient martial arts, their techniques both intricate and synergistic. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, the question remained whether he could even inflict harm upon them without resorting to his burst techniques, let alone break free and join forces with Chen Huaji. At that moment, separated by several dozen meters, Chen Huaji erupted with a furious roar. Fong Can, propelled by the surge of adrenaline, cast a glance over, his heart ablaze with rage. Chen Huaji stood there, his left arm severed at the shoulder. Although he had dispatched the refugee who had inflicted the grievous wound with a decisive kick, the damage he sustained in the ongoing struggle was undeniably fatal. "I'll fight you to the end." Chen Huaji, exhausted from the prolonged battle, found his internal energy and stamina waning. While he had previously managed to contend with the refugees of varying strengths, the sudden appearance of the 10 formidable opponents posed a grave threat. In mere seconds, even with his formidable golden body and stone skin technique, he bore numerous injuries. Had it not been for his life-or-death struggle, he would have surely succumbed. In contrast, Fong Can's situation was only marginally better than Chen Huaji's. Devoid of support from his burst techniques, breaking through the encirclement seemed insurmountably difficult. With a localized burst of speed, Fong Can wielded the eternal gold energy blade to deflect incoming strikes, shouting a sharp command. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself into the air, escaping the onslaught and soaring several meters skyward. In that suspended moment, without a second thought, Fong Can activated his burst technique once more, unleashing a devastating downward strike. This time, his attack generated a blade aura that stretched 15 meters, a terrifying golden arc that unleashed a torrent of blade energy, enveloping a 10-meter radius in an instant. Relying on his exceptional agility, the first assailant chasing him was unable to utter a single cry before being cleaved in two, his body severed on the spot. How could his power escalate to such heights so suddenly? The remaining 9 adversaries surrounding Fong Can found themselves unable to retreat in time. Although they did not face the full force of his peak strike, they were nonetheless ravaged by the fierce blade energy. With 2 of the weaker refugees reduced to mere pulp, their bodies shattered beyond recognition. The remaining 7 narrowly escaped with their lives, but without their previous fighting strength. They were forced to withdraw, commanding the other expendable refugees to surge forward. At this moment, amidst the throngs of advancing refugees, a figure suddenly leaped forth, leaving behind several afterimages and struck down upon Fong Can's back. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." From the very beginning, Fong Can's target had never been those 10 formidable foes. He did not even turn around, absorbing the force of the ambush while simultaneously executing the dissolution technique, dissipating much of the incoming power. Utilizing the technique's effect, he firmly grasped the assailant's palm against his back. "You are the fastest individual I have encountered, but can you outpace my blade?" At that moment, Fong Can abruptly turned, seizing the intruder's wrist while swinging the eternal gold energy blade down with thunderous intent. "You are seeking death." The refugee leader scoffed, a tremor coursing through his wrist as an immense force surged forth. Even in his momentary burst state, Fong Can could not withstand this power, releasing his grip on the bloodied hand. Yet, the assailant, emboldened by strength, did not withdraw. Before Fong Can's blade could descend, he unleashed a lightning-fast counter, his palms glowing with a ghostly blue light, striking heavily against Fong Can's chest. To the assailant's astonishment, Despite the overwhelming force of the blow, Fang remained steadfast, blood streaming from his orifices. Although even the indestructible diamond body was momentarily overwhelmed, he did not yield a single step. It was crucial to note that this refugee leader possessed the fighting prowess of the 18th tier of ancient martial arts, and his unique technique, the point-breaking force, concentrated all his might into a single strike. Even for someone like Chun Huaji, who had honed his martial body to its pinnacle, achieving the golden body and stone skin, such an encounter was nothing short of harrowing. If struck with full force at such a close range, one would undoubtedly perish on the spot, which demonstrates the formidable power of the Feng Tzuan technique's sudden eruption. This explains why the individual advanced rather than retreated, opting for offense over defense. Had it been in the past, Fang would have surely been reduced to a mere heap of shattered organs at this moment. However, having survived the harrowing trials within the wormhole and assimilated 3 distinct forms of energy into his dark violet inner strength, Fang's already formidable physique has been further enhanced, enabling him to withstand the agonizing impact of the Feng Tzuan technique. Cough. Is this a mere tickle? Fang bared his teeth in a ferocious roar, as his golden energy blade slashed toward the neck of the rebel leader. In the next instant, a once proud head soared into the air, the rebel leader's eyes now filled with disbelief. Indeed, in a one-on-one scenario, even with the enhancement of instant explosive power and triple strength techniques, Fang would have struggled against him. His demise was entirely a consequence of reckless arrogance and a gross underestimation of Fang's physical resilience. It is likely that in the split second before his head was severed, he had not even grasped that he would meet his end at Fang's hands. The rebel leader has fallen. The moment he was slain, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the surrounding rebels, who, upon Fang's return to solid ground, disregarded the terrifying display of his prowess and charged forward with reckless abandon. This incited a fierce assault on Chun Huaji by 10 formidable rebels. Yet as a pained roar pierced the air, Chun Huaji thrust his sword through the heart of one of them, while simultaneously being struck violently by an alloy battle axe at his waist. Though he was not cleaved in two, he sustained injuries severe enough to be fatal. In his dying moments, Chun Huaji unleashed a tremendous force, pushing back the encroaching rebels, his pallid face, drained from blood loss, briefly flushed with color, a clear sign of a fleeting resurgence. At this moment, Chun Huaji astonishingly reignited the fierce combat spirit of his initial battle, his charged laser sword sweeping through the fray, toppling over a dozen rebels, though he himself bore numerous deep wounds, exposing bone beneath. I must survive. This was the last utterance Fang heard as he approached within 10 meters of Chun Huaji. As he bled out, expending his last ounce of strength, even in his final moments before collapsing, he ferociously bit through the throat of a rebel, unwilling to succumb without a fight. Roar. You will all perish. If Fang had maintained a semblance of rationality when he executed the rebel leader, by the time Chun Huaji fell, Fang had completely lost control. He recklessly unleashed a series of explosive strikes, transforming his golden energy blade into a whirlwind of death that harvested everything in its vicinity, both living and lifeless. From dawn to dusk, the effective duration of the triple strength technique had long since faded, yet prior to its expiration, Fang had annihilated the remaining dozen of ancient martial arts rebels, their bodies accumulating around him in a gruesome pile. The parched earth soaked crimson with the blood of hundreds. At this moment, over 1,000 rebels had suffered grave casualties, and Fang, like an indefatigable automaton, relentlessly continued his slaughter, despite his own body being marred with countless wounds. He is not human. He is a demon from hell. We must retreat. Return to the base and summon the chief to eliminate this monster. As Fang pierced through the skulls of 2 rebels and then smashed the chest of another who dared approach, the once fearless rebels finally broke down, scattering in terror. Not enough kills, you shall not escape. With bloodlust consuming him, Fang displayed his ghastly grin and shouted with manic laughter. Kill! 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 After slaying dozens of rebels who had surrendered to despair and fled, Fang's body trembled uncontrollably, skin splitting in multiple places, blood gushing from his mouth. Were it not for his reliance on his blade, he would have lacked the strength to remain upright. Damn it, the 1,000-man slaughter is indeed a formidable challenge. Having become unrecognizable beneath the blood that stained his visage, Fang sighed heavily, succumbing to an obsessive thought before crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Chapter 72. The sky-piercing mind. The idle clouds attempted to continue their explosive output, and later there would be another chapter update, striving to achieve another 10,000 words today. I implore you to cast your monthly votes in my favor, considering the effort I put into updating. Without further ado, let us continue writing. As Fonkin regained consciousness, he detected a potent herbal scent in the air. Attempting to move, he was met with waves of pain. However, as long as his limbs were intact, the pain was a mere triviality to him. Struggling to sit up, Fonkin immediately tried to circulate his internal energy, only to find his dantians as empty as a barren wilderness, with no trace of his internal energy to be felt. In shock, he surveyed his surroundings, rendering him momentarily speechless. He found himself in a cave-like chamber, surrounded by hard stone walls. Aside from a stone platform that could barely be considered a table a few meters ahead, there was the natural stone bed upon which he had previously rested. Looking down at himself, Fonkin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair. He was nearly wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and around his neck was a peculiar metallic collar. You have finally awakened. Just as Fonkin pondered the events that had transpired, a frail, silver-haired elder entered the cave. His wrinkled face bore a faint smile of relief as he approached Fonkin, sitting beside him. Child, you truly have a strong fate. I, Zhang Yunghua, have treated many in my lifetime, yet I have never encountered anyone as grievously injured as you who still survives. To be honest, Fonkin was filled with numerous questions that required answers from this elderly man before him, yet he was at a loss as to where to begin. Sensing Zhang Yunghua's genuine concern, he felt a slight easing of his heart. Uncle Zhang, I wish to know. You must have many inquiries. It matters not. Allow me to recount the tale at my own pace. Zhang Yunghua replied with a wry smile. After all, I was among the first to be captured and brought to this mine, so I possess more knowledge than most. 2 hours later, Fonkin sat in a daze for quite some time before he disregarded his torn wounds and rushed out of the cave, scanning his surroundings before returning to sit down. A hint of melancholy in his expression. Uncle Zhang, how long have I been unconscious? 76 days. Zhang Yunhua responded earnestly. Shao Kan, you shall reside here with me from now on. After all, I am the only doctor in the southwest mining area, and they will afford me a measure of respect. Surviving here should not be overly difficult. Uncle Zhang, I wish to reflect and process the information you have shared, Fonkin said softly, furrowing his brows. It is good that you can think clearly. I have been imprisoned in this mine for nearly half a year, yet I still manage to live well. Young man, if you can maintain a positive outlook, perhaps one day the Federal Army will rescue us. Zhang Yunghua comforted Fonkin before retrieving 2 oddly glowing blue crystals from a concealed recess beneath the stone platform. I will go fetch some food and water. I shall return shortly. Once Zhang Yunghua departed, Fonkin began to clarify his thoughts. Gradually, he pieced together the reasons for his presence in this place based on the information provided by Zhang Yunghua. He even contemplated why the Federal advance troops had encountered a planetary-level orbital cannon attack in the Meteor Ring region, as well as how the refugees from Aegean Star had managed to break free from the constraints of their neural inhibitors that had bound them for over 2 centuries. From the onset of the Aegean Star rebellion to his own entrapment in the mine, the roots of the chaos were not tied to the refugees, but rather to the Enya nation, a civilization of the 6th tier that had long been regarded as a neighbor by Earthlings. The Enyans possessed 21 pairs of chromosomes identical to those of humans. Their appearance and bodily structure were fundamentally similar to that of Earthlings, yet they inherently possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of Earth. This superiority manifested in various attributes, including strength, speed, and even mental fortitude. Due to their sparse population, the Enya nation was essentially a nation of soldiers. Despite being classified as a 6th-tier civilization, they had only a single home planet and had not developed any colonial worlds, highlighting the extent of their population scarcity. It is noteworthy that among the numerous 5th-tier civilizations in the galactic system, the Earth Federation's 6 colonial planets were considered few. Generally, the higher the civilization's rank, the greater the population and the more numerous the colonies. For instance, the formidable 9th-tier Caesar Empire boasts a staggering population of 20 trillion and possesses over 2,000 colonial planets. In contrast, the Enya nation, as a 6th-tier civilization, owns merely one original home planet, making it an anomaly. The proximity of the Enya nation to Earth was not due to their home planet's location, but rather their closeness to Aegean Star, a colony under the Earth Federation's jurisdiction. Historically, 90% of the minerals consumed by the Enya nation were imported from Aegean Star. As a country rich in minerals, it was evident that the Enyans coveted Aegean Star, a gem located merely 3 light-years from their home planet. 2 decades prior, the Enyans had launched a small-scale invasion. Although there was a discernible gap in the civilization's levels, it did not imply that the Earth Federation's military strength was inferior to that of the Enya nation. It is essential to mention that a single restructured fleet from the Earth Federation equated to 1/3 of the total population of the Enya nation. Moreover, the Earth Federation had frequently invested heavily in acquiring outdated interstellar warships from 6th and even 7th-tier civilizations to bolster their military readiness. Ultimately, this conflict, which could only be classified as a skirmish, concluded with the Federal Army gaining the upper hand. The Earth Federation, unwilling to sever ties with the Enyans, and the latter lacking the capability to conquer Aegean Star, reached a compromise and reverted to their previous procurement model, purchasing various interstellar minerals produced by Aegean Star at elevated prices. Naturally, following this conflict, the Earth Federation did not treat the Enyans with leniency, raising mineral prices by 30%, which the Enyans had no choice but to accept, for Aegean Star was the sole mineral-producing planet in proximity to their home world. It was clear that the Enyans had not abandoned their ambitions to seize Aegean Star's resources. Over the past 2 centuries, the growing refugee population on Aegean Star had become the ideal choice for inciting internal turmoil among Earthlings. As the abandoned remnants of humanity by the Earth Federation, the group that had been exiled to the desolate Aegean Star after the disarmament crisis was in desperate need of a powerful ally such as the Enya nation. Upon their initial contact, both parties rapidly reached a consensus. Ultimately, the Enyans dismantled the neural inhibitors binding the refugees and instigated a grand rebellion, swiftly taking control of Aegean Star. In return, the Enyans acquired the various mineral veins and mines on the planet to ensure their long-term gains. The Enyans generously provided the refugees with hundreds of planetary-level orbital cannons and equipped them with a complete suite of planetary defense systems, which was the true reason behind the near annihilation of the Federal advance troops in the Meteor Ring region. After all, who could have anticipated that the refugees would receive the full support of a 6th-tier civilization? Moreover, the Enyans had also deployed a newly developed planetary-level cloaking device known as the Energy Magic Net on Aegean Star, thereby maximizing the refugees' advantages. Under the cover of this Energy Magic Net, the entire Aegean Star had become a battleground where only cold weaponry could be employed. With the exception of crystal mineral energy-powered weapons and those electromagnetic weapons with negligible power, all other heavy weaponry had been rendered obsolete. It was evident that the 5th-tier Earth Federation could not possibly manufacture crystal mineral-powered weaponry, a feat only achievable by a 7th-tier civilization. Consequently, the Enyans were also adversely affected. Many mining devices became non-operational, forcing them to resort to the most primitive methods of manual labor to extract various minerals. Certainly, the Enya people would not offer their efforts without compensation. Following the turmoil of the refugee uprising, the 2 million trapped citizens of the Federation in Madwa City became free labor for the Enya, utilized for mining endeavors. Presently, Fong confines himself within the Qingtian mine, one of the largest mining operations on Aegean Star. This colossal mine is nestled within a 3,000-meter abyss, housing countless veins of ore that yield a variety of precious minerals, including the rare and invaluable primordial crystal ore. Consequently, the Enya have stationed a significant military presence to guard the area. To maximize mining efficiency, the Enya directly conscript Earthlings into the mines, where the exchange of minerals for water has become the sole means of survival for those trapped in the chasm. The Enya are acutely aware of the formidable ancient martial prowess unique to the Earthlings. Thus, they have developed a small device akin to a neural limiter, equipped with miniature neutron annihilation explosives, to counter any potential ancient martial experts among the abducted. Each Earthling sent into the mines is forcibly fitted with a metallic collar. Any attempt to remove it results in instantaneous obliteration, a fate that has befallen more than one individual in this grim setting. In such dire circumstances, with their vital energy sealed and ensnared within a 3,000-meter gorge, survival necessitates the relentless extraction of various ores in exchange for scant rations of water. According to Zhang Yunghua, at least 20,000 Earthlings are ensnared within the Qingtian mine. Chapter 73. The toll. At this moment, Fonkin found himself pondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. After battling to the point of exhaustion and losing consciousness, it was evident that he had not been discovered by the refugees, but rather captured by the patrols of the Enya people, who were in dire need of labor. Thus, he had narrowly escaped death, only to be thrown into the Qingtian mine in a severely injured and unconscious state. According to Zhang Yunghua, he had found Fong Can at the trading post, and due to their shared heritage as ancient people, coupled with Zhang's rare skills as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he had taken Fong Can back to his cave out of compassion and medical ethics. He had remained unconscious for a full 76 days. Can couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting that if he had been discovered by the refugees, or if Zhang Yunghua had not fortuitously possessed the ability to treat injuries without instruments or medication, his survival would have been a mere question mark. Now that he was aware of the truth behind the refugee uprising, it was imperative that this information reached the Federal Army swiftly. However, his immediate priority was to escape the mine. Fortunately, he was not one to lose his strength upon losing his internal energy. His formidable physique was certainly superior to that of most individuals in this place. As Can contemplated his situation, Zhang Yunghua's kind figure reappeared at the cave entrance, carrying a small bucket of somewhat murky water and several hard bread rolls, entering cheerfully. "Shao Can, come and eat." Can did not refuse Zhang's goodwill. Nourishing his body was essential for recovery. "Your body is still fragile. Take it easy for the next few days. I have some reserve minerals that should suffice to exchange for food and water for us for 3 to 5 days. After eating, Can felt a surge of energy. Given his constitution, these injuries were truly insignificant. Hearing Zhang Yunghua's words, Can smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Zhang, I cannot repay your life-saving grace from before when I was unconscious, but now that I am awake, I assure you I will make our time here much more comfortable." Zhang Yunghua was well aware of Can's exceptional constitution. After all, he had been tending to Can's wounds daily for the past 2.5 months. With his expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, he could certainly discern Can's extraordinary resilience. "Shao Can, I know what you're thinking. Don't blame me for being overly cautious. Not everyone trapped here is a federal citizen, and this is certainly not a peaceful place. Do not overexert yourself. I have worked hard to wake you. If anything were to happen to you, it would surely distress this old man. Not all are federal citizens?" Can exclaimed in surprise. "Are there still refugees here?" Zhang Yunghua shook his head and replied, "After the refugees overtook Madwa City, the prisoners from the federal third prison located within the city were thrown into this mine by the Enya people. Among the 20,000 trapped in the Qingtian mine, at least half are prisoners from the federal third prison. You might not know this, but the federal third prison is specifically for holding serious offenders, with violent criminals making up almost 90% of the population." At this point, Zhang paused, a hint of fear crossing his features. "When I was first thrown into the mine, I was among nearly 10,000 serious offenders, along with over 500 federal prison guards. That very night, those 500 guards were all killed within 10 minutes, not a single one remaining, not even their corpses." Noticing the flicker of fear in Zhang Yunghua's eyes, Can calmly interjected, "In their desperate hunger and thirst, those prisoners dismembered the bodies of the 500 guards and feasted on them." Having endured numerous real-life encounters with death, Can's understanding of brutality extended far beyond mere cannibalism. "How did you guess?" Zhang Yunghua asked, astonished. "Shao Can, you must never speak of this outside. The leader of the southwest mining area is one of those prisoners." Can nodded in compliance, then revealed his habitual lazy smile. "Uncle Zhang, where do you usually go to mine?" "Your body is not yet fit for mining," Zhang Yunghua replied, shaking his head. "I can manage." Can said no more, rising to take a few steps forward. He approached the rock wall and casually struck it with his fist. In the next moment, a fist-sized depression appeared, deep enough to measure half a foot. Zhang Yunghua, being merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, had never witnessed such a display of strength and could not help but exclaim in delight, "With that kind of strength, you are more than qualified to enter the third layer of the mine to extract the primordial crystal ore. The primordial crystal ore is a valuable commodity. A single crystal can be exchanged for 3 kilograms of high-quality bread or 5 liters of fresh water." Feeling a sense of relief at Zhang Yunghua's approval, could not harbor any rebellious thoughts against this kind and gentle old man. The principle of repaying kindness was deeply ingrained in him from a young age. After gathering more information about the Qingtian mine from Zhang Yunghua, Can removed his bandages and donned a tattered garment that Zhang had salvaged for him, preparing to venture out for mining. "Shao Can, remember, you can only enter the third layer of the mine. Do not descend further. Beneath the third layer, death is certain. I have treated 5 individuals who escaped from there, and none survived beyond 2 days. Also, if anyone tries to rob you of your minerals, just say you are the grandson of old Dr. Zhang. They should not trouble you. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, I know my limits." Can responded before departing the cave, making his way down the narrow, man-made path. As he walked, he encountered several groups of miners returning, most of whom were robust men with fierce appearances, exuding a certain bandit-like demeanor. Of course, there were also many individuals like Can, who ventured down to mine alone. However, those who walked alone tended to be discreet, keeping their heads down and hurrying along, rarely resembling Fong Can, who was observing his surroundings as he walked. In truth, Fong Can had no intention of attracting attention. He was merely studying the environment of the Qingtian mine. It was a circular mountain divided into 3 distinct areas. Valleys nestled among mountains. Aside from the southwestern mining area where Fong Can found himself, there were also northeastern and southeastern mining areas. These 3 regions were separated by 2 intersecting deep ravines in the center of the Qingtian mine, allowing for a relatively independent existence. Upon reaching the entrance to the lowest level of the southwestern mining area, Fong Can was taken aback by the throngs of people before him. In this space, approximately 10 acres in size, there were 3,000 to 5,000 individuals packed together, forming a long line to be sequentially arranged for entry into the mine. Now Fong Can understood why Zhang Yunghua had insisted on giving him a half-kilogram piece of blue gold or as a toll before he left. He made his way toward another entrance to a mine that had almost no line. However, before he could enter, a burly man with a tattooed upper body resembling that of a beast blocked his path. "Kid, do you know the rules to enter this mine?" The burly man growled in a raspy voice, gesturing towards a large, half-open iron box resting on the ground nearby. In truth, Fong Can was generally quite amicable and less provoked. Even after being shoved, he did not take offense. Instead, he smiled and produced the blue gold or that Zhang had asked him to carry. "I know the rules. I have brought the toll." Grabbing the piece of blue gold or from Fong Can, the burly man weighed it in his hand and shouted, "This amount of toll is only enough for 3 hours. If you don't come out by then, all the minerals on you will be confiscated. Do you understand?" "Understood. I will be punctual." Fong Can said little, merely nodding before swiftly entering the dark and profound mine. Earlier, during his descent, he had gleaned from Zhang Yunghua that the southwestern mining area was under the control of an individual known by the moniker Mad Wolf. This individual was also the leader of the 3rd prison in the Federation, having ascended to dominance in the southwestern mining region after being abandoned by the Inya people at the towering mine. The world has always been starkly realistic. Strength is paramount. And even in such treacherous valleys, this truth holds firm. Manual mining is an arduous and laborious endeavor, fraught with the peril of cave-ins. Which is why Mad Wolf subordinates are never required to toil directly. The one with the strongest fist commands the loudest voice. Following a week of brutal coercion, Mad Wolf solidified his supreme position in the southwestern mining area and established a series of regulations that served his interests. One such rule involved collecting tolls for entry into the mine. This cunning fellow understood the importance of not driving people to desperation. Thus, he appropriated one of the 2 mining veins for toll collection, while the other was monitored by his subordinates, who allowed miners in on a selective basis. Naturally, due to the scarcity of mines and the abundance of people, those hoping to enter the designated mine would find themselves waiting for no less than 10 hours. Upon entering the mine, Fong Can immediately retrieve the powerful flashlight that Zhang Yunghua had insisted he bring, and then he paid no further heed to it. Moving at an extraordinary speed through the mine's passageways. Such a layer, which yielded only the most commonplace ores and had long been exhausted by others, would certainly not be Fong Can's chosen site for mining. Chapter 74. The villain of murder and plunder. As I traversed the path, I encountered numerous scattered miners, each fervently swinging their alloy pickaxes, utterly disinterested in glancing at Fong Can, who passed by. Fong Can, relishing the anonymity, quickened his pace, venturing deeper into the mine. The beam of his powerful flashlight illuminated merely 7 or 8 meters ahead, and had it not been for Fong Can's extraordinary reflexes, he would have surely stumbled and injured himself. Despite his relentless speed, it took nearly 15 minutes for Fong Can to reach the entrance of the 2nd level vein. According to the mining route map provided by Zhang Yunghua, the nearly vertical and profound passage before him was indeed the descent to the 2nd level vein. Fong Can cautiously descended the seemingly fragile iron ladder, finally reaching solid ground after 10 minutes. The 2nd level vein was, as Zhang Bo had described, a vast labyrinth where even a slight misstep could result in entrapment. Observing the myriad of passages extending before him, Fong Can couldn't help but marvel at the complexity. He then retrieved the marked route map and proceeded, noticeably slowing his pace compared to his earlier haste in the 1st level vein. Fortunately, Fong Can possessed an extraordinary memory akin to photographic recall, enabling him to navigate accurately in the dim light, thereby avoiding the risk of becoming lost among the countless branching paths. Admittedly, Fong Can lacked experience in identifying ores, but with Zhang Yungua's intensive training, he managed to memorize the appearances and characteristics of various rare minerals. It was evident that the yield of ores in the second-level vein far surpassed that of the first, with a greater variety of minerals to boot. After navigating 2 final turns, he anticipated reaching the entrance to the third level. A glance at his watch revealed that he had spent half an hour since entering the mine. Upon turning the last corner, he heard a man's furious roar followed by faint pleas for mercy, which caused Fong Can to slow his advance. "Take all 20 kilograms of argentite. Just don't kill me," pleaded a miner, while a bald man brandishing a dagger responded with malice, "I want your life, not just your argentite." He kicked the fallen miner away with disdain. "Blame your bad luck for crossing paths with me, Zhao Bahu. Rest assured, I shall grant you a swift end." With a sinister grin, the bald man plunged his dagger downwards, aiming for the miner's back. A clang echoed sharply as Zhao Bahu felt his grip falter. The dagger was suddenly knocked from his hand by an unseen force, causing the fallen miner to faint from sheer terror. "Who dared to disrupt my business? I'm fresh out of the third prison." Zhao Bahu fumed as he realized someone stood in his way. Fong Can leisurely stepped out from the shadows, observing Zhao Bahu with interest. "You must be the kind of scoundrel Zhang Bo warned me to be cautious of, relying solely on murder and theft." In terms of physique, Fong Can found it challenging to measure up against Zhao Bahu, a towering figure with a brutish appearance, which emboldened Zhao Bahu, who had initially felt a twinge of fear. "More fodder for the grave. I'll just tire myself out and deal with you too." In the treacherous environment of the Qingtian mine, physical prowess became the sole measure of strength, and those who were strong naturally held the advantage. Though Zhao Bahu possessed considerable brute strength, he was far from the caliber required to be recruited by the wild wolves. His laziness prevented him from laboring to mine for food and water, leading him to pursue a life of murder and plunder instead. The convoluted passages of the second-level vein provided an ideal setting for such nefarious deeds, with few visitors and numerous branching paths. Zhao Bahu had successfully profited from his violent exploits. After paying the toll for passage, he would head straight to the second-level vein, leaving with a hefty profit, albeit with a few more lives lost in his wake. "Have you heard of Black Eats Black?" Fong Can mused, dismissing Zhao Bahu as nothing more than a brute. He had no intention of intervening solely to save the miner's life. Zhao Bahu, enraged, lunged at Fong Can with a punch. Fong Can barely registered the attack as he sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful strike, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. A pained cry escaped Zhao Bahu's lips as Fong Can's swift movement allowed him to seize Zhao Bahu by the neck, lifting the 2-meter giant effortlessly into the air. "I shall ask you once. Provide a satisfactory answer, and you may yet live." Fong Can's voice dripped with cold authority. "Are you familiar with the route to the third-level vein?" Zhao Bahu, struggling to breathe, nodded frantically, his face turning a deep shade of red. "Boss, I know the way, very well. Then you still hold some value. But your volume is excessive. I prefer silence." Fong Can casually tossed Zhao Bahu aside, who landed with a thud, dazed yet determined to stifle his cries of pain. "Lead the way to the third level." Under the overwhelming presence of Fong Can, Zhao Bahu, despite his history of violence and countless kills, acquiesced and became compliant, guiding Fong Can forward. The reason for Zhao Bahu's sudden submission lay not only in Fong Can's formidable strength, but also in the ingrained survival instinct born from his time in the federal third prison, where the strongest ruled. The harsh realities of prison life had taught him that challenging a superior force could lead to self-destruction. Such lessons were not lost on Zhao Bahu, who found himself significantly more intimidated by Fong Can than by any ordinary person. If not for the limited route map he carried, which only covered the first 2 levels, Fong Can might have considered eliminating this murderer and thief. In truth, Fong Can's sense of justice was not particularly robust. Having endured the trials of the indomitable space, his character had evolved, and his moral compass had shifted. To him, anyone who could prove advantageous was worthy of exploitation, regardless of their moral standing. Even the most wretched of villains could be utilized if they served a purpose. "Boss, while the third-level vein holds numerous deposits of primordial crystal, or the bedrock is exceedingly hard. Even with alloy pickaxes, it cannot be easily excavated without considerable effort and a stroke of luck," Zhao Bahu explained, his demeanor entirely cooperative as he answered Fong Can's inquiries, shedding any semblance of his former ruthlessness. "Since you know the way, have you ever ventured to the fourth-level vein?" Fong Can queried suddenly. "Boss, don't jest. That place is a death trap. Whoever enters meets their doom. I'm not brave enough to even approach it," Zhao Bahu replied, fear evident on his face. "You call that cowardice?" Fong Can scoffed. "If you were truly timid, you wouldn't be engaging in murder and theft." Zhao Bahu, rather unrepentant, muttered, "It's not like I had a choice. With my appetite, If I relied solely on mining to exchange for food and water, I would have starved long ago. If one doesn't resort to unconventional means, how can one survive? At this point, he cast a furtive glance at Fong Can, and upon noticing the latter's indifference, continued. To be honest, my actions are merely trifling. The true lawlessness lies with the minions of the Mad Wolf, who can casually take the lives of 10 or so without a second thought. They can't even be bothered to seize the mines. They simply rob others of the food and water they've obtained. Anyone who fails to express gratitude to them is likely to find themselves in dire straits. With such arrogance, does anyone dare to rebel? Who would be foolish enough? In our third prison, anyone with a bit of background, towering stature, and considerable strength has been recruited by the Mad Wolf, totaling around 2,000 individuals. To utter a word of dissent against them would be tantamount to courting death, and even that would be a mercy. Zhao Ba, who moistened his parched lips and added, I once considered joining the Mad Wolf Society, but they deemed me too timid and rejected me. Fong Can shook his head in a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Although Zhao Ba, who was undoubtedly a villain, he possessed a certain realism that made him a rather pragmatic rogue. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Fourth Layer with Zhao Ba Hu. An adept guide well-versed in the mining routes, Fong Can swiftly identified several extraction points for the native crystal ore. Boss, it seems I have located the majority of the rich or sources in the third layer. I believe my role here is nearly finished. Zhao Ba Hu proclaimed with a beaming smile. Indeed, it appears your usefulness has waned. Fong Can replied coolly, causing Zhao Ba Hu to shudder involuntarily. Boss, who isn't trying to earn a living? In this desolate mountain, survival is no easy feat. I resort to mining for sustenance. You have no idea. I consume 10 coarse loaves in a single sitting. Without this job, I truly cannot survive. If you spare me, you lose nothing. Killing me would only soil your hands, and besides, my foul odor and blood would pollute the air, making it uncomfortable for you. Must killing always be accompanied by bloodshed? Fong Can shrugged noncommittally, his gaze fixed upon the rocky wall, faintly revealing the native crystal ore. In a flash, he unleashed a barrage of punches, striking the rock face with astounding force. In less than 5 seconds, he had delivered dozens of blows, each infused with immense power. Following this display, a rumbling sound echoed as the thick rock layers encasing the native crystal ore crumbled, sending numerous pieces tumbling to the ground, radiating a soft glow. Zhao Ba, who stood in stunned silence, rubbing his eyes to affirm the reality of what he had witnessed, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. It is worth noting that the third layer is renowned for its abundance of rare native crystal ore, yet few have ventured to extract it due to the formidable hardness of the rock layers compared to other regions. Without mechanical assistance, even the strongest individuals would struggle to penetrate the layers with a metal pick, let alone separate the ore from the rock. Yet, Fong Can had shattered such a vast expanse of rock with mere punches, liberating the native crystal ore that had seemingly coexisted with the hard layers. What astonishing strength he possessed! Moreover, it was not merely brute force. He had also exhibited exquisite control, demolishing the rock while preserving the integrity of the crystal ore, a level of finesse that bordered on the unfathomable. Fong Can felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that the skills he had honed in the immortal program space had not dulled. A slight smile crept across his lips. It is essential to mention that during his time in the immortal program space, Fong Can had fought for survival, relying solely on his continually evolving physique and countless experiences of death. This undoubtedly provided him with invaluable training. In the Death Desert, where peril lurked at every moment, he had to utilize every ounce of his strength wisely to prolong his life, leading to an unparalleled mastery over his power. For instance, when he had slain a secondary beast in the Death Desert, even as he grew stronger and could disregard such threats, he would never use lethal force. Instead, he would employ just enough strength to eliminate it without wasting a single ounce of power. Such an exquisite command over strength is beyond the reach of those who have not faced death repeatedly. Now, as Fong Can applied his refined control over power to mining, he achieved remarkable results. Boss, I have made a decision. Zhao Ba, who suddenly knelt before Fong Can, his expression grave. What have you decided? Fong Can, sensing Zhao Ba Hu's seriousness, inquired with curiosity. I have resolved to follow you from this day forth. Whatever you command, I shall obey, serving as your loyal aide without a trace of treachery. As he spoke, Zhao Ba Hu unexpectedly bit down hard on his left pinky, severing it. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his face paling from the pain, this notoriously indolent man did not utter a sound. With a trembling voice, he declared, "This act of severing my finger symbolizes my allegiance, a customary rite among our kind. Boss, Please accept me as your subordinate. Fangkin was genuinely taken aback by Zhao Ba, whose resolute commitment. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. Being my aide may lead to significant trouble soon, potentially conflicts with the wolf pack. If you still wish to proceed, I will accept you. At the mention of the wolf pack, Zhao Ba, whose lips twitched involuntarily. However, recalling Fangkin's astonishing strength, he steeled his resolve, declaring, I, Zhao Ba Hu, am not one to live off others. As long as you dare to act, I shall follow suit. Rise, Fangkin said, not opposed to having such a rogue as his aide. In fact, he felt a sense of relief, for in this environment, the information Zhao Ba Hu possessed could prove invaluable. Gather the native crystal ore, and then lead me to the entrance of the fourth layer. Fangkin nodded slightly, taking a few steps forward to assist Zhao Ba Hu to his feet. Once he sensed Fangkin's acknowledgement, Zhao Ba Hu grimaced in pain, clutching the wound momentarily before hastily wrapping it with a torn piece of fabric and swiftly collecting the scattered native crystal ore. Your speed in collecting ore is quite impressive, Fangkin remarked, surprised by Zhao Ba Hu's agility. Practice makes perfect. After I dispatched that fat sheep, I could wrap things up in mere seconds. Zhao Ba Hu chuckled. It seems to be a professional habit, no wonder. Fangkin gestured ahead. Share everything you know about the fourth layer. I wish to explore it. Zhao Ba Hu hesitated, looking at Fangkin with concern. Boss, it's too dangerous. I've been trapped in this mine for 6 months and have seen many enter the fourth layer. Yet, fewer than 1 in 100 return alive. And those who do often perish within a day. I hear it is a veritable hell. What did those who returned say? Fangkin's determination to proceed was unwavering. They all went mad, Zhao Ba Hu affirmed. The 5 who managed to escape from the fourth layer rambled incoherently before dying. Not a single word of truth among them. For instance, Fangkin pressed. Right. I remember now, Zhao Ba Hu exclaimed, slapping his bald head. Those 5 ran about in a frenzy, uttering nonsensical ramblings. But they all mentioned the name Chu madman. Later, the wolf pack even gathered thousands from the southwestern mining area to investigate if anyone bore that name. Chu madman. The name resonated deeply within Fangkin, stirring vivid memories of a distinct voice echoing in his mind. You have already endured the trials of the ice and fire magnetic extremes, and undergone the tempering of 100 warriors. Combined with my healing methods, you have undergone a transformation. In your future cultivation, you shall reap the rewards of your efforts. Should you ever ascend to the innate realm, seek out the 3 hidden treasures I buried in my lifetime. Whether you can uncover them will depend on your fortune. How many individuals could possibly be named Chu Madman? Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence. Yet, why can I not recall the clues that individual left me? Reflecting on the formidable presence he had encountered in the Sacred Emperor's armory, Fangkin's thoughts raced, fortifying his resolve to explore the fourth layer. Until Zhao Ba Hu's voice resounded once more, it was only then that Fangkin was jolted back from his tumultuous thoughts. Boss, this is all I know. Take me to the entrance of the 4th level, and then you should take these primordial crystal ores and leave this place, Fangkin stated, pausing before continuing. You are aware of Dr. Zhang in this mining area, right? He has saved my life. After you exchange these ores for food and water, please deliver half to him, mentioning that I am still mining and do not have the time to visit. Do not disclose my descent to the 4th level. I do not wish to cause him worry. Do you understand? Despite Zhao Ba Hu's imposing stature and fierce appearance, his mind was quick, and he discerned Fangkin's unwavering determination to descend to the 4th level. Thus, he ceased his persuasion and promptly led the way. The entrance from the 3rd to the 4th level was evidently different from before. Before Fangkin now lay an extraordinarily peculiar funnel-shaped opening, wide on the outside yet narrow within, seemingly bottomless. Chilling gusts of eerie wind howled from this opening, rendering one icy to the core. You must remember the promises you made to me earlier. I detest deceit. I am a simple person. Those who treat me well, I reciprocate. Those who act malevolently towards me, I repay 100-fold, he remarked nonchalantly before stepping resolutely into the depths of the funnel. Chapter 76. The 3 great secret caverns. As I ventured forth, the biting cold wind intensified, forcing even Fangkin to occasionally turn sideways to evade the almost overpowering gusts that threatened to topple him. His pace inevitably slowed due to this relentless assault. Curiously, this fierce wind seemed intermittent, ceasing after brief intervals before resuming its onslaught. It was utterly illogical for such a powerful wind to exist in a mining tunnel situated several thousand meters below the surface. As the passage ahead narrowed increasingly, Fangkin's curiosity deepened. Eventually, the tunnel became so constricted that only a single person could pass sideways. Had it not been for the faint glimmer of an exit he had glimpsed ahead, he might have considered retreating. After all, being trapped within the rock layers in such a forbidding place was no light matter. With a determined strike, he shattered the debris that blocked his path, revealing a small opening roughly 5 feet in diameter. The howling wind that surged from this aperture was now formidable enough to deter Fong Can from confronting it directly. He had no choice but to press himself against the rock wall to evade the gusts. As the wind subsided, he hesitated momentarily before plunging into what appeared to be the exit. To his dismay, he suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath him, and he plummeted straight down. Quick as a flash, he executed a stabilizing maneuver in midair, clawing into the rock face to secure his position. Glancing downwards, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own overreaction. The drop to the ground below was less than 5 meters. The moment he landed on the 4th level of the mine, a brilliant light flooded the previously dim space, illuminating it as if it were daytime. As though his arrival had triggered a hidden mechanism. Simultaneously, a piercing wail filled the air, reminiscent of countless tormented souls, shrieking in despair. Even Fong Can, with his steadfast composure, found his mind momentarily unsettled by the sonic assault. It was evident that this cacophony was only the beginning. A relentless sound that persisted despite Fong Can's attempts to muffle his ears, invading his consciousness with unyielding intensity. Determined to locate the source of the sound, Fong Can focused his gaze and soon discerned a stone tower over 100 meters ahead, from which the dreadful wailing emanated. With a snort of disdain, he propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance. However, just as he was about to deliver a decisive blow to the tower, a fragment of information flashed through his mind. Consequently, his fist transformed into an open palm as he redirected his force to press down on an inconspicuous protrusion at the tower's base, initiating a powerful rotation. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked, revealing a vast chasm filled with seemingly endless stairs, leading who knows where beneath the earth. Remarkably, the prior shrieks had ceased. At this moment, Fong Can took the opportunity to survey his surroundings, and he was rendered speechless. The source of illumination was not from an external source, but from the precious primordial crystal ores embedded in the surrounding stone and even the ground itself. Piles of these vibrant crystals towered high, and the sheer volume in this expansive chamber was staggering, likely amounting to hundreds of thousands of pounds. To put their value into perspective, a single fist-sized crystal could sustain a warship's full-speed operations for 10 days. 200 kilograms of refined crystal could power a small city for half a year. The significance of these primordial crystals as a high-grade energy source was evident, even in 8th-tier civilizations, where they were considered highly sought-after commodities. The Enya people's relentless pursuit of the abundant primordial crystals beneath Aegean Star was a testament to their allure. However, Fong Can had underestimated the total worth of these crystals. His understanding of minerals was still lacking. He was unaware that primordial crystals were categorized into 10 grades based on their energy output, ranging from pale blue for the lowest grade to deep red for the highest. In cosmic energy units, 1 kilogram of a pale blue grade crystal could yield a mere fraction of energy, while the same weight of a 10th grade red crystal could provide an astonishing amount. It was clear that the crystals in this space were predominantly deep red, indicating their grade was at least 10, equating their value to that of rare cosmic metals such as blue gold. Nevertheless, Fong Can had no time to marvel at the immeasurable wealth before him. He was engrossed in deciphering the information that had abruptly appeared in his mind. The 3 great secret caverns harbor the wealth I have accumulated over a lifetime. Possessing any one of them would render one wealthier than nations. The mechanisms within are numerous and perilous. Without my guidance, even those of innate talent would meet their demise within. As he pondered, Fong Can's gaze turned back to the imposing stone tower, locking onto a massive stone tablet at its apex, where 3 crimson characters were inscribed, Chu Kuangren. This so-called deadly place for the unwary was one of the 3 secret caverns where Chu Kuangren had amassed his lifelong treasures. The information transmitted through the psychic waves had mentioned this tower, which was more accurately described as a neural pulse emitter. This was a pinnacle weapon of a 7th-tier civilization, capable of unleashing devastating hyperfrequency pulses through various sound wave combinations, wreaking havoc on the human brain. Within the effective range of this device, one could be rendered insane, even if they survived. It was no wonder that the secrets of this place had remained undiscovered. Those who escaped would likely emerge as lunatics, living only a day longer. Reading this information filled Fong Can with trepidation. Had he struck the tower, it would have activated the passive defense mode of the neural pulse emitter, unleashing a protective energy shield exceeding 500 degrees, making it impossible for him to breach. The emitter, in passive mode, would unleash its maximum output, and whether he could endure even 10 seconds was a question in itself. After all, his physical prowess alone, though formidable, was insufficient to withstand such sonic assaults without the support of inner energy. Evidently, the revelations concerning the internal mechanisms of the three secret caverns were just the tip of the iceberg. As Fong Can's gaze fell upon the immense chasm, the latent dangers it concealed sent a shiver down his spine, even though he had already devised a strategy for navigating its perils. Regrettably, he remained unaware of the true identity of Chu Kuangren, a figure capable of standing alongside the ancient martial sovereign and constructing secret caverns far more perilous than the most secure military bases, employing an arsenal of weapons from 6th to 8th tier civilizations for their protection. His origins piqued Fong Can's curiosity immensely. After a moment of emotional preparation, Fong Can finally stepped onto the deep, seemingly bottomless stairs within the enormous chasm, cautiously descending. What should have taken him merely 15 minutes to traverse ended up consuming a full 2 hours. Each step was taken with utmost care. Had it not been for the complete information regarding the mechanisms of the three major extraordinary points left in his memory by the madman Chu, Fong Can might have perished at least 10 times over. As he descended the final step, a thunderous roar suddenly filled his ears, and the faint light filtering from above began to close off the chasm, effectively severing Fong Can's path of retreat. However, possessing a thorough understanding of the situation, he remained unperturbed and continued forward. He passed through a resplendent gateway and entered one of the 3 treasure troves painstakingly cultivated by the madman Chu over a century, the Demon Star Cave. Upon crossing the luminous threshold, Fong Can was immediately struck by the sight of over 10 mechs of various forms. Unlike the mechs of the Earth Federation, these machines differed vastly in size and appearance. Some even bore no resemblance to humanoid forms at all. Fong Can approached one particular mech, gently brushing his hand across its surface. Instantly, a holographic screen materialized before him, detailing the mech's specifications and origins, including instructions on how to unleash its maximum potential, a comprehensive repository of information. Chapter 77. Mechanized Beasts. The 7th level civilization, the Norton Empire, has produced the pinnacle of human weaponry, the Monarch V-type mech, designed for all-terrain combat. Its specifications are as follows: long-range firepower intensity, A. Melee average, B. Mobility, A. Stability, B. Strength, B. Armor defense, C. Overall evaluation, B-class combat mech, suitable for. Though Fong Can possesses little interest in mechs, living in an era saturated with mechanized technology has imparted him with some fundamental knowledge about them. Upon discovering that the peculiar mech before him holds an overall evaluation of B-class, he was taken aback. It is crucial to note that this comprehensive assessment is not merely a national standard, but one shared throughout the galaxy. For instance, the most powerful mech developed by Earth's 5th level civilization reaches only a C-class rating, a feat only possible by leveraging certain technologies from 6th level civilizations. Without such external assistance, Earth's current technological capabilities would permit the production of mechs no higher than D-class. After his initial astonishment, Fong Can moved on, swiftly reviewing the data of the more than 10 mechs before him. The least advanced among them still boasted a C-class rating, while the remaining 16 were all rated B-class, with one even achieving an extraordinary class rating. However, he found it challenging to relate this to his preconceived notions of mechs. One particular mech, resembling a beast and measuring approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height, was more aptly described as a mechanized beast. After perusing its information, even Fong Can, who lacked any fervor for mechs, felt a surge of excitement. The 8th level civilization, the Bogna Empire, has created the 3rd-generation mechanized beast, the Julo No. 1, also designed for all-terrain combat. Its specifications are as follows: long-range firepower intensity, B. Melee average, S. Mobility, A. Stability, D. Strength, A. Armor defense, B. Overall evaluation, class combat mechanized beast. It is a controllable, intelligent mechanized beast, suitable for all users, with a DNA recognition method for bonding. As he stood before the Julo No. 1, Fong Can, his thoughts racing, impulsively pressed the activation button located beneath the beast's abdomen. The mech illuminated with a unique, crystalline energy glow, and after a brief 3-minute startup period, its previously dim mechanical eyes suddenly shone with an eerie emerald brilliance. Following the instructions, Fong Can pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the DNA testing plate on the beast's back. The semi-transparent metallic plate swiftly absorbed his blood. In an astonishing display, this mechanized beast, with a rating even surpassing the top mechs of 7th-level civilizations, took 2 steps forward, nuzzling Fong Can's pant leg with its massive metallic head, showcasing its affection for its new master. To be honest, I have always wanted a pet dog. Fong Can chuckled softly. From now on, your name shall be Juolo. We shall share the good life together. As a high-intelligence mechanized beast produced by an 8th-level civilization, Juolo No. 1 possesses a cognitive capacity akin to that of a 12-year-old human child. Interestingly, it was not solely developed as a combat mech, but rather incorporated emotional programming. Once bonded through DNA recognition, it would exhibit unwavering loyalty to its master, often regarded as a companion protector in the 8th-level civilization. In this sense, Fong Can's words held a semblance of truth. Wagging its enormous tail, capable of piercing through superalloy armor with ease, Juolo leaned against Fong Can, seeking proximity. Juolo, wait here. I need to see if there are any other treasures around. Fong Can patted Juolo's cool metallic head, signaling it to sit and await further instructions. Juolo complied without hesitation, scanning its surroundings with its mechanical eyes, programmed to ensure its master's safety. A man from over 2 centuries ago, possessing these advanced mechs that even the Earth Federation could scarcely acquire. I am truly curious about your origins, Chu Kuangren. With Juolo as his mechanized companion, Fong Can felt elated. Exiting the mech area, he soon encountered another luminous portal and stepped through without hesitation. Inside a room of merely 100 square meters, Fong Can found the emptiness peculiar. It hardly resembled a treasure trove. At the center stood an antique cloud table, upon which rested 3 ancient scrolls, drawn to their titles from left to right. They read, Separation, Star Absorption, and Profound Darkness. Naturally, the first scroll he picked up was the Separation Scroll. As he unfurled it, a line of text caught his eye. To any rogue who dares enter my meticulously crafted tomb after overcoming the 36 trials, consider this your fortune. Throughout my life, I have mastered countless ancient martial arts, and in my twilight years, I sought to create something new, resulting in these 3 advanced ancient martial arts, each retaining some value. Should one manage to master them, they would rival even the so-called miraculous ancient martial arts. Perusing the scroll's contents rapidly, Fong Can felt a surge of astonishment. The techniques within were nearly indistinguishable from the separation technique he had acquired from the Bai family's secret vault, and in some aspects, they even surpassed his own learning. This truly indicated that the separation technique was indeed the creation of Chu Kuangren. As he flipped to the final pages, his eyes lit up upon discovering that the scroll detailing the separation technique also contained Chu Kuangren's reflections and personal narrative of his life. Reading it word for word, Fong Can finally unraveled the long-held mysteries in his heart, leading him to contemplate whether he should continue practicing the separation technique. The name of the demonic path master, Chu Kuangren, had been completely obscured before the martial prohibition upheaval. This was a figure who even the ancient martial emperor, Duan Bingfeng, had regarded with caution. An absolute genius of ancient martial arts and a madman of the demonic path. His existence gave rise to the emergence of demonic ancient martial arts, and he had risen to prominence even 30 years before the ancient martial emperor. However, as he delved into the so-called sinister ancient martial arts, his rise was not readily accepted by society at the time. The demonic ancient martial arts were not widely propagated. Reflecting on Chu Kuangren's life, he had challenged Duan Bingfeng 5 times, and though he was repeatedly defeated, each duel lasted for 10 days and nights of fierce combat before a victor emerged, with Duan Bingfeng winning by a mere margin. This alone speaks volumes of Chu Kuangren's prowess. During that time, the demonic ancient martial arts were indeed revered by a select few, with the majority of its techniques originating from Chu Kuangren, making him the indisputable progenitor of demonic ancient martial arts. For 50 years, he faced defeat 5 times, yet he honored his vow to remain hidden. In those 50 years, he traversed 6 major colonial planets, accumulating unimaginable wealth through cunning and force, much of which consisted of artifacts from 6th, 7th, and even 8th level civilizations. Due to his terrifying prowess, even though he committed such heinous acts as murder and robbery, no one could contend with him until Duan Bingfeng, in his later years, created the 7 miracles of ancient martial arts. After the madman of Chu repeatedly slaughtered citizens of high-level civilized empires, Duan Bingfeng ultimately took matters into his own hands and sought him out. In this encounter, the madman of Chu did not exhibit the same resilience as before. This time, he suffered a humiliating and thorough defeat. In the end, Duan Bingfeng spared him, yet the madman of Chu, aged 180, could not accept this reality. After placing his life's work into the 3 secret locations he had meticulously created over decades, he set off alone for Earth, challenging Duan Bingfeng for the 7th time. The scrolls contain no further self-reports from the madman of Chu, but Fang can deduce much from the words spoken by the madman, existing in the form of a spiritual imprint, encountered within the sacred emperor's armory. It was apparent that, in this 7th duel, the madman of Chu met with defeat once more, and this time, his life was nearing its end. Perhaps after this loss, he and Duan Bingfeng reached some form of accord, allowing him to exist perpetually as a spiritual imprint, with the possibility of rebirth after a certain period. Of course, Fang speculated that the madman of Chu must have cultivated some exceedingly arcane form of ancient martial arts, combined with high-tech imperial instruments, to attain such a possibility, although this possibility might merely be a figment of his imagination, as even a level 9 civilization finds it difficult to defy fate in such a manner. Collecting his thoughts, Fang began to ponder his own circumstances. Since the dissolution technique was birthed by the madman of Chu, it undoubtedly belonged to the realm of demonic ancient martial arts. Should he continue to cultivate this path? These days, Xianyun has frequently erupted with updates exceeding 6,000 words daily, yet the monthly votes have scarcely increased. Now is the time when your support is most needed. I humbly ask for your monthly votes. Xianyun expresses immense gratitude. Regarding the urgency for updates, a must-read. The day before yesterday, there were 50 requests for updates. And today, over 20 more, primarily directed at a 12,000 word count. Xianyun wishes to convey to everyone, brothers, please conserve your funds. Your subscriptions alone are sufficient support. And I am already immensely satisfied. It is not that Xianyun is oblivious to your requests, nor is it a lack of desire to fulfill them. Those who are aware now know that Xianyun is a 9-to-5 worker, and so daily efforts of 600 words have begun to resemble those of ordinary mortals, leaving Ulung feeling quite disheartened upon realizing this change. Uncertain of how much time had passed, as Luo Chantian had yet to appear, Ulung suddenly heard a noise from the window and immediately opened her eyes. The Taima, which was diligently recording, intent on documenting the words of the fire totem for future generations to study. Yinlu had just finished conversing with several figures clad in white and returned, bouncing with something in her hands. Rongzhou also collected his thoughts and, after walking around the city for a few moments, finally encountered Yi Qi. Those were mere deceptions. The Celestial Master's mansion indeed engages in divination, but the matter of summoning spirits is entirely fictitious. Zhang Yu emerged from his room, intending to visit the medical clinic for detoxification. Yinlu had even changed into an entirely different outfit, and seeing her in a different color made her appear even sweeter and more charming. Fu Jinxing took out his notebook, glanced through it, and replied, "Boss, it will arrive in a couple of days. Please keep an eye on the account." Yuan thoughtfully shook her head and humorously stated, "Just keep me far away from our hard disk company." Suddenly, she froze, staring blankly at Sister Fei, who wore a bitter smile. Only when you possess a home in a grand city like Kyoto or Magic City do you truly feel a sense of belonging to that city. Su Feifei, frustrated at not achieving her aims, stomped her foot and silently vowed as she watched Shun Jingyu's departing silhouette. Nanshan Island, adjacent to Donghua Island, is the closest and largest island to Five Elements Island. This location not only guards the escape routes from Five Elements Island, but also serves as a barrier to isolate and protect the imperial territory. Is this the power of mental strength? The elder surnamed Yang suddenly expressed his sentiments. He was well versed in scholarly pursuits, particularly in the study of mental strength, yet regrettably, many profound techniques of mental cultivation have been lost in the current cultivation world, making it rare to encounter such exquisite skills. Tai Muyan scoffed. Dismissing the blue sky's audacity, the outcome of victory or defeat was still uncertain, and boasting so brazenly would surely lead to misfortune. With that thought, Tai Muyan summoned forth the python skin armor. The corridor featured several VIP rooms, designated for members of elite sects and those possessing VIP cards. A cunning smile spread across Lu Wei's face, as if he could already envision Luo Ping's agonized pleas after having his tongue severed. This dish is indeed unsuitable for Daisy. Furthermore, presenting it at a culinary competition would likely lead others to misconstrue it as an act of vengeance against society. He glanced at it, feeling a twinge of regret at the thought of discarding it, deciding it better to offer it to someone else instead, shaking his head and muttering about the ignorance of human taste. When Pei Donglai and his companions exited from the right front passage of the auditorium, an immediate hush fell over the hall, and all eyes involuntarily turned toward Pei Donglai. Since it was a reward, it indicated that General Wang was not upset. and the two breathed a sigh of relief, hastily instructing that the wine and meat be distributed to reward the soldiers. Meanwhile, they led their officers straight towards the city gate. After the establishment of the guild, I sat in the guild hall, and at that moment, I could not help but marvel. Although this dynamic was sometimes perplexing, its authenticity was beyond reproach. Nearby, a cup sat. The severely injured practitioners from the Xiantian sacred land seemed to glimpse a flicker of light amidst the darkness, finding a glimmer of hope in their despair. Chapter 78. The star-absorbing technique. Soon, Fonkin found himself free from worry, for under the current circumstance of his inner energy being sealed, the notion of cultivating the separation technique was utterly moot. However, driven by an insatiable curiosity towards the ancient martial arts of the demonic path, he took the two scrolls, the star-absorbing technique and the Xianming technique, laid upon the Yunan table into his hands and began to peruse them. He first opened the scroll of the star-absorbing technique, and to his astonishment, he found himself ensnared in its content for a full 2 hours after merely flipping to the first page. It was only after he reached the final page that Fonkin slowly closed the scroll, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. This technique seemed to be tailor-made for his current predicament. With his remarkable memory, Fonkin had meticulously committed the entirety of the scroll to memory during this detailed reading. With his newfound understanding of the miraculous ancient martial arts, he could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration upon recognizing that the star-absorbing technique belonged to the realm of demonic martial arts, showcasing its inexhaustible allure. Yet, in this modern age where demonic martial arts have long since faded into obscurity, it was hard to imagine that over 200 years ago, the mere mention of the star-absorbing technique would send shivers down the spines of even the boldest practitioners. For many ancient martial arts masters of that time, the technique often symbolized a brutal and horrific demise. It is noteworthy that before Duan Bingfeng faced off against the madman Chu in their first duel, Chu's insatiable thirst for battle frequently drove him to challenge formidable masters of ancient martial arts without warning. Aside from a select few capable of inflicting injuries without fatal consequences, most would perish under the onslaught of Chu's star-absorbing technique. In that era, anyone with any accomplishment in the field of ancient martial arts would pale at the mere mention of the term star-absorbing. In a sense, the star-absorbing technique could be seen as an enhanced evolution of the separation technique, compensating for its inability to effectively counter external physical attacks. However, this merely scratches the surface of its capabilities. This ancient martial art, hailed by the madman Chu as one of his life's greatest skills, possesses the power to absorb the inner energy of others for one's own use, simultaneously augmenting one's strength while weakening that of the opponent. Furthermore, should one reach a profound mastery of the technique, they could even dissolve their opponent's bones and muscles, rendering them lifeless, thus highlighting its formidable power and practicality. It is no wonder that Chu dared to assert that the star-absorbing technique could rival the miraculous ancient martial arts. Nonetheless, as a demonic martial art, its advantages are accompanied by equally significant drawbacks. The star-absorbing technique, being a quick-to-master and terrifyingly powerful skill, allows the practitioner to temporarily assimilate another's inner energy. However, over time, as the internal energies become increasingly chaotic and vast, a violent backlash could occur once a certain threshold is reached, leading to instantaneous destruction of the body. The madman Chu, aware of this life-threatening side effect, did not mention it in the scroll, despite having personally experienced such a backlash. Yet, true to his reputation as a formidable figure in the realm of ancient martial arts, he not only survived but also developed a superior variant of the technique known as the Xianming technique after resolving the crisis of backlash. It is evident that while Chu was cognizant of the lethal consequences of the star-absorbing technique and had devised a method to counteract the backlash, he chose not to disclose this information within the scrolls. Coupled with a particular statement he made in the first scroll, one could easily conjecture his ulterior motives. For the madman Chu is hardly a paragon of virtue. It is imperative to mention that the existence of the three great secret chambers was devised by the madman Chu as a safeguard for his own burial site after death. Being inherently suspicious and having numerous enemies, he feared that he might not be left with a complete corpse or might suffer vengeance from adversaries after his demise. Thus, he established the three great secret chambers as a ruse. Regardless of the uncertainty surrounding the precise locations of these secret chambers or the numerous deadly traps within, even if someone were to manage to enter safely, it would not align with the madman Chu's intentions. The fact that he left the star-absorbing technique, something any practitioner of ancient martial arts would covet, within these chambers speaks volumes of his concealed intentions. After digesting the content of the star-absorbing technique, Fang Can eagerly opened the final scroll, yet the esoteric nature of the Xianming technique left him momentarily speechless. It was only upon reaching the last page and seeing a note pinned in Chu's own hand that he felt a slight sense of relief. The 8 simple characters read, "Do not practice the star-absorbing, do not engage with the Xianming." Given this, it seemed prudent to begin his cultivation with the star-absorbing technique. Though he was left pondering how he might reach the requisite state of practice without any inner energy. This indeed required some contemplation. Fang Can hurriedly tucked away the 3 scrolls, the separation, star-absorbing, and Xianming techniques, into his embrace and departed from the chamber. He returned to the mecha space where Zhu Luo resided. Surveying his surroundings, Fang Can soon discovered another light gate, the last of its kind. Upon entering the light gate, the dazzling metallic brilliance nearly blinded him. Given his background, which had accustomed him to immense wealth from a young age, Fang Can was nonetheless astonished by the sheer volume of blue gold filling the room. It seemed that even the total reserves of the Federal Reserve Bank's blue gold vault could hardly compare to half of what was amassed here. Taking a deep breath, Fang Can rubbed his eyes vigorously and noticed a metallic rack made of blue gold in one corner of the nearly 500 square meter space. Scattered upon the rack were several small trinkets that Fang Can could not identify. A swift glance allowed him to zero in on one object that seemed vaguely familiar. Wasn't this ring the micro-ring donated by the federal tycoon, Carls, at the charity auction? Upon closer inspection, he realized that this ring was indeed different. Its engravings were far more intricate and its luster more brilliant than the one from the auction. Picking up the ring, which bore a slight silver sheen and resembled a coiling dragon, Fang Can quickly confirmed his suspicion. After successfully storing the remaining small trinkets into the ring's internal space, he felt a jolt of astonishment. This surprise was not merely due to the realization that he possessed a space storage ring, but because the internal space was astonishingly vast, far beyond Fang Can's comprehension. It is worth noting that the microspace ring donated by Carls at the charity auction, a product of an 8th-level civilization, had a storage capacity of merely 2 square meters. In stark contrast, the ring Fang Can wore on his pinky finger boasted a staggering storage space of 1,000 square meters. Such a colossal difference was indeed breathtaking. However, had Fang Can known that this coiling dragon ring belonged to the royal family of the 8th-level civilization, acquired by the madman Chu after he forcibly seized an interstellar exploration ship from that very civilization, his astonishment would have been tempered. After all, the storage ring donated by Carls was merely a civilian artifact of a discarded 8th-level empire, hardly comparable to that of a royal family. Fang Can had always been a proponent of utilizing resources to their fullest potential. After acquiring this remarkably expansive storage ring, he managed to clear half of the room's mountainous accumulation of blue gold in less than half an hour. As for the remaining space, he made sure not to squander it, storing all 15 high-grade mechas manufactured by advanced civilizations into the storage space, nearly filling it to capacity. The rewards from this venture into the Demon Star Cave had far exceeded Fang Can's expectations and deeply impressed upon him the formidable nature of the madman Chu. In his subconscious, he even found himself harboring a measure of admiration for the man's audacious exploits. The audacious nature of Chu Kuangren, characterized by his unrestrained boldness and arrogance, driven solely by his personal preferences, may not be palatable to Fang Can. However, the sheer dominance and fervor embodied in his wild spirit earned Fang Can's admiration. In Fang Can's eyes, a figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the legendary ancient martial sage, Duan Bingfeng, despite suffering 7 consecutive defeats, yet maintaining an indomitable spirit, possesses a resolute ambition that is indeed worthy of emulation. As Fang Can departed from the Demon Star Cavern, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths below. The fissure that had reopened upon his exit began to close once more, and unexpectedly, the vast space above the cavern, spanning over 1,000 meters, suddenly collapsed. The violent tremors nearly caused Fang Can, who was already firmly positioned within the 3rd level of the mine, to lose his footing. Fortunately, the shock wave was fleeting, dissipating in mere moments, restoring tranquility shortly thereafter. Peering downward, Fang Can was once again struck by awe at the ingenious mechanisms of the 3 extraordinary caverns. To his astonishment, the entire Demon Star Cavern had vanished, leaving behind only a bottomless abyss. It was indeed a pity for the uncollected blue gold. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Can chose not to leave the mine immediately. Instead, he traversed the 3rd level, meticulously extracting all the native crystal ores from several mining spots. Once he had secured them in his spatial ring, he retraced his steps. Before exiting the cave, Considering the inevitable complications that the presence of Zhu Luo might entail, he decided to include it within the spatial ring as well. As a reward for the diligent efforts of the large dog, Zhu Luo, in the mining process, Fang Can generously offered it over 10 highly pure native crystal ores, allowing the A-grade intelligent beast to indulge heartily. Chapter 79. An unexpected usurpation. Regarding the search conducted on the tattooed butcher at the entrance of the second mine, Fang Can exhibited no resistance. In fact, he willingly allowed the man to take a fist-sized piece of primal crystal from his pocket before leisurely making his way back towards the mountain cave. Upon arriving at the cave where Zhang Yunguo resided, Fang Can was met with a throng of over 100 people obstructing his path. Despite the considerable distance, Fang Can's acute hearing allowed him to clearly discern Zhang Yunguo's cries of pain emanating from within. It was evident that the majority of this crowd were mere onlookers. It was only when Fang Can squeezed into the inner circle that he was confronted by two menacing brutes who were clearly not to be trifled with. "Kid, this is the work of the wolf pack. Move aside," one of the hulking men sneered, evidently unaware of the fleeting cold glint of murderous intent in Fang Can's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a heavy hand at Fang Can, who had no intention of stopping. A sickening crack echoed through the air as the man let out a wail of agony, his hand now grotesquely deformed from Fang Can's light squeeze. Get lost. Though oblivious to the exact nature of the turmoil within, Fang Can was acutely aware that this moment might not be the most opportune for conflict with the tyrant of the southwestern mining district. Nonetheless, his concern for Zhang Yunguo's safety left him little room for deliberation. The two members of the wolf pack blocking Fang Can's path seemed to crumble like paper, and before they could fully comprehend Fang Can's swift movements, they were sent crashing into the crowd of spectators, both rendered unconscious. Is that kid out of his mind? He dares to touch the wolf pack. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. He seems to possess quite a bit of strength. Too bad he is ultimately outmatched. Someone lamented. I can't fathom how old Zhang, such an honest man, has managed to offend the wolf pack. Indeed, this local wolf is truly despicable. Even if old Zhang possesses primal crystals, they were earned through hard work. To rob him and take lives is utterly contemptible. Keep your voice down. Don't let the wolf pack hear you. That local wolf is actually a sworn brother of the wolf pack's leader. They will retaliate mercilessly if they catch wind of this. Fang Can, undeterred, continued to charge into the cave, effortlessly tossing aside two imposing guards who stood in his way. Upon entering the cave, the scene that unfurled before him ignited a fierce rage within his heart. Inside the modest 50-square-meter cave stood 5 men, their faces twisted with malicious glee, with the leader callously standing on Zhang Yunguo's back. In his hand, he toyed with a vivid red Level 10 primal crystal, while the stone table beside him was piled high with dozens of similar crystals. Amongst them, Fang Can recognized a familiar face, Zhao Bahu, a new recruit under him from the 3rd mining area. Clearly, his injuries were far more severe than Zhang Yunguo's. He lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, convulsing and gasping for breath. Fang Can's presence immediately attracted the attention of the 5 men inside the cave, but before they could react, Fang Can had already moved with such swiftness that, within mere seconds, no one remained standing but him. The terrifying strength he had honed through countless brushes with death was beyond the grasp of these brutish thugs. The 4 men were sent flying through the air in a graceful arc, crashing outside the cave. Casting a cold glance at the leader, who lay on the ground, his arms and legs broken and howling in agony, Fang Can delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing against the cave wall. He quickly knelt beside the bleeding Zhang Yunguo. "Zhang Bo, are you all right?" Zhang Yunguo had indeed sustained no serious injuries. He had merely been knocked down by a few punches. Having witnessed Fang Can's lightning-fast strike, he stumbled a few steps as Fang Can helped him up, tears brimming in his eyes. "Let us set aside everything else for now. Shao Can, help me move him to the bed. If we don't act quickly, he may not survive." 10 minutes later, after tending to Zhao Bahu's wounds and applying herbal medicine, Zhang Yunguo finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as he addressed Fang Can. He is quite resilient. He should be fine. However, a frown soon creased Zhang Yunguo's brow, and he spoke gravely. "Shao Can, you've landed yourself in deep trouble. While their people have yet to catch up, you should leave as far as possible. With your skills, you can surely make it to the other 2 mining areas. You must not remain in the southwestern district any longer. And him, you must take him with you. Don't worry about me. I'm the only doctor here. They'll only try to intimidate me. They want to take my life." Fang Can understood that Zhang Yunguo was an exceptionally ordinary and kind-hearted elder. The fact that he could utter such self-sacrificial words under these circumstances was far more moving than anything others might say. "Zhangbo, I will handle everything. And no matter what happens from now on, just pretend you don't know me. Trust me, I will be fine." As he spoke, Fangkin glanced at the still unconscious Zhao Ba, who, murmuring to himself coldly, "It was bound to happen sooner or later. There's nothing wrong with it being expedited." The southwestern district needs a new leader. Just then, Zhao Ba, who, lying on the stone bed, miraculously regained consciousness. "Boss, is that you? I'm still alive. This can't be a dream. Rest assured, the injuries you sustain will be repaid 100-fold. Fangkin replied with a reassuring smile, genuinely surprised at the unexpected loyalty displayed by this former ruffian. Zhao Ba, who had witnessed Fangkin's might firsthand and harbored an almost blind admiration for him. Despite the pain radiating from his wounds, he nodded vigorously and managed a grin, saying, "Boss, with your word, even if I were to die at the hands of those scoundrels just now, it would be worth it." Having gleaned the full story from Zhao Ba, who, and ensuring Zhang Yunguo was settled, Fangkin finally approached the now unconscious local wolf. He pressed down on the shattered scapula, eliciting a violent jolt of pain that stirred the local wolf awake. "I am a sworn brother of the wolf pack leader." You before the local wolf could muster a retort, Fangkin crushed his wrist bones, locking his gaze onto him with chilling intensity. "If you utter even a single word before I pose my question, be prepared for your sworn brother to collect your corpse." The local wolf gasped in pain, simultaneously intimidated by Fangkin's ruthless demeanor. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony in silence, convinced that as long as he could survive this ordeal, he would ultimately emerge victorious. However, to his utter horror, while he struggled to suppress his cries, Fangkin suddenly shrugged and remarked, "I just remembered something. In fact, I have no questions for you. Moreover, I promised him that I would ensure his vengeance, making his adversaries pay 100-fold for their transgressions. Given his injuries, you're left with no option but to die." As the last words left Fangkin's lips, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the local wolf's head spinning in a full 360 degrees. For Fangkin, who had slaughtered 500 men in battle, eliminating an individual who had harmed someone close to him was akin to squashing an ant. Within the confines of the inexorable space, he had not only mastered the essence of merciless slaughter but had also learned the necessary cruelty required to confront foes. As the local wolf's lifeless body flew out of the cave, the crowd of onlookers outside dissipated in an instant. The implications of a sworn brother of the wolf pack being killed were far more severe than any of them could fathom. Unwilling to be caught in the crossfire, they wisely chose to flee. In the midst of 2,000 members of the wolf pack, Fangkin leisurely stepped out of the cave, his gaze directed towards the summit of the mine as he remarked, "If all of them possess such combat prowess, it would undoubtedly be rather tedious." Within the southwestern mining district, it was common knowledge that the apex of the mine served as the stronghold of the wolf pack, their lair. At this very moment, Fangkin was advancing towards this destination. Before departing from the cave where Zhang Yunguo lived, he released his formidable canine companion, Zhu Luo, instructing it to safeguard Zhang Yunguo and Zhao Bahu. With such an A-grade intelligent beast in the vicinity, Fangkin felt no trepidation regarding their safety. As he rounded a corner, the natural stone palace occupied by the wolf pack came into view. Gazing at the wide, well-trodden mountain path ahead, a habitual, languid smile played upon Fangkin's lips, yet his eyes betrayed an ominous glint of murderous intent. To him, whether it was 1 or 1,000, the act of killing remained unchanged. Fully aware of the wolf pack's unrestrained dominance in the southwestern mining district, he had never entertained the notion of leaving any survivors. In his perspective, should he succeed in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most esteemed leader in the region, unlike the wolf pack, who were secretly despised by the populace. This pursuit also marked the initial step towards his escape from the mine controlled by the Enya people. For Fangkin sought not only his own liberation but the freedom of all from this veritable prison. As he beheld hundreds of ferocious members of the wolf pack surging towards him, Fangkin nonchalantly retrieved a gleaming blue war axe from his storage ring, an armament he had discovered in a B-grade mech's weapon cache. His intention was not to boast, but to expedite the resolution of the impending conflict. Possessing a powerful weapon would undoubtedly accelerate the process significantly.